Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 644, C644 Building a Multiverse Organization, 2 halves. Police car light insert knocked out GIF/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. Watching as the council members left the room, one by one, Peter leaned back in his chair, a thoughtful look hidden under his mask. The meeting had both gone good and bad. The expressions on the faces of the council members varied, some still uncertain, while others were contemplative expressions. The successful part of the meeting was that he was able to convince everyone to agree to empower their members. Meaning that starting tomorrow morning, everyone from agents, security guards, and above will be given the opportunity to take the super soldier serum. But that's not all. Trusted members will also be given extremis as well. The room was buzzing with anticipation and nervous excitement at the prospect of enhanced everyone's abilities. Many were fearful of the consequences of creating so many superpowered individuals, but the looming threat of the Council of Kangs was able to sway their decision. As for the compound V that Peter revealed to them, that was put on the back burner while Tony and a few other trusted scientists verified its effectiveness. After all, they didn't want to give their highest-level members a serum that could have adverse effects. But as soon as the testing is over, Compound V will be given out to their most trusted members. Tony Stark, always eager to explore new technologies, practically ran out of the room, clutching the sample of Compound V that Peter gave him in excitement. Now, for the less successful part of the meeting. Peter offered the Avengers the opportunity to join his new multiverse-level organization, but sadly, the whole idea was far too controversial, leading to nothing but arguments and shouting which took over the whole meeting from that point on. The conference table became a battleground of conflicting opinions, and the air was thick with tension as each member defended their stance. The argument of those who didn't want to join was simple: they saw the multiverse as being outside of their jurisdiction. This universe was their home, and they had no inkling or need to police every other universe alongside it. Magneto especially stood firm in his belief that they should focus on protecting their own world before venturing into the complexities of the multiverse, which truthfully wasn't a bad argument. By the end of it all, they never came to a decision, leading to the scheduling of another meeting, where they would hopefully come to a decision on this matter. The discontent lingered as members filed out of the council room, leaving Peter with a sense of frustration. He had hoped to unite the Avengers and the Spider Society, but that seemed like a harder task than he originally imagined. It was a win and a loss for Peter, which left him feeling conflicted. He knew his multiverse plan would get some pushback, but he didn't expect so much of it. As he stood from his chair, he thought about how to approach the situation in the next meeting. Perhaps he needed a different angle. Suddenly, Peter's eyes flashed as an idea began to form. With a determined expression, Peter exited the council room. He had the perfect idea to win them over. But first, he had some work to do. After stopping off at home, where he made it just in time for dinner, Peter spent some time with his family, explaining everything that happened at the Spider Society. The Ancient One was especially shocked when she learned about John and the multiverse game he was orchestrating to find a successor. Of course, after dinner, just as Peter and MJ planned, they informed Leo of their intentions to adopt him, which made the little superpowered toddler ecstatic. He was quite literally bouncing off the walls until it was time for bed. And even then, it was hell getting him to go to actually sleep. But they managed to do it nonetheless. Giving MJ a kiss goodnight as she went to bed as well, Peter didn't stick around and headed out into the night. After all, he had a lot of stuff to do in preparation for the creation of his new organization. Seeing that he only has a single week until the first meeting of the new organization, Peter first needs to create a home base for all of the members to gather, similar to the Spider Society. His original plan was to simply evolve the Avengers into a Spider Society-like group and recruit all of the Spider people into the Avengers, as that would make things much simpler since the Avengers already had a ranking structure, bases, money, and all sorts of infrastructure to ease the transition. But sadly, after that meeting, where a good number of his fellow councilmen fought against his plans, Peter decided to simply start from scratch on his own. At least for the time being. Waving his hand and opening a portal, Peter stepped out and arrived above the dark ocean, hovering in the night sky. This should do. He was far out in international waters, which is the perfect spot to build his base of operations. Without bothering to use infinity stones, Peter waved his hand and began to form complicated purple-colored spell circles in the air before him. Not only was he using his cosmic energy to form these spells, hence the purple light they took on, he also used a fair share of chaos magic as well, which gave the spell circles a reddish glowing aura around them. As the spell circles were finished, Peter pointed his finger below, and the spells descended swiftly, swallowed up by the ocean in a matter of seconds, the waters brightening as they sank deeper and deeper. Time passed as seconds turned into minutes, and it seemed like nothing was happening until the water began to pulse and wriggle, drawing Peter's attention. Question mark. And instantly, out of the water came rocks, sand, and soil, which continued to rise and spread until an island the size of a small to medium-sized city was formed. The newly created landmass was a blank canvas, mirroring any other island with sandy beaches and greenery, which seemed to grow at an unnatural pace. Trees rose into the sky, and other foliage blended seamlessly with the surrounding landscape. The air buzzed with the residual energy of Peter's magic, giving the place an otherworldly feel. The ocean, now surrounding a newly made landmass, seemed to rage for a while, but after some time passed a serene balance was found. Satisfied with the result, Peter descended onto the newly formed land. The foundation for his Spider Society-like organization had been laid, and he could feel the potential for something great in the air. Now it's time to start making some buildings and infrastructure. Peter muttered as he waved his hand once again, drawing some more spell circles. I feel like I'm playing The Sims right now. By the time morning came, Peter was finished with the island. It had everything they would need. Training areas, meeting rooms, apartments, and so on. Best of all, it was all powered through electricity spells, even the water from the many sinks and fountains were drawn from magic, making everything much easier. After all, getting power and water to an island is not an easy task. But even better than all of that, Peter was able to give the place both Wi-Fi and cell service through magic and the many Stark Industries satellites circling the globe. Of course, he didn't leave the island unprotected either. Other than his and Tony's TARDIS, which is so scarily protected that it could most likely kill some minor multiverse-level gods, Peter's new island is the most well-protected place on Earth. He could say that without a shadow of a doubt. I pity the first idiot that tries to sneak inside. He thought, a wry smile on his face. Looking at his new island base, Peter couldn't help but smirk as he felt it was most definitely superior to the Spider Society, which seemed to stroke his ego just a little bit. Although it had a similar futuristic design to the Spider Society, Peter's magical way of building allowed him to bring his imagination to life down to the smallest and minute details. With everything done on the island, Peter returned home to eat breakfast with his family before running off again. After all, he needed to enact the plan that would spur the Avengers into joining his new organization. Stepping out of a star-shaped portal, Peter appeared in the conference room of a large space station. Outside the thick, reinforced windows, he could see the Earth spinning on its axis, bright and beautiful as ever. As the portal snapped shut behind him, an alarm began to blare, but Peter didn't mind it and just took a seat at the head of the conference table, kicking his feet up and waiting patiently. Barely a minute later, the metal doors across from him swung open, and a few members of the Justice League came running in, alarmed and wary looks plastered on their faces. Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman. They seemed ready for a fight at first, but the second they saw Peter, they stopped and froze, recognizing him immediately. Smiling at them, Peter waved and said, "Yo." Instantly, Superman seemed to calm down as he smiled welcomingly and asked, "What are you doing here, Peter? Did something happen?" Peter leaned back in his chair, adopting a nonchalant posture. "Nah, nothing's wrong. I just thought I'd drop by for a little chat." "Why? Am I not welcome?" Wonder Woman crossed her arms, her posture relaxing as compared to before. "No, you're very welcome. But did you have to come to the watchtower and set off the alarms? We thought a thief had snuck in." Peter chuckled. "Sorry about that. I was just so excited to invite you guys to join me in my new endeavor." Batman narrowed his eyes. "What endeavor?" Peter grinned. "Well, thanks for asking. You see. A/N, 1685 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 645, C645 Mega Recruitment. Police car light insert computer GIF/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. Returning home after his meeting with the Justice League's top heroes, Peter couldn't help but mull over the potential alliance. The invitation had been laid out, but now he had to wait for their decision. With the Justice League operating similarly to the Avengers, a majority decision needed to be made among its members. Batman might be a problem though. Peter sighed as he recalled Bruce making the same argument as Magneto, favoring his own universe's problems over anything else. I guess I'll just have to convince them in the same way as the Avengers. As he contemplated his next steps, Peter's thoughts drifted to other powerful entities on Earth. Kamartaj, the mystical sanctuary, and Wakanda and Talokan, both technologically advanced civilizations, and the Valkyrie, who had long settled into the land that Peter had gifted them, crossed his mind. F***ck it. After some thought, he decided to throw caution to the wind and recruit them, envisioning the manifold benefits they could bring to his budding organization. The day unfolded with a series of meetings. First on the list was Wakanda, and Peter found himself in the presence of King T'Challa. The king, after a brief discussion, agreed to join the cause without much persuasion. The looming threat of the Kangs as well as an unknown multiverse seemed too wearisome for him to refuse. Before ending their meeting, T'Challa said, "At the very least I'd like to join in order to be informed of any possible threats to my people and the planet we share." Next up was Talokan, where Peter engaged in a conversation with Namor. The king of the underwater civilization needed little convincing, still too scared of Peter's strength to refuse his offer. Though he was relieved that the mysterious island that had surfaced was Peter's doing and not some unknown threat, which was what he and his people originally believed. Both of the leaders of Earth's most powerful and technologically advanced nations were on board, providing Peter with a sense of accomplishment as he left their countries. Carried by the momentum or his recent successes, Peter visited the Valkyrie community that settled down in upstate New York, and just like the rest they came to a swift decision and agreed to join. After all, they owed Peter their lives, so why not help him when he specifically came and asked? Knowing that there was no point in wasting time, Peter bypassed a direct visit to Kamartaj and opted for a simple text to the Ancient One. After all, he'd already explained all of his plans to her just the night before during dinner, so there was no need for another long meeting to explain everything. Her response was swift and positive, confirming her interest in joining the venture. Peter wasted no time instructing her to assemble the Sanctum Masters for the first meeting of his now nameless organization in 6 days, as they are the highest-level members of Kamartaj. Of course, everyone else that Peter has talked to would be attending the meeting as well, even those who hadn't decided yet, as he planned to convince them then and there. With the groundwork laid for these powerful alliances, Peter reveled in the first real bit of progress he had made. The prospect of a united force, combining the strengths of all sorts different people, fueled his determination to make this happen. Amidst the glow of recent accomplishments, Peter's thoughts sparked with the realization of an off-world ally, which would be without a doubt his most powerful and significant recruitment yet. Asgard. He had deep connections there, a friendship with Thor Odinson, and even debts owed by the mighty Allfather. Loki, too, was on surprisingly good terms with him. Opening a portal to the majestic realm of Asgard, Peter found himself standing within the grandeur of the royal palace's throne room. The sudden appearance caused a stir among the guards, who swarmed to the scene. Concealed by his new black-themed, shadowy spider suit, Peter remained unrecognized, even by Thor, who sat atop the throne, navigating the tedious affairs of the day. Even Peter's portal was unrecognizable since he now used purple cosmic energy instead of golden eldritch energy to form them. "Yo," Peter waved as the guards surrounded him, spears drawn and ready. As Peter's voice echoed through the hall, Thor's eyes widened, and recognition dawned. The big oaf of a king leapt from his throne, excitement evident in his booming voice. "Spider. How I've missed you, my friend." Thor's enthusiasm translated into a bear hug, a gesture that, thanks to Peter's enhanced strength, didn't result in a bone-crushing experience. The guards, realizing the identity of their unexpected visitor, dropped to their knees, a collective apology pouring forth. Many of them owed Peter their lives, a debt they carried with great reverence. With the commotion settling, Peter explained his presence, and Thor, despite not recognizing him initially, caught up swiftly. The conversation flowed, and Peter extended an invitation to join his new endeavor. "Will you join me?" Peter inquired. Thor's eyes gleamed with eagerness as he clasped Peter's shoulder. "Aye, Spider, I shall stand with you. The prospect of facing formidable foes across the realms is an opportunity one cannot pass. We shall forge a formidable alliance." With a hearty laugh, the god of thunder declared, "Let the warriors of Asgard join this noble cause." He shouted, causing the guards to bang the butts of their spears on the floor in unison, pledging themselves alongside their king. Peter's satisfaction swelled as Thor's agreement solidified Asgard's participation. The potential of his plans skyrocketed in an instant. As the two friends continued to discuss the details of their collaboration, the energy in the throne room shifted. The seeds of a powerful alliance had been planted, and the multiverse would soon witness the strength of Asgard and its people. If all of this doesn't get the Avengers and the Justice League to join, then I don't know what to do. Peter felt as though they would have to participate at this point. After a day filled with negotiations, explanations, and alliances, Peter found himself back at his house. MJ lay sleeping peacefully in bed, unaware of the task that awaited Peter in the dimly lit room. With a sense of purpose, he retrieved one of the multiverse-hopping watches confiscated from the Spider Society. "Okay, I have 6 days to figure this out." Seated at his desk, Peter delved into the intricate mechanisms of the device. Magic enveloped the room as he carefully disassembled the watch using telekinesis before scanning it with spells, examining each piece with a precision far higher than a master craftsman. He had promised the Spider Society a surprise, a reliable means of navigating the multiverse without the haunting flaw of being tethered to a single timeline. After all, he didn't want to act as a ferry, taxiing everyone back and forth all the time. "Hopefully, I can get this done in time." 6 days flew by in a blur of arcane research and technological development. The watches underwent a metamorphosis under Peter's skilled hands, emerging brand new and improved, and even given a plethora of some very much needed security features. Now, with the watches perfected, Peter faced a different challenge, the gathering of over 100 spider people. Hopefully, everything goes as planned, he thought as he waved his hand, opening countless star-shaped portals in unison. The portals he conjured deposited a variety of spider people into the main square of their newly established base on the island. The new arrivals, astounded by the sight of what appeared to be their base of operations, murmured in disbelief, eyes wide with amazement. Among them, Spider-Punk stepped forward, asking the question on everyone's mind. Is this all ours? Peter nodded with a wry smile. Yes, but we'll be sharing it. I've recruited some more members to help fill out the place. Confusion swept through the spider people as Spider-Pig pointed to the heroes that surrounded Peter at the moment. Are you talking about them? Beside Peter on each side stood the Avengers Council and the high-level members of the Justice League, both of which he planned to recruit today. Though based on their demeanor, it appeared that they were only here to be respectful. Even Peter, who was hopeful of their recruitment, could tell that their votes didn't go his way. But that didn't mean he still could change their minds. Peter clarified, no, these people here are a stubborn bunch of sticks in the mud who haven't decided on joining us yet. Your new comrades should be arriving any moment now. As if on cue, an advanced Wakandan airship appeared on the horizon. Seconds later, the ship landed nearby and opened up, releasing armed female guards alongside their King Chala, who nodded in greeting. His father, Chaka, who stood among the Avengers Council, didn't seem surprised by his arrival. Nor did he flinch under the looks his fellow council members were giving him. Right after Wakanda's entrance, Talokan followed suit, as a ship emerged from the ocean, parking on the beach before releasing Namor and a handful of his soldiers. What's that? Jessica Drew exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention as she pointed towards the sky. In the distance, white flying horses approached, carrying Valkyrie warriors on their backs as they descended toward the island, landing with grace and standing at attention behind Peter. And as soon as the Pegasus landed, a portal opened beside Peter, and the Ancient One, along with the elite of Kamartaj, stepped forth, their robes billowing as the portal snapped shut behind them. But that wasn't all. Just when it seemed the roster was complete, and the entrances were finally over, suddenly, a dazzling beam of rainbow light struck the island, frightening many of the onlookers. Especially the spider people, who had no idea about Asgard or the Bifrost. As the light receded, Thor Odinson, king of Asgard, stood beside the warriors 3 and Loki. Behind them, over 100 Asgardian soldiers formed up in even lines, resplendent in armor, their presence almost overwhelming. The arrival of these powerful beings left the assembled heroes in a stunned awe. The former members of the Spider Society exchanged stunned glances, seeing and feeling the strength of their new comrades for themselves. The Avengers and the Justice League, initially skeptical and unwilling to join Peter's newest endeavor, found themselves reconsidering in the face of such united strength. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Peter couldn't help but ask, so, have either of you come to a decision yet? A/N, 1787 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 646, C646 Watchman. Police car light insert conspiracy gifts /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, baked _immortal, trophy, A/N, new king. Crown. So, have you changed your minds yet? In the wake of Peter's question, a heavy silence hung over the assembly. The Avengers and the Justice League exchanged uncertain glances, their prior decisions now wavering under the impressive display of united strength before them. Peter couldn't resist a subtle smirk, mirroring the expressions of people like Tony Stark and Superman, who had fought for and voted to join Peter's multiverse endeavor, but were outvoted in the process. The once confident groups were now uncertain, grappling with the realization that perhaps their initial decisions weren't as sound as they had believed. Deciding to let the gravity of the moment sink in, Peter turned away from the hesitant heroes of the Avengers and the Justice League, directing his attention back to the diverse gathering of his new organization. With a commanding presence, he addressed the Spider People, Wakandan, Talokans, Asgardians, Valkyries, and the elites of Kamartaj. Truthfully, it doesn't matter if they join or not, Peter declared, gesturing towards the 2 groups beside him. We have an infinite multiverse to recruit from. If these Avengers turn us down, we'll just ask the next. And if this Justice League doesn't want to take the security and safety of its universe seriously, then perhaps the next one will. The weight of Peter's words echoed through the minds of the undecided heroes. The realization that they were, in fact, replaceable and that alternate versions of themselves could easily fill the void left a profound impact. In the midst of the contemplative silence, Jessica Drew raised her hand, seeking clarity. Is that what we're doing now? Are we securing each other's universes from outside harm? Peter nodded in response. Exactly. We'll operate similarly to the old Spider Society. No outright killing of anomalies, no policing of canon events, of course. We've learned by now that was all bullsh asterisk T. But as you said, the safety of each other's universes will be our #1 priority. I see, thank you. Jessica nodded, clearly happy with the answer she received. Peter continues. The main reason that many of you spider people joined this little nameless organization of mine is simple. You want to go after the people that wronged you, the Council of Kangs. But what happens after we've dealt with the Council? What will you do then? He paused for a moment to let his words sink in before continuing. I'll tell you what you'll do, you'll go back to your own universes and do what every Spider-Man and woman does, you'll protect your people. But what if another threat appears? An evil organization like the Kangs or a multiverse-hopping monster that you can't deal with alone. Instantly, the crowd went silent. After all, many of the spider people here planned to leave Peter's employment the second their goal was accomplished. But now, they began his second guess themselves. Peter surveyed the crowd, and that's what this organization is for. We're here to be the Watchmen. Our main objective is to simply spread across the multiverse by recruiting like-minded individuals and watch, waiting for the moment when something or someone rears its ugly head. And that's when we strike, defending against the many unknowns across the multiverse. A collective agreement rippled through the assembly. While the spider people harbored personal vendettas against the Council of Kangs, the concept of forming an organization dedicated to the safety and defense of their respective universes resonated with them. Suddenly, a chant began to ring throughout the crowd, starting from the many rambunctious Asgardians in attendance and spreading to everyone else. They shouted, Watchmen! 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 As the unity among the many heroes solidified, Peter felt a sense of accomplishment. The organization he envisioned was now grounded in a shared purpose, and the multiverse stood witness to the birth of a formidable alliance. As the chanting of Watchmen gradually subsided, Peter could barely contain his amusement. His gaze flickered toward the Avengers and the Justice League, who had retreated into their own groups, engaged in hushed discussions about whether to join the newly named Watchmen. Overhearing their deliberations with his enhanced hearing, Peter couldn't help but smirk, confident that his plan was working, and they would inevitably seek to join by the end of the day. Everything is going as planned. Peter thought, though he never expected the name Watchman to appear out of nowhere. I was just giving an example, but I guess the name stuck. As the crowd's excitement settled, Peter seized the moment to address the diverse assembly. He produced a sleek, Apple Watch-looking device, capturing everyone's attention. The spider people seemed to recognize the device, while others looked on with curiosity. Many of you may not know, but I made a promise in our last meeting, and now I'm delivering on it, Peter declared, holding up the device for all to see. He explained, the old multiverse-hopping watches that the Spider Society used were tampered with, and no longer viable. So, I spent the past week rebuilding them from scratch, making sure they're secure and work properly. Excitement rippled through the crowd, with Thor wearing an especially eager expression, envisioning the multiverse-spanning battles that awaited him. Peter continued, emphasizing the new watches. The most important part of these new watches are the improved security features. These aren't toys. Misuse them, and we're talking catastrophic consequences. The crowd's reaction reflected a mix of understanding and acknowledgement of the potential risks involved. Peter flipped the watch over, revealing a small needle, which shot out of the backside. This is for DNA verification, he explained. When you strap it on, the watch will give you a little poke and catalog your blood. It'll only work for the person with that exact DNA. Unbeknownst to the crowd, Peter kept a crucial detail hidden. The watch also verified the wavelength of the user's soul. This was just one of the many additional layers of security not explicitly disclosed. After all, telling them wouldn't do anything but make them aware. And Peter would much rather keep them in the dark and avoid any annoying questions or idiotic tinkerers who decide that they want to crack the watch open and see how it works. I truly pity the first idiot who tries to tamper with my watches. Peter thought, a vindictive look flashing over his face for a brief moment. Continuing his explanation, Peter touched on another big change. These watches will limit your travel. You'll only be able to freely access each other's universes for friendly visits and defensive purposes. Miguel may have allowed you to do whatever you want, to a certain extent, but I assure you, those days are over. The crowd's reaction to this restriction was mixed, reflecting a universal disdain for limitations on their personal freedom. Spider-Punk was among those who were conflicted. On one hand, he enjoys his freedom, but on the other hand, he understands the need to keep people in check, especially after his time spent in the Spider Society. Sensing the discontent, Peter reassured them. I know many of you won't misuse the watches, but I have to plan for the small fraction who might. However, that doesn't mean you won't be able to explore the multiverse. Just get permission for access to other universes, and you're good. His words seemed to soothe the initial discontent. Of course, there will be guidelines for traveling to new universes, but we can go over that at another time. Murmurs spread throughout the crowd as everyone wondered what those guidelines might be, but most of all, everyone seemed to accept the added restrictions that were being placed on them. The crowd hushed into a muted murmur as Peter raised his hand, signaling for their attention. "All right, folks, time to get your new watches." He gestured towards the sleek watches resting on a table nearby. "Line up, one by one, and I'll hand them out. But remember, these watches belong to me, and I won't tolerate anyone trying to tamper with my property." As the heroes formed a line, Peter's gaze scanned the crowd, making eye contact with a few individuals who seemed a bit more eager than the rest. He raised an eyebrow, his voice taking on a stern tone. "I see some curious minds out there. So let me make this clear. If I catch anyone tampering with these watches, the consequences will be severe. Don't test me on this." A ripple of unease spread through the assembly, and a few guilty expressions betrayed those who had contemplated dissecting the devices. Peter's warning sent shivers down their spines, reminding them of the weight behind his authority. After the watches were distributed, Peter urged the members to explore their new base of operations. "Feel free to claim an apartment if you plan on staying for prolonged amounts of time. Just remember, this island is ours now, keep the place clean and don't fight over insignificant things." As the members of Watchmen dispersed, excited chatter filled the air. The Avengers and the Justice League stood nearby, watching Peter's interaction with a mix of curiosity and resignation. They had reached a decision, swayed by the revelation of the Watchmen's true purpose and the impressive show of unity that Peter purposefully prepared for them. Once the last members rushed off to explore the island, the Avengers and the Justice League stepped forward. Tony Stark spoke first, a hint of excitement in his tone. "I'm delighted to say that we've decided to join the Watchmen," he said before his eyes were drawn to the watch on Peter's wrist. "And as your bestest friend in the whole wide world, I expect my own watch that I can mess with all I want." These watches made their TARDIS practically obsolete, and Tony was just too curious to crack them open and see how they worked. Peter shrugged, a smile on his face. "Sure, Tony. I'll even give you my notes and data. It's not that different from our TARDIS actually, so you already know how it works." He trusted Tony not to be an idiot, especially since he already has a way of traveling the multiverse. Superman spoke next. "We'd like to accept your offer as well. Our universe needs protection, and it seems you've got the right idea." Batman stepped forward. "I'd also like access to your notes and data." "Hell no." Peter answered swiftly, all too happy to turn down the Dark Knight's request. Batman's lip twitched in annoyance. He was about to argue with Peter, planning to convince him otherwise, but both Superman and Wonder Woman rested a hand on both of his shoulders, shaking their heads, silencing him. Enjoying the angry scowl on Batman's face, Peter handed out their watches before eyeing his newest members, a victorious feel welling up in his chest. "Welcome to the Watchmen. I love it when a good plan comes together. A/N, 1840 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down." Chapter 647, C647 Daylight Savings, uploads are at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time now. Police car light insert military gifts/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. Chapter title, ranking structure. Alone in the main square, Peter took a minute to let out a sigh. Everything went as he hoped it would. In just a week, he managed to make this entire organization, but he wasn't done just yet. "Null." He called out toward the shadows. Suddenly, a dark silhouette emerged from Peter's own shadow, gracefully taking a knee before him. "Yes, Master." "Keep watch on everyone on the island from the shadows," Peter ordered, his voice carrying authority. "Report any problems to me. Investigate suspicious activity as well, but remember, no killing. Detain and report. We have a prison for a reason." Null responded with a simple, "Yes, Master," before seamlessly melting into the shadow of a nearby building, vanishing from sight. With a sigh of relief, Peter observed as his plans unfolded seamlessly. The Watchmen were established, and Null, his silent and lethal ally, would ensure the organization's security from the shadows. Taking a deep breath, Peter pondered the next step. The foundation was laid, but he needed a structure. A ranking system to delegate responsibilities and share the burden that came with leading such a diverse group. After all, at the end of the day, Peter is a lazy man. If he can take the lazy route and it won't cause problems, then the lazy route he will go. Hours passed, and the many members of the Watchmen began to disperse, some heading home using the new watches, while others opted to stay on the island for the night in their new apartments. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the main building on the island, Peter convened with the representatives of each faction that made up the Watchmen. Superman, representing the Justice League. They originally were going to pick Batman, but Peter tended to P*SS off the Dark Knight, so they changed their minds. Tony Stark, who obviously represented the Avengers, was someone who was always for joining Peter's organization. But most of all, he was the one with the least amount of responsibilities on the Avengers Council, so they chose him as their representative. Thor, King of Asgard. He refused to leave anyone here in his place, ready to rush off and explore the multiverse as soon as possible. Brunhilde, the baby of the Valkyrie. At first, their leader Astrid was going to be here, but Brunhilde was later chosen due to her past experience with Peter. The Ancient One, who is usually busy with running Camartage, was able to make some time. Technically, the Watchman should take some responsibilities off of her shoulders, as she won't have to worry as much about multiverse threats. Chala and Namor attended as the rulers of their respective nations, their soldiers outside of the room, patiently standing guard. And lastly, the representative of the Spider People, Spider-Punk himself. Although he was hesitant to take up the position, he still held the trust of many Spider People, which lead them to voting him in. Peter simply pushed out a notification to every Spider-Person's watch, asking them to vote for their representative, and he won. As they settled around a large conference table, Peter spoke up, capturing their attention. Now that the Watchmen are formed, we need a structure. But unlike the Avengers and the Justice League, this won't be a democracy. Here, I'm in charge. A murmur of discontent rustled through the room, but Peter pressed on. I get it, most of you are either used to being in charge or having some sort of say, and truthfully, I plan to make this a branch of the Avengers with the Council in charge, but after seeing how slow and indecisive that process can be, I've realized we can't afford it. Decisiveness is crucial against multiverse-level threats, like the Council of Kangs. So, I will remain in complete control. Superman raised an eyebrow, you're taking quite a leap. Peter leaned forward, his gaze unwavering. The Watchmen need speed and efficiency. I'll establish a ranking structure for delegation of power and responsibilities, but understand, I won't compromise on swift decision-making. He paused for a moment to let his words sink, but that doesn't mean I don't want your input. Each of you will hold high ranks, so your opinions will be invaluable. Thor grumbled, I've grown used to ruling as of late, so it will be quite odd taking orders from someone else again. Peter nodded, I get that. But in this, you'll have to trust me. The alternative is a less effective organization. We're dealing with threats that won't wait for discussions. There's a reason why armies are led by a single commander. Chala interjected, trust is earned, Spider-Man. And have I not earned all of your trust in one way or another? Peter leaned back, a knowing look in his eyes. Instantly, everyone turned quiet, none of them were able to refute his words. If you want results, trust in me. Namor folded his arms, unamused. Your way or the highway, then. Peter smiled, exactly. Now, let's focus on the ranking structure. We need leaders for different divisions. Suggestions. The group, despite their initial reservations, started contributing ideas. As discussions continued, Peter remained firm, steering them toward a structure that balanced efficiency and cooperation, determined to lead the Watchmen with the precision it demanded. After hours of discussion, Peter and the group came up with the beginnings of a ranking system. Watchmen ranking structure. The Prime Overseer, Peter Parker/Spider-Man. Ultimate authority and decision-maker. Responsible for the overall strategy and direction of the Watchmen. Division leaders. Representatives for specific hero factions within the Watchmen. i.e. Thor, the Ancient One, Namor, Chala, Brunhilde, Spider-Punk, Tony, Superman. Collaborate with the Prime Overseer in decision-making. Manage internal matters and concerns within their divisions. Multiverse navigators. Specialized in understanding and traversing the multiverse. Oversee travel permissions, ensuring responsible use of multiverse access. Exploratory mission leaders focused on unknown universes. Guardians of Order. Security and Enforcement Division. Coordinate investigations into suspicious activities reported by Null. Responsible for maintaining order and discipline within the Watchmen. Shadow Operators. Intelligence and Information Gathering. Oversee the collection and analysis of data from across the multiverse. Provide strategic insights to aid decision-making. Realm Envoys. Responsible for external relations and alliances. Engage with other hero groups, cosmic entities, and alternate universes. Facilitate collaboration and information exchange. Dimensional Craftsmen. Specialized technicians and engineers. Maintain and improve the Watchmen's technology. Develop new tools and equipment for the Watchmen. Gather existing technology from across the multiverse and integrate it into the organization. Harmony Keepers. Focus on internal unity and morale. Address conflicts and disputes among Watchmen members. Promote a positive and cohesive environment within the organization. Grunts/lackeys. Field agents whose responsibilities could vary based on their orders. Act as the eyes, ears, arms, and legs across the multiverse, reporting everything back to the Watchmen and ultimately doing the organization's bidding. In the aftermath of the lengthy discussion, Spider-Punk, the representative of the Spider People, raised a valid concern. Are you sure we should be calling the majority of our members grunts and lackeys? They might take offense to that, he pointed out, the sentiment echoed by nods of agreement from others present. Peter, leaning comfortably in his chair, simply shrugged nonchalantly. Because it's funny, he declared, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Ha 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 ha. Tony burst into laughter, clearly agreeing with Peter. The room fell into a momentary silence before everyone, unable to argue with the humor of it all, moved on to the next order of business. The rest of the meeting focused on establishing guidelines, which were promptly sent to every member via their watches along with the detailed ranking structure. Most found themselves in the grunt/lackey rank, and they were informed of their respective bosses, with Peter seated firmly at the very top of the hierarchy. The guidelines were straightforward as well, but the paramount rule was about multiverse travel. Permission to explore unknown universes would be handled by the multiverse navigators, who were yet to be selected. At present, only Peter could give out permission to explore unknown universes. Though there were all sorts of potential candidates from the former Spider Society members, who would go through testing and vetting for navigator positions in the coming days. As the meeting concluded, members dispersed for the night. The new division leaders headed home, knowing they'd have all sorts of work cut out for them in the morning. After all, they had entire divisions to build. But as Spider-Punk was headed for the door, Peter called out to him, stopping him in his tracks. Hey, stick around for a second. I need to explain some things about the division you'll be leading. Question mark. Spider-Punk raised a brow. Sure, but what's so important that we have to talk in private? Sighing, Peter leaned back in his chair. As you start going through the process of managing your division, you'll notice that about 5% of the members who agreed to join aren't here. He revealed. And why is that? Spider-Punk asked. They were deemed unworthy of joining our ranks due to their past deeds alongside Miguel. This includes Jessica Drew and Scarlet Spider-Man, just to name a couple. Peter explained, his earlier telepathic reading of each Spider-Person allowing him to sort out the undesirables. Although he didn't mention it yet, Peter didn't allow these undesirables to return and live peacefully in their universes either. Instead, as he summoned each of the Spider People earlier in the day, he did the same for them and simply dumped them into the island's prison, where he'll leave them until he decides their punishment. But until then, they'll remain behind bars. At least until he sorts through their wrongdoings and crafts a fair punishment for each of them. I see. Spider-Punk nodded his head, not against Peter's decision. Is that all? Sadly, no. Peter shook his head. You happen to be in charge of the most complicated division. Spider-Punk couldn't help but sigh in resignation as he heard this. After all, he didn't even want this damn job in the first place. The only reason he accepted was because they voted him in. Peter continues, amused by Spider-Punk's reaction. After all, each of you holds a fair bit of blame when it comes to enforcing Miguel's canon events. Not all of us. Spider-Punk shook his head, speaking up for his people. Most of didn't handle canon stuff. We would usually just police the multiverse, taking down anomalies or other big villains. True. Peter knew he was telling the truth, as his words matched his past telepathic vetting of the Spider People. But that doesn't absolve you all from guilt. You still joined the Spider Society, and you still helped Miguel, even if you weren't too involved with his plans, which is why as the new Spider Division leader, I order you to dole out appropriate punishments for each and every member. How the hell am I supposed to know who to punish, or how heavy their punishment should be? Spider-Punk asked. Smirking, Peter pulled out a flash drive and handed it over. This has all the information you'll need. From names to their level of guilt. I even added a list of suggested punishments. Nothing too heavy-handed. After all, I wouldn't recruit any truly heinous people into the Watchmen. Spider-Punk stared at the flash drive in his hand in surprise. How'd you get this information? He asked. Lyla kept excellent records. Peter answered with a lie. The real source of that information was his telepathic vetting of each member. He spent a whole night typing up all of the information he gained so he could sort out the undesirables and punish everyone accordingly. Spider-Punk couldn't help but ask, and you're trusting me to punish them all? What if I let them all off, or they decide not to listen to me? I don't believe you'd let a crime go unpunished, you're not that type of guy. Peter shrugged as a predatory smile graced his lips. And if any of them even think of being insubordinate, then the last thing they'll have to worry about is receiving a few slaps of the wrist from you. A chill ran down Spider-Punk's spine as he recalled just how powerful Peter truly is. I really pity the first idiot that causes trouble. After his talk with Spider-Punk, Peter reclined and in his chair, gazing out of the window. Everything was falling into place. This might be the coolest thing I've ever done. Deciding to get a bit more work done before bed, he rose and took the elevator to the lowest level, where he had established his own lair. The place was fairly empty at the moment, with only a beast of a computer set up, but he planned to fill the space as time went past. Seated at his desk, Peter powered up his computer and retrieved a hard drive from his storage necklace. This particular drive contained the entirety of Lyla's AI code. Everything that made her was in this drive. Plugging the drive in, Peter immediately got to work. Let's see what I can do. As he delved into the AI, typing away with purpose, Peter began molding Lyla to his liking, deleting all past allegiances, emotions, and even removing some of her memories. But he didn't just delete, he also added all sorts of code, improving her efficiency while also ensuring her loyalty. After all, the Watchmen need an AI to help streamline and manage everything, but why create an entirely new entity when he could repurpose an existing one? Especially one that already has experience running organizations like this. With each keystroke, Peter orchestrated the transformation of Lyla, envisioning the crucial role she would play in the intricate web of the Watchmen's operations. Time passed and before Peter knew it, the sun began to rise on the horizon. He had spent the whole night working on Lyla and now it was time to see the fruit of his labor. Leaning back in his chair, Peter took a breath before reaching forward and tapping the Enter key, running Lyla's new and improved coding. Seconds later, a noticeably younger-looking Lyla appeared in her holographic form, standing beside Peter's desk. ? She looked around the empty room for a moment before her gaze landed on Peter, recognition flicking in her eyes. For a moment Peter wondered if she still remembered him, thinking he might have missed a few of her memories, but her next words wiped his worries away. Prime Overseer, how can I be of assistance? A/N, 2,468 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 648, C648 Friendship saved and love postponed. Police car light insert natural disaster gifts/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. After receiving his multiverse hopping watch, Miles Morales wandered through the Watchman's Island base. He couldn't help but feel a sense of comfort compared to the Spider Society. The atmosphere was different, and the fact that Peter was in charge made all the difference. An excited smile on his face, Miles eagerly explored the facility, happy to be a part of Peter's new organization. After a thorough exploration, Miles decided it was time to claim his apartment. Peter had mentioned that anyone could choose one, so Miles headed towards the towering building that housed the living quarters of the Watchmen, where he found many other members, moving into their apartments as well. The elevator took him to a random floor, and after walking the hall for a moment, he confidently opened a door to an unclaimed apartment, only to be awestruck by its opulence. This is practically a house, maybe even 2 put together, not an apartment. Miles' mouth dropped open as his eyes grew wide. The spacious penthouse would be considered a luxury in any city worldwide, costing at the very least $1 million. Miles marveled at the thought that this could be his residence, as he was used to living in a cramped apartment with his parents. Just as he was about to sink his watch to claim the room, the door swung open, revealing Gwen Stacy, who came walking in. Caught off guard, Gwen froze for a moment, her eyes locking onto Miles. The awkward tension between them sparked, both sides turning away from each other for a moment as the room bathed in their uncomfortable silence. Hey, sorry, I thought this place was empty, Gwen stammered, attempting to make a hasty, panicked exit. Truthfully, Gwen has tried to speak with Miles 3 times in the past week, hoping to help smooth things over, but it seemed like he has been ghosting her. She had hoped that taking down the Spider Society together would have helped fix their relationship, even a little. But sadly, that didn't seem to be the case. Miles may have been able to put everything aside and work with her for the good of the mission, but once the mission was over, he couldn't bring himself to see her just yet. He spent the whole week leading up to this meeting avoiding her and just thinking about everything, processing what happened and what he wanted to do. And as he watches her try to run off in a panic, Miles began to realize what it was he wanted to do. Smiling at how adorable she was being, he felt the tension loosen as he called out, "Gwen, wait." She stopped in her tracks, looking back at him with a mix of hope and anxiety. "Let's talk," Miles suggested, his tone a blend of determination and vulnerability. "I'm heading home soon, and there are things we need to say to each other." Gwen nodded silently, a hint of relief in her eyes. Closing the door behind her, she took a few steps closer to Miles, waiting for him to initiate the conversation. Miles took a deep breath, his gaze steady as he looked at Gwen. "Gwen, I need you to know that I forgive you. What you did hurt. It hurt a lot," he began, his tone sincere. "But I get it. You were being manipulated at your lowest moment. I can't imagine how difficult it must have been for you." Gwen, her eyes shimmering with tears, listened intently. "Miles, I should have told you about your dad. I should have been honest from the start," she admitted, regret coloring her voice. "I'm so sorry." He nodded, acknowledging the gravity of her actions. "Yeah, you should have, but thankfully my dad is still alive, so there was no harm done. Like I said, I forgive you, Gwen." Gwen's eyes widened as she processed everything, a mix of shock and joy filling her entire being. Tears spilled down her cheeks, but this time, they weren't tears of guilt, but tears of relief. You really forgive me. A small, understanding smile played on Miles' lips. I do. Holding on to anger won't help either of us move forward. As Gwen began to cry tears of joy, Miles continued, but... She heard him speak that anxiety-inducing word, causing her to panic in an instant. I don't think we can go back to the way things were. Her joyous expression quickly shifted to one of sadness and grief, her tears now a mix of emotions. I understand, she whispered, her voice trembling. Before all of this drama, Miles and Gwen were the best of friends, messaging one another every single day, both sides harboring their own unspoken feelings for the other. But now, that's all changed. Miles took a moment, letting the weight of the situation settle before he continued. You know, I was planning to ask you out on a date if we ever met again. It didn't feel right doing it over the phone, and I wanted to do it in person. Gwen's eyes widened as fresh tears welled up. Why, you were going to ask me out? Miles nodded, a hint of a smile on his face. Yeah. I love you, Gwen. Or, well, I loved you. As the word sank in, Gwen felt the most regret she'd ever experienced in her entire life. The realization hit her hard, the men she loved felt the same and she had ruined everything. Miles had genuine feelings for her, and she had betrayed them. Seeing her in this vulnerable state, Miles wanted to rush over and hug her, but he couldn't bring himself to. Instead, he sighed and said, We might not be able to go back to how things were, Gwen, he admitted, but maybe we can start over. Gwen's gaze shot towards Miles, turning hopeful as her tears seemed to momentarily stop. Really, she asked, a mixture of surprise and longing in her voice. Miles smiled, a warmth in his eyes. Yeah, and who knows? I might just fall in love all over again. Gwen blushed, looking away to wipe the tears from her face. I'll do my best to make sure you do. She admitted without a hint of shame or embarrassment. Hearing her announce her plans so openly, Miles couldn't help but blush as he smiled awkwardly. I'll look forward to it, I guess. With that, the air between them shifted, the potential for a new beginning lingering between them. Despite the emotional roller coaster, there was a spark of hope that maybe, just maybe, they could let the complexities of their past go and build something new from the ground up. As the next day arrived, the Watchman's Island base buzzed with a sense of activity. With their new factions made and their roles assigned, the many members of the new, budding organization got straight to work, their watches informing them of any tasks that needed to be done. Peter, having successfully completed his work on the new, younger-looking LYLA, ran all of the necessary tests, ensuring she wasn't infected with any sort virus left behind by Centurion and that her loyalty lay with him, and him alone. Satisfied with the results, he granted her access to the Watchman's network, assigning her the discrete task of directing and monitoring the members through their watches, and reporting back to him on a regular basis. Unbeknownst to the Watchman members, LYLA began her task without a word of complaint, collecting data on each member as they went about their tasks, which she gave them. Sorry guys, but this organization will be far too big for me to keep track of everyone. Peter understood the need for secrecy, as revealing the surveillance would cause some serious discomfort among the Watchmen. A/N, Fury would be so proud. While LYLA diligently executed her duties, Peter delved into the wealth of information extracted from her memories. He uncovered the many base locations of Centurion, her former master, as well as all of his past schemes, including some which were still ongoing. But one crucial detail emerged atop the rest, the location of Centurion's home universe. I didn't think he'd be so sloppy to reveal this. Peter mulled over the implications. Would Centurion remain in his home universe, having likely realized his plans had crumbled and LYLA compromised? It seemed possible, but not very likely. Considering his options, Peter decided to just visit Centurion's home universe and find out. If the villain had fled, Peter would have at least attempted to track him down. If Centurion remained, it presented an opportunity to confront him directly. Examining images of Centurion's home planet on his monitor, Peter couldn't shake the feeling of familiarity. Something about the dark cityscape triggered a memory, though he couldn't pinpoint what it was exactly. Lost in thought, Peter was interrupted by the beeping of his watch. Glancing down, he noticed an incoming call from Miles, breaking the thoughtful state he was in. With a click, Peter answered the call, the holographic image of Miles appearing before him. Yo, Miles. What's up? A/N, 1,600 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 649, C649 Secrets out. Police car light insert fake martial arts gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, Alien Warlord, trophy, A/N, it's a me. Woohoo. Crown. After his call with Miles, Peter stood in the main square of the Watchman's Island base, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he observed Miles and Gwen walking over together. The tension that once hung between them seemed to have dissipated, replaced by a sense of closure and peace. It's good to see you two together again. I was starting to wonder if I needed to step in and smooth things over between you two myself. Miles and Gwen exchanged embarrassed glances, neither daring to meet Peter's eyes. Ignoring the awkwardness, Miles spoke up, "So, Peter, are you ready to go?" Peter nodded. "Yeah, let's go. It shouldn't take more than a minute for me to place the protection spell on your dad, so we should have time to stop over at Gwen's universe while we're at it. After all, now that she's made up with you, she needs to make up with her father as well." Gwen bit her lip, anxiety evident on her face. The thought of facing her father again after the revelation of her identity weighed heavily on her. Sensing her discomfort, Miles placed a comforting hand on her back. "Hey, don't worry too much. We'll be there with you. Everything will be all right, I promise." After exchanging some reassuring words, Miles activated his watch for the first time, conjuring a swirling portal that shimmered with energy. Together, they stepped through the vortex, emerging in Miles' home universe. The transition was swift, and they found themselves in Miles' bedroom. However, it wasn't the school dorm room he had originally expected, but his room at home, where he lived with his parents. "Oh, sh*T. Miles went on alert in an instant. After all, he didn't want his parents finding out about his identity as Spider-Man, or all of the dangerous stuff he's been doing as a hero. But unluckily, before he could truly process what was happening, his mother passed by the hallway, holding a basket of freshly washed and dried laundry. Her eyes widened, and she froze at the sight of her son, who was dressed in his spider suit minus the mask, stepping out of a literal portal, accompanied by two unknown individuals. Panicking, Miles raised his hands in a gesture of reassurance, attempting to explain. "Mom, it's not what it looks like. We're just here to..." But his mother's shock overwhelmed her, and before Miles could finish his sentence, she uttered, "Me, Joe. Why, you're Spider-Man." Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted, collapsing where she stood. Acting swiftly, Peter dashed over, appearing beside Miles's mother in a burst of speed. He caught her before she hit the ground, cradling her gently. "Well, this isn't good," Peter said, casting a glance at Miles. "What do I do?" Miles, wide-eyed in a panic, stammered, I didn't expect this to happen. I thought we'd appear at my dorm." Gwen looked concerned but whispered to Miles, "Give her time, Miles. It's a shock, but she'll understand." Peter nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I'm sure everything will be okay once you explain it to her properly." "Is she okay?" Miles asked, the fact that his mother fainted beginning to sink in. As they settled Miles's mother on Miles's bed, Peter assessed the situation. "She's fine. I can wake her up right now if you want, but we should probably let her rest for now." Miles, still processing his mother's reaction, nodded. "Yeah, that's probably for the best. We can wait until my dad gets home and explain everything to both of them then." The room fell into a thoughtful silence as they waited for Miles's mother to regain consciousness and his father to return him from work, uncertainty lingering in the air. As they waited, a sense of tension hung in the air. Miles, overcome with worry, turned to Peter with a hesitant expression. "Hey, Peter, do you think you could, erase her memory with your magic or something? This is a lot." Peter glanced at Miles, a thoughtful look on his face. "Yeah, I could do that, but are you sure that's what you want? Hiding your identity might make things easier for now, but sooner or later, you'll have to tell your parents, either because you want to or because you have to. Why not just rip the band-aid off now and get it over with?" Miles weighed Peter's words in his mind. The idea of erasing his mother's memory seemed tempting, a quick solution to avoid a difficult conversation. However, Peter's point lingered, spurring him towards the much more difficult path. After a moment of silent contemplation, Miles turned to Peter and said, "I don't need to erase her memory. I'll tell my parents the truth today." As Miles came to this decision, nervousness settled in, and he began to worry about how his parents would react. How am I supposed to react if they freak out? What if they try to stop me from being Spider-Man? What do I do if they don't believe me? Gwen, sensing his unease, offered reassurance. "Hey, Miles, everything will be all right. We're here with you, remember?" Time passed, and the sun began to set, casting a warm glow through the window. The familiar sound of Miles's father's car parking on the curb outside signaled his return. Miles grew increasingly anxious as he heard his father ascend the stairs toward their apartment. Soon enough, the front door opened, and Miles's father called out, "Rio, I'm back. Are you home?" But instead of his wife responding, it was Miles's voice that called him from his room. "Dad, we're in here." As his father entered the bedroom, a mix of confusion and alarm crossed his face. His son, along with two unknown individuals, stood in their spider-themed suits, while his wife slept peacefully on the bed for some reason. Raising an eyebrow, his father asked, "Miles, what's going on here?" Just as his father posed the question, Miles's mother began to stir from her sleep, noticing her husband standing in the doorway, still in his police uniform. "Ah. Honey, you're home. I had the craziest dream. Miles and these people just appeared out of a black hole, and he was dressed as Dash." She froze, pausing in her recollection as she noticed her son stood nearby, still dressed as Spider-Man. Peter sensed the gravity of the situation and, with a nod, decided to give Miles and his parents some space for the time being. He looked at Gwen, grabbing her arm gently and guiding her toward the bedroom door. "We'll give you guys some room to talk." Gwen hesitated, her eyes flickering with concern. "But I promised Miles I'd be here to support him." "You can support him by respecting his and his parents' space. Besides, you haven't married into the family yet." Peter smiled teasingly. As they stepped closer to the door, Gwen tried to subtly pull away, expressing her concern. "Peter, I don't like leaving him alone. What if he needs us?" Peter shook his head. "We'll stay nearby, just in case. But trust me, this is a conversation they need to have as a family." Both of Miles's parents turned their gaze toward Gwen, curiosity evident in their expressions. Miles's mother spoke first, a sly smile forming on her face. "Miles, is this the girlfriend you've been hiding from us? The one you're texting all the time?" Gwen blushed, taken aback by the sudden attention. "Oh, no, we're just, friends. I swear." Miles's father, a police officer who had seen his fair share of surprises, raised an eyebrow. "Friends, huh?" Gwen squirmed under the scrutiny, stuttering, I promise, we're just friends." As Peter tried to leave the room, attempting to walk past Miles's father, the man blocked his way, eyeing him with suspicion. "And who are you? Aren't you a bit old to be playing dress-up with my son and his girlfriend?" Miles and Gwen looked away in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Peter sighed, feeling the weight of the overprotective fatherly gaze. "Just ask Miles. He'll explain everything." With that, Peter phased through the officer and out of the room, taking Gwen along with him. "Call us if you need anything, Miles. We'll be in the living room." Miles's father, still reeling from the sudden ghostly encounter, panicked. What the hell just happened? Miles chuckled awkwardly, trying to ease the tension. "Don't worry, Dad. Peter just has some crazy powers. You'll get used to it." Left alone in the room, Miles began his explanation, his parents beginning to discuss the situation with their son. It was a conversation filled with disbelief, shock, and eventually, acceptance. As they pieced together and processed everything, a startling realization dawned on them: their son was Spider-Man. Miles, with a mixture of relief and humor, finally spoke up. "Surprise," he said, hopping up and sticking a hand to the ceiling, hanging there to really show that he was telling the truth. As the family of three emerged from the bedroom, Peter and Gwen sat on the living room couch, the subtle hum of their conversation lingering in the air. Miles looked noticeably relieved, and Peter couldn't help but ask, "How does it feel to finally tell the truth?" Miles smiled, a weight seemingly lifted off his shoulders. "Freeing. Is this how it felt when you told your family?" Peter nodded, understanding the sentiment. "Yeah, take it from me, it's a lot easier to be Spider-Man when you don't have to hide it from the people you love." On the contrary, Miles' parents wore expressions far from relief. While they accepted their son's superhero identity, worry etched across their faces as they considered the dangers he faced. His mother approached Peter with gratitude, her eyes expressing genuine appreciation. "Peter, thank you for taking care of our son. He told us everything about how you've always been there for him." Her husband joined her, extending an apology for his earlier suspicions. "If there's anything we can do, just let us know. We want to repay you for looking out for Miles." Peter humbly accepted their gratitude. "You don't need to do anything. Miles is my friend, so I'll keep watching his back. You have nothing to worry about." Miles seemed genuinely touched by his friend's words. "Thanks, Peter." "No problem. Oh yeah, I almost forgot why I came here." Suddenly, Peter's expression shifted as he recalled the purpose of their visit. He stared at the couple for a moment, a mysterious stillness in the air. As their eyes met his, he waved his hand, conjuring two spell circles. The parents watched in confusion and awe as the intricate patterns formed in real time. With a flick of his fingers, Peter shot the spells into both parents' bodies, surprising and frightening them. The couple exchanged glances, uncertainty evident in their eyes. What was that? A/N, 1833 words, smiley face. "Gimme stones, please, pleading face. Police car light, give gemstone stones, gemstone pleading face, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down." Chapter 650, C650 Beyond the Spider-Verse. Police car light, insert dance battle gif /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. Miles's parents sat on the living room couch, still trying to process the revelation that magic was real and that they needed a protection spell. Miles took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the upcoming conversation. Miles's father looked at Peter, a puzzled expression on his face. I appreciate the help, but why are you trying to protect us? I mean, I may be a cop, but my job isn't that dangerous to warrant this level of protection. Peter nodded, understanding their confusion. It's just a precaution to keep you safe. Miles's mother chimed in, her concern evident. But why us? We're not involved in any dangerous activities. We're just regular people. Miles, who had been quiet, suddenly turned solemn. His parents noticed the shift in his demeanor and exchanged worried glances before Miles spoke up. There's something else you need to know. His parents leaned in, their eyes filled with concern. What is it, Miles? You can tell us anything. His mother said, her voice comforting. Miles hesitated for a moment before explaining the concept of fated events. There are certain events in the future that are meant to happen. He said, explaining how his father is pretty much destined to die, and how they plan to stop it. Confusion lingered on the parents' faces as they exchanged glances. But isn't it fate? How can you change that? Isn't it impossible? His father asked. Peter sighed, realizing that Miles should have explained better. Nothing is set in stone. Even fate can be changed, especially when we know about it in advance. The spell I cast is a safeguard that'll keep you alive and well. You'll live a long and healthy life, I assure you. Relief washed over the two parents, gratitude replacing their previous worry. They thanked Peter profusely, expressing their immense gratitude for keeping their son safe and now ensuring their lives would be protected as well. They felt especially grateful since he also placed a spell on Miles' mother, Rio, who wasn't fated to die in a year's time like her husband. He simply did it to keep her safe from any unforeseen harm. After all, Miles would be crushed if he lost either of his parents, and fate can be a real B***tch sometimes. For all Peter knew, the timeline could change, and instead of his father dying, his mother could be selected, which is why he was sure to protect them both. As the evening unfolded, the aroma of dinner wafted through the air, and Miles's mother, Rio, insisted that Peter and Gwen stay for a meal, which Gwen's immediately accepted, using this opportunity to delay dealing with her own familial problems. When the night had arrived and the sun fully set, signaling the approaching end to their visit, Peter and Gwen began to prepare for their departure. Gwen, however, carried a sense of hesitancy, anxious about seeing her father again. Despite her internal conflict, Gwen knew she had to face her own challenges. Just how Miles faced his parents, she would do the same. After saying their goodbyes to the Morales family, Gwen activated her watch, conjuring a shimmering portal to her home universe. With one last wave, they stepped through the portal, disappearing from view. Miles, sensing the moment, apologized to his parents. I'm sorry, Mom, Dad. I wish I could stay longer, but there's someone I need to be there for. He said as he rushed into the portal, following after Peter and Gwen. His parents nodded understandingly, a mix of pride and worry in their eyes. Just be back in time for school tomorrow, Miles, his father called after him. As the three of them disappeared, the colorful vortex snapped shut, leaving Miles's parents standing alone in their living room. They're definitely dating, right? Miles' mother asked, referring to her son and Gwen. Oh, yeah. Her husband nodded in agreement. But if they aren't already, then it's only a matter of time. Exiting Gwen's portal, the group of three found themselves standing in her bedroom, the familiar setting offering a temporary sanctuary, especially since her father wasn't here. Gwen's relief was palpable as Miles unexpectedly stepped out of the portal behind them, his presence adding an unexpected comfort that instantly brought a smile to Gwen's face. Hey, you came after all, Gwen said to Miles, her eyes conveying gratitude. Miles grinned. Yeah, figured I could be there for you, like you were there for me. Rolling his eyes, Peter couldn't help but gag. Please save your sick lovey-dovey moments for when I'm not around. It's disgusting. Shut up. Gwen mumbled, jabbing Peter in the ribs with her elbow as Miles looked away in embarrassment. After pacing around her room for a few minutes, Gwen worked up the courage to face her father. She stepped out of her bedroom, calling out his name as she navigated through the apartment, hoping for a chance to mend their strained relationship. Dad. Are you home? Gwen called out, her voice echoing through the empty rooms. Silence greeted her first few attempts, but on the third call, a slurred, familiar voice replied, Gwen. Is that you? Following the drunken voice, they discovered Gwen's father sprawled on the living room couch. The scene was disheartening, an intoxicated figure surrounded by the remnants of a stagnant routine, beer bottles, and leftover takeout containers. You. It smells like body odor, alcohol, and garbage in here. Peter commented, holding his nose to block the smell. It had been nearly 3 months since Gwen's disappearance, and her father had held on to the hope that she would return. However, the passing time had transformed his optimism into a defeated acceptance, reflected in the state they found him in. Gwen's heart sank at the sight, a mix of guilt and sadness washing over her. Miles exchanged a concerned glance with Peter, silently acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Gwen's father stared up at her, bleary-eyed and confused. "Where have you been?" he slurred, a mix of disbelief and hope in his voice. "I've just been out, finding some new friends to murder," Gwen replied with a sarcastic tone, trying to lighten the heavy atmosphere. Her father let out a fake laugh, still clearly inebriated, as he struggled to stand up, walking out of the room unsteadily. Oh, that's funny, yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay, he mumbled, his words blending together. Gwen called out after him, "Where are you going?" She said, pacing after him. "To make some coffee." "I can't tell if you're actually here or if I'm just very drunk right now," her father replied, disappearing into the kitchen. Gwen exchanged glances with Miles and Peter, a mixture of frustration and concern etched on her face as they all filed after him. In the kitchen, her father paused for a moment, glancing back at Miles and Peter before asking, "Who are your friends?" Gwen, not wanting to delve into explanations, shrugged and replied, "That's Peter and Miles. They're just here to make sure you don't shoot me this time." As he heard this, Gwen's father seemed to flinch, clearly affected by his daughter's harsh words. A look of regret flashed across his face as he turned away, preparing his coffee. "I'm not going to shoot you, Gwen. I don't even have my gun on me." "No, but you definitely wanted to arrest me, right? Well, why don't you do it now?" Undeterred, Gwen walked over to her father and held out her hands. "Go ahead, Captain, I'm here to turn myself in. I killed a lizard monster that turned out to be my best friend. Come on, pull your cuffs out and get it over with," she said, her eyes challenging him to act. Staring at her for a moment, her father eventually let out a sigh, shaking his head. I can't," he admitted, a sense of defeat in his voice. "Why not?" Gwen questioned, raising an eyebrow. "Because I quit," her father confessed, his gaze filled with regret. Gwen, surprised, asked, "Since when?" "You love being a cop." "About a month ago. I realized that my job, being captain, this whole thing doesn't matter anymore." "You're the best thing I've ever done, and when you didn't come home I thought I lost you forever," he admitted, a stray tear rolling down his cheek. He looked at Gwen, almost as if he feared she'd vanish if he turned away. "Please don't leave again. I don't know if you're actually here or not, we'll have to wait for the coffee to find out, but please, just stay and forgive me. I'm sorry for being such a horrible father." Gwen, taken aback by her father's vulnerability, softened. She hadn't expected this confession. "Dad," she said, her voice full of emotion as she shot webs from her wrists and pulling him into a hug, "I'm not going anywhere." Her father wrapped his arms around her, lifting her up off the ground, a hopeful smile on his face. "You matter more than anything else, Gwen. I can't lose you again." As they waited for the coffee to brew, the air in the room shifted. The weight of past mistakes and the hope for a new beginning hung in the air, creating a fragile moment of reconciliation. As the night unfolded, Gwen's father gradually sobered up, the haze of alcohol dissipating. Tearful talks ensued between the father and daughter, emotions laid bare as they worked through the pain of the past months. Peter and Miles, though pledging their support, found themselves relegated to the background, a constant presence that offered reassurance but wasn't actively needed. Gwen and her father, without intervention, navigated the tangled web of their strained relationship, unraveling knots of miscommunication and misunderstandings. The weight of their shared history lifted, leaving a sense of relief in the air. As dawn approached, the father-daughter duo had reached a point of understanding, their conversations bringing closure and healing. And now, it was time for Peter and Miles to bid farewell, their promise fulfilled. Gwen decided to stay with her father for the time being, determined to guide him back from the edge of despair. After all, he wasn't in a good state when they found him. Before leaving, Peter explained to Miles his plan to visit Centurion's home world, and Miles eagerly requested to join. Peter, seeing no reason to deny the request, agreed. As they stepped through the portal, they found themselves on the rooftop of a dark, semi-futuristic city illuminated in vibrant hues, with purple dominating the skyline. A sense of déjà vu washed over Peter, prompting him to rack his brain for the source of this odd familiarity. This looked so familiar for some reason. Just as he was about to dismiss it, Miles accidentally bumped into him, a bewildered look on his face. Is that what I think it is?" he asked, pointing his shaky finger at a large graffiti image on a nearby building. An image of his own father in his police uniform, captioned with the startling words, "Rest in peace." Peter's gaze fixed on the graffiti, realization dawning. He finally understood why this place seemed so familiar. It's the universe where a version of Miles is the Prowler. The same universe where the spider that bit Miles came from. A/N, 1,900 words, smiley face. Gimme stones pistol face with steam from nose. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 651, C651 The Prowler. Police car light insert Godzilla / Kaiju GIF / PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. As the vibrant hues of the advanced city surrounded them, Miles Morales found himself frozen on the rooftop. His eyes were fixated on the larger-than-life image of his father, an unsettling mixture of grief and shock etched across his face. The words, "Rest in peace," seemed to taunt him from the building's side, his worst fears brought to life before him. Peter, realizing the impact of the discovery, stepped closer to Miles. "Hey, Miles, take a breath. I know this is a surprise, but that's not your dad, this isn't your universe," he said, attempting to comfort the young Spider-Man, and bring him back to reality. Miles, however, was lost in the realization that a version his father had perished in this alternate universe. Gwen was right. My dad is destined to die in every universe. But why? What did he do to deserve this? Peter placed a hand on Miles's shoulder, offering support. Miles, it's going to be okay. Your dad will be fine. But what about this universe's Miles? Will he be okay? What about my mother? She's a widow here, isn't she? Will she be fine? Brushing off Peter's arm, Miles asked, his voice rising with every word he spoke. Why does he have to die? Who decides that? I don't know. Peter replied, stumped by Miles' final question. But if you calm down we can dash. Ignoring Peter completely, Miles turned his attention to the city below. A flicker of recognition crossed his face, and determination replaced the initial shock. He knew this place. And if this universe was anything like his, then he knew exactly where to go. Miles, fueled by frustration and worry, rushed to the edge of the building. He leaped off, webs shooting from his wrists, swinging through the semi-familiar city with a sense of purpose. Peter, calling after him, "Miles, wait!" He shouted, his words lost in the wind as Miles swung away, consumed by his own thoughts. As Miles soared through the buildings, his mind raced with worry for this universe's version of his mother. He couldn't help but think of all the pain and loneliness that she must be going through. After all, her husband was gone, and Miles couldn't shake the feeling of the responsibility he felt to ensure her well-being. She may not be his mother, but she was pretty damn close to it. He couldn't just leave her be or write her off as just a clone or doppelganger. Meanwhile, Peter sighed in resignation, realizing that this unexpected detour would delay his original plans. Still, he couldn't let Miles run off alone, even if it would waste his time. I want to see this universe's Miles anyway, so it's not really a waste of time. Peter thought. After all, he never had the chance to see the movie that came after Spider-Man, Across the Spider-Verse. He's only seen the teaser for this universe's version of Miles at the end of the movie, where he was revealed to be the Prowler. I wonder if he's actually a villain or if he's more of a Robin Hood type of bad guy. With his curiosity piqued, Peter leaped off the building and followed in Miles's web-swinging wake, the neon lights of the city illuminating the path ahead. After a swift swing through the city, Miles landed gracefully on the outer wall of a brick apartment building. He clung to the side, silently leaning over. He peered through a window. Inside, he found his mother, this universe's Rio Morales, preparing for work in the middle of the night. She wore a uniform that surprised Miles, as it wasn't the familiar EMT attire he was used to, but that of a convenience store clerk. The stark contrast puzzled him as he watched her finishing up her makeup, the weariness evident in her eyes. Miles couldn't comprehend the change in his mother's occupation. In his universe, she devoted herself to being an EMT, saving lives and making a difference. Now, the sight of her dressing as a store clerk triggered a thoughtful frown beneath his mask. His curiosity deepened as he mulled over the apparent shift in her career. Why was she working at a convenience store, especially in the dead of night? The answer struck him as he noticed his mother's EMT bag tucked away in the closet. Immediately, it dawned on him. She was probably still an EMT in this universe, but now, she had taken on an additional job to compensate for the loss of income after his father's demise. Miles grimaced beneath his mask, a surge of empathy coursing through him. The bags under his mother's tired eyes and the somber expression on her face spoke volumes about the burden she carried. She juggled 2 jobs, working tirelessly to make ends meet, all while grappling with the void left by her husband's death. A wave of sadness washed over Miles as he observed his mother's struggles. In that moment, he realized that this could be his own mother if his father were to die. He couldn't bear to see her so worn down, sacrificing her own well-being for the sake of their family. In his universe, Rio Morales was a pillar of strength that held their family together, and this stark contrast left him unsettled. This version of his mother deserved a life free from the weight of financial strain and sorrow. But even more than that, she deserved to have her husband by her side, yet the multiverse didn't seem to want to allow that. In fact, it seemed inclined on bringing ruin and sorrow to every Morales family in existence. Miles, hidden on the wall, clenched his fists in frustration. He vowed to himself that he would find a way to make things better for her, to offer the support and comfort she needed. Next to Miles, Peter landed on the wall, silently sharing the somber view through the window. His gaze mirrored Miles's, a sad frown etched on his face as he observed this universe's Rio Morales preparing for her late-night shift. Feeling Miles's tension, Peter knew he had to offer some comfort. "Miles," he began, "we can help her if you want. We can get her a better job, or even wire some money straight into her bank account. She won't have to struggle anymore." Peter's earnest tone carried a genuine desire to alleviate the burdens weighing on Rio's and his friend's shoulders. Miles, gripping his fists, turned to Peter, a pleading look in his eyes as he asked, "Can't you just bring my dad back for her? Money is great, but my family never cared about that. I just want her to be happy, and I know money won't do that. But having her husband back will." The raw emotion in Miles's voice left Peter momentarily stunned, realizing the depth of Miles's anguish. I don't think I can do that, Miles," Peter replied, both unsure of his ability to bring the dead back to life, and unsure as to whether he should be doing such a thing in the first place. "A/N, do you guys want Peter to revive Prowler Miles's dad? I was thinking of reviving Uncle Ben's family too, but that would be later." Yeah, Peter could bring the dead back as undead servants, but a true living being wasn't something he's ever tried before, at least not with his powers alone. "I did bring back the Valkyrie, but that was with the Infinity Stones. And sadly, the Infinity Stones are nothing but powerless rocks here, as they hold no powers outside of his universe. I could try the resurrection elixir, but he's probably been dead for a while now, so the probability of him going insane after his resurrection is very high." Peter shook his head, unable to come up with a way to complete Miles's request. "What do you mean you don't think you can do it?" Miles asked, his voice laced with frustration. "You have all of these incredible powers, don't you? Can't you just figure something out? Didn't you tell us that you could do anything with your magic? There has to be a way to do it. She doesn't deserve to live like this." Understanding that Miles was upset at the moment, Peter didn't let his angry response get to him. "I know it's not the answer you want to hear, but I really don't think I can bring him back. I mean, I could try, but what happens if we fail or he comes back as a zombie or something? We'd be desecrating his corpse," he said as he gestured through the window. "How do you think she'd feel about that?" Before Miles could respond, a purple-clad figure appeared on the rooftop above them. The Prowler, with a sleek and menacing presence, looked down at Miles and Peter. Insert picture of Prowler Miles' suit here. Suddenly, he descended, using his clawed metal gloves to dig into the side of the building and slide down, slowing his fall as he attempted to kick Peter and Miles away from the window. In a distorted mechanical voice, the Prowler accused them, sick perverts. He assumed they were spying on Rio, rage bubbling as he attacked. Utilizing their spider senses, Miles and Peter easily dodged the attack. However, the impact of the kick against the wall reached Rio's ears, prompting her to investigate. She turned toward the window, her eyes scanning for any signs of a disturbance, but she saw nothing amiss. Unaware of the unseen observers, she left her room, ready to head and start her night shift. Outside, on the rooftop, Miles, Peter, and their mysterious attacker locked eyes. The Prowler's imposing figure now stood before them, clad in the unmistakable purple suit. Miles, shocked by what he was seeing, called out in a shaky voice, "Uncle Aaron." A/N, 1,700 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 652, C652 Doppelganger. Police car light insert medical gifts /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. Uncle Aaron. Miles called out, his voice a mix of shock and nostalgia as he stared at the purple-clad figure before him. "Is that you?" The realization that this version of his universe's Aaron Davis, his Uncle Aaron, had become the Prowler once again hit him like a freight train. Memories flooded back, the time he faced off against Kingpin with his group chat members, and how he fought his uncle as Spider-Man. It reminded him of his earlier days as a superhero. The Prowler tilted his head in confusion, the purple glow of his masked eyes staring straight at Miles. "How do you know that name?" he demanded, a hint of anger seeping into his distorted voice. "How long have you been spying here?" He certainly wasn't Aaron Davis, and Peter knew that, though the fact that these unknown stalkers knew that name alarmed him. After all, who wouldn't be upset by the revelation that someone had been spying on your family? Miles, struggling to process the situation, raised his hands in a placating gesture. "No, we're not spying. I recognize you, that's all," he explained, desperation in his voice. He hoped to defuse the tension and talk things out, but it didn't seem to be working as he'd hoped. The Prowler's anger deepened as he clenched his clawed hands. "Has anyone ever told you that you're bad at lying?" he said as his stance grew defensive, ready to take on any perceived threat to his loved ones. "Now tell the truth, or else." Miles attempted to calm the situation. "Listen, we're not a threat. We're just trying to help." He paused, realizing the complexity of the situation. "If we can all just calm down, then I can explain. This doesn't have to get violent, Uncle Aaron dash. Stop saying that name." The Prowler, however, wasn't convinced. He shouted and leaped forward, attacking with swift and precise movements, his metallic claws aiming for the kill. "Wait, just calm down." Miles dodged, yelling for him to stop and talk, but the Prowler was fueled by a mix of protectiveness and rage. As the conflict escalated, the Prowler reached into his belt, pulling out a high-tech pistol, pointing it directly at Peter and Miles. Seconds later, purple energy bullets shot through the air, homing in on his enemies. With overwhelming strength, Peter slapped the bullets away, which startled the Prowler, who began to look at Peter in a much more serious and fearful light. Meanwhile, Miles weaved around them, his body crackling with energy as he darted straight for the Prowler. "You asked for this," he said as he went on the offensive, hoping to subdue his opponent without hurting him too much. Peter observed the intense battle between two versions of the same person. Their movements were synchronized, as if they could anticipate each other's every move. Soon enough, it struck him that since they were technically the same individual, they had this weird knack for reading each other's movements, which made this very interesting to watch. The Prowler, fueled by a desire to protect his family, faced off against his doppelganger from another universe, Miles, who simply wanted to talk things out. Both sides wearing masks, neither realizing the true identity of the other. The fight continued for about a minute, in which Miles quickly took the upper hand, his bodily enhancements tipping the scales. But Peter, growing weary of the fruitless confrontation, decided it was time to intervene. He casually approached the battling duo, surprising them both as he stepped between the combatants without warning, reaching out with both hands and firmly grasping their necks. Holding them still, Peter glanced between them. "Let's end it here, shall we?" Waiting for a response, Peter raised a brow as both of them started struggling in his grasp, trying to break free. Sighing in annoyance, he lifted them off the ground before swiftly smashing them into the rooftop, causing it to shake and crack slightly upon impact. The Prowler coughed up blood from the forceful collision. Unlike Miles, who could endure such a hit with a mere grunt of pain, the Prowler's body wasn't enhanced in any way, shape, or form, the impact taking a toll on him. Staring down at the two prone figures, Peter asked in a deadpan tone, "Are you guys done now?" Miles, grunting in pain, managed to mutter, "Yeah, I think we're done." Meanwhile, the Prowler seemed to have stopped moving, seemingly unconscious from the damage inflicted by Peter's forceful intervention. Peter, raising a brow, frowned at the unexpected result. "Did I hit him too hard?" Miles, scrambling to his feet, rushed over to the Prowler's side to check on him. "I think he's just knocked out." Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, Peter discreetly used his X-ray vision to check his condition. "Meh, he'll be fine." He shrugged it off, seeing no life-threatening injuries. As Miles knelt beside the unconscious Prowler, he reached out to pull off the mask and check on his well-being. "Uncle Aaron, are you okay?" he asked worriedly. However, before he could uncover the identity beneath the purple mask, a gunshot echoed through the rooftop. The bullet hit the ground next to Miles, startling him. Looking up, Miles's eyes widened as what appeared to be his Uncle Aaron stepped out of a stairwell door that led to the roof, a gun trained on him. "Step away," he ordered, a bloodthirsty, protective look in his eyes. Miles muttered in disbelief, "Uncle Aaron." He glanced between the Prowler and this universe's version of his actual uncle, confusion etching his features. If Uncle Aaron wasn't the Prowler, then who was behind the mask? The tension on the rooftop escalated as the realization sank in. The imposter beneath the Prowler's mask was now incapacitated, and Miles was dying to know who it was. But first, he'll have to deal with his uncle. Uncle Aaron's eyes narrowed, the gun trained on Miles. "Easy now. Make one wrong move, and you'll find a bullet between your eyes," he warned, his voice low and threatening. Miles, cautiously raising his hands, attempted to defuse the situation. "Uncle Aaron, relax. Let's talk this out without any violence, okay?" "Shut up." Uncle Aaron barked, his gaze flickered to Peter, who stood behind Miles and the Prowler. "And you," he said, redirecting his attention, "don't think you're off the hook either. Breath wrong, and you'll get a bullet as well." Peter, unfazed, replied nonchalantly, "Sure thing, old man." He left this confrontation to Miles, as he sat back and watched the drama unfold. "Maybe I should conjure some snacks." Seconds later, the gun shifted back to Miles, who sighed and reached up toward his mask. But before he could even touch it, Uncle Aaron fired a warning shot, the bullet whizzing dangerously close to Miles' ear. "I told you to stop." "Don't push your luck," Uncle Aaron growled, his finger twitching on the trigger. "Now, step away slowly." Ignoring his demands and warnings, Miles slowly removed his mask, revealing his face, tossing the mask aside in the process. Instantly, Uncle Aaron's eyes widened in shock, uncertainty etching his features. "What the?" "It's me, Uncle Aaron," Miles said softly, hoping his identity could help solve all of this. Uncle Aaron seemed torn, his gaze shifting between Miles and the unconscious prowler. "What the hell is going on here?" he muttered, uncertainty and disbelief battling within him. As confusion mounted, Uncle Aaron began to lower the gun slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Miles moved with inhuman speed, rushing forward to disarm him. With a swift motion, Miles grasped the gun's barrel and squeezed, bending the metal effortlessly. Realizing he had been tricked somehow, Uncle Aaron pulled the trigger in desperation. But without the barrel intact, the bullet couldn't escape, causing the gun to explode in his hand. Arf! Screaming, he dropped the useless weapon, frantically inspecting his hands for any injuries. Breathing a sigh of relief, as he found no injuries, Uncle Aaron looked up at Miles, a bewildered look on his face. Who are you?" Uncle Aaron asked, still processing the unexpected turn of events. Miles replied proudly, "I'm Spider-Man." Peter nodded approvingly, eating chips through his mask like a pro. Asterisk munch, 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 asterisk. Turning away from his now unarmed uncle, Miles eyes the down form of the prowler, the curiosity of who could be under the mask gnawing at him. Question mark. "Wait. Please, just leave him alone." Uncle Aaron yells as Miles walk away from him and toward the mysterious downed individual. Ignoring his uncle's pleas, Miles walked over, determined to uncover the identity beneath the purple mask. Uncle Aaron's urgent cries to stay away fell on deaf ears as Miles crouched beside the fallen figure. Fingers carefully reached for the prowler's mask once again, the anticipation hanging thick in the air. As Miles pulled it off, revealing the face hidden beneath, his eyes widened in shock. It's me. I'm the prowler." Insert picture of prowler Miles' face reveal here. It was him, the unmistakable features of this universe's Miles Morales, unconscious and beaten. Uncle Aaron's pleas turned into stunned silence as he stared at his two nephews, unsure which was the real one. "Okay. Can someone please tell me what the F***CK is going on?" he exclaimed, unable to contain himself any longer. A/N, 1620 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 653, C653 Jealousy. Police car light insert decay/rot gifts/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. A/N, warning, I changed Prowler Miles's middle name to Mateo. To avoid any confusion, I'll start using Mateo as his name at some point in this chapter. Opening his eyes, Miles Mateo Morales felt a throbbing ache throughout his entire body. Ugh. Where am I? He asked, his blurry eyes focusing to reveal his surroundings. The dim lighting of his own hideout appeared before him, a tower of an old abandoned building. The soft glow of his computer monitors and other tech caught his eye, but as he tried to move, Miles quickly realized he was tied up in chains, suspended on his punching bag. A/N, Uno reverse card. Panic set in as he struggled against the unforgiving chains, his memories of the recent encounter with the strange superpowered creeps who were spying on his mother came flooding back. Suddenly, a familiar, resigned voice echoed through the hideout, I guess you're awake now. Uncle Aaron. Miles called out hopefully. Quick, you gotta let me out. I don't know when those perverts are going to come back. We need to be ready. Desperation crept into Miles' tone as he pleaded for help, asking his uncle to free him. However, the reality soon became clear. I don't think I'll be of much help either. Uncle Aaron revealed, wiggling the same chains as his nephew, which Miles could feel from his position. He was restrained as well, dangling alongside his nephew, both tied on opposite sides of the punching bag. Frantically looking around, Miles realized that their captors were nowhere to be seen. We need to figure a way out of this before they get back, he urged, his mind racing with thoughts of escape. Uncle Aaron, struggling against his own chains, nodded in agreement. I'll do what I can, but there's something you should know. He says, recalling the other Miles, the superpowered clone of his nephew. Miles, still struggling to break free, brushed off his uncle's words. Save it for when we're free. We need to focus right now. As they exchanged words, the rhythmic clinking of chains filled the air, a somber symphony of captivity. I really think that you should hear this now. He says, clearly still freaked out by the identical twin of his nephew. But suddenly, before he could explain or they could escape, the hideout's entrance creaked open, and 2 familiar voices approached, returning from their food run. Instantly, their eyes widened as they realized that their captors were returning, their conversation echoing through the stairwell. Should we have left them alone for so long? What if they got free and escaped while we were gone? A familiar voice spoke, stating his concern. Another voice, nonchalantly slurping on a blue IC, dismissed the worry. Relax, Miles. You seem to forget, but neither of them have superpowers, and I've got magical failsafes on those chains. They're not going anywhere. As the voices drew nearer, Miles and his Uncle Aaron decided to feign unconsciousness, hoping to avoid their captor's interest so that they can create an opportunity to escape. Instantly, their bodies slumped over in unison, pretending to be oblivious to their surroundings. As the two captors walked in, revealed to be Peter and the original Miles, only one of them realized that their captives weren't actually asleep. A knowing smirk on his face, Peter turned Miles and spoke. Huh, looks like they're still knocked out. Maybe we should just off them and be done with it. I heard we can make like 10 grand just from selling a single kidney. Miles, missing the sarcasm, turned to Peter, absolutely flabbergasted by the words that just left his friend and boss's mouth. Peter, what the, but he was cut off. Suddenly, Prowler Miles and Uncle Aaron woke up, their eyes wide open in fright, glaring at their captors in defiance, ! Peter's smirk persisted as he teased, gesturing towards them. Hey, look, they woke up. That was fast. It's almost like they weren't even asleep. Upon hearing this, and seeing the smile on Peter's face, both Miles suddenly realized that he wasn't serious about his murderous comment. Prowler Miles, frustration evident in his voice, retorted, what's the big idea, keeping us hostage, like this? His voice trailed off as he caught sight of his clone standing before him. They may have different hairstyles, but other than that they were completely identical. It was like looking into a mirror. What the? Uncle Aaron chimed in, yeah, you see. That's what I was trying to tell you. It's creepy, isn't it? He looks just like you. Peter, unfazed, continued slurping his IC. Miles Gonzalo Morales meet Miles Mateo Morales. He introduces them, gesturing from his Miles to the captive one. Prowler Miles, wide-eyed in bewilderment, shot a confused look at Peter. How the hell do you know my full name? Shrugging, Peter pulled out 2 wallets, which he stole from them earlier while he was tying them up, tossing them to the floor. It was on your school ID, Mateo. He revealed, turning to eye the captive Miles with a questioning look. You don't mind if I call you that, do you? After all, it would cause too much confusion if I were to call you both by your first names. A/N, Prowler Miles will now be referred to as Mateo from here on out. Still confused, Mateo couldn't hold back his questions, firing them off one by one. Why does he get to keep his first name and I'm stuck with my middle name? Am I not the original or something? Am I a clone? Is he a clone? Wait, that can't be it, right? Were we twins separated at birth? That can't be. My parents would never allow that. Peter shakes his head. No, it's none of that. And as for why he gets to keep his first name, did you hear his middle name? Gonzalo. He sounded the name out slowly. I mean, it's not a bad name, but it's not exactly first name material. Hey! Miles shouted. Gonzalo is a good first name. My mom wanted to name me Gonzalo, but my dad likes Miles more. Peter nodded in appreciation. Well, thank God for your dad because he fought to give you a much better name. It's not that bad. Miles muttered under his breath. Ignoring his captor's bickering, Mateo stares straight at Miles, intrigue and confusion showing in his face as he asked. Who are you? I'm just Miles. Miles answered simply, shrugging his shoulders. Mateo stared at Miles, an annoyed look on his face. You can't just be Miles. Because I'm Miles, and I've been Miles for as long as I can remember. So once again, who are you? Peter stepped forward, sensing the tension in the room. I can explain. He proceeded to give a quick explanation about the existence of the multiverse, detailing how they were both from separate universes. Mateo gestured toward Miles with his head, a puzzled expression on his face. If we're the same person from different universes, then how is it that I don't have superpowers like this idiot? It's like you two just stepped out of a comic book or something. Miles looked offended but remained silent, knowing the reason behind Mateo being powerless, and it was somewhat his fault. Detecting the guilty look on Miles's face, Mateo became suspicious. Miles, however, seemed hesitant to say anything, prompting Peter to intervene. Miles, I think it's best to rip the band-aid off now than wait. Do you want me to explain, or? Reluctantly, Miles shook his head, finally speaking up to clarify why Mateo lacked superpowers. He explained that the spider that was supposed to bite Mateo and grant him powers had been brought to his universe by accident, biting Miles instead. Mateo, unfortunately, missed out on becoming Spider-Man as he was meant to. Mateo and his Uncle Aaron were stunned, the gravity of the revelation sinking in. Mateo realized that unknowingly missing out on getting superpowers might have changed the course of his entire life. If he had received his powers as intended, maybe he wouldn't be a criminal, or at least he would be a much better criminal than he already is. But most of all, maybe, just maybe, his father would still be alive. The room fell into a heavy silence as Mateo processed this unexpected twist of fate. The connection between the two Miles Moraleses, now marked by the divergence in their destinies, hung in the air like an unspoken truth. One, who was never meant to get powers, but received them anyway. The other, who was destined to receive amazing abilities that never arrived. And probably never would either. The impact of what could have been weighed heavily on Mateo. And as these thoughts swirled around in his head, he couldn't help but glare at Miles, his entire being radiating with a mix of jealousy and anger as he asked, "Is your dad still alive?" Miles nodded dumbly, confused by the question. "Why, yeah." In that moment, Mateo realized something that he already learned a long time ago, but seemed to have forgotten up until now. The world isn't fair. The universe isn't fair. And even the multiverse isn't fair. He lost his golden opportunity and, more importantly, his father. Meanwhile, Miles got everything that should have been his. His father, his powers, his happy little life. Miles took it all from him. Deep within the heart of the earth, unbeknownst to the inhabitants above, a celestial seed, a potent source of cosmic power, silently pulsed with energy. It had slumbered for millions of years, fed by the vitality of humanity and nurtured by the long-vanished Eternals. Yet, the once shepherded seed now harbored an ominous secret. Centurion, the formidable Kong, had discovered and seized control of this celestial seed after slaughtering the mast of the Eternals ages ago. In the dimly lit chamber where the seed resided, Centurion hovered before a console, fingers dancing across holographic controls. His dark eyes glowed with anticipation as he monitored the growth and resonance of the celestial power within the seed. It had become a weapon, a tool cultivated for an eternity, put through endless experiments which enhanced its power far beyond the strength of any other celestial in existence. Even Null, in all of his strength and equipped with his god-killing sword, paled in comparison to his creation. And this creation was ready and waiting to be unleashed to destroy his enemies. Or rather his enemy. Peter Parker. He must have the cloak already. He thought, his face morphing into an irritated grimace. Though seconds later, that grimace turned into a predatory smile. After all, he could always take possession of Death's cloak after killing its new owner. A/N, 1,800 words, smiley face. By the way, I just wanted to say thanks for the nice comments in the update I posted last night. This may be parasocial of me, but I really appreciate you guys a lot. From the lurkers that never show themselves in the comments, to the same mofos who are always here when the chapters releases and never fail to leave comments every day. Looks at Darkslayer anyway, that's enough sappiness, I'm going to sleep. Sleeping face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 654, C654 General Fisk. Police car light insert demonic possession gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. In the tense aftermath of Peter's revelation, Mateo's glare bore into Miles, a mix of resentment and frustration etched on his face. You know, he may feel guilty, but it's not really Miles' fault, Peter interjected, frowning at Mateo. The spider just found him and bit him. If you want to blame someone, blame Wilson Fisk for making the machine that messed up the multiverse and caused this mess. He's the real reason you missed out on becoming Spider-Man. Wilson Fisk? Mateo questioned, his frown deepening as he looked up at Peter, still hanging from the chains. Peter could see a look of hatred flicker across both Mateo and his uncle's faces as the name Wilson Fisk was mentioned. Are they criminal rivals or something? Miles nodded, hoping to ease the brewing animosity. Yeah, do you have a kingpin here too? Mateo reluctantly nodded, uncertainty clouding his eyes. His conflicting emotions toward Miles intensified, torn between resentment and a rational understanding that it might not be Miles' fault, his mind heavily focusing on the 2 words, might not. Even now, as Mateo contemplated his feelings, his mind continued searching for someone to blame, and Miles was an easy target. Meanwhile, Peter continued his explanation, and as for your dad dying, that's certainly not Miles' fault either. Glaring at Peter, Mateo ground his teeth together. He couldn't help but feel like a delinquent schoolboy getting lectured by a teacher, which didn't sit well with him. Peter sighed, shaking his head. For that, you should blame whoever or whatever killed him. But after that, you can blame fate, destiny, or whatever other deity controls the multiverse. Mateo and his uncle Aaron exchanged confused glances, feeling as if Peter was alluding to something beyond their understanding. Wait. Do you mean an actual deity? Mateo seemed to puzzle it together after a moment. Nodding, Miles explained. For some reason, our dads are destined to die. Even mine is supposed to die in about a year for some reason or another. As he said this, Mateo turned to him with a hint of pity and understanding, but sadly, his next words threw all of that away. Thankfully, I met Peter here. He placed protection spell on my dad that should keep him safe. Instantly, the room became charged with the resurgence of jealousy and resentment in Mateo. His gaze lingered on Miles, a storm brewing in his eyes as he grappled with the unfairness of their lives. Why was it Miles who got bit by the spider? Why was it Miles whose father was still alive, and why was it Miles who met Peter just in time to save his family? Sighing in acknowledgement of the renewed tension, Peter shook his head, observing the enmity in Mateo's eyes. It was evident that connecting with Miles would be a challenging task. Mateo had faced harsh realities, navigating a universe darker and seemingly more crime-ridden than Miles. In contrast, Miles seemed to have enjoyed a relatively good life, growing up in a much more forgiving universe. He even attended a private boarding school, a luxury Mateo's family could never afford after his father's tragic demise. The stark contrast in their experiences seemed to deepen the divide between them. As the strained silence persisted, Peter sensed that mere words might not bridge the gap between the two versions of Miles Morales. Mateo's bitterness ran deep, rooted in the harsh realities of his own universe. Miles, oblivious to the struggles in Mateo's life, faced the challenge of being seen as living the life Mateo wished he had. Realizing that time was of the essence, Peter decided it was time to bring an end to this tumultuous encounter. The first light of dawn painted the sky outside, a reminder of the urgency that overshadowed their current situation. Talking seemed futile, and Peter knew he had a pressing mission to confront Centurion. He doubted the villain was still in this universe, which is why he was willing to waste his time here, considering the fact that the Kong should know his lackey, Lyla, has been compromised. With an uncaring shrug, Peter took charge of the situation. "All right, we've wasted enough time here," he declared, eyes fixed on the pane glass windows. "The sun's rising, and I need to find Centurion, or whatever he left behind while he was running away." Mateo and Uncle Aaron exchanged worried glances as Peter spoke. They couldn't shake the feeling that they might be left here, tied in chains and suspended from a punching bag, which would normally be fine, as they'd simply use the opportunity to escape, but they distinctly recall Peter saying something about magical failsafes on the chain. "You're not just going to leave us here, are you?" Mateo blurted out, anxiety creeping into his voice. "I have school, you know. If I don't show up, my mom gets a call. And if she can't find me, she'll call the cops." Rolling his eyes in exasperation, Peter shook his head. "No, I'm not leaving you two here," he replied, a hint of irritation in his tone. He strode purposefully toward the restrained uncle and nephew, both suspended on the punching bag. As Peter approached, Mateo and his Uncle Aaron instinctively began to struggle against their chains, fearing the worst. Their eyes widened with apprehension as Peter reached out, but instead of harming them, he merely touched the chains. With a single poke of his finger, the restraints shattered into pieces, clattering to the floor. Eyes wide with surprise, both Mateo and his uncle tumbled to the ground, now free from their confinement. Despite their newfound freedom, they quickly assumed fighting stances, wary of potential tricks from their former captors. Turning away from them, Peter casually called over his shoulder, "You're both free to go about your lives. See ya." Bewildered and expecting a catch to appear, Mateo and his uncle exchanged a glance, cautiously heaving a sigh of relief. However, their respite was short-lived as Peter paused in his steps, turning back toward them with a cryptic expression. "Oh, yeah, one more thing," Peter announced, causing Mateo and his uncle to gulp nervously. Expecting the worst, they braced themselves for another twist in their unpredictable encounter. But to their surprise, Peter pulled out his phone, showing them a picture. "Have you seen this man before?" Peter inquired, presenting an image of the exiled Kong he fought before. "Speaking of the exiled one, I should probably start milking him for information." After all, Peter specifically trapped his soul in a jewel so that he could use him to take down the Kangs. And it seemed the time to prove himself useful has finally arriving. Staring at the picture for a brief moment, Uncle Aaron and Miles seemed to freeze as looks of pure hatred and rage clouded their faces. Even compared to the mere mention of the Kingpin, who evoked a similar response in them, this time it was so much more amplified. "Why are you showing us a picture of the president?" Uncle Aaron asked through gritted teeth before looking up at Peter with a suspicious and accusing glare. "Are you working with him?" Shaking his head, Peter stored his phone away. "So he made himself president here, huh?" His expression turned serious as he explained, "I don't know what grudge you have against him, but if I were you, I'd stay far away. This man is very dangerous. If you see him, turn the other way and keep walking. Unless, of course, you have a death wish or some sort of mental disability." Mateo and his uncle both wore hardened expressions on their faces, completely disregarding his warning. To which Peter simply shrugged his shoulders. He would be taking care of Centurion either way, so they should be fine. With a nod of acknowledgement, Peter waved goodbye and headed towards the exit. "Well, it was nice holding you captive, hopefully you aren't dumb enough to attack us again." Before following Peter down the stairs, Miles hesitated, eyeing Uncle Aaron, who looked at him warily in return. The tension hung in the air as Miles took a deep breath, preparing to say his piece. "Uncle Aaron," Miles began, breaking the silence. "I know you aren't my Uncle Aaron. My uncle doesn't do crime anymore. Hearing this, Uncle Aaron and Mateo exchanged puzzled glances, their skepticism evident. Miles pressed on, determined to share a piece of wisdom from his own experience. I just want to say, you two don't have to be criminals. I know this universe is probably harsher than mine, which is why you seem to hate me, Miles continued, looking at Mateo with a sense of empathy. But my Uncle Aaron was a criminal too. He was the Prowler, but I got him to retire. You two can do the same thing. You just have to try your best. I know you can do it. As Miles delivered his heartfelt speech, Peter, who had just walked out of the front door of the abandoned building, leaned against the walls, listening intently with his super hearing. As Miles was finishing up, a sudden disturbance interrupted the moment. A long line of military vehicles came driving down the road, stopping in front of the building Peter had just exited. The car doors opened, revealing the imposing figure of a scarred, battle-hardened Wilson Fisk, who wore an oversized military general's uniform, accompanied by a small army of heavily armed soldiers. Does Kingpin work for Centurion in this universe? Peter wondered. Raising a brow, Peter observed from a distance as the Kingpin pulled out a technologically advanced-looking rocket launcher from one of the cars and aimed it up at the tower where Miles was talking with their former captives. The atmosphere shifted, the tranquility shattered as Fisk pulled the trigger, releasing a rocket. I guess I was right. They are enemies. Peter muttered, his demeanor nonchalant as he snapped his fingers. Instantly, the rocket struck the tower, creating a large explosion filled with dust and smoke. Fisk chuckled as his men celebrated, confident in their apparent success. The thunderous noise echoed through the air, and the tremors reverberated beneath Peter's feet. But as the dust settled, a collective gasp rose from Fisk's men. A shimmering barrier had materialized, blocking the rocket just before it could reach the tower, protecting the building and everyone inside. Confusion spread among Fisk's ranks as they stared at the unexpected turn of events. Peter, leaning against the wall with a casual demeanor, cleared his throat, drawing Fisk's attention. Ahem. The crime lord's triumphant expression faltered as he locked eye with Peter. Peter waved casually, a smirk playing on his lips. Yo. A/N, 1,800 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 655, C655 Clone Tag Team. Police car light insert satisfying gifts/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. The air crackled with tension as Wilson Fisk, his oversized military uniform straining against his imposing figure, stared at Peter with suspicion. Who the hell are you? Fisk's gravelly voice demanded, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed the nonchalant figure before him. Oh, just a friendly street magician, Peter replied with a smirk, conjuring a flower in his hand, which then turned into a handkerchief before disappearing in a plume of smoke. Ta-da. Name's Pete. Pete the Amazing. He bowed, enjoying the perplexed expression on Fisk's face. Fisk's frustration was evident as he clenched his jaw, suspecting that Pete had a hand in the sudden protective barrier that blocked his rocket. Don't play games with me. Who are you? Are you working with the Prowler? Are you a terrorist as well? Peter raised a curious brow, his interest piqued. Terrorist? He asked, is Prowler a terrorist in this world? Is it because he's fighting Centurion? The crime lord general's patience waned. Enough of your nonsense. Men, open fire. Before the soldiers could follow their superior's command, the window from which Fisk had fired the rocket shattered, and a purple-clad figure soared out. The Prowler, grenades aglow in both of his hands, stared down at Fisk with a barely controlled hatred burning in his eyes. As he hurled the glowing grenades, he unleashed a barrage of hate-filled words. Die, you fat F***CK. Panicking, Fisk reacted swiftly, using his immense strength to grab the nearest military vehicle as makeshift cover, pulling it in front of him. Meanwhile, his soldiers, caught off guard, weren't nearly as fortunate. The purple grenades exploded in a dazzling display of plasmic light, vaporizing the unfortunate soldiers caught in the blast radius. Fisk, enscathed behind his makeshift cover, displayed a cold disregard for the lives of his own men. Ignoring the chaos around him, his eyes bore into Mateo, who landed between him and Peter. So, the terrorist finally shows himself. I'm not a terrorist. Mateo denies vehemently. I'm a freedom fighter. Peter sat back and listened in. Is the Prowler actually good in this world? He wondered, realizing that maybe he should have done some research while Mateo was knocked out. I guess I just assumed. As the confrontation unfolded, Fisk seemed to completely forget about Peter, his attention remained solely on Mateo. Call yourself whatever you want. But either way, you're a registered terrorist recognized by the federal government. Now, turn yourself in. The president would like to have a word with you before your execution. Standing with dozens of weapons aimed at him, the prowler glared at Fisk with unbridled animosity. "No thanks, I'll have to impolitely decline," he said, holding up his middle finger. "I'll make sure to visit the president soon though. But since you're here, why don't I take your head to give to him as a gift to commemorate our first and last meeting?" Grimacing at the clear disrespect he was being shown, Kingpin shouted, "Open fire." He commanded his men, who didn't hesitate to squeeze their triggers. "Send this sh*T stain straight to the afterlife." Using his boots, which glowed in a purple light, Mateo leaped high into the air, dodging the hail of laser gunfire. Exclamation point. Without hesitation, he descended before the formidable Kingpin, his foot poised to stomp, ready to use his powered boots to his advantage. Boom! As he struck out, his boot blocked by Fisk's forearms, the tech in his shoes activated, adding even more power to his kick. Kingpin's eyes widened as he was sent tumbling back into a nearby military vehicle, which was nearly flattened under his weight. Ugh! Mother****. The air was thick with tension and the clashing of weapons as Mateo's technological prowess clashed with Fisk's overwhelming strength and the military might at his disposal. Amidst the chaos, a black ski mask concealed the identity of Mateo's Uncle Aaron, who perched on the tower above, a weapon in hand. His assault rifle echoed with precision as he picked off soldiers, providing much-needed cover fire for his nephew. The muffled shots rang out as bodies dropped below, casualties of the escalating conflict. Meanwhile, Peter sat back and watched the show, conjuring snacks to eat and a chair to make himself more comfortable. They make a good team. Of course, he was talking about Mateo and his uncle, who seemed to work in perfect unison. One up front, tanking and distracting the enemy, and the other picking them off from the back, thinning their numbers. It's just a matter of time before it's only Fisk left. Peter watched as picked off another 3 soldiers in a row, his aim nothing to scoff at. Seconds later, Peter's leisurely observation was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Miles, who landed beside him, a worried look on his face as he watched Mateo and Fisk go at it. Miles, eager to jump into action, asked, "Shouldn't we help them, Peter?" Peter nonchalantly shrugged, offering Miles some of his snacks, though he didn't take any. "If you feel like it, go ahead. I'm just here for the show." He gestured toward the unfolding battle as if watching a thrilling movie. Miles sighed, "Fine, I'll go help them myself." He grumbled in annoyance as he walked off. As the battle raged on, Miles weaved through the chaos to assist Mateo and his uncle. Spotting Kingpin's vice grip on Mateo's arm, Miles executed a perfectly timed kick, breaking Fisk's arm from the elbow and releasing his trapped counterpart. Arrgh! Fisk screamed in pain, his arm snapped in the opposite direction, a small piece of bone sticking out. Fisk staggered back, clutching his broken arm, the pain etched across his face. He scanned the battleground with widened eyes, realizing the grim reality unfolding before him. The once overwhelming force he had brought was now reduced to a scattered few, each falling under the precise gunfire of Uncle Aaron. Some didn't even know what hit them, too focused on assisting Kingpin with his fight against the Prowler. Regret gnawed at Fisk as he witnessed the demise of his soldiers. He berated himself for his impulsive decision to confront the Prowler without a proper backup force. But when their analysts gave him the location of a possible terrorist hideout, he was far too eager to wait for more soldiers, intent on capturing the Prowler to suck up to the president. The arrogance that led him here now left him isolated, and the realization crept in that he was outnumbered and outgunned. The remaining soldiers fell before his eyes, one by one, picked off by Uncle Aaron's precise shots. Fisk gritted his teeth, frustration bubbling within as he watched his once formidable soldiers crumble. Of course, Fisk's cold heart cared little for the fallen soldiers, focusing solely on his own predicament. Without his soldiers assisting him, or possibly even dying in his stead, he was left vulnerable. He couldn't shake the impending doom that loomed over him, an unsettling awareness that he might lose. And in his business, losing usually meant death. Mateo and Miles seamlessly worked together, a dynamic duo weaving through the chaos. Miles' agility and power was complemented by Mateo's quick thinking and tech, creating a dance of destruction that left Fisk on the defensive. The crescendo of combat reached its peak as Mateo reached into his belt and tossed a handful of marbles forward. Miles didn't know what his counterpart was up to, but he was there to assist nonetheless. Shooting 2 webs at Fisk, Miles pulled him toward the marbles, which seemed to activate due to the proximity, releasing an electric charge that spread, connecting every marble to one another. The lightning danced around Fisk, restraining and electrifying him at the same time. Ayawa! He screamed as the volts of electricity coursed through his body, binding him on his knees. As Fisk was captured, Uncle Aaron took aim at the last soldier standing, squeezing his trigger, sending the poor guy back to his maker. The once formidable force that accompanied Fisk was reduced to nothing more than lifeless bodies on the cold, unforgiving ground. Fisk, now devoid of his protective forces and restrained in a net of electricity, grit his teeth in pain as he stared up at Mateo, who walked up to him, removing his mask in the process. "So. That's what you look like." "Ugh." Miles, catching his breath, looked at Peter with a proud grin. Guess the show's over, huh? Peter nodded with a satisfied smile. Looks like it. Good work everyone, he said, his snacks and chair disappearing as he walked over. Fisk looked up at Mateo's hate-filled face, a spark of recognition flickering in his eyes. Ugh, aren't you that traitorous police captain's kid, he sneered, his voice straining from the pain. Mateo, fists clenched, glared down at Fisk. So, you remember my father, he questioned sharply, his voice edged with anger and grief. How am I supposed to forget him? Kingpin retorted, sneering under the continued electrocution. It's not every day I get the pleasure of facilitating a state-sanctioned execution of a police captain. What? Did the big mean government kill your daddy? Is that why you became a terrorist? He taunted, his words a cruel twist of mockery. Oh. Now everything makes sense. Peter put all of the pieces together. Enraged by Fisk's callous remarks, Mateo's eyes burned with fury. Without hesitation, he reached into his belt, pulling out a gleaming knife. In a swift motion, he plunged the blade deep into Fisk's left eye, the knife sinking deep into the criminal mastermind's skull. Wait. Stop. Watching in alarm, Miles tried to rush in and stop Mateo, but it was too late. The blade was already buried in Fisk's head, and a gasp of finality escaped the crime lord general's lips. The electrocution was swift, leaving Fisk's lifeless form restrained on the ground. Silence hung heavy in the aftermath of Mateo's swift and brutal act. The battlefield, once filled with chaos, now witnessed a chilling stillness as the reality of Fisk's demise settled in. Mateo, breathing heavily, staring down at the fallen crime lord. The weight of his actions lingered in the air, a mix of vengeance and justice that left a bitter taste in his mouth. A/N, 1,800 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 656, C656 Death of Captain Jefferson Davis, 1/2. Police car light insert oblivious GIF/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. Miles stared at Mateo with disbelief and anger etched on his face. Hey, what the hell was that? You killed him. He was defenseless, he exclaimed, the intensity of the situation resonating in his voice. Mateo, still catching his breath, turned to face Miles, his expression unwavering. Defenseless. He destroyed my family, Miles. He helped the government kill my father, he shot back, the fire in his eyes matching the anger in his tone. F***ck off back to your own universe with your goody two-shoes nonsense. Miles shook his head, frustration evident in his voice. Justice is one thing, but executing a defenseless man is another. We're not supposed to be like that. I'm not you. So stop it with this we CRP. There is no we. Just me and you. Mateo argues back, gesturing to the dozens of dead bodies surrounding them. Look around you. This is the real world. This is my life. I'm sorry, but not all of us get to live in AF King fairy tale. As the two versions of Miles Morales clashed in a war of words, Uncle Aaron emerged from the building, his eyes immediately locking onto Mateo. Pushing past Miles, he enveloped Mateo in a tight embrace, offering silent comfort to his grieving nephew. Instantly, the tension in Mateo's shoulders eased as he leaned into his uncle's hug. We got him, Uncle Aaron. We finally got him, Mateo whispered, his voice carrying a mix of relief and sorrow. Uncle Aaron, still holding Mateo, nodded solemnly. I know, he replied, the weight of the moment sinking in as he felt the emotional release from Mateo. Meanwhile, Miles, observing the tender moment between uncle and nephew, began to question his earlier beratement. The history and pain that Mateo carried were evident, and maybe, just maybe, Miles shouldn't have been so quick to snap at him. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, Miles turned to find Peter standing beside him. Miles, sometimes the line between right and wrong isn't as clear as we'd like it to be. The world isn't just black and white, good and bad. It's a mix of grays, some darker or lighter than others. Even your universe is like that, you just haven't realized it yet. Miles' brows furrowed as Peter continued. I know you never really took my advice when it came to killing your enemies, and I respect that. After all, it's your decision to live however you want to. To make your own mistakes and learn from them along the way, but you have to learn to respect other people's choices as well. Miles absorbed Peter's words, conflicted emotions swirling within him. Peter had always been his mentor, but this was a perspective Miles had done his best to fight him on. It challenged his fundamental beliefs about the sanctity of life. While still grappling with the newfound uncertainty, Miles watched as Mateo and Uncle Aaron separated from their embrace, spotting a few stray tears dripping down his cheeks, which were swiftly wiped away. What are you looking at? Mateo snapped at Miles, clearly embarrassed. Nothing. Miles looked away, showing a bit more courtesy than he did only moments ago. Suddenly, the distant wail of police sirens pierced the air, causing Uncle Aaron to click his tongue in annoyance. Shit, someone must have called in the gunshots, he muttered, glancing around the scene of the intense battle. Mateo's eyes widened as he looked up at the towering abandoned building, his secret hideout filled with essential gear and personal belongings. He turned to his uncle, urgency in his voice. We can't just leave. I need my gear, and our DNA and fingerprints are all over the place. They'd find us by the end of the day. Uncle Aaron nodded in agreement, recognizing the gravity of the situation. We've got to dash. As they exchanged worried glances, Peter interjected confidently, I got it. He snapped his fingers, receiving confused from both Mateo and Uncle Aaron. But soon enough, their confusion turned to shock as they watched all of their supplies, tech, and belongings come flying out of the broken window above. The items hovered in a single file like towards Peter before disappearing, leaving Mateo and his uncle dumbfounded. How are you doing that? Mateo asked. Peter grinned and replied, magic. But where is it going? Uncle Aaron asked, a bewildered look on his face. Peter simply pointed to his necklace. It's stored in here. Mateo, still confused, asked once again, but how? Peter's response was the same, magic. Laughter bubbled up within Peter as he saw the dumbfounded looks on their faces. Miles, recalling his initial reaction to Peter's magic, joined in the laughter, adding a lightness to the tense atmosphere. With all their belongings gathered, Peter extended his hand, and a bright flame appeared in his palm. Surprising Mateo and Uncle Aaron yet again, Peter tossed the ethereal flame into the abandoned building, and it swiftly caught fire, consuming the structure in a matter of seconds, smoke billowing up into the sky. As the flames danced and flickered, casting an eerie glow on their faces, Peter gestured towards the scattered dead bodies. Do you want to leave them behind like this? Or should I dispose of them too? Mateo, staring down at Kingpin's lifeless form for a moment, finally spoke, just leave them. He wanted to see how the government would react to one of its loyal dogs getting killed like this. Peter, hearing the sound of police sirens getting closer, waved his fingers and opened a shimmering portal. He stepped through before turning and gesturing for the others to follow suit. Miles, familiar with Peter's mystical transportation, moved confidently toward the portal. Mateo and Uncle Aaron, however, exchanged uncertain glances. Mateo voiced his hesitation, hesitantly inching closer to them. Is that a portal? Peter chuckled, offering a reassuring smile. Yeah, now come on. We don't have much time. As the nephew and uncle hesitantly stepped into the portal, spurred forward by the sound of enclosing police vehicles, the portal snapped shut behind them. Simultaneously, a line of cop cars descended upon the scene just in time to witness the abandoned building collapse in a fiery spectacle. The law enforcement officers, responding to a gunshot call, expected to find some idiot shooting targets in or around the abandoned buildings here. But instead, they were greeted by a chaotic scene. The burning remnants of the building, mixed with the bodies of military personnel, including a high-ranking general, left them bewildered. This was far more than a normal crime scene. Stepping out of the shimmering portal, Mateo and Uncle Aaron found themselves standing in Mateo's bedroom back at home, the soft glow of the portal fading behind them. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips as the immediate threat of police pursuit dissipated. Miles, glancing around the room, couldn't help but marvel at the similarities and differences between Mateo's living space and his own. Breaking the silence, he whispered, "Is Mom home?" The curiosity in his voice revealed his concern about facing an awkward encounter with a version of his own mother. Mateo turned to Miles, correcting him with a stern expression. "She's my mom, not yours. And she's at work. Usually heads straight to the hospital after her shift at the convenience store." The tension in the room lingered as the two interacted. Feeling the weight of his earlier confrontation with Mateo, Miles hesitated before extending an apology. "Look, I'm sorry about earlier, man." The sincerity in his voice carried an earnest desire to mend their strained interaction. As Miles began his apology, Peter sensed the need for privacy and gracefully exited the room, casually stating, "I'm just going to grab some water from the kitchen." Uncle Aaron, discerning Peter's intentions and wary of a stranger wandering through his sister-in-law's house, followed him. "I'll show you where the kitchen is," he said, leading the way. In the kitchen, Peter found a clean glass in the cabinet and moved to fill it from the tap, but Aaron intervened. "Careful with that tap water. It's full of pollutants," he warned, his eyes narrowing with concern. Nodding appreciatively, Peter turned off the tap and placed the glass down, realizing he was no longer thirsty. "I guess we have Centurion to thank for that." "Centurion?" Aaron repeats questioningly. "He's your president. That's the name he goes by in the Council of Kangs." Peter explained briefly. Seeing that Aaron still looked confused, Peter continued. "Just think of the government that you're currently dealing with, but infinitely worse. That's the Council of Kangs." "I see. Nodding in slight understanding, Aaron walks over to the fridge and pulls out a bottle of water, handing it over to Peter. Thanks. Peter took the bottle, placing it down for a moment as his curiosity getting the better of him. Do you mind telling me about Mateo's dad? What happened, and why was he executed by the government? The gravity of the question hung in the air. Aaron sighed heavily, his expression shifting to one of sorrow. My brother was working with a secret task force investigating the president. I don't know what they were looking into, just that it was big. He never disclosed the specifics, always by the book when it came to his cop work. Aaron took a long breath, preparing himself for what's to come, before continuing. A week into the investigation, Fisk and his military convoy surrounded the apartment and forcefully abducted him under the guise of national security. Of course, he didn't try to resist since both Rio and Miles, Mateo, were home. He didn't want them to get hurt. His voice seemed to choke up as he kept going. The next day, the president held an emergency broadcast at the White House, where they labeled my brother and the rest of his task force as traitors to the country before executing them one by one. Jeff was the last to die. He just barely managed to tell Rio and Miles, Mateo, that he loved them before they decapitated him on live television. Did they? Peter tried to ask a question, but Aaron answered him without even hearing it. Yeah. Miles, Mateo, and Rio watched it live like everyone else. The raw pain in Aaron's voice was hard to listen to. A/N, 1747 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 657, C657 Death of Captain Jefferson Davis, 2 halves. Police car light insert choking gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, a Bud 1, trophy, A/N, crown. While Peter and Aaron were talking in the kitchen, in Mateo's bedroom, the tension lingered between the two versions of Miles Morales. The air crackled with unspoken resentment, yet Miles pushed through, finishing his apology. I shouldn't have just started berating you like that, even if I don't necessarily like killing people. This isn't my universe, so I shouldn't have put my ideals on you. I'm sorry. Miles seemed truly remorseful, his apology lingering in the air. Mateo, arms crossed, met Miles' gaze with a look of annoyed reluctance. Apology accepted, I guess, he mumbled, feeling just how genuine his counterpart was being, though he couldn't completely mask his ongoing dislike of Miles. Miles, happy that his apology was accepted, decided to break the ice with a more personal question that had been gnawing at him for a while now. So, how did our dad die in this universe? He couldn't help but ask, his mind wandering to his own father. Once again, it's my dad. Not yours. Mateo's eyes narrowed, his discomfort evident as he hesitated before sighing deeply. And it's not a story that I exactly like telling, he admitted, his gaze drifting to a framed photo of his father on top of his desk. But I guess you'd still want to know anyway, huh? Yes please. Miles replied awkwardly. He didn't want to make Mateo relive everything, but he also felt as though he needed to know. After all, his father was meant to die as well, and he still worried that Peter's protection wouldn't be enough. Sighing in annoyance, Mateo took a seat at the edge of his bed. I thought so. As he began recounting the painful memories, Mateo's voice wavered, each word carrying the burden of the past. My dad was one of the best cops you'd ever meet, and because he was so good, he was recruited into a special task force. Flashback. The Morales family was gathered in their cozy apartment, the aroma of freshly fried empanadas wafting through the air as dinner preparations were in full swing. Mateo's mother, Rio, hummed a tune while expertly maneuvering around the kitchen. His father, Jefferson Davis, sat at the kitchen table, engrossed in some leftover paperwork. Across from him, Mateo swiped through his phone, eagerly awaiting his favorite meal. This harmonious atmosphere was abruptly shattered by the distant roar of military vehicles surrounding their apartment building. The noise grew louder, accompanied by the sharp barks of soldiers screaming orders. It was as if the building itself was under attack, triggering a collective sense of curiosity and concern within the Morales family. Drawn to the windows, they witnessed the unsettling scene unfolding outside. Soldiers, armed to the teeth, took strategic positions, led by a massive figure unmistakably identified as Wilson Fisk. Fisk's imposing presence stirred a sense of dread, especially for Jefferson Davis, who recognized Fisk from a time when he wielded significant influence in New York City, before he somehow became a general in the army. Turning to his father, Mateo couldn't contain his worry. What's going on, Dad? Why is the military here? His voice trembled with a mixture of confusion and fear. His mother, trying to remain optimistic, suggested, maybe it's just a training exercise or something. They do these things, right? Despite her attempt to dismiss the tension, uncertainty lingered in the air. Jefferson Davis, however, wasn't swayed by false hope. Anxiety etched his face, and he hesitated before speaking, his tone serious and low. This doesn't feel right. As they watched the military presence intensify outside, General Fisk's voice boomed through a megaphone, sending chills down their spines. Jefferson Davis, come out with your hands up. Give yourself up peacefully, and no one has to get hurt. The gravity of the situation sank in, a knot tightening in the pit of Mateo's stomach. The question of why the military was targeting his father lingered, though the look he saw in his father's face, which reflected a mix of realization and fear, told him that his father had at least a clue as to why this was happening. Turning to his father, Mateo wanted to ask what was going on, but his mother beat him to it. Jeff, what's happening? Why are they here for you? Rio's voice held a tremor of fear as she desperately sought answers, confused as to why the military would be arresting a decorated and respected police captain. Jefferson stood there, shock etched across his features. His mind seemed to grapple with the sudden, unforeseen intrusion of military forces into their ordinary lives. He opened his mouth to respond, but the words seemed to escape him, leaving an unsettling silence in the room. Rio's voice grew more desperate as she repeated her questions, her tone rising with each plea for information. Mateo felt a knot tighten in his stomach as he watched his father, hoping for some reassurance or explanation. As Fisk's voice echoed through the megaphone once more, threatening to escalate the situation, Jefferson snapped out of his momentary paralysis. He heard the ultimatum. Surrender peacefully or face a potential storming of the building, which would put his family in danger. A defeated look crossed Jefferson's face, resignation settling in. Without a word, he pulled both his son and wife into a tight embrace, holding them as if trying to imprint the warmth of the moment into their memories. The weight of unspoken sorrow hung heavy in the air. I'm so sorry. I know this is going to be hard for you two from now on, but I know you'll be just fine without me, Jefferson whispered, his voice laden with a mix of sorrow and determination. I love you both so much. More than you'll ever know. The sincerity in his eyes conveyed a depth of emotion that resonated within the confined space of their apartment. He gave his bewildered wife a quick kiss before focusing on Mateo. Take care of your mother, okay? I know it's sudden, but I have no doubt that you can do it. After all, you're my son. Tears forming in his eyes, Mateo frantically asked, what's going on? Why is this happening? Why? Why does it feel like you're saying goodbye forever? Rio joined in, holding her husband's arm as she pleaded, why are they here for you? What did you do? Jefferson simply smiled down at them, a sad, melancholic look on his face. You don't have to worry about that. Just live your lives to the fullest and don't let this drag you down. He refrained from divulging the specifics, fearing that knowledge might jeopardize the safety of his family. With one last tight hug, Jefferson turning away, marching resolutely toward the door to give himself up. Rio and Mateo tried to stop him, calling out for him to stay, but their pleas fell on deaf ears. The door closed, leaving them alone and helpless, their eyes glued to the window as they watched him step out of the building, hands raised in surrender. After his father was taken away by the military, Mateo and his mother were left alone, but that didn't mean they gave up on him. No, instead, they called everyone they could, from elected officials to the police commissioner himself, they explained everything and asked for help, yet the answers they received weren't fruitful. Over and over, they were told that they'd look into it, but no one ever called back. They spent more than 24 hours without sleep trying to get just a modicum of help, constantly making calls to whoever they could, but no one had an answer to their questions, nor a solution to their problems. And finally, just as they were about to get some sleep, suddenly, they got calls and texts from just about every friend and family member, telling them to turn on the TV. And so they did, confused as they may be. On the TV, broadcasted on every channel was the President of the United States, Nathaniel Richards. Instantly, hope filled both Mateo and his mother as they thought that maybe, just maybe, their calls had made an impact and the President was notified. They thought that the President would explain what happened and set things straight, releasing Jefferson back to them. But their hopes were crushed the second the President opened his mouth. My fellow Americans, today, we have uncovered a dangerous cell of traitors, terrorists who sought to undermine the very fabric of our nation. These individuals plotted against not just me, but the safety and security of every citizen in this great country. Mateo and his mother were shocked, as they had no idea what was going on. At first, they didn't believe that this had anything to do with their situation, as Police Captain Jefferson Davis was most certainly not a traitor or a terrorist for that matter. But then something truly shocking happened. The camera widened, showing a line of haggard, kneeling prisoners, each of them seemed to have gone through some sort of torturous interrogation before this broadcast. Mateo and his mother's eyes widened as they saw Jefferson among the kneeling traitors, cuts and bruises all over his body. Fear and worry gripped their hearts as they watched. The President continued. These are the traitors who conspired against our nation. Their vile plans have been foiled, and justice will be served. Let this be a stern warning to anyone who dares threaten the sanctity of our democracy. A satisfied look on his face, the president declared that these traitors shall be put to death for their heinous crimes, and as he finished speaking, gunshots went off, killing each of them one by one. Mateo and his mother watched in horror as they all died, one after the other. Until finally, it was Jefferson's turn. Mateo's father looked up at the camera, a sad smile on his face as he mouthed the words, "I love you," before a barrage of bullets impacted his chest and skull, killing him immediately. Mateo and his mother cried, their faces damp with tears of horrified anguish. The broadcast ended, leaving them in a chilling silence, the weight of tragedy settling over their souls. Flashback end. The weight of the revelation hung in the air, casting a somber shadow over the room. In the quiet aftermath, Miles struggled to find the right words, a mix of sorrow and empathy etched across his face. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked. No, it's fine. Mateo shook his head, his eyes slightly damp as he looked over at Miles. Cherish the time you have with your father, because you really don't know how good you have it. I will. I promise. Miles nods as a thought entered his head. Wait, how do you know about Dad's task force? You said he didn't tell you. Walking over to the picture of his father, on his desk. Opening the back, he pulled out a small thumb drive, plugging it into his computer. Take a look at this. A/N, 1852 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 658, C658 Frozone. Static shock. Police car light insert pay to win gift/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. After plugging the flash drive in, Mateo turned to Miles, a mixture of determination and sadness in his eyes. This is what my dad left behind, he said as the computer booted up. He hid it well, so no one could find it. Even the government agents who came to take his stuff didn't find it. I stumbled upon it a few days after his funeral. Miles looked at the small device with curiosity and concern. What's on it, he asked, wondering what kind of evidence could make the President of the United States of America execute a police captain on live television. Taking a deep breath, Mateo's fingers danced along the keyboard, navigating through a series of encrypted folders until he found what he was looking for. This, he began, gesturing to the screen, is the evidence my dad and his task force were gathering. As the files opened, a cascade of documents, images, and videos unfolded before their eyes. Mateo explained, since his first term, Richards has been siphoning money and resources from America, destroying the economy by raising taxes to historic levels, completely destroying social programs, causing irreparable damage to our environment, and worst of all, he's started 7 different wars since he was elected, with more to come, no doubt. After all, it's not just the United States that has resources and money. Miles watched with wide eyes as Mateo brought up all sorts of documents, many of them classified, proving all of his claims. From the very public things, like taxes and social programs, to the more secretive documents, showing government-sanctioned pollution, logs of embezzlement, and purposeful goading of foreign nations to incite wars. Mateo's eyes flickered with anger as he continued, but that's not all, there's even evidence of assassinations all across the world, many of which were orchestrated here in the United States. As Mateo says this, he clicks on a video file, which opens and plays instantly, showing a live video of Donald Trump stood on the stage of a mega rally. He stood on the stage, surrounded by cheering fans, a red hat atop his head, stating "Make America Great Again." Seconds into the video, a gunshot is heard and Trump collapses off the stage, a bloody hole in the middle of his forehead. As the video ended, Mateo spoke, that was Donald Trump, he was Richard's biggest rival during his first campaign for presidency, 20 years ago. His death can be linked back to people under the current president. Miles watched in disbelief as the evidence painted a grim picture of the president's actions. Wait. Did you say 20 years ago? How is he still president? Isn't there a limit? Nope, not anymore. Mateo dejectedly shook his head side to side. During his second term, he pushed a bill through the Senate that changed the term limits. Instead of 4-year terms with 2 being the limit for a single person, it's 10-year terms with no limit, meaning he can run for president as many times as he wants. He's practically made himself the king of America. Miles' eyes widened at the revelation. How has no one revolted against him? Mateo sighed solemnly. He's manipulated the system, silenced opposition, and ensured that he faces no consequences by framing other people for his crimes. His mood suddenly turned somber as he continued. It also helps that everyone who's ever even attempted to do anything against him has been killed, the last of which was my father and his task force, who were killed on live TV. The weight of the truth sank in for Miles. So, he made our dad an example for anyone else brave or stupid enough to stand up to him. Mateo nodded, doing his best to ignore the fact that Miles keeps claiming his father as his own. Yes, my father knew the potential dangers, but he chose to do what's right, and this is where it got him. He emphasized the words, my father, hoping to make it clear once again for Miles. Miles clenched his fists, anger simmering beneath the surface. We can't let him get away with this. We need to expose him, bring justice for our dad and everyone else he's hurt. He said, completely ignoring Mateo's subtle correction about his father. Mateo nodded in agreement. That's why I'm showing you this. It seems like you guys are here for him. He says, pausing for a moment, as if contemplating something. We need to work together. I'm willing to share all of this info with Peter, but I want in on whatever you guys have planned. Miles saw no problem with that and nodded his head. Okay, I don't see a problem with that, but you'll have to get Peter's approval first. Sure, he can tag along. Suddenly, Peter's voice sounded by the door, drawing their attention. Relieved that he wasn't pushed away, Mateo adds, one more thing. He says, causing Peter and Miles to raise a curious brow in his direction. I don't care how you go about getting or doing whatever it is you're here to do, but I need to make one thing clear. Mateo paused, his hard stare glancing between both Peter and Miles. The president is mine. I'm the one who'll end his life. He said, his eyes turning to Miles before a warning left his mouth. Don't get in my way. Hearing this, Peter couldn't help but warn him, you may not know this, but the man you want to kill is far stronger than you realize. He said, gesturing to counterpart. If you can't even beat Miles in a fight, then you stand no chance against a Kong. Mateo's eyes narrowed at Peter's warning, his resolve unshaken. I appreciate the concern, but he needs to pay for what he's done, and I'll be the one to make that happen, he insisted, his voice tinged with determination. Peter sighed, shaking his head in disbelief. Mateo, you don't understand. Kangs are on a whole other level. It's not even about physical strength, it's about intellect, technology, strategy. Even if you manage to get close, his defenses are impenetrable for someone of your level. Peter quickly continued before he could be interrupted by the unhappy prowler. Don't get me wrong, for a kid without any powers, you've done well to build yourself up with training and technology as a support, but compared to a Kang's technology, your gadgets look like a child's toys. Mateo's confidence wavered, his earlier bravado faltering in the face of Peter's warnings. But I have to do this. For my father. He protested, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Peter's expression softened, sympathy evident in his eyes. I get it, Mateo. I really do. But you need to understand the reality of the situation. You're not equipped to take on someone like Centurion. Mateo's brow furrowed in frustration. Then what am I supposed to do? Just sit back and let him get away with everything. Peter smirked, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Oh, I'm not saying that. I have a plan. But it involves a little enhancement. Mateo's interest peaked, curiosity overshadowing his doubts. Enhancement? What do you mean? With a flourish, Peter produced a small vial filled with a mysterious blue liquid. This, he explained, holding it out for Mateo to see, is a special serum called Compound V. If you're lucky, it'll give you a useful superpower or two, but don't think it'll be easy. There's a considerable amount of pain involved with the process. Mateo hesitated for only a moment before reaching out to take the vial, grasping it tightly in his hand, determination burning bright in his eyes. I'll do it. Whatever it takes to bring him down. Just as Mateo was about to take the vial, the door swung open, revealing Aaron, his uncle, standing in the doorway, a stern expression on his face. Hold on just a minute, he interjected, his voice laced with concern. You're not seriously considering letting Peter inject you with whatever that is, are you? We don't even know what it is. Mateo squared his shoulders, meeting his uncle's gaze head-on. I have to, Uncle Aaron. It's the only way I can make sure justice is served. Aaron's expression softened, a mixture of pride and worry in his eyes. I understand. But I can't let you risk your life like this. Peter stepped forward, his tone earnest. I don't remember saying that the serum would kill him, did I? It's just going to be a bit painful. His life won't be in any danger. I would never do anything to endanger him. This serum may be potent, but it's not lethal. It'll just sting, a lot. Mateo nodded in agreement, determination shining in his eyes. I'm willing to take the pain. With a heavy sigh, Aaron stepped forward and snatched the vial from Mateo's grasp. Hey. Aaron ignored his nephew as he rolled his sleeve up and holds his arm out, passing the vial back to Peter. Fine. But on one condition. I'll be testing it before it goes anywhere near my nephew. Sure. Peter shrugged in agreement. No. Mateo shouted immediately. What if it really does kill people? You can't just put your life in danger for me. Chuckling, Aaron patted his nephew on the shoulder, a confident look on his face. Now you understand how I felt. Mateo frowned as realized his uncle's point. Besides, I'll be fine. But you, on the other hand, have your mother to worry about. You can't just leave her, not after what happened with your father. She'd be devastated. Mateo couldn't find any words to argue with him. Although he wasn't happy about the whole situation, he'd go along with his uncle's plan. Best case scenario, they both get superpowers. Worst case scenario, his uncle dies. He better be okay. Mateo threatened, his eyes boring into Peter. Well, if you're so worried, I could just not give you guys superpowers. It's not like I have to. Peter, not so happy at the constant threats he's been getting, offered, smiling as he took the vial back. After all, he was giving them superpower. The least they could do is be a little bit grateful and respectful about it. No, I'm sorry. Mateo immediately realized his mistake. Just, please keep going. Sure. Peter forgave him fairly easily, turning to Aaron as he gestured to the bed. Lay down and keep your arm out. As Aaron complied, walking towards the bed, Peter conjured a syringe with a flick of his wrist, the vial of compound V in his other hand. With careful precision, he filled the syringe before turning to Aaron, who lay in bed, his arm held with a mix of determination and apprehension. Let's begin, shall we? Peter muttered, pressing the needle into Aaron's skin, and pushing the plunger until the syringe was emptied. As the serum entered Aaron's bloodstream, his body quickly started to convulse in agony, his muscles tensing and his screams echoing off the walls. Ayahawa. Mateo rushed to his uncle's side, gripping his hand tightly. Uncle Aaron, are you okay? Please, say something, he pleaded, his voice filled with worry. He'll be fine. This is expected. Peter reassured as he snapped his fingers, summoning straps that restrained Aaron to the bed, preventing him from thrashing about. Time seemed to crawl as Aaron's body continued to react to the serum, the pain gradually subsiding but leaving behind a chilling sensation that permeated the room. Mateo watched with a mixture of fear and hope as his uncle's breathing slowed and his body began to relax. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Aaron opened his eyes, his gaze unfocused as he took in his surroundings. What happened? He murmured, his voice weak and shaky. Before Peter or anyone else could respond, a sudden drop in temperature filled the room, causing Mateo to shiver involuntarily. He looked at his uncle in astonishment as a cold energy radiated from Aaron's body, chilling the air around them. After testing out his powers for a short while, Aaron marveled at the frost forming on his fingertips, a sense of wonder coursing through him as he tested the limits of his newfound abilities. He waved his hand through the air, sending icy tendrils spiraling outward, freezing small droplets of water suspended in the air. That's pretty cool. Peter commented, a grin spreading across his face as he watched Aaron manipulate the frozen air around them. You're kinda like Frozone from The Incredibles. Frozone? What's that? Aaron asked, furrowing his brow in confusion. Peter's grin faltered slightly as he realized his reference had fallen flat. Never mind. It's just a character from a movie. You guys don't have The Incredibles here. Both Aaron and Mateo shook their heads in unison, prompting Peter to let out a disappointed sigh. Well, never mind then. Just know that you basically have ice powers now. Eager to join his uncle in the realm of superpowers, Mateo wasted no time in strapping himself down onto the bed, his arm outstretched and ready for the injection. His eyes sparkled with excitement as Peter filled a new syringe with another dose of compound V, his anticipation palpable. Are you ready for this, Mateo? Peter asked. Mateo nodded eagerly, his gaze fixated on the syringe in Peter's hand. Yes, I'm ready. Let's do this. With a steady hand, Peter injected Mateo with the serum, his heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. As the liquid entered Mateo's bloodstream, a surge of pain rippled through his body, causing him to writhe in agony, just like his uncle did only moments ago. Hang in there, Mateo. Aaron called out, his voice filled with concern as he watched his nephew struggle against the effects of the serum. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly for Mateo as he endured the excruciating transformation, his screams echoing off the walls of the room. But just as suddenly as it had begun, the pain began to fade, leaving behind a sense of euphoria as Mateo slowly regained control of his body. As he opened his eyes, Mateo was greeted by a dazzling display of blue electricity crackling across his entire body, the energy surging with power and intensity. With a burst of electrical discharge, the straps restraining him were incinerated, along with a sizable portion of the bed beneath him. Miles and Aaron watched in astonishment as Mateo stood, his body pulsating with raw energy. Whoa. Miles muttered. A/N, 2,480 words long. Boy, smiley face. Frozone powers for Uncle Aaron and static shock powers for Mateo. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 659, C659 testing powers before setting off. Police car light insert minions GIF/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. Later that day, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the cityscape, Peter and Miles stood on the edge of the mirror dimension, observing Mateo and his uncle Aaron as they practiced their newfound powers. The secluded landscape provided them with the perfect training ground, free from the prying eyes of the outside world. Mateo stood atop his apartment building, summoning arcs of electricity, crackling and dancing across his body, shooting bolts of lightning with a flick of his fingers. Nearby, Aaron focused his concentration, sending waves of frost spiraling outward, encasing nearby objects in a layer of shimmering ice. With each passing moment, Mateo and Aaron grew more accustomed to their abilities, honing their control and understanding of their newfound powers. Peter watched closely, taking mental notes of their progress and cataloging the range and scope of their abilities. As Aaron demonstrated his abilities, freezing puddles of water and even conjuring intricate ice sculptures with a flick of his wrist, Peter couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. He had expected Aaron's powers to mirror those of Frozone when they first appeared, and he was pleased to see that his assumptions were correct. Meanwhile, Mateo's powers proved to be more complex than initially anticipated. While he displayed an impressive command over electricity, Peter noted subtle nuances in his abilities, hinting at a deeper connection to electromagnetism. As Mateo focused his concentration, a faint hum filled the air as nearby metal objects began to levitate, responding to his subconscious commands. Peter watched with keen interest, intrigued by the potential applications of Mateo's unique abilities. However, despite the progress they had made, Peter knew that mastering their powers would require time and dedication. Mateo's abilities, in particular, seemed to hold untapped potential, waiting to be unlocked through trial and experimentation. He could do a lot with electromagnetism. Peter thought, though he knew it would take time for Mateo to discover and fine-tune every ability that came with his powers. But for now, all he could do was produce and control electricity, and levitate metal objects. With a satisfied nod, Peter made a mental note to continue training sessions with Mateo after this, helping him harness his newfound abilities to their fullest potential. "Do you really think he can beat Centurion?" Miles asked as he watched his counterpart practice. "I mean, I've never seen a Kong before, but from what you've told me, they sound like boogeymen or something. Are you sure he can do it?" Giving Mateo a scrutinizing look, Peter hesitantly shook his head. "No, he's still not strong enough." Miles frowned, expecting that answer. "So, how are we going to break it to him?" "We don't." Peter replied simply. "He wouldn't listen anyway." "Would you listen to us if it was your dad that was killed?" he asked, receiving a complicated look in return. "See, you two are more alike than you realize." "I never thought we were different." Miles grumbled. "But he does," Peter said, glancing back at Mateo. Miles nodding sadly beside him. "Yeah. Don't take it too hard. He's had it rough and then you show up, a version of himself with a life he would kill for. Just give him time and I'm sure he'll come around." Peter patted Miles on the back, reassuring him. "Anyway, we're getting off topic. As I was saying, he's too focused on avenging his dad, which is why we'll have to watch his back." Miles nodded as they descended into silence once again, but that silence was quickly shattered as Miles spoke, an imploring tone to his voice. "You know, if you would just bring back his dad, then that would solve our problems. He wouldn't be jealous of me anymore." Instantly, a complicated frown dawned Peter's face. "That's easier said than done, Miles," he replied as he turned to watch Mateo working hard to master his powers. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the mirror dimension, Peter called an end to the day's training session. With a sense of accomplishment, he turned to Mateo and Aaron, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Great job today, guys," Peter said, his voice filled with pride. "You're both making excellent progress, and I have no doubt that you'll master your powers in no time." Mateo and Aaron exchanged a glance, a sense of determination shining in their eyes. With newfound level of confidence, they nodded in agreement, seemingly bolstered by their new superpowers. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the two UB and nephew turned sheepish, causing both Peter and Miles to raise their brows in confusion. "Peter, we just wanted to thank you for everything," Mateo said, his voice filled with sincerity. "We wouldn't have these incredible powers if it weren't for you." Aaron nodded in agreement, his gaze meeting Peter's with a sense of appreciation. "Yeah, we owe you a lot. And we're sorry for doubting and being suspicious of you." Peter waved off their apologies with a casual shrug. "Hey, no hard feelings. I get it. We didn't exactly have the best first impressions either, so don't worry about it." After all, they were found spying on Mateo's mother. Mateo and Aaron exchanged a glance, a sense of relief washing over them. "Thanks, Peter. We really appreciate it," Mateo said, his voice filled with genuine gratitude. With a nod of acknowledgement, Peter clasped their shoulders in a gesture of camaraderie. "Anytime," he said as he turned around and waved his hand, opening a shimmering gold portal. Now, I think we've waited long enough. Let's go hunt down the President of the United States. He laughed in amusement as the followed behind him, determined and ready for revenge. As they left the mirror dimension and returned to the bustling city beyond, Peter couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement. Hopefully, Centurion hasn't actually run away. As Peter and the group stepped out of the shimmering gold portal onto the rooftop of Mateo's apartment building, the cool evening breeze greeted them. Mateo glanced at the setting sun, a pang of realization hitting him. "Wait, guys, can you give me a moment?" he asked, turning to Peter and the others. "I need to say goodbye to my mom. She should be back from work by now." Peter nodded understandingly. "Of course, Mateo. Take your time," he replied, offering a reassuring smile. Aaron followed Mateo inside, concern etched on his features. He wanted to make sure Mateo would be okay and wouldn't reveal too much, especially considering the daunting task that lay ahead of them. Meanwhile, curious and worried for this universe's version of his mother, Miles stepped off the side of the building, walking down the side towards his counterpart's apartment, intending to peek through the windows for a second time. Sighing, Peter followed after Miles as they reached the right floor. Peering through the window, they saw Rio sitting at the kitchen table, surrounded by a stack of bills labeled overdue. She looked weary and worn out, in dire need of a good night's sleep and a week-long vacation, at the least. Moments later, Mateo entered the apartment, followed closely by his uncle Aaron. "Mom. Are you home?" he called out. Instantly, Rio hid the overdue bills as his expression turned stern, her eyes landing on her son. "Miles Mateo Morales, is there something you want to tell me?" she asked, her tone firm. Confusion flickered across Mateo's face as he shook his head. "No, Mom, everything's fine," he replied hesitantly. Rio raised an eyebrow, revealing that she had received a call from Mateo's school, informing her of his absence. She began to scold him for skipping school. Realizing he hadn't attended school due to recent events, Mateo apologized to his mother, who demanded to know why he hadn't gone. Mateo hesitated, scrambling for an excuse, but Aaron stepped in, explaining, "He was with me, Rio." Rio redirected her frustration towards Mateo's uncle, demanding, "Why did you think it was okay to keep him from school? You should know better." Mateo intervened, confessing, "I was already skipping when Uncle Aaron found me, Mom. He took me home. He then promised, I won't skip again. I'm sorry." As the tension dissipated, Mateo gave his mother a surprisingly strong hug, leaving her perplexed. "I love you, Mom," he said softly, unable to say anything about his plans. After all, she would definitely freak out if she learned that he planned to kill the president, even if she hates the piece of sh*t just as much as he does. Rio's brow furrowed in confusion, but she returned her son's sentiment. "I love you too, Mijo. Just don't skip school anymore, okay? You had me worried. I won't. I promise." 10 minutes later, Miles and Aaron made their way back up to the rooftop, finding Peter and Mateo waiting for them. Peter glanced at them expectantly. "Are you both ready now?" he asked, his tone filled with determination. "Yeah, my mom is already asleep." Mateo nodded, a sense of resolve shining in his eyes as he tapped a button on his watch. Suddenly, his prowler suit activated, expanding to cover his entire body, including his face with a satisfying click of the mask. His uncle, Aaron, opted for a simpler approach, pulling on a ski mask to conceal his identity. With a nod from Mateo, they were both ready to proceed. Miles, wanting to maintain anonymity as revealing his identity would also reveal Mateo's, donned his mask as well, blending in seamlessly with the group. However, Peter chose not to hide his identity, knowing that this universe wasn't his own, and therefore, his face held no significance in the grand scheme of things. With a wave of his hand, Peter opened a shimmering portal, leading them straight into the heart of the White House. Stepping through one by one, they emerged into the Oval Office, their senses on high alert. Seeing that the room was empty, they prepared to start their search, but before they could make a move, a holographic figure materialized before them. It was Centurion, a confident smirk plastered on his smug face. "Finally, you took so long getting here. Do you know how long you've kept me waiting?" he asked, his eyes landing on Peter, ignoring everyone else. A/N, 1738 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 660, C660 Revelations and Earthquake edited. Police car light insert edgy gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. As the holographic image of Centurion flickered before them, Aaron and Mateo exchanged a glance, frustration evident in their clenched fists. The realization that their target was not physically present only fueled their determination to track him down. "He's hiding like a coward," Aaron muttered through gritted teeth, his eyes scanning the room for any sign of Centurion's whereabouts. Mateo nodded in agreement, his jaw set in determination. But where? Meanwhile, Peter couldn't resist a taunt as he locked eyes with the holographic projection. Afraid to face me, Centurion? He smirked. Well, I'll give you at least a little credit for leaving a hologram. I thought you'd have run off with your tail between your legs by now. Oh, I have. Centurion smirked back, unbothered as he met Peter's gaze. After all, why risk my neck when I can have others do my dirty work for me, he retorted smoothly, his tone dripping with arrogance. Peter chuckled, undeterred by Centurion's cowardice. Too scared to face the music, huh? Typical third-rate villain behavior. While he spoke with Centurion, Peter strode over to the wall where the hologram was being projected from. With a snap of his fingers, he tapped into the holographic projector, scanning for any trace of Centurion's hiding place, a spell circle hovering over the wall. Centurion's smirk widened as he observed Mateo's actions. Impressive, but do you really think you can find me that easily? Peter shrugged nonchalantly, a glint of mischief in his eyes. You never know until you try. After all, you can't hide forever, can you? With a knowing smile, Centurion turned his attention toward Mateo, a sly gleam in his eyes. Why hello there, Mr. Morales. Mateo's heart skipped a beat at the mention of his name, his mind racing with questions. How do you know who I am? He stammered, caught off guard as he's wearing his mask. Centurion's smirk grew more pronounced as he leaned back, reveling in Mateo's reaction. Oh, I've known about you for a while now, he replied cryptically, his tone dripping with malice. Mateo's pulse quickened at the implication that his identity had long been exposed to their enemy. Since when? Peter asked curiously, stealing the words straight out of Mateo's mouth. Centurion's laughter echoed through the room, sending a shiver down Mateo's spine. Oh, much longer than you realize, he taunted, his eyes locking onto Mateo's with an intensity that sent a chill down his spine. Ugh. Do you have to make it so creepy? Peter groaned in disgust. Don't tell me you were spying on him when he was a kid too. Centurion frowned, unable to answer that question. Taking his silence as an answer of its own, Peter couldn't help but groan again. So you're telling me that you've been spying on an underage boy, and you think it's a good idea to brag about that? As the words left Peter's mouth, Mateo's anger and disbelief morphed into disgust. He stared at Centurion, feeling the urge to say, stranger danger. Centurion's frown deepened, do not twist my words. I'm not twisting anything. Peter smirked, it's you who seem to be taking great pleasure in spying on children. He said as he turned to Aaron. Maybe we should call the police. I think he might need to be put on a list somewhere. Choosing to ignore Peter's taunting, Centurion turned to Miles, his smirk slowly returning. Oh, I see you've met your little doppelganger, he remarked casually, his tone condescending. How was that first meeting? Awkward, I'm sure. After all, he has your powers, right? How did it feel when you learned he stole them from you? Was it soul-crushing? Mateo seemed surprised. How do you know that? Because he's *Doffley Stalker. Peter spoke matter-of-factly, wiping the smirk straight off Centurion's face. Speaking of your powers, how are they? Centurion's hands gripped into fists as he continued to ignore Peter, his gaze turning to Miles once again. Everything working the way it should. No hairy spider legs growing anywhere. Truthfully, I didn't know how your body would react to the bite when I sent the spider over. You seem to be doing well though. As the truth sank in, Mateo's jaw tightened, his eyes narrowing at Centurion's taunting demeanor. You sent away the spider that was supposed to bite me, he accused, his voice laced with venom. Why? Because he's *Doffley Stalker. Peter nodded his head safely, as if he understood it all. A vein began to throb on Centurion's head, unable to contain himself any longer. Will you shut your *king mouth? He shouted, this is why I hate Spider-Man the most. You just don't know when to be quiet. It's so infuriating. Was it amusing when you killed my brother? Aaron's voice cut through the tension like a knife, his eyes blazing with fury as he confronted Centurion, tossing his mask aside, revealing his face. Peter couldn't help but laugh, pointing his finger at Centurion. You should see the looks on your face right now. Seeing the ridicule-filled smiles on his enemies' faces, Centurion was very close to snapping, his gaze falling on Mateo. You think this is funny, do you? I wonder if you'll still find it funny when you learn the real truth about your father's death. Mateo's blood ran cold, his mind reeling from the sheer cruelty of it all. What truth? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. You killed him. What more is there to know? Maybe your dad was investigating into his *dophilic tendencies. Peter commented. This is why I made sure there was no Spider-Man in my world. Centurion sighed, clearly fed up with Peter at this point. Are you going to reveal your big evil plan already? I'm starting to get bored. Peter whined, doing all he can to P*SS off Centurion. If you would stay quiet, then maybe I could. Centurion ground his teeth in frustration, annoyed that his big reveal was ruined. You see, I knew about the investigation into myself from the very beginning. But instead of putting an end to it, I decided to let it play out. After all, what's the harm in a little entertainment? He paused for a moment, a smirk forming on his lips, before continuing, and what would be more entertaining than recruiting your father into it? Centurion revealed, shocking the entire room. You didn't. Mateo muttered. Oh, I did. I mean, did you really think your father, a police officer from New York, was qualified to investigate me, the President of the United States of America? No, which is why it took a couple moles suggesting his name to get him involved. And then. Well, I'm sure you know the rest of the story, right? Miles's fists clenched at his sides. You sick B*****, he seethed, his voice trembling with barely contained rage. Mateo's blood ran cold at Centurion's callous admission. You monster, he whispered. Centurion's smirk widened into a cruel grin as he reveled in Mateo's anguish. Thank you for the compliments. You P***doffily. Peter added his own 2 cents, taking the wind out of Centurion's sails. Instantly, Mateo's resolve hardened like steel as he stared down his nemesis, his determination burning brighter than ever before. I'm going to kill you. I don't care how long it takes or how far I have to go to get it done. You will die. Centurion chuckled darkly, his eyes gleaming with malevolent delight. Oh, I look forward to it, he replied, his tone dripping with disdain. But for now, let's just enjoy the show, shall we? With a final smirk, Centurion turned to Peter. I wish you luck, Peter. You're going to need it. He warned as he vanished into thin air, leaving Mateo, Miles, and Aaron to grapple with the horrifying truth of his manipulation. A tense silence descended upon the room, broken only by the smoldering rage, which Centurion instigated before his departure. But just as everyone began to slowly calm down, a deep rumbling reverberated through the ground beneath their feet. Peter's eyes widened in alarm as he staggered slightly before immediately regaining his balance amidst the sudden tremors. Question mark. What's happening? Aaron exclaimed, his voice tinged with concern. Mateo's heart raced as he glanced around the room, his senses on high alert. I don't know, he replied grimly, his gaze narrowing as he braced himself against the shifting ground. Miles's expression mirrored Mateo's concern as he steadied himself against the wall, his mind racing with possibilities. This doesn't feel like a natural earthquake, he remarked, his voice laced with unease. Aaron's fists clenched tightly at his sides as he surveyed their surroundings, his eyes flashing with determination. Whatever it is, it can't be good, he growled, his voice thick with apprehension. As the tremors surged in intensity, causing objects to clatter and the walls to shudder, Peter shut his eyes, immersing himself in a heightened state of awareness that swiftly extended beyond the confines of the White House, reaching out to encompass the city, the states, the nation, and ultimately, the entirety of the planet. With his eyes going wide in astonishment, Peter swiftly grasped the alarming truth. The entire planet was in the grip of an earthquake, which was steadily rising in intensity, leaving him puzzled as to what the cause could be. A/N, 1,700 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 661, Important Announcement. Before getting into this, I want to emphasize, this does not mean I'm done with Spider-Man. Spider-Man will still be a significant part of my writing until I finish the story completely. So, please read through till the end. Now, onto the announcement. While I'm uncertain of everyone's reaction, I'm hoping for positivity all around. Truthfully, after nearly 700 chapters, I've hit a point of exhaustion with Spider-Man. It's been an incredible journey, but I'm feeling the need for a change. Hence, I've decided to adjust my schedule and pour more energy into the Star-Lord story I've been writing, which should be posted to Webnovel as this announcement goes out. Monday, 2 Star-Lord chapters. Tuesday, day off. Wednesday, 2 Star-Lord chapters. Thursday, 2 Spider-Man chapters ***. Friday, 2 Star-Lord chapters. Saturday, day off. Sunday, 2 Star-Lord chapters. I would usually take Thursday off, since I always write every other day, but I've decided to make it a Spider-Man writing day instead. Yes, I'll still dedicate 2 chapters a week to Spider-Man, including Webnovel who will get 2 chapters a week as well. You guys would get 2 chapters every week, probably on Fridays. Moreover, I'm excited to announce that the Star-Lord story is on Webnovel now. So, that's both exciting and nerve-wracking. Hopefully you guys give it a chance and enjoy what I've been cooking up. The new story is called, I'm Star-Lord, Star Wars Over. To those disappointed or frustrated by this change, please accept my apologies. I'm sorry, I truly am, but this has to be done for my own sanity. However, I'm eager to start on this newer story while still keeping Spider-Man in the mix, albeit less frequently. I know a lot of my patrons get excited whenever I write Star-Lord chapters, so I hope you all enjoy this new shift. I really hope this announcement hasn't dampened anyone's spirits or ruined anyone's day. I genuinely appreciate you guys, and truthfully, making this announcement is scary for me, because I don't know how you will all react. Anyway, thanks as always, and I'll see you guys in the new story, which is up right now. Chapter 662, C661 Peter vs. Tiamat, 1/3. Police car light A/N, 2 chapters as promised plus an extra because the fight is long, smiley face. Confusion gripped Peter as the world trembled around him, but that didn't last for long. Determined to uncover the cause, he delved his cosmic senses deep into the Earth's core, where he swiftly discovered a massive golden seed pulsating with energy. Attached to this seed was a colossal skeletal body made of metal, which was rapidly growing and morphing with each passing moment. What the? Peter's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed the skeletal form sprout tendons, muscles, and flesh made of molten lava, its movements sending shockwaves through the Earth. He realized this creature was the source of the seismic disturbances shaking the planet. Is that a celestial? Peter wondered as he felt the energy rolling off of the colossal being, his mind recalling the Eternals movie, which truthfully, he's forgotten about until now. This reminds me, I should check for any celestial seeds back home as well. Maybe I can use an unhatched seed to make something cool. No longer confused, as he knows what's happening now, Peter turned to his allies, their expressions filled with concern and fear. All right, listen up, he exclaimed, his voice urgent, drawing their attention. What do we do? Mateo asked, his voice tinged with apprehension. Peter's mind raced as he contemplated their next move. You guys are going to stay here and look for Centurion, or at least anything that he's left behind, he declared, his tone resolute. What about you? Miles asks worriedly. Peter smirked confidently at Miles' question as he waved his hand, opening a golden portal leading to the center of the Earth, where all of this shaking was originating from. Mateo, Miles, and Aaron peered through the portal, squinting against the intense light to glimpse the colossal figure of the Celestial taking shape. The sheer powerlessness they felt as they gazed at the god before them nearly sent them to their knees. I'll be dealing with that before it destroys the planet, Peter declared, gesturing into the portal. Anyway, good luck and try not to die if you run into Centurion. With a sense of dread, the group watched as Peter stepped through the portal, but before it closed behind him, he turned around, addressing his allies one last time. Oh, I almost forgot. Gesturing towards the wall behind them, Peter shot a beam of purple light from his fingertip, which whizzed between Miles and Mateo, nearly missing them as it impacted the wall, exploding on contact. Boom. Miles, Mateo, and Aaron's eyes widened in fear as the explosion went off behind them, smoke and debris filling the room. What the hell was that? Miles was about to complain, but the ferocity in his voice quickly disappeared as the smoke cleared, revealing a secret passage behind the wall, which was heavily fortified before Peter blew it wide open. That should be a good place to start. Peter commented as the portal began to close. Remember, don't die. He reminded them as the portal vanished, leaving them alone in the Oval Office. As Peter vanished, leaving a sense of apprehension in the air, suddenly, the doors were slammed open, and teams of heavily armed soldiers stormed in, their guns blazing without warning, the earth still shaking below their feet. Mateo, Miles, and Aaron ducked for cover, their hearts pounding in their chests as laser bullets whizzed past them. Now they decide to show up? Aaron shouted before activating his powers, transforming the floor into a slick sheet of black ice, causing the soldiers to lose their footing. Amidst the chaos, the soldiers began to slip and slide, their attempts to regain balance futile against the relentless shaking of the ground, which had now become slick and slippery. Seizing the opportunity, Mateo and Miles sprang into action, Mateo unleashing bolts of lightning from his hands while Miles used his webs to restrain the disoriented soldiers. With precise coordination, Mateo's lightning and Miles's webbing quickly subdued the soldiers, rendering them unconscious and immobilized. As the chaos subsided, the three intruders exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with determination as they all turned to the secret passage that Peter had opened for them. As Peter stepped into the cavernous center of the Earth, where the Celestial was taking shape, he couldn't ignore the remnants of a laboratory/workshop strewn across the area. The once pristine setup now lay in ruins, destroyed by the growing Celestial's emergence. Instantly recognizing the lab as belonging to Centurion, Peter wondered just how long his enemy had been cultivating this seed. This must be his biggest trump card. Determined to uncover any clues left behind, and make use of any leftover data for his own purposes, he decided to salvage what remained of the lab, knowing it might prove useful later. With a focused gaze, Peter tapped into his telekinetic abilities, levitating the broken pieces of equipment and debris towards him. With precision, he carefully pocketed the salvaged items into his storage necklace, planning to sift through it all later when he has some free time. As the remnants of Centurion's lab vanished into Peter's storage necklace, the cavern around him began to crack and tremble violently as rocks and other Debris fell from above, signaling the imminent emergence of the Celestial, which was now straining against the walls and ceiling, its body still growing. With a surge of adrenaline, Peter realized the urgency of the situation and sprang into action. He knew that if he wasn't fast, then a little worldwide earthquake would be the least of this planet's worries. Without hesitation, Peter disappeared in a blur of motion, reappearing atop the colossal Celestial's chest as it struggled to break free from its earthly confines. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Peter's mind as he knew that allowing the Celestial to emerge unchecked would spell disaster. Summoning all his strength, Peter conjured a massive portal beneath the Celestial, the swirling vortex stretched wide. With a determined expression, Peter unleashed powerful punch, driving the Celestial downward into the gaping maw of the portal. The force of Peter's blow was immense, sending shockwaves rippling through the cavern as the Celestial plummeted into the depths below. With a deafening roar, the Celestial disappeared into the darkness of the portal, its colossal form impacting a barren, rocky surface on the other side. As the dust settled and the tremors subsided, Peter let out a breath before following the giant through the portal, touching down on the surface of Mars, far away from any innocent lives. Across the world, as the earthquakes ravaged every nation, buildings collapsed and chaos took hold. For the normal citizens of the world it felt like the apocalypse had arrived, but suddenly, it all stopped out of nowhere. The earthquake that everyone thought would end the world disappeared just as swiftly as it arrived, calm returning to the planet. In the midst of the eerie silence, people looked around in disbelief, unsure of what had just transpired. Some whispered prayers of gratitude, while others simply stood in stunned silence, grateful for the unexpected reprieve. Back with Miles, Mateo, and Aaron, who were exploring the secret passage, they felt the earthquake stop and sighed in relief. "Looks like Peter did it," Miles remarked, a smile spreading across his face. Mateo nodded in agreement, his expression turning nervous. "Yeah, but do you think he can beat that thing?" he asked, a sense of fear welling up as he recalled what he saw through that portal. Miles' smile vanished, replaced by a contemplative look. "I think so." As they continued exploring, they came upon Centurion's lair, which was filled with all sorts of sleek technology. But most notably, as they appeared, another hologram of Centurion materialized before them. The hologram of Centurion regarded his surroundings with a cold, calculating gaze, his voice dripping with a sense of disappointment. "Ah, it seems like he was able to save the planet." He sneered, his image flickering slightly as he spoke. "No matter. He'll still have to face a Celestial of my own making." Miles clenched his fists, his jaw set in determination. "Is that what that thing is?" "A Celestial?" he asked, his voice firm despite the tension in the air. Mateo and Aaron stood beside him, curious to hear the answer. Centurion's hologram chuckled, noticing the presence of others in the room. "Oh, you're still here," he commented, his voice echoing through the chamber. "I forgot you existed for a moment, my apologies." Miles, Mateo, and Aaron clenched their fists, their jaws tightening as they resisted the urge to be provoked by Centurion's taunts. Nonetheless, Centurion relished their reactions, a wicked gleam in his eyes as he observed their responses. Seeing that his biggest threat was preoccupied, and the world wasn't about to end, Centurion turned his attention to the three intruders in his lair. "You know what," he remarked casually, his voice dripping with malice. "I have some free time." As he spoke, the hologram disappeared, leaving Miles, Mateo, and Aaron momentarily confused. But their confusion quickly turned to alarm as the real Centurion materialized before them in a flash of light, his smirk sending a shiver down their spines. "Why don't I kill you with my own hands?" "Yo!" Peter called out to the Celestial before him, who began to stand as its molten body solidified into what appeared to be a suit of golden armor, towering hundreds of feet tall. Its form is both alien and divine, pulsating with raw energy. Its 4 eyes, glowing with cosmic power, pierce through the darkness, while tendrils of energy emanate from its body, crackling with otherworldly force. Insert picture of Tiamat the communicator here. Feeling the immense power radiating from the Celestial before him, Peter couldn't help but marvel at its sheer magnitude. He's definitely stronger than Null. The thought of what Centurion had done to create such a formidable entity gnawed at his mind, stirring a mix of curiosity and concern. Putting his concerns aside for the moment, Peter stepped forward, hands raised in a gesture of peace. "Hey, big guy," he began, his voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through his veins. "I know things seem intense right now, but let's talk this out. Maybe we can find a way to work together." The Celestial's response was not what Peter had hoped for. Instead of words, a deafening scream erupted from its gaping metallic maw, accompanied by a blinding burst of light, which shot up from its throat, aimed directly at him. Aerg. Reacting on instinct, Peter leaped aside, narrowly avoiding the searing blast as it scorched the ground where he stood, creating a smoldering hole which tore through the entire planet before shooting back out the other side. Regaining his footing, Peter glanced back at the smoking hole that was created. "Not much of a communicator, are you?" A/N, 1816 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down. Don't forget to vote. Backhand index pointing down. Chapter 663, C662 Peter vs. Tiamat, 2/3. Not much of a communicator, are you? Peter commented, frustration knotting his brow as he faced the towering celestial, its metallic form crackling with raw power. He was fairly certain that Centurion's meddling had twisted the celestial's nature, robbing it of its innate wisdom and leaving only a mindless aggression in its wake. Although uncertainty lingered, Peter knew one thing for certain: words were useless against the celestial's fury. With a heavy sigh, he resigned himself to the inevitable clash, his mind already calculating strategies amidst the chaos. He would make a good addition to my shadows, Peter thought, a greedy gleam shining in his eyes. As the celestial loomed closer, its steps echoing like thunder, Peter braced himself for the impending clash. The ground shook beneath his feet with each heavy step of the towering entity, its metallic form casting an ominous glow on the barren planet. "Let's see how strong you really are," Peter shouted, his adrenaline spiking. With a swift movement, he launched himself into action, his spider sense tingling as he dodged the celestial's massive metal fist, the strike sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Acting quickly, Peter leaped up into the air and retaliated with a fist of his own, his body glowing in a purple light, empowering his every move. Boom. Unlike Peter, the mindless celestial didn't seem to be fast enough to dodge, or it just didn't have the brain power to understand that it was supposed to avoid attacks, because it didn't even flinch as Peter's fist connected, denting its chest armor and sending Tiamat staggering backwards. "Not so tough, are you?" Peter taunted, smirking up at the giant. The celestial roared in fury, its fiery eyes blazing with intensity as it swung its colossal arms frantically, aiming to crush Peter with its berserker mentality. Of course, Peter dodged over and over, returning some attacks here and there, but each dent or scratch that he managed to make in Tiamat's armored form seemed to disappear in a matter of seconds. Even his Phoenix fire-infused heat vision merely created a hole, which was filled in a minute later. And worst of all, despite his agility and precognition level senses, Peter found himself struggling to keep up with the relentless assault, each blow threatening to overwhelm him. "Is it just me, or is this F***er getting faster and faster?" he complained as he was chased by the mad berserker, who seemed to only grow stronger and faster as time went by. Mid-leap, Peter was in the middle of dodging when he suddenly sensed another incoming blow, his instincts screaming a warning as he attempted to evade, but it was too late. Tiamat's colossal hand swatted through the air, aiming to squash him like a bug. With no other recourse, Peter activated his phasing ability, intending to slip through the attack unscathed. But to his horror, Tiamat's hand shimmered with a golden energy, disrupting Peter's phasing as it connected with devastating force, sending him hurtling across the planet's surface. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the air, the force of the blow carving a deep furrow in the terrain as Peter's body crashed into a towering mountain miles away. Pain radiated through every fiber of his being as he struggled to regain his bearings, the taste of blood filling his mouth. As he staggered to his feet, Peter quickly healed as his gaze zoomed forward and locked onto Tiamat, a mix of anger and determination burning in his eyes. "Okay, you're definitely my strongest opponent yet. I'll give you that," he growled, watching as the giant began to sprint in his direction. Ignoring the throbbing ache in his body, which slowly lessened by the second, Peter launched himself back into the fray, his resolve unwavering. Gritting his teeth, Peter knew that he had to take it up a notch. With a surge of energy, his body underwent a radical transformation, his muscles bulging as he grew taller and broader, a vibrant red hue engulfing his form. His eyes blazed with an intense orange light, matching the fiery aura pulsating around him, blending with the remnants of his previous purple cosmic energy. Feeling the power coursing through him, Peter let out a primal roar, shaking the ground beneath him as he confronted the rampaging celestial. "Spidey smash," he bellowed jokingly, his figure shooting forward. With newfound resolve, he met the celestial head-on, matching Tiamat's berserker ferocity. With each thunderous clash, the barren planet trembled beneath the ferocity of the destructive battle, cracks forming on its surface as the ground split apart. The once desolate landscape now bore scars of their conflict, with fissures snaking across the terrain and plumes of dust rising into the air. Their titanic struggle unleashed devastation on a colossal scale, as shockwaves rippled outward, flattening mountains and tearing through the planet's crust. The sky darkened with swirling clouds of debris and dust, obscuring the sun as their conflict threatened to consume everything in its path. Peter's Red Hulk form clashed with the Celestial's towering figure, each blow sending shockwaves rippling through the air and echoing across the desolate landscape. Despite the immense power at their disposal, neither combatant relented, their battle escalating to cataclysmic proportions. As they traded blows with unrestrained fury, the planet groaned under the strain, its very foundation threatened by the force of their fury. Craters dotted the landscape, scars of their relentless assault as they fought with a primal intensity that bordered on madness. But as the battle raged on, Peter began to feel the tide turning against him once again. Is this mother f***er curse still getting stronger? At this point, Tiamat had to be at least 10 times stronger than Null, and his power was still rising at an alarming rate. Determined to turn the tide, Peter tapped into a huge chunk of the power within him, unleashing a dazzling display of energy. With a surge of determination, he cloaked himself in vibrant phoenix flames, their fiery aura enhancing his every move as he continued to battle the rampaging celestial. But Peter didn't stop there. Drawing upon ancient energies, he enveloped himself in a golden eldritch glow and a crimson chaos energy, their hues blending with the purple cosmic energy that surrounded him. Now, his body radiated with a dazzling array of colors, each representing a different facet of his power. As the energies intermingled, they converged into a brilliant, flame-like white aura that danced along Peter's form, combining to imbue him with newfound strength. Ah! This feels pretty good. He smirked before launching forward, his movements swift and precise as he sought to overpower his formidable opponent. With each strike, Peter unleashed the full force of his combined powers, his attacks raining down upon the Celestial, who began to stagger backward as its entire form creaked under every blow, countless dents covering its metallic body. The air crackled with energy as their battle reached a fever pitch, the very fabric of reality trembling under the force of their clash. As the white aura pulsed around him, Peter felt a surge of confidence coursing through his veins. He refused to let Tiamat's mindless rage triumph over him, determined to emerge victorious no matter the cost. With a roar that echoed across the desolate landscape, Peter redoubled his efforts, channeling the entirety of his newfound power into a single, decisive blow. The air sizzled with anticipation as he unleashed his attack, the combined might of his many abilities converging into a devastating onslaught. And as his blazing fist connected with the Celestial's metallic form, a blinding explosion of light engulfed them both, illuminating the battlefield in a dazzling display of power. In that moment, Peter knew that victory was within his grasp, and he would stop at nothing to claim it. As the blinding light from his attack subsided, Peter found himself floating in the vast expanse of open space, the once desolate planet below completely obliterated by the final, cataclysmic blow. But as his gaze swept over his surroundings, an aching feeling overcame him. Looking down, Peters immediately realized where that feeling was coming from. His right arm, the same arm he had unleashed his final attack with, was gone, leaving behind nothing but a bloody stump from the shoulder downward. Despite the pain, he let out a resigned sigh, know that it would grow back soon enough. Whatever, at least that annoying B***starred was take care of. Peter thought as he felt his arm slowly growing back. But just as he began to process his perceived victory, out of nowhere, a golden metallic figure materialized before him, towering over him with an imposing presence. Peter's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the pristine form of Tiamat, completely unscathed by his devastating attack, despite the loss of his own limb. And worst of all, did he actually get stronger? Again. Aergrg. With a mighty roar, the Celestial unleashed a devastating blast of energy from its open mouth, sending Peter hurtling through the air with bone-jarring force, the impact of the blast tearing a hole in his chest, which quickly pierced through his body and out the other side. In the heart of Centurion's lair, the air crackled with tension as Miles, Mateo, and Aaron faced off against Centurion. His sleek armor gleamed ominously, a stark contrast to the trio's determination. "Why don't I kill you with my own hands?" Centurion's voice dripped with malice, a sinister grin curling his lips. His opponents tensed instantly, bracing themselves for the impending onslaught. Without warning, Centurion vanished in a blinding flash, reappearing beside Miles with deadly energy blades in hand, poised for a lethal strike. Miles reacted with lightning-fast reflexes, narrowly evading the lethal blades aimed at his throat, while Mateo and Aaron swiftly moved to counterattack from different angles. In a synchronized display of power, Mateo enveloped himself in crackling lightning, while Aaron unleashed a chilling aura, both determined to protect Miles at all costs. "Miles. Get out of the way." Mateo's voice rang out, accompanied by arcs of electricity shooting across the room in a display reminiscent of Darth Plagueis. A/N, unlimited power. Meanwhile, Aaron attempted to immobilize Centurion by freezing the floor, but their adversary proved to be more resilient than anticipated. Centurion observed the futile attempts against him with a bored, almost apathetic look on his face. His cyborg-like suit effortlessly countered the attacks on its own, draining the lightning to recharging its energy reserves and countering the ice by simply increasing the heat beneath his boots. "How cute," Centurion remarked sarcastically, his demeanor unfazed by their efforts. "Now it's my turn. A/N, 1,800 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down." Chapter 664, C663 Peter vs. Tiamat, 3/3. Police car light insert funny gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. As Peter coughed up a mouthful of blood, he clenched his teeth, feeling the familiar surge of pain mingled with determination. With a grimace, he wiped the blood from his lips and floated in the void of space, his gaze locked onto the towering figure of Tiamat, determination burning in his eyes. Looking down, Peter watched as his arm slowly grew back and the hole in his chest from his opponent's previous attack began to close. I need to make sure to kick the sh*t out of Centurion for this. After all, it was him who set all of this up before hiding like a coward. Just thinking about it made Peter feel a burning need for sweet, sweet vengeance. But before that, he muttered, reining in his burning need for revenge as he eyed the enemy before him. Despite the searing pain coursing through his body, Peter refused to back down. With a primal roar, he launched himself back into the fray, his movements fueled by sheer adrenaline as he faced the relentless onslaught of the Celestial. Each blow sent shockwaves rippling through space, the force of their clashes threatening to tear the very fabric of reality asunder. With every ounce of strength he could muster, Peter fought back with a ferocity born of desperation. His remaining arm moved with lightning speed, delivering precise strikes aimed at exploiting the slightest weakness in Tiamat's defenses. Each blow landed with bone-crushing force, denting the Celestial's metallic form and drawing a guttural roar of fury from its lips. But despite his best efforts, Peter found himself outmatched by the sheer power and relentless onslaught of his opponent. With a sense of growing frustration, he gritted his teeth and pushed himself harder, his mind racing as he searched for a way to turn the tide of battle in his favor. Drenched in sweat and blood, Peter fought with a primal ferocity, his every move fueled by a desperate determination to survive. With every punch, kick, energy blast, etc. he unleashed the full extent of his strength, his blows landing with bone-crushing impact against the Celestial's unyielding form. But for every strike Peter landed, the Celestial retaliated with equal, if not greater, force. Its metallic fists hammered down relentlessly, each blow driving Peter closer and closer to defeat, his body battered and bruised, yet refusing to yield. Blood seeped from countless wounds, floating throughout the space around them as the battle raged on, the air thick with the acrid scent of ozone and burning flesh. Despite the pain coursing through his veins, Peter gritted his teeth and fought on, his mind consumed by a singular focus: survival. But amidst the chaos, a glimmer of hope sparked within him. Drawing upon the depths of his deathly powers granted to him by his new spider suit, Peter empowered himself one final time, unleashing an overwhelming deathly aura, which seemed to swallow all of the other auras that shrouded his body, using them to file itself. Although Tiamat was rather mindless, he seemed to recognize Peter's boost in power as its eyes widened for a brief moment. Smirking, Peter slowly floated closer to his opponent. "What a nice expression you just had. Why don't I help you make some more of them?" he said as he disappeared in a burst of motion. Tiamat's eyes widened a second time as Peter appeared beside him, his leg impacting the side of the giant's head. "How does it feel, you sadistic F***cur?" he shouted, venting all of his fury from his earlier beat down. With each strike, Peter felt the lingering pain in his chest slowly receding, replaced by a renewed sense of vigor and determination. Meanwhile, the hole in his chest closed and healed swiftly, leaving behind nothing but a faint scar as a testament to the ferocity of their battle. But just as Peter began to gain the upper hand, Tiamat unleashed a devastating barrage of energy blasts, each one aimed with deadly accuracy. With lightning-fast reflexes, Peter dodged and weaved through the onslaught, his movements a blur of speed and agility as he fought to keep himself one step ahead of the Celestial's relentless assault. With a defiant roar, Peter retaliated with a burst of heat vision, empowered by his deathly aura which turned the laser black, the blast slamming into Tiamat with explosive force. The Celestial staggered backward, its form trembling under the impact as rust spread access its metallic armor, causing it to decay in some areas. "Huh. That's new," Peter thought, a smile in his face as he noticed the rust and decay, no doubt from the deathly nature of his powers. "Come on. Is that all you've got? I expected more. But what can you expect from a rusted tin can?" Peter taunted, his arm nearly fully regrown, only his fingers remaining to be seen. As Peter's taunt echoed through the void, the Celestial's rage ignited like a blazing inferno. Its form shimmered with renewed power, crackling with energy as it surged forward. Aergurg. With a primal roar, it unleashed a beam of energy from its chest, carrying the weight of a collapsing star. Caught off guard by the sudden surge in the Celestial's power, Peter found himself dodging as fast as he could, the humongous beam of cosmic energy grazing him as it passed by, shooting off toward Mercury. Ugh! Peter grunted in pain as the attack singed his skin as it grazed him, causing it to bubble and melt. But thankfully, his healing factor kicked in, lessening the pain as his skin returned to normal. As Tiamat's devastating beam struck Mercury, the planet erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, reminiscent of the Death Star's destructive power. The shockwave rippled through space. "Not another one," Peter sighed as he witnessed yet another planet disappear. The force of the shockwave of the distant explosion reverberated through his body, nearly sending both him and Tiamat flying away. "I should probably finish this before he destroys another innocent planet. Especially since the Earth is so close by." With Tiamat momentarily distracted by the catastrophic aftermath of its attack on Mercury, Peter seized the opportunity to strike. With a silent battle cry, he propelled himself forward, his powerful kick connecting squarely with the Celestial's head. As Tiamat staggered backward, Peter's eyes glowed with a deadly intensity, unleashing beams of heat vision that sliced through the void with lethal precision. The blackened lasers scorched Tiamat's metallic form, leaving trails of decay in their wake as the Celestial recoiled from the onslaught, its roars of agony echoing through the emptiness of space. Tiamat roared in anger, his colossal form trembling with fury as he unleashed a deafening scream, energy shooting from his mouth. With lightning reflexes, Peter dodged the onslaught, narrowly avoiding the searing blast as it tore through the void of space. The clash of metal against flesh continued as Peter and the Celestial returned to their brutal duel. With every strike, Peter pushed himself beyond his limits, his determination burning brighter than ever as he fought to protect not just himself, but the countless lives hanging in the balance. Each blow landed with bone-shattering impact, sending shockwaves rippling through the fabric of space itself. With a primal roar, Peter unleashed the full extent of his powers, tapping into the deathly aura that coursed through his veins, his every move fueled by an unyielding resolve to emerge victorious. As the battle raged on, Peter's senses heightened, his instincts guiding him through the chaos with razor-sharp precision. With a swift motion, he dodged a barrage of energy blasts from Tiamat, the cosmic beams grazing his skin with searing heat as they passed by, leaving behind a trail of destruction in their wake. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Peter retaliated with a surge of heat vision, empowered by the deathly aura that pulsed within him. The blackened laser slammed into Tiamat with explosive force, causing rust to spread across the Celestial's metallic form like a creeping plague. With each passing moment, Tiamat's once imposing figure began to decay more and more, weakened by the relentless assault of Peter's deathly powers. As rust ate away at its armor, exposing vulnerable patches of metal beneath, Peter seized the opportunity to press his advantage, striking with renewed ferocity as he targeted the Celestial's weakened spots. Each blow landed with surgical precision, driving Tiamat back with every strike as Peter fought tooth and nail to keep the cosmic behemoth at bay. With every punch, kick, and energy blast, he pushed himself beyond his limits, his entire being consumed by the primal urge to survive at any cost. But just as victory seemed within his grasp, Tiamat unleashed a devastating counterattack, its form shimmering with renewed power as it surged forward with a deafening roar. Aergurg. Caught off guard by the sudden surge of energy, Peter found himself struggling to keep pace, his movements growing sluggish as exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him. With a desperate effort, Peter summoned every last ounce of strength within him, his muscles burning with the intensity of his exertion as he unleashed a flurry of blows against Tiamat's weakened form, each carrying a deathly aura. With each strike, he felt the Celestial's defenses crumbling beneath his assault, inch by agonizing inch. Soon enough, Peter spotted his opening and leaped forward, wrapping his arms tightly around Tiamat's neck from behind. Despite the Celestial's attempts to shake him off and pummel him with its colossal fists, Peter held on with an iron grip, his deathly aura flaring around them in a swirling vortex of black energy. F***CK. Peter struggled to speak as a large fist impacted his back over and over again. You. As the ominous aura enveloped both him and Tiamat, the decay accelerated at an alarming rate, the Celestial's metallic form beginning to rust and corrode before his eyes. With each passing moment, Tiamat's movement slowed, weighed down by the relentless assault of Peter's deathly powers. Straining against the overwhelming force of the black aura, Tiamat fought desperately to break free, its once mighty form crumbling under the relentless onslaught. But Peter refused to relent, screaming in exertion as he poured every ounce of his strength into his deathly powers while struggling to maintain his grip on the Celestial's thrashing form. As the black energy spread from Peter to his metal opponent, the decay intensified, consuming Tiamat's once impervious armor at an extremely high speed. With a final, agonized roar, the Celestial fell silent, its body rusted in place as it succumbed to the relentless decay. With a victorious sigh, Peter watched as Tiamat's form disintegrated before his eyes, leaving nothing behind but a glowing yellow spark suspended in the void of space. F***CK. Why didn't it leave a body behind? Peter complained, as he planned to use the body to revive his opponent as a shadowy servant. Maybe it'll still work. Conjuring a green flame in his hand, he tossed it towards the flickering remnants of the Celestial, watching as the spark suddenly ignited. A/N, 1855 words, smiley face. P.S. Go read my new story and give it stones, I'm Star-Lord, SW's over. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 665, C664 Arise. Resisting the urge to utter the word arise like a certain dripped-out Korean protagonist, Peter cautiously tossed the green flame at the flickering remains of Tiamat, hoping for a successful resurrection despite the Celestial's complete decay. Instantly, the green flame collided with the flickering yellow remnants, igniting into a fiery clash as the two hues battled for dominance. Peter watched with interest as Tiamat's residual essence seemed to resist being overtaken so easily, displaying an unexpected tenacity even in its diminished state. As the duel of flames raged on, Peter's eyes widened in surprise as Tiamat's yellow flame began to overpower his own green fire, its flickering light growing stronger with each passing moment. I guess you're still pretty strong, even now. Undeterred, Peter shrugged and conjured yet another green flame, determined to get what he wanted. I guess I'll just have to keep trying. And like a Pokemon trainer who kept tossing Pokeballs at a weakened Pokemon, repeatedly, Peter conjured his green flames, never giving up. Over and over, Tiamat's remaining essence would assert its dominance, but Peter persisted, conjuring more and more green flames whenever his opponent gained the upper hand. Gradually, Tiamat's resistance weakened, its flickering light dimming with each successive clash until, at last, Peter's final green flame emerged victorious, consuming the Celestial's remnants in a triumphant blaze. With a triumphant smirk, Peter watched as his green flame consumed Tiamat's fiery remains, growing in size until it towered above him, pulsating with power. The flame seemed to take on a life of its own, its intensity growing by the second. As the flame reached its peak, it dimmed, and from within emerged a dark shadow figure. It stood tall, its eyes glowing a bright green, matching the accents along its body. It worked, Peter breathed, his voice a mixture of awe and disbelief. He had managed to transform Tiamat into an undead shadow, just like Null. The shadowy figure of Tiamat loomed over Peter, but it just wasn't as intimidating as before. After all, he is Peter's servant now. Master. Tiamat spoke reverently, his knees buckling as he kneeled, still towering over Peter nonetheless. I owe you my deepest thanks for liberating me from Centurion's grasp. Peter's eyebrows shot up in surprise, his mind struggling to process the fact that Tiamat can now speak. You can talk. Tiamat nods solemnly, his glowing green eyes reflecting a mix of relief and sorrow. Yes, Master. Even as a seed buried deep within the earth, I retained my consciousness. But Centurion's experiments robbed me of my voice and will, turning me into a mere rage-fueled puppet. Peter listens intently as Tiamat recounts his plight, his heart heavy with empathy for the Celestial's suffering. I thought so. I'm sorry to hear that, but at least you're fine now. Tiamat shakes his head, a grateful smile tugging at the corners of his shadowy form. No need for apologies, Master. You have freed me from that nightmare, and for that, I am eternally grateful. Peter meets Tiamat's gaze, his own expression softening with understanding. Well, I'm glad I could help. Still in a deep bow, Tiamat acknowledges Peter's words, his loyalty unwavering. Thank you, Master. I am Tiamat and from this day forth, I am yours to command. Peter returns the gesture with a nod of his own. I look forward to having you at my side, Tiamat. He says as a cruel smirk forms on his face. Hey, why don't we go and test your powers a bit? I'm sure Centurion wouldn't mind being our test dummy as well. Tiamat's expression shifts, mirroring Peter's cruel smirk as thoughts of revenge consume his mind. I would relish the opportunity to show Centurion the extent of my newfound power, he growls, his voice dripping with malice. Peter nods in agreement, his own desire for justice fueling their shared determination. Then let's not keep him waiting, he says, his tone filled with anticipation as Tiamat shrank and disappeared into his shadow. In the heart of the cavernous lair beneath the White House, the clash intensified, the echoes of metal meeting metal reverberating through the chamber as Miles, Mateo, and Aaron battled against the formidable Centurion. Each move was a dance of danger, every strike a testament to their determination to overcome their powerful foe. Miles dodged and weaved, his spider sense tingling with warning as Centurion's deadly energy blades sliced through the air with lethal precision. With a swift twist, Miles unleashed a venom blast, the crackling energy surging forth like a torrential wave, aimed at disabling Centurion's suit. But Centurion was ready, his suit adapting seamlessly to the assault, absorbing the energy and repelling it with a surge of power. Is that it? He taunted, his voice dripping with contempt and disappointment as he lunged forward, relentless in his pursuit. If I'd known you'd be this weak, I would have sent the spider somewhere else. Mateo's fists clenched with determination as he summoned the power of electricity, arcs of lightning crackling around him like a tempest unleashed. With a surge of willpower, he tried to control the metal on Centurion's suit, aiming to squeeze him to death. Yet Centurion was no stranger to such tactics, his suit morphing and shifting in response, repelling the magnetic power with ease. You'll have to do better than that, he sneered, his eyes alight with malice as he pressed the attack. Though it is impressive. I assume Peter gave you those powers. How very generous of him. Aaron, ever the strategist, watched the battle unfold with a calculating gaze, his mind racing as he sought a way to turn the tide in their favor. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned icy tendrils from the ground, aiming to ensnare Centurion and freeze him in his tracks. But Centurion was too quick, his suit adapting once more, emitting a high-pitched hum, causing the tendrils to shatter within a certain proximity. Nice try, he scoffed, his movements fluid and precise as he closed in on his prey, his intent clear, to crush them without mercy. Instantly, Centurion's onslaught intensified, his blows landing with bone-crushing force as he pummeled Miles, Mateo, and Aaron relentlessly. Each strike echoed through the chamber, sending shockwaves of pain coursing through their bodies. Miles gritted his teeth, blood dripping from his mouth from the sheer ferocity of Centurion's assault. He staggered backward, his vision swimming as he fought to stay upright against the barrage of punches and kicks. Mateo's attempts to retaliate were met with brutal efficiency, Centurion effortlessly dodging his lightning-charged fists before countering with devastating precision. Mateo could feel his strength waning, his muscles protesting with every movement as he struggled to keep pace. Aaron's icy tendrils shattered like glass against Centurion's unyielding armor, leaving him vulnerable to the relentless barrage of attacks. He cursed under his breath, his mind racing for a solution as he desperately tried to fend off Centurion's relentless assault. With each blow, Centurion's taunts grew louder, his voice dripping with contempt as he mocked their futile attempts to resist. "Is this the best you can do?" he jeered, his blows raining down with merciless intent. Pathetic. The cavernous chamber became a battleground of desperation, the air thick with the sound of grunts and the metallic clang of combat. But against Centurion's overwhelming might, their resistance seemed futile, their hopes of victory dwindling with each passing moment. As Centurion pressed his advantage, the trio found themselves pushed to their limits, their bodies bloody, battered, and bruised, their resolve hanging by a thread, unable to keep up with the relentless assault. Ugh! Miles grunted as he smacked into the wall at full speed, collapsing to the floor, unable to move. Ah! Mateo followed soon after, his arm snapped out of place as he was sent hurtling across the floor. Miles. Aaron's voice rang out, filled with concern as he saw his nephew's injuries. Oops. Centurion smirked dangerously. Did I do that? Exclamation point. Aaron turned back to Centurion, his resolve burning with the fire of vengeance. He couldn't let Centurion get away with what he had done to him, his nephew, his sister-in-law, and most of all his brother. Uncle Aaron. Wait. Miles and Mateo screamed after him, unable to stand after the beating they'd been given. But Aaron didn't listen, moving forward one step at a time as his body began to emit an icy chill, which shot out toward Centurion, a manifestation of his determination to take down his brother's killer. But sadly, Centurion's suit countered the attack effortlessly, nullifying the cold with a burst of searing heat. Centurion scoffed, his laughter echoing through the chamber as he delivered a bone-crunching kick that sent Aaron crashing to the ground. The pain was unbearable, but Aaron refused to yield, his eyes blazing with defiance even as he knelt before his adversary. Mateo and Miles, their bodies broken and battered, could only watch in horror as Centurion raised his blades, poised to strike the final blow. "Stop," they screamed, their voices filled with desperation, but Centurion paid them no heed. "First your father and now your uncle." Centurion laughed as he stared Mateo in the eyes. "It's like you're cursed." "No." Mateo screamed in anguish, Miles' voice following closely behind him. "Stop." Just as Centurion was about to deliver the fatal blow, a sudden presence appeared beside them, a blur of motion as Peter materialized, slapping Centurion away from Aaron with a forceful blow, sending him flying across the room. Seeing Peter materialized beside their uncle, Mateo and Miles let out sighs of relief, their tense muscles finally relaxing as they watched their savior in action. Uncle Aaron looked up at Peter, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you, Peter. You saved my life," he said, his voice filled with genuine appreciation. Peter offered a reassuring smile. "No problem," he replied, his tone comforting. Meanwhile, across the room, Centurion scrambled to his feet, his eyes widening in terror as he saw Peter standing across from him, signifying the failure of his plan. With a panicked expression, Centurion activated the multiverse traveling function of his cyborg suit, desperate to escape the wrath of Spider-Man. But to his horror, a glowing rune appeared on his chest, in the exact spot where Peter slapped him, nullifying his escape attempt and trapping him in the chamber with his nemesis. Peter smirked triumphantly, his gaze locked on Centurion. "Where do you think you're going?" he asked, his voice laced with satisfaction. A/N, 1764 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 666, C665 Vengeance and Closure. Police car light insert poop pile of poo gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Dark Slayer, Trophy, A/N, Crown. Where do you think you're going? Peter asked as Centurion tried and failed to escape, his rune working just as planned. I just got here and you already want to leave. Isn't that rude? You're supposed to be the host of this little gathering, you know. How can you just leave without even welcoming your latest guest? I was just. Centurion tried to make up an excuse, but before he could say much, Peter spoke once again, cutting him off. What do you think, Tiamat? It's rude, isn't it? He asked and immediately the air crackled with tension as the undead celestial's gigantic figure materialized from his shadow, a towering figure of darkness and rage. What the hell is that? Miles and Mateo shouted in unison, their eyes widening as the monstrous figure appeared behind Peter and glared down at Centurion. I don't know. Their Uncle Aaron answered, just as confused and frightened as they were. Centurion's eyes widened in terror at the sight, his body trembling with fear as he recognized his former pawn, now transformed into an undead shadow under Peter's command. How? The Kang's mind raced for answers as he began to wonder where it all went wrong. He especially wanted to know how his former pawn had turned into this shadow creature, but he doubted Peter would answer his questions at this point. Perhaps it has something to do with Death's cloak. Centurion guessed. Tiamat's voice echoed through the chamber, a guttural growl filled with centuries of pent-up anger and frustration. You thought you could control me, Centurion. You thought you could bend me to your will like some mindless, rampaging puppet. And then you have the gall to try and escape. Each word out of the Celestial's mouth dripped with venom, his gaze fixed on Centurion with an intensity that sent shivers down the cyborg's spine. Master is right. You're being quite rude. Oh. I think you made him mad, Peter commented tauntingly, enjoying the show playing out in front of him. Master. Centurion staggered backward, his confidence faltering in the face of Tiamat's overwhelming power. And no. It can't be. He stammered, his voice trembling with fear as he desperately tried to activate the multiverse traveling function of his suit, only to find it disabled by Peter's rune once again. Reaching forward, Tiamat's shadowy arms closed the distance between them, his fists wreathed in dark energy. With a roar of fury, he unleashed a barrage of blows upon Centurion, his fists raining down on his most hated enemy. Centurion's suit hummed with energy as he desperately tried to fend off Tiamat's relentless assault. With a swift movement, he summoned an energy shield, hoping to deflect the incoming blow. But Tiamat's strength was overwhelming, shattering the shield with a single strike, sending Centurion flying across his own lair, smashing into the wall with a loud thud. Ugh. The Kong spat out a mouthful of blood upon impact, collapsing to the floor soon after. Miles, Mateo, and Aaron watched from the sidelines, relieved to see that the monster from Peter's shadow seemed to be on their side. Is that all, Centurion? Peter tauntingly commented from across the room, casually leaned against a nearby wall. I thought you were supposed to be one of the most powerful Kangs in existence. Does the Council of Kangs only amount to this much? Centurion wanted to answer and defend himself, but sadly, he had no reply. Although he hated to admit it, in front of beings like Peter and Tiamat, who held godlike powers, any Kong would have a hard time, especially with their ability to escape sealed away. I need to get out of here before dash. As he regained his footing, Centurion activated his suit's thrusters, propelling himself out of harm's way just in time to avoid Tiamat's next attack. But the undead Celestial was relentless, his shadowy form moving with unnatural speed as he closed the distance once again. With a surge of determination, Centurion launched a counterattack, firing a barrage of energy blasts at Tiamat. But the Celestial seemed unaffected, the dark energy surrounding him absorbing the impact of the blasts as if they were mere mosquito bites. Realizing that brute force alone wouldn't be enough to stop Tiamat, Centurion tried a different approach. He focused his suit's energy, attempting to disrupt Tiamat's form with a concentrated blast, putting as much power into it as he could. But to his dismay, the attack had little effect, Tiamat's shadowy form absorbing the energy with ease. Thanks for the meal. Tiamat smirked. Desperation mounting, Centurion tried to outmaneuver Tiamat, darting around the chamber in a flurry of movement, propelled by his suit's thrusters. But Tiamat anticipated his every move, his towering figure cutting off Centurion's escape routes with uncanny precision. With each failed attempt at escape, Centurion's hope dwindled, his suit straining under the relentless assault. Where are you going, little bug? Tiamat asked as he swatted Centurion out of the air like an annoying fly. Arf. Centurion screamed in pain as he was slapped into the floor, a small crater forming below him. Why don't you just give up? Peter asked Centurion from the other side of the room. It's not like you can escape and you certainly can't beat Tiamat, which means you stand absolutely no chance against me. So, why not just make it easy on yourself and surrender? Centurion spoke as he shakily stood to his feet. Refuse. He shouted, refusing to give up, drawing upon every ounce of determination and ingenuity he possessed in a desperate bid to survive, but, crack, Tiamat brought his hand down and flicked Centurion's stomach, sending him flying across the room, his suit and ribs both cracking and breaking simultaneously. Sadly, determination and ingenuity meant nothing in the face of true, unadulterated strength. As Tiamat unleashed another barrage of blows, Centurion's suit flickered and sparked, the strain becoming too much to bear, his screams echoed through the chamber, a symphony of agony as Tiamat's wrath descended upon him without mercy. Every punch, every kick was a testament to the Celestial's determination to exact vengeance upon his tormentor, his rage fueling each devastating blow. With each strike, Centurion's armor buckled and cracked, his circuits sizzling with the intensity of Tiamat's assault. But still, he refused to yield, his stubborn pride driving him to continue fighting against impossible odds. Tiamat was not interested in a fair fight either, his only desire to inflict pain upon the one who had dared to experiment on him and twist his mind to suit his own ambitions. With a cruel smirk, he continued his relentless onslaught, each blow landing with calculated precision as Centurion's suit crumbled beneath the onslaught, his body battered and bloody. Centurion's cries grew more desperate with each passing moment, his body battered and broken, his strength waning with each blow. Yet still, he refused to surrender, his willpower fueled by a stubborn refusal to admit defeat. But Tiamat was not one to show mercy, his rage consuming him as he delivered blow after blow upon his helpless foe. Each strike was a symphony of pain, each blow a reminder of the suffering he had endured at Centurion's hands. As the battle raged on, Centurion's strength began to wane, his body battered and bruised, his spirit broken by Tiamat's relentless assault. With a final strike, Centurion crashed into the ground in a heap of broken metal and shattered dreams. The chamber fell silent, the echoes of the battle fading into the darkness as Tiamat stood victorious over his fallen foe. "Is he still alive?" Peter asked as he walked over, stepping in front of Tiamat to check Centurion, who wasn't looking so good. He was covered in wounds and blood, and even his suit was barely holding together, shattered pieces scatter all around his beaten form. But most of all, he was still conscious and alive, his breath ragged and labored as he stared up at Peter with wide, fearful eyes. "Please," he gasped, his voice barely a whisper. "Have mercy." But Peter's expression remained cold and unyielding, his gaze unwavering as he stood over his fallen foe. "Mercy," he scoffed. "Did you show mercy to those you've killed? What about Mateo's dad? Did you give him mercy?" He asked, pausing for a moment, hoping to hear an answer, but Centurion remained silent. "No, you didn't, did you? So why should I show you even an ounce of mercy?" Coming to terms with his loss and inevitable death, Centurion looked up at Peter and smiled, "Then I might as well go out with a bang, huh?" Question mark. Everyone seemed confused by what he meant but their confusion would be cleared up in a moment. With a final, defiant roar, Centurion activated his suit's self-destruct sequence, channeling all of its remaining power into one last explosive burst. Exclamation point. Everyone watched as his suit began to brighten, its power rising with every passing second. "If I'm going to die, then I'm taking all of you with me," Centurion exclaimed as his suit began to pulse. Mateo, Miles, and Aaron stood frozen in fear, their hearts pounding in their chests as they braced for the impending explosion. But just before Centurion's suit could unleash its deadly payload, Peter approached him with an air of calm confidence, tapping the glowing suit with a single finger. As Peter withdrew his hand, the suit began to dim, the ominous glow fading until nothing remained. Centurion looked up at Peter in shock, his disbelief evident in his expression as he whispered, "I never stood a chance, did I?" Peter simply shook his head, his gaze unwavering as he replied, "No." Turning to Mateo and Aaron, Peter gestured toward Centurion, his tone matter-of-fact as he said, "He's all yours." Mateo and Aaron, still nursing their injuries, limped over to the fallen Kong, their faces etched with determination as they confronted the men who had caused them so much pain. Conjuring two swords, Peter handed them over to Mateo and Aaron before taking a step back, allowing them to exact their revenge. Looking up at his executioners, Centurion's voice was resigned as he said, "Just get it over with already." Without hesitation, Mateo and Aaron drove their swords into Centurion's chest, their movements swift and purposeful. As the life drained from Centurion's eyes, his body slumped to the ground, blood pooling around him. Silence descended upon the chamber, broken only by the sound of Mateo and Aaron's ragged breathing as they stood over their fallen enemy. Peter watched from a distance, his expression unreadable as he observed the scene unfolding before him. Finally, Mateo and Aaron turned away from Centurion's lifeless form, their faces drawn and weary as they faced Peter once again. There were no words to express the mix of emotions swirling within them, but Peter understood the gravity of the moment without needing any further explanation. With a nod of acknowledgement, Peter watched as they limped out of the chamber, their long fight against Centurion finally over. A/N, 1858 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 667, C666 Reward. Miles shifted uncomfortably as he gazed at Centurion's lifeless body, a myriad of conflicting emotions swirling within him. Finally, he turned to Peter, uncertainty evident in his voice. Should we go after them?" he asked, frowning. They looked sad. Peter shook his head, his expression grave yet resolute. "No, Miles. They need some time alone. Let's leave them alone for a little while." Nodding in understanding, Miles glanced once more at Centurion's body before mustering a faint smile. "Okay. I'll wait outside for you," he said softly, his voice tinged with a hint of sadness. With that, he exited the chamber, leaving Peter alone with Tiamat and the remains of their fallen adversary. As the sound of Miles' footsteps faded into the distance, Peter turned his attention to Tiamat, who stood beside him, a towering sentinel of darkness and fury. The undead celestial's gaze was fixed upon Centurion's body, a silent question lingering in the air. Tiamat's voice rumbled like distant thunder as he addressed Peter, his words reverberating through the chamber. "Should I deal with it, Master?" Peter nodded, his eyes never leaving Centurion's lifeless form. "Yeah, go ahead." In an instant, Tiamat moved with a speed that defied comprehension, his shadowy form darting across the chamber until he reached an empty corner. With a swift motion, he extended his hand into the air, his fingers curling around an unseen figure. Suddenly, the air was filled with anguished screams as a figure materialized within Tiamat's tight grasp, writhing in agony as if caught in the throes of a nightmare made manifest. Peter's eyes narrowed as he regarded the trapped figure, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. "Did you think you could trick me with this weak illusion, Centurion?" he asked, his words sharp as he kicked the dead Centurion, sending it crashing into the wall, where it shattered into particles of light. "Did you really believe you could escape?" Centurion, now held captive within Tiamat's grasp, could only stare helplessly at Peter, his defiance crumbling in the face of his inevitable fate. He knew he had underestimated Peter's cunning and power, and now he would pay the price for his arrogance. "Can I deal with him this time, Master?" Tiamat asked, his fist tightening, squeezing the life out of Centurion. Peter gazed at Tiamat, silent permission granted. With a malicious grin, Tiamat tightened his grip on Centurion, relishing in the agony. "Arrgh." Centurion's screams pierced the air, echoing off the chamber walls, until finally, with a sickening crunch, his body couldn't take the strain anymore. "Ugh." He let out one last grunt as blood shot out from every orifice of his body, as if he were a tube of toothpaste, which Tiamat was wringing out. A sense of finality hung in the air as Tiamat released his grip, the disfigured remnants of Centurion hitting the floor with a sickening thud. Peter watched, his expression unreadable, as Tiamat's shadowy form seemed to swell with satisfaction. "It is done," Tiamat declared, his voice like the rumble of distant thunder. "He will trouble us no more." Peter nodded, a weight lifted from his shoulders. "Good," he murmured. "Now, let's focus on what's next." Tiamat inclined his head, giving Peter a quick bow. "Yes, Master," he replied subsequently. "I'll return to your shadow. Please call upon me again." And with that said, Tiamat's giant form shrank and vanished into Peter's shadow. Alone in the dimly lit chamber, Peter's eyes conjured a ball of phoenix flame in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, he sent it hurtling toward Centurion's lifeless body, igniting it in a blaze of bright, cleansing fire. The flames danced and crackled, consuming Centurion's form until nothing remained but a pile of smoldering ash. Ignoring the smoldering remnants, Peter strode purposefully over to Centurion's computer setup. Taking a seat at the large metallic desk, Peter pulled out a hard drive from his storage necklace and plugged it in. With a few deft keystrokes, he initiated a download, his eyes scanning the many screens as every bit of data from Centurion's system began transferring over. As the progress bar filled slowly, Peter leaned back in the chair, his mind whirling with possibilities. He knew that within Centurion's files lay all sorts of information on the Council of Kangs, information that could prove invaluable to his plans. Minutes passed as Peter remained absorbed in his task, until finally, the download was completed. With a satisfied nod, Peter disconnected the hard drive, slipping it back into his storage necklace. Rising from the chair, Peter cast one last glance at the smoldering remains of Centurion's body before turning to leave. But as he took a couple of steps toward the exit, suddenly, time seemed to halt as the familiar figure of a Grim Reaper materialized before him. Peter blinked, surprise flashing across his features. "Huh? What are you doing here? I thought you only showed up when I completed a task." Death regarded him with an enigmatic look, his skeletal visage devoid of expression. "Actually, I'm here to congratulate you." Peter arched an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. "Congratulate me? For what?" Death's voice resonated with a chilling echo. "For being the first of my successor candidates to eliminate 2 of your competitors." Recognition dawned on Peter's face as he recalled Centurion's true identity. "Oh, yeah. I forgot he was a successor as well. He was just so weak that it slipped my mind." Death merely shrugged, his bony shoulders rising and falling in a gesture of indifference. "I wouldn't say he was weak. You just happen to be among the stronger few of my successors. So there are others who are as strong as me." Peter nodded slowly, absorbing Death's words. "Okay, so why are you here again?" Death's gaze pierced through him, his hollow eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. "I'm here to offer you a reward, of course. As the first candidate to eliminate 2 competitors, you've earned a special privilege." Peter's interest was piqued as he leaned forward, eager to hear more. "What kind of reward?" As he asked, instantly, a holographic screen appeared before him. "Remaining competitors, 66/. Tracker, no successors nearby." Death's voice resonated like a whisper from the grave. "You now have the ability to know how many successors remain, as well as a way to track them down." Peter nodded slowly, taking in everything on the screen before him. "Thank you," he replied, shocked by the sudden boon. "But wait, why is the tracker saying there's no successors nearby?" "Because there are none in this universe," Death explained. "You'll have to travel around and start your search. After all, I won't make it too easy for you." With a nod of acknowledgement, Peter watched Death begin to fade away, his form dissipating like mist in the wind. I look forward to seeing your next battle. Hopefully, the next candidate you meet will put up more of a fight, he said before vanishing completely. Peter was left alone in the chamber, his thoughts swirling with newfound boon. With this gift bestowed upon him, he knew that finding the other candidates would only be slightly easier. Finding the right universes is going to be a hassle, he mused, though Peter took solace in the fact that he now had a newly established multiverse-level organization at his disposal, poised to embark on the search in his stead. If I can link each universe they explore with gate-type portals, perhaps the tracker will detect a candidate and I won't have to do any work. Uncertain of its success, Peter acknowledged that it was worth attempting nonetheless. Minutes later, Peter led the way through a shimmering portal, stepping out onto the familiar rooftop of Mateo's apartment. He glanced back as Miles, Mateo, and Aaron followed suit, their expressions a mix of relief and exhaustion as they pulled off their masks. Once the portal closed behind them, Mateo and Aaron wasted no time in expressing their gratitude. Thanks, Peter. We couldn't have done any of that without you. Aaron spoke, Mateo following right after him. Yeah, we would be dead right now without your help. Peter accepted their words with a humble nod, a small smile playing on his lips. No need to thank me, he replied, his voice laced with sincerity. Just glad I could help. Of course, he chose not to mention anything about Centurion's fake death, wanting to preserve their sense of victory and closure. Mateo's voice broke through the gratitude, a note of sadness creeping into his tone. So, you guys leaving now? He asked, his gaze shifting between Peter and Miles. I mean, you've done what you came here for, right? Peter returned Mateo's gaze with a reassuring smile. Not just yet, he said, his tone gentle. We'll stick around for a little while longer. He could sense Mateo's reluctance to see them go, and he didn't want to leave on a somber note. Suddenly, Mateo's relief melted into disbelief as the rooftop door creaked open, revealing his mother, Rio, cigarette in hand and lighter in the other. Miles, Mateo, and Aaron spun around, paralyzed in shock at the unexpected intrusion. With nowhere to escape on the open rooftop, they were trapped, waiting for her to notice them. Unaware of their presence, Rio casually lit her cigarette, took a long puff, and leaned against the door, seeking solace from the stress of her life. Mom. Since when do you smoke? Mateo blurted out, his concern evident. Rio's next puff halted midway, her eyes widening in astonishment as she processed the scene. Mateo, Miles, Aaron, and an unknown man stood before her, their stares fixed on her like startled deer in headlights. Miles, what are you? Rio began, but her words faltered as she took in Mateo's prowler suit, and beside him, Miles, both a mirror image of the other. A/N, 1680 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 668, C667 Big Money. Police car light insert poop gif /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. After a long explanation and relocating to their apartment's living room, Mateo sat, practically cowering before his mother, Miles, and his uncle Aaron at his side. Meanwhile, Peter stood across the room, watching the drama unfold. Mateo couldn't look his mother in the eyes, too afraid to even glance in her direction. Are you going to say anything? He asked, knowing how she would react. Ignoring Miles and Peter for the moment, Rio put all of her attention on her son, her eyes blazed with fury, her voice laced with disappointment and anger. Miles, Mateo, ¿Qué diablos estás haciendo? What the hell are you doing? You know better than to involve yourself in these dangerous activities. Your father died because of this madness, and I won't let you throw your life away like he did. Mateo winced at the mention of his father, guilt gnawing at his insides as he struggled to find the right words to explain. Mom, I am. I'm just trying to make a difference, to fight against corruption, he stammered, his voice tinged with desperation. Rio's expression softened slightly, but her resolve remained unwavering. I don't care what you think you're doing. You're putting yourself in danger, and it ends today, she exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears as she reached out to grasp her son's shoulders. Mateo took a deep breath, steeling himself for what he knew would be a difficult conversation. Mom, I can't stop, he began, his voice steady despite the turmoil within him. Not when I have these powers. Not when I know I can make a difference. Rio's eyes widened in disbelief as Mateo held up his hand, electricity crackling between his fingertips, illuminating the room with a soft, blue glow. She stumbled back, her breath catching in her throat as she struggled to comprehend what she was seeing. What is this? She gasped, her voice barely above a whisper. Mateo met his mother's gaze, his heart pounding in his chest as he watched the mix of fear and awe flicker across her face. My powers, he admitted, his eyes glued to the electricity. Peter gave them to me. Instantly, Rio turned to Peter, who merely waved hello in response. She didn't know what to say or how to treat him. After all, if her son's story was true, then this man as well as her son's lookalike were from another universe. Choosing to continue to ignore the whole multiverse situation for just a little bit longer, Rio's mind raced as she struggled to process her son's revelation, her thoughts a whirlwind of confusion and fear. But it's too dangerous, she protested weakly, her voice tinged with desperation. What if something happens to you? What if you get hurt? Mateo's resolve hardened as he reached out to take his mother's hand, his touch gentle yet determined. I won't let that happen, Mom. I promise, he said earnestly, his voice filled with conviction. I'll be careful, I'll be smart. But I can't just sit back and do nothing while people suffer. I have to help. Tears welled up in Rio's eyes as she looked into her son's determined gaze, her heart torn between pride and fear. I don't know if I can support this, she admitted, her voice choked with emotion. But I can't stop you either. Just promise me you'll be safe. Promise me you'll come home. Mateo squeezed his mother's hand, his own eyes shimmering with unshed tears as he nodded solemnly. I promise, Mom, he whispered, his voice filled with love and determination. I'll always come home. I promise. And as they stood there, hand in hand, mother and son, they knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. As the tension in the room began to dissipate, Rio turned to Aaron, her eyes searching his face for answers. Aaron, is he really dead? She asked quietly, her voice trembling with emotion. Aaron met her gaze with a solemn nod, his expression grave. Yeah. We did it ourselves. He's dead and he's not coming back, he confirmed, his voice steady but tinged with sadness. Rio's breath caught in her throat as the weight of Aaron's words sank in. Her husband's killer was finally gone, justice served in the only way they knew how. Tears welled up in her eyes, a mixture of relief and grief washing over her. Miles, Mateo, she whispered, turning to her son, her voice choked with emotion. I may not approve of what you've been doing, but, thank you. Thank you for doing what I couldn't. Thank you for avenging your father. Mateo's eyes glistened with tears as he stepped forward, wrapping his arms around his mother in a tight embrace. I'll always protect you, Mom, he vowed, his voice barely above a whisper. I'll make sure no one ever hurts us again. As they held each other close, Miles couldn't help but smile and feel a little bit jealous of how close Mateo and his mother seemed to be, which was odd. After all, it was usually Mateo who was the jealous one. I guess death can break up a family, but it can also make them closer as well. As they hugged one another, Aaron stood up and attempted to join them, but before he could get too close, he was stopped by a glare from Rio. Don't think you're forgiven so easily. She spoke sharply, still holding her son. I believe there's some garbage in the kitchen that needs taking out. Rio could and would always forgive her son, because that's just what a mother does, but her brother-in-law was an entirely different story. Aaron is an adult and shouldn't have aided her son in a war against the government. And most of all, he should have told her the second he found out. Sigh, Aaron let out a long breath before lowering his arms and doing as he was told. At least she's not outright throwing me out. He still had some hope of gaining her forgiveness. As Aaron leaves to dispose of the garbage, Mateo squeezes his mother's hand gently, catching her attention. Mom, don't be too hard on Uncle Aaron, he says softly, his voice filled with empathy. When he found out what I was doing, I had to beg him not to tell you. Rio smiled reassuringly as she looked at her son, a mix of pride and affection in her eyes. I know, Mateo. And in time, I'll forgive him, she replies, her tone gentle yet firm. But for now, he has some making up to do. Mateo's frown deepened, guilt gnawing at him. He hates seeing his uncle being punished for his own decisions. But at least, he thinks, he wasn't being punished alongside him. Just as he thought that, suddenly, Rio gestures toward the kitchen, her tone turning more serious. Now, young man, there are dishes in the sink that need cleaning, she says, her voice leaving no room for argument. And once you're done with that, you can clean the rest of the kitchen as well. Mateo's eyes widen in surprise, momentarily stunned. But I thought, he starts to say, confusion evident in his voice. Rio raises a brow, finishing his sentence for him. You thought you got away with everything. No, your punishment will be just as bad as your uncle's, she says firmly, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. For starters, you're grounded for the foreseeable future. Now, off you go. The dishes won't clean themselves. With a heavy heart, Mateo nods, shoulders slumping as he heads towards the kitchen to face his punishment. As he eyed the pile of dirty dishes, he couldn't help but feel a sense of regret for keeping everything from his mother. But deep down, he knew that she would never have allowed him to take his revenge. Besides, she knows now and, all things considered, the punishment is very light. Left alone in the living room with Miles and Peter, Rio takes a deep breath before turning to Miles, her heart pounding with disbelief as she reached out to touch his face, tracing the familiar lines of his features with wonder. You look just like him, she whispered, her voice filled with awe and disbelief. Miles squirmed uncomfortably under her scrutiny, blushing as he tried to pull away. Mom, stop, he mumbled, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment at the comparison. But then he realized, in a slip of the tongue, he called her Mom, immediately regretting it as he stammered out an apology. Rio couldn't help but smile at his embarrassment, her heart warming at the unintended endearment. It's okay, Miles, she reassured him, her tone gentle. You can call me Mom if you want. I don't mind. Miles looked away bashfully, a small smile tugging at his lips as he muttered, okay, Mom, feeling a strange sense of comfort in the familial term. Turning her attention to Peter, Rio's expression turned conflicted, a frown marring her features as she struggled to reconcile her gratitude with her concerns. Peter, I appreciate what you've done for my son, but giving him those powers. She began, her voice tinged with worry. Peter nodded understandingly, knowing the weight of her worries. I guess I'll have to make a good first impression in order to win her over. Without a word, he pulled out his phone, tapping away, confusing both Rio and Miles. And done. As he finished and stored his phone away, suddenly, a notification chimed on Rio's phone, interrupting their conversation. You should really look at that. He told her, a knowing smile on his face, ? Hesitantly, she checked it, her eyes widening in shock as she read the message. Dropping her phone, she stared at it in disbelief, her mind reeling. Miles leaned over to see what had startled his mother, his eyes widening as he read the notification. What is it? He asked, his voice tinged with concern as he saw the amount displayed on the screen. It's a wire transfer, Rio murmured, her voice barely above a whisper as she struggled to comprehend the enormity of the sum. $50 million. She trailed off, her mind racing with possibilities and questions. A/N, 1,758 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 669, C668 Ratatouille. As the world was going crazy over the disappearance of the President of the United States of America, Rio sat in her bedroom, staring at her phone in disbelief. Peter's reassurances echoed in her mind, calming her nerves. When she first began to realize what happened, her bank account loaded with a life-changing amount of money, she immediately tried to give it all back. After all, she never liked getting handouts from others, especially not from people she didn't even know. But thankfully, Peter made that impossible. With a bit of finagling, he made it appear as if the money was never even wired over, but instead came from a long list of investment, which she made throughout her entire adult life, adding up to a crisp $50 million. Despite her initial hesitation, the allure of financial security for her family proved too enticing to resist. With Miles, Mateo, and Aaron by her side, convincing her to just take it, she made the decision to keep the money, albeit with a twinge of hesitancy lingering in her heart. After all, it was a small fraction of Wilson Fisk's ill-gotten gains, which Peter had stolen and repurposed, a form of justice served from beyond the grave. As she tentatively accepted the unexpected windfall, Rio couldn't shake the feeling of unease and uncertainty, wondering what the hell she was supposed to do with all this money. Yet, with Peter's convincing words and the support of her family, Rio pushed aside her doubts and allowed herself to dream of a brighter future. With the weight of financial burden lifted, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief and focus on rebuilding their lives. Together, they discussed plans for the money, mapping out investments and savings to ensure long-term stability. Mateo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he suggested ideas for their future, such as building their own house, which they would actually own instead of throwing their money away on rising rental costs, his enthusiasm infectious as they dared to imagine a life free from the shadows of their past. As they basked in the warmth of newfound hope, Rio couldn't help but feel grateful for Peter's unexpected generosity. Despite his mysterious arrival, and his involvement with her son's shocking new abilities, she couldn't deny the impact he had made on their lives, bringing light to their darkest days. With a renewed sense of purpose, Rio embraced the opportunity to carve out a better future for her family, determined to make the most of this unexpected gift. And as they laughed and planned together, a sense of optimism filled the room, washing away the lingering doubts and fears of the past. In the end, Rio realized that sometimes, help can come from the most unexpected places. And as she looked at her son, his smiling face finally returning after so long, she knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, as a family. After a long day of ups and downs at the Morales household, Peter and Miles found themselves staying the night, with Rio insisting they stay, even going so far as to set up the entire living room just for them. As everyone drifted off to sleep, Miles snoring on the other side of the room, Peter lay awake, his gaze fixated on a family photo nearby. The picture captured a joyful moment at an amusement park, featuring a much younger Mateo and his parents, Rio and Jeff. Suddenly, Miles' request echoed in Peter's mind, urging him to bring back Mateo's dad, to make their family whole once more. With a heavy sigh, Peter knew the idea wasn't going to work. Yet, unable to shake the thought, he resolved to at least test his abilities, to see if he could even do it or not. Quietly slipping out of the apartment, he made his way to the rooftop, pondering his options. Contemplating his powers over death, bestowed upon him by his new spider suit, Peter acknowledged their limitations. Bringing back a true living being seemed beyond his current capabilities. And the notion of using the Infinity Stones to resurrect Mateo's father was impossible unless he brought the body back to his own universe, but even that idea raised its own set of uncertainties. Like, what happens to a body that's revived in a separate universe from the one it was born, lived, and died in? Concerns gnawed at Peter's thoughts. Would Jeff truly return, soul intact, if brought back in another universe? Or would his body return to life as a soulless husk, living the rest of its life in a vegetated state? Wrestling with doubt, Peter weighed the risks and consequences. Ultimately, the risk seemed too great. With a heavy heart, Peter abandoned the idea of going anywhere near Mateo's father's body, instead opting to test all of this out on some dead rats instead. After all, this may be another universe, but it's still New York, the Big Apple, the pizza capital of the world, but most all, an infested city, filled with rats. Searching around the subway, it didn't take Peter more than a minute to find some dead rats, which he immediately levitated, as he didn't want to touch them, before heading back, ready to start his experimentation. First, he returned to the rooftop of Mateo's apartment building and placed a single rat on the floor before him, calling upon his deathly powers. Peter conjured a green flame in his hand, putting all the power he could into it before tossing it at the rat. As the flame made contact, the dead rodent immediately caught fire, its body almost instantly burning to ash as a shadowy rat figure appeared in its place, bowing its head towards Peter, its green eyes and accents glowing in the dark night. As I thought. Peter sighed at his expected failure. As he already guessed, his powers could only bring back undead shadows, not real living beings. Disappointment weighed heavy on Peter's shoulders as he gazed at the shadowy rat before him. Despite his best efforts, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration at his limitations. Well, it's not like I didn't expect this already, he muttered to himself, running a hand through his hair. The shadowy rat seemed to sense its master's frustration, its glowing eyes flickering with understanding as it let out a cute squeak, leaping onto Peter's shoulder before rubbing its face against his cheek, trying to comfort him. You're pretty cute, you know that. Peter reached up and scratched the little rat under its chin, a smile forming on his face. With one more theory to test, Peter slipped through a star-shaped portal, returning to his basement in his home universe. He didn't want to disturb his family, who slumbered peacefully upstairs, especially not when he's carting around a bunch of dead rats, like some sort of psychopath. With determined focus, he placed a single rat from Mateo's universe on the floor. Retrieving his rings from his storage necklace, each adorned with an infinity stone, Peter donned them on his fingers, feeling the weight of their power. Here goes nothing. Gazing at the lifeless rat, Peter snapped his fingers, channeling the immense power of the infinity stones. He watched with bated breath as the rat's stiff body began to stir, its chest rising and falling with renewed breath. Hope flickered in Peter's heart as the rat remained still, like a dormant vessel. He nudged it gently, but it didn't respond, confirming his earlier suspicions. With a sense of resignation, Peter infused his eyes with a flicker of eldritch energy, peering into the rat's body. There, he found no trace of an astral form, confirming its soulless state. Even the power of the soul stone couldn't bridge the gap between universes, leaving the rat devoid of its essence. Maybe if I bring it back to Mateo's universe, the soul will return on its own. Peter guessed, and in a final attempt, he levitated the rat and opened a portal back to Mateo's universe, hoping for a miracle. But as the rat returned to its original realm, it remained lifeless, devoid of soul. As failure settled over him like a heavy cloak, Peter realized a harsh truth: he couldn't save everyone. It was a lesson he had learned before, but one that had slipped his mind amidst his growing power and successes. With a heavy heart, Peter accepted the limitations of his abilities, understanding that some things were beyond his control. Maybe I can try again when I'm more powerful. As the sun began to rise, Peter stood on the rooftop, gazing down at the soulless rat before him. A sense of pity tugged at his heart as he considered its fate. Should he end its suffering now, or let it linger in this state until it inevitably starves to death? Just as Peter was about to put the little guy out of its misery, suddenly, a peculiar idea sparked in his mind. He rummaged through his storage necklace and retrieved a large gem, which emanated a faint glow. However, the gem was not empty, it housed the trapped soul of Kong the Conqueror, a being of immense intellect and fury. As Peter held the gem, a torrent of curses and anger filled his ears. You mother-f***er. Do you have any idea how long I've been stuck in your storage space, trapped in silent darkness? Any lesser-minded being would already be insane. Kong berated Peter for imprisoning him and subjecting him to endless boredom. Yet, Peter remained unfazed, his expression morphing into a mischievous grin. Since you were so bored in there, Kong, I thought I'd offer you a change of scenery, he quipped, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Kang's metaphorical eyes widened in apprehension, sensing trouble brewing. With a wave of his hand, Peter unleashed his magical prowess, manipulating Kang's soul, pulling it from the gem and merging it with the soulless rat before him. A surge of energy pulsed through the rodent as Kang's essence infused its being, granting it newfound vitality. Wait. Stop. Don't put me in that thing. He shouted as he noticed where Peter was bringing him. Soon enough, Kang's protests fell silent as his consciousness merged with the rat's body, his once formidable form reduced to that of a mere creature, a dirty pest. Peter watched with a sense of satisfaction as the rat twitched and squeaked, rising to its feet, now imbued with the essence of Kong the Conqueror. This was a great idea. He laughed as the Kong-turned rat seemed to look itself over, its beady eyes wide in bewilderment. Insert picture of Ratatouille here A/N, LMAO. See. This is a lot better than the gem, isn't it? Peter chuckled, amused by the entire situation. As Kong looked up at him, baring his new little rat teeth in anger, he spoke his first words, F***CKU. But sadly, instead of the normal tone he was used to, what came out was a high-pitched, squeaky voice, which caught even him off guard. Ha ha ha. Peter laughed as he pulled out his phone, pointing the camera in Kang's direction. Go on. Say it again. I'm going to post this on YouTube. A/N, 1931 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 670, C669 home again. Police car light insert doll gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. After imbuing the soul of Kong the Conqueror into the unsuspecting body of a rat, Peter wasn't about to leave anything to chance. He knew all too well the intellect and ambition that thrived within just about every Kong, especially this one. So, Peter set to work, weaving an intricate web of spells around the rat. These enchantments were designed not to harm but to safeguard, restricting Kang's ability to manipulate his new form in any way that might lead to a power-armored rodent uprising or some other unknown catastrophe. As the first light of dawn began to paint the New York skyline, Peter and his peculiar new companion made their way back to the apartment where the Morales family, unaware of the night's events, still slept. In the quiet of the early morning, Peter took to the kitchen, moving with the silent grace of someone who knows their way around both a battlefield and a stovetop. As bacon sizzled and eggs cooked, the room filled with the comforting aroma of breakfast as Peter conversed with the rat, whom he forced to help him cook, Ratatouille style, because he thought it was hilarious. Of course, he made sure that Kang's new body was clean and disease-free beforehand with a few spells. After all, he's still a rat from New York City. As they cooked, Peter questioned Kong on the intricacies of the Council of Kangs. Despite the surreal situation, his focus was sharp. The information Kong possessed could prove invaluable in Peter's upcoming crusade against Centurion and the Council. Kong, begrudgingly and with a rodent-like squeak, complied as his hate for his fellow Kangs far outweighed everything else. Each question Peter posed was met with a high-pitched, albeit reluctant, flood of insights and secrets. The rat's body might have been constrained by Peter's spells, but his mind remained as sharp and cunning as ever. As the rest of the household began to stir, drawn to the kitchen by the enticing smell of breakfast, Peter couldn't help but chuckle in anticipation, awaiting their reactions to his new rat companion. "Mornin', Peter. Breakfast smells amazing," Rio greeted him, her voice warm with gratitude, though that quickly disappeared as she noticed the rat sat on Peter's shoulder, her eyes going wide. "What are you looking at?" Kong responded aggressively in his high-pitched voice, clearly annoyed with this entire situation. "What the hell is that?" Rio exclaimed, her voice trembling as she backed away, her eyes wide with disbelief and fear. It wasn't just the shock of hearing a rat speak but also her deep-seated fear of rodents, which she had painstakingly ensured never found a place in her home. "Get it out. Get it out." The commotion quickly awoke Mateo and Miles, who rushed into the kitchen, prepared for an emergency. What they found, however, was a scene that left them both bewildered. Rio was cowering behind a wall, while Peter stood across the room, an amused smile playing on his lips despite the tension, and an unmistakably angry rat on his shoulder. "Guys, meet our new, guest," Peter finally broke the silence, struggling to keep a straight face. F***CKU. The rat, meanwhile, glowered at everyone, clearly hating every moment of this. "Peter, why is there a talking rat in the kitchen?" Miles asked, his tone a mix of confusion and curiosity. Peter cleared his throat, readying himself for the explanation. "Well, this isn't just any rat. This is Kong the Conqueror." Peter quickly explained, watching their reactions carefully. "And you thought this was funny?" Rio managed to find her voice, still incredulous. "Yes." Peter chuckled, nodding. "I mean, come on, it's kind of hilarious," he said as he gestured towards all of the food. "I even had him make all of this with me, like Ratatouille. Ugh. I think I'm going to be sick." Rio very nearly puked, just the thought of food touched by a dirty rat turning her stomach. Kong, seizing the moment, let out a high-pitched tirade. You think this is funny? This is demeaning. You can't just play with people's lives. Did a Kong just lecture me about playing with people's lives? Peter raised a questioning eyebrow, his words sealing Kang's mouth almost instantly. The room fell into an awkward silence, the gravity of Peter's actions hanging in the air. Seconds later, Rio made a declaration. I don't care what or who it is, I want that dirty rat out of my house. In the week that followed, with Rio's adamant refusal to house a rat, especially one with a malicious Kang's soul attached to it, Peter had no choice but to check into a nearby hotel, which he was planning to do anyway. After all, sleeping on a couch isn't the most comfortable situation. Miles, however, remained at Mateo and Rio's apartment, his sense of duty anchoring him there until he was certain Rio was doing okay. She may have money now, which would make life much easier, but he was still worried. While Miles was busy with this universe's version of his mother, Peter found himself splitting his time between helping Mateo train his electromagnetic abilities and extracting invaluable knowledge from Kong. Kong, for all his cunning and ambition, found himself in a predicament that would have seemed laughable had it not been so humiliating. Reduced to a rodent, his every attempt at escape or retaliation was thwarted by Peter's meticulously crafted spells. Each effort to flee or craft any form of weaponry ended in either a painful zap that left him writhing on the floor or the disintegration of his makeshift tools before they could be put to use. The once mighty Kong the Conqueror could not fathom a more disgraceful situation. The very idea of being seen as a pet, subject to the whims of Spider-Man, would make him the laughingstock of all Kangs. Yet, despite his pride and the burning desire for revenge that fueled his every waking moment, Kong found himself at an impasse. After all, he may hate Peter, but he hates the Council of Kangs far more. If I stick with Peter and help him, then maybe, just maybe I'll get to see them all burn. He thought, a malicious look in his beady little rat eyes. The dawn of their last day in this universe broke with a bittersweet glow, marking the end of Peter and Miles' time here. Peter and Kong the Rat found Miles on the rooftop, gazing out over the city that mirrored yet diverged so starkly from his own. The air was filled with a heavy silence, the kind that spoke volumes. You okay? Peter finally broke the stillness, his voice tinged with empathy. Miles sighed, a mix of resignation and resolve in his gaze. Yeah. It's just hard, you know. Leaving her, he admitted, his thoughts lingering on the universe's version of his mother. Peter placed a comforting hand on Miles's shoulder. She's got Mateo. He'll look after her. Besides, you have your own mother back home. Nodding, Miles allowed himself a small smile, reassured by the truth in Peter's words. Before they could dwell further, Mateo, Aaron, and Rio joined them, their arrival signaling that it was time. But Peter had one more task before their departure. Mateo, I've got something to ask you, Peter began, his tone serious. How would you like to join the Watchmen? Mateo seemed confused. What's that? It's a group I put together. Think of us as guardians and explorers of the multiverse. I want to offer you a place with us, Peter explained, his offer hanging in the air like a promise of purpose. The idea seemed to resonate with Mateo, a spark of excitement lighting up his eyes. I'm in, he said without hesitation, the decision made in the span of a heartbeat. But, he added, glancing over at his mother and uncle. Can it wait for a while? I kind of just want to spend some time with my family for a while. I've been fighting for so long that I haven't had the chance to stop. Of course, take as much time as you need. Peter agreed easily, a smile on his face. Stood beside him, Miles let out a relieved sigh, his worries melting away. Their preparations were swift, the farewell brief yet heartfelt. As Peter and Miles stepped through a star-shaped portal, Peter, Kong the Rat on his shoulder, couldn't help but glance back, offering a final nod to Mateo and his family. The portal closed behind them, leaving Mateo and his family standing in silence, a sad feeling in the air. They had just gotten used to having Miles and Peter around, so seeing them leave was certainly an emotional experience, especially for Rio, who had grown attached to Miles over the past week, seeing him as her second son. After ensuring Miles was safely back in his own universe, Peter Parker and his new rat companion returned to the familiar landscape of his New York. As he walked out of his portal and into his house, the silence greeted him oddly, a stark contrast to the lively atmosphere he'd become accustomed to when he returned home. Glancing at his phone, a message from MJ caught his attention. Out with the kids for dinner, it read, be back late. Love you. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, warmed by the message. He was about to type a reply when his phone abruptly rang, cutting through the quiet of the house. The caller ID flashed Tony Stark's name, instantly piquing Peter's curiosity. Yo, Tony, what's up? Peter answered, his tone light, yet curious. Good, you answered. If you're interested in seeing that compound V of yours in action, then get here as fast as you can. We're about to start administering as planned, Tony's voice came through, laced with excitement and a hint of challenge. Interest piqued and eager to witness the effects of the compound V firsthand, especially on his fellow Avengers, Peter wasted no time. A portal opened with a gesture, and he stepped through from his apartment directly into the heart of the Avengers Tower. A/N, 1743 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 671, C670 Avengers Upgrade. The atmosphere in the Avengers Tower was charged with anticipation. Various Avengers gathered, some with visible excitement, others with a hint of skepticism in their eyes. Donned in his spider suit, Peter couldn't help but feel a rush of adrenaline, curious about the potential enhancements they were about to experience. As he didn't want Kang's presence to distract away from today's proceedings, Peter dropped the little rat off in his office, sealing him inside for the time being. I should set up a cage or something for him, he thought, as he didn't want to carry around a rodent everywhere he went. Tony led the way to the main lab, where Bruce Banner and Peter stood ready with the Compound V doses. Each vial, filled with blue liquid, glinted under the lab lights, promising untold possibilities. Peter may have not been involved with the testing of Compound V, as he's been rather busy lately, but that doesn't mean he can't help with the whole process. After all, he's the one who gave them the serum and he's already used it on 2 people. Technically, he's the most experienced person in the room when it comes to Compound V. At least when it comes to human subjects. All right, everyone, Tony began, his voice carrying through the room, this is it. Compound V. We've ran all sorts of tests and trials, so you don't have anything to worry about besides a bit of pain during the transition. But other than that, everything has been accounted for. Are there any questions? Are there any side effects we should be aware of? Steve Rogers broke the silence, his voice steady yet carrying an undercurrent of concern. His question echoed the collective apprehension of the room. Tony, with a reassuring smile, responded, we've run every test imaginable. None have shown any side effects. It appears to be clean. And the powers? Any idea what we're looking at? Natasha chimed in, her gaze fixed on the vials as if trying to decipher their contents. Ah, that's the million-dollar question, Tony said, his hands gesturing to the vials. It seems to be completely random. Could be anything from enhanced strength to, well, who knows. We've run some animal trials and now we have a zoo of superpowered mice, pigs, monkeys, and all of them gain different powers at random. A murmur of whispers swept through the room, each Avenger lost in thought about the possibilities, both thrilling and daunting. After all of the questions were asked, the room fell into a contemplative silence, the weight of Tony's words settling over them. Peter glanced around at his fellow Avengers, a mix of resolve and uncertainty in their eyes. Yet, beneath it all lay an unspoken bond, a commitment to face whatever the future held, together. Bruce, if you'd do the honors. Peter said as he laid down on the heavily reinforced bed in the center of the room, and Tony began strapping him down. Since you all seem so worried, I'll be the one to go first. Bruce nodded, stepping forward with a vial in one hand and a big syringe in the other. Okay, just give me a moment, he said as he carefully filled the syringe before setting the empty vial aside and asking. Ready? Yup, hit me with it. Peter nodded, waiting for the pain. The tension was palpable as Bruce, with a steady hand, injected the shimmering blue serum of Compound V into Peter's veins. The gathered Avengers watched in silence, each one holding their breath as the plunger descended, marking the beginning of an uncertain transformation. Peter's body tensed, a sharp pain radiating through him like wildfire. Yet, his years as Spider-Man had taught him resilience in the face of agony. He grunted, his features contorting slightly, but no scream escaped his lips. The moment stretched on, every second feeling like an eternity until finally, the ordeal was over. Bruce and Tony, with cautious movements, unstrapped Peter from the bed. Sitting up, Peter stretched his limbs, trying to shake off the lingering discomfort. The room was silent, every pair of eyes locked onto him with a mixture of concern and curiosity. What? Peter finally broke the silence, his voice edged with a hint of humor to lighten the mood. Natasha stepped forward, her voice betraying her usual calm composure. Did it work? She asked, echoing the question on everyone's minds. Peter paused, inwardly probing for any sign of new abilities. At first, nothing seemed amiss, but as the seconds ticked by, an odd sensation began to ripple through him. Huh. Without warning, his arms elongated, stretching toward the floor with an eerie fluidity that took everyone, including Peter, by surprise. A collective gasp filled the room as his arms reached an unnatural length, touching the floor. For a moment, panic flickered across the faces of the Avengers, a shared fear that something had gone terribly wrong. Peter, however, was quicker to adapt. A spark of excitement replaced the initial shock, and he focused, willing his arms to retract. To everyone's amazement, they snapped back into place with a swift, elastic motion. A wide smile spread across Peter's face, a mix of relief and exhilaration as he began to experiment, stretching various parts of his body with a childlike wonder, drawing some laughs and odd comments from the surrounding Avengers. I guess I'm a rubberman like Luffy from One Piece. Peter seemed to enjoy his new powers. This might come in handy in the bedroom as well. Seeing the serum work with any issues, the room's atmosphere shifted from tension to relief. They had witnessed the birth of a new ability, and now they were excited to get one of their own, especially those who never had a power to begin with. With Peter's turnover, it was time for someone else to step up next. Any volunteers? Bruce asked. Silence filled the room for a moment before Natasha stepped forward, a determined glint in her eye. Let's get this over with. As Bruce administered the dose, all eyes were on Natasha as she went through the same process as Peter, waiting for any sign of change. Within moments of the pain disappearing, a subtle glow enveloped her, her eyes flashing with newfound intensity. How do you feel? Peter asked as she was unbuckled from the bed. Sharper, stronger, she replied, flexing her hands as if feeling out the extent of her enhanced capabilities. It's like everything's been turned up a notch. As Natasha's words hung in the air, an unexpected transformation began. A radiant, white-colored energy enveloped her entire figure, casting a soft glow that illuminated the room. Her eyes, wide with astonishment, mirrored the shock of everyone present. For someone who wasn't used to having such an ability, the sudden manifestation was overwhelming. Ah. Nat, are you okay? Hawkeye asked worriedly. Peter, witnessing Natasha struggle with her new powers, realized the urgency of the situation. Her power, uncontrolled and escalating, posed a risk to herself and everyone in the vicinity. With a quick decision, Peter acted. Walking over and tapping her in the shoulder, he reached out to the surging energy within Natasha, seeking to dampen it, to give her a moment of reprieve. The effect was immediate. The white energy, which had been growing more intense by the second, receded at Peter's intervention, dimming until it finally dissipated, leaving Natasha gasping for breath but unharmed. The room, once filled with the soft light of her power, returned to normalcy, the tension evaporating into a collective sigh of relief. How do you feel now? Peter asked, his concern evident. Controlled, thank you, Natasha responded, a slow smile spreading across her face as she came to terms with her abilities. She flexed her hands, the air around her shimmering slightly as she tentatively explored the extent of her powers. It's like I've been given a new set of tools. And now I need to learn how they work. After some tests, they learned that Natasha seemed to have acquired the ability to manipulate energy, which seemed to also enhance her physical power as well, making her much stronger and more resilient than before. One by one, the Avengers stepped up to receive their doses, each reacting differently to the enhancements. Hawkeye was the next to volunteer. As Bruce administered the serum and he went through the same pain as Peter and Natasha, Hawkeye's eyes closed in concentration. When he opened them again, the change was instantaneous. His eyes darted around the room, capturing every minute detail with newfound clarity. Getting up, he moved with a grace and speed that was astonishing, his reflexes, senses, and speed and enhanced. Ant-Man was next. The serum took effect, and to everyone's surprise, he began to levitate off the ground, his feet kicking the air in disbelief. I can fly, he exclaimed, zooming around the room with a childlike glee, navigating the space with an ease that suggested he was meant for the skies. Fury approached the process with a cautious expression. Yet, when his turn came and he got his dose, he vanished from the bed, only to reappear a short distance away. Fury had gained the ability to teleport over short distances, a small, barely noticeable smirk playing on his lips as he tested his new skill, disappearing and reappearing a few times until he got used to it. As the process continued, several refused the serum, each for their own reasons. The Ancient One, because she didn't think she needed it. Chaka, because he was old and retired from the hero game. And lastly, Magneto and Professor X remained spectators as well, choosing to stick to their metahuman abilities instead. Next, Tony, with a mix of enthusiasm and a hint of bravado, took his turn, only to gain the disappointing ability to control his own saliva. The room burst into laughter, with Peter leading the chorus. Dude, that's the most useless power I've ever seen. Ha ha ha. Peter laughed as he watched a small bit of Tony's saliva float in front of him. Tony was heartbroken, his superpowered dreams crushed. Yet, once his laughter calmed down, Peter speculated that Tony's seemingly useless power might actually be a stepping stone to something greater, complete control over his body. This idea rekindled a small bit of hope in Tony's eyes, determined to study his newfound ability. Finally, once everyone had finished up, it was Steve Rogers' turn. And the serum definitely worked its magic this time, bestowing upon him extreme super strength, durability, and the ability to fly, making him a sorting Superman or Homelander without the other powers. You lucky bee ****. Tony complained, jealousy radiating from his entire being. As the session drew to a close, the Avengers stood together, each with new abilities to master. A/N, 1851 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 672, C671 Kang's incoming. Police car light insert booty gif /PICs here, Most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. A few days had flown by since the Avengers had undergone their remarkable transformations. The Compound V experiment, which initially filled the air of the Avengers Tower with a mix of excitement and uncertainty, had concluded successfully. Almost every member and several trusted agents had received their doses, emerging with powers that ranged from the astounding to the amusing. But for Peter, the aftermath was just a backdrop to a far grander plan. Peter didn't linger to witness the full extent of everyone's newfound abilities. His mind was preoccupied with a more complex challenge, the creation of gates that would link this universe to countless others. This endeavor wasn't just a scientific curiosity, it was a means to quickly and efficiently find his fellow successor candidates. He was even given a way to track them. A holographic system-like panel capable of finding a successor, as long as they're in the same universe, of course. It also displayed a number that represented the remaining candidates. 66 to 69. Peter stared at the number, a contemplative look on his face. I've killed Null and Centurion, which means someone else managed to either kill themselves, which is a possibility but not very likely, or they killed another successor. He wondered who it was. Sadly, he would have to wait to find out since the functionality of his little boom from death was limited. It only showed a number of remaining successors and detected those within the same universe, meaning he would have to go searching throughout an infinite multiverse in order to complete his mission. Yeah, no thanks. Peter thought, refusing to bother with the massive workload. So, to overcome this limitation, Peter's solution was as ambitious as it was crazy, to link his universe with others, creating a network of gates that would allow his tracker to bypass its limitations and more easily detect its targets. Peter's plan was strategic. By expanding these gates, he could significantly simplify the task of finding his enemies, or potentially, allies. It was an elegant solution that would enable him to monitor the progress from a distance, sparing him from the legwork that came with personally scouting the multiverse. And best of all, Peter didn't plan to lift a single finger in the process. After all, why bother with the grunt work when he has a whole new multiverse organization ready and waiting to take the job? Of course, he would still have to do some prep work to make it all happen. After all, the concept was sound, but the execution would be far from straightforward. Inventing a device capable of such feats required not only a profound understanding of quantum mechanics and interdimensional physics but also a touch of magic and runes to speed things along, elements that were within Peter's reach, thanks to his unique genius intellect and abilities, many of which taken from powerful cosmic entities. As Peter sat in his brand new workshop on the island that housed the Watchman, surrounded by schematics and materials, he could feel the weight of the task ahead. The room was a chaos of creativity and science, with holographic displays showing complex equations and simulations of the gates in operation. Peter, with his trademark blend of humor and determination, sifted through the data, occasionally talking to himself, muttering as his mind raced. Okay, let's see. If we adjust this here, maybe we can reduce the power consumption. Or, accidentally create a black hole. Maybe I shouldn't. He mused, his fingers dancing over a holographic interface. As he delved deeper into the intricacies of his project, Peter's mind occasionally drifted to his comrades, wondering how they were adapting to their new powers. He imagined Tony tinkering in his lab, trying to find practical applications for his saliva control, or Steve, coming to terms with his extreme increase in power. But for now, those thoughts had to be pushed aside. The task at hand required his full attention. The creation of the gates was not just a step towards fulfilling his mission, it was a leap into the unknown, a challenge that Peter was ready to get started as soon as possible. With a final glance at the schematics, Peter set to work. The hours ahead would be long and demanding, but he was undeterred. This was the beginning of something new, a project which he could dive headfirst into. A week had sped by since Peter set his mind to creating the gates that would link his universe to countless others. The workshop, once a storm of activity and chaos, now held a victorious silence. The first gate stood completed, a testament to Peter's dedication and brilliance. In the heart of his workshop, a metal, octagon-shaped gate stood, humming with power and the faint glow of runes. Peter prepared for the gate's inaugural test. The device itself was a marvel, a compact structure infused with a blend of magic and advanced technology, embodying Peter's vision. Despite its size, which was about as wide as a small window, it had the capability to bridge universes, a feat that would have been deemed impossible by most. All right, let's see if all this hard work pays off, Peter said with a grin, his fingers hovering over the activation console. He had chosen a peaceful universe for the first connection, one he had scouted beforehand. This universe, devoid of all sentient life, would serve as the perfect testing ground for the gate's capabilities. As he initiated the sequence, the gate hummed to life, its surface shimmering with a kaleidoscope of lights. Peter watched, holding his breath as the portal stabilized, then exhaled in relief and excitement as the gateway opened, revealing a serene landscape on the other side. Success. Now, let's talk security, shall we? Peter mused to himself, his gaze returning to the console. The security features of the gates were nothing short of extraordinary. First and foremost, they were hidden, virtually undetectable to anyone not in possession of a Watchman multiverse hopping watch. This alone would deter most from even discovering the gates. However, should this first line of defense ever be breached, the gates were equipped to incinerate anyone or anything unauthorized upon contact. But why stop there? Peter chuckled, recalling the myriad of security measures he had installed. With a blend of magic and technology at his disposal, Peter had crafted approximately 1,000 different security features. Each one was more complex and dangerous than the last, designed to ensure that the gates remained exclusively under his control. The size of the gates, too, was part of their security. Initially small, they would be made even more inconspicuous and secure through the use of PIM particles, shrinking them to a completely imperceptible size. This feature was crucial, for Peter had no intention of using the gates for travel. Their sole purpose was to connect his universe with others, serving as conduits for his larger plan. After all, he already had 3 different ways to travel the multiverse: his star-shaped portals, his TARDIS, and the Watchman watches. Why would he need to bother with gates? Standing back, Peter admired his work, a gate that served as a bridge to other universes with all of the security needed to help him sleep peacefully at night. It was the first of many, a foundational piece in what would become a vast network, a spider's web stretching across the multiverse. As the test concluded and the gate deactivated, leaving the workshop in tranquility once more, Peter couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation for what was to come. This project, ambitious and daunting, had begun as a mere concept. Now, it was a reality, marking the start of an unparalleled venture into the unknown. The path ahead would be long, filled with challenges and discoveries. Yet, with the first gate a success, Peter felt ready. Ready to expand his network, to explore and connect with the multiverse. This was just the beginning, and the journey ahead was his to shape. And with that, Peter turned off the lights, leaving the workshop in darkness. Tomorrow, he would start the work of mass-producing these gates. And after that, his Watchman would be tasked with spreading them throughout the multiverse, weaving his web for him. Meanwhile, within the shadowed halls of a realm untouched by time, Immortus and Ramatut, the 2 remaining leaders of the Council of Kangs, convened. Their meeting was one of urgency and concern, a rare occurrence for beings who saw themselves above the temporal affairs of the multiverse. Centurion's fall was unexpected, Ramatut began, his voice echoing off the ancient stones. I must admit, this version of Spider-Man is quite impressive. Immortus reluctantly nodded, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. Centurion was a fool, always leaping without looking. His death is no loss to our council. However, he paused, weighing his next words, as you said, this Spider-Man poses a potential threat. Ramatut nodded, the lines of time etched into his face deepening with concern. Indeed. If he could eliminate Centurion, it stands to reason we might be next. Such a fate is undesirable. The room was thick with the weight of their deliberations, as the 2 figures considered their options. To them, the multiverse was a chessboard, and they were the players who moved the pieces. Peter Parker, however, had become an unforeseen player, one whose next move they could not predict. We must act, Immortus declared, his decision echoing with finality. Strike before he even considers us targets. Our response must be swift and decisive. The entire might of the Council of Kangs shall reign upon his universe. Ramatut's eyes gleamed with a mix of apprehension and excitement. An all-out attack, then. We mobilize at once. With that, the 2 leaders set in motion a plan of monumental scale. Across time and space, the resources of the Council of Kangs were summoned, preparing to launch an assault that would shake the very foundations of Peter's universe. A/N, 1709 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 673, C672 Arise. And symbiotes. After days turned into weeks, and the hum of machinery faded into the background, Peter found himself at a rare moment of peace. His grand scheme to bridge the multiverse with a network of gates had transitioned from fervent labor to delegated responsibility. The Watchmen, a dedicated group forged from trust and necessity, were now dispersing these marvels of science and magic for him, a specially built factory pumping out a steady supply so that they never ran out. Peter, the creator of it all, took this time to breathe, to live. As someone who's almost constantly busy, he enjoyed this moment of peace more than anything. In these quieter times, Peter reconnected with the essence of life outside his heroic duties. Family moments with his wife, children, and mother figures became a regular occurrence. Laughter, shared stories, and the warmth of home refueled his spirit, reminding him that the world, his world, was more than just a battleground for cosmic stakes. Yet, the gears of curiosity and responsibility never truly halted for Peter. One evening, as dusk painted the sky with hues of fading light, Peter called upon Null, the shadowy enigma bound to serve him. From the darkness of Peter's own silhouette, Null emerged, a form both mesmerizing and menacing. "Null, we need to chat about your subjects," Peter began, his tone mixing the casual with the serious. "The symbiotes, or the Clintar, whatever you call them, do you still have a connection to them? Or was it severed when you died?" Null, a figure of deathly allegiance, nodded. His voice, a chilling whisper, carried the weight of untold secrets. "The symbiotes, as you call them, are bound to me, as I am their king. What do you wish of them, Master?" "I'd like to recruit them," Peter revealed, explaining his vision. "If each member of the Watchmen could bond with a symbiote, it would enhance our strength by a large margin. Can you gather them for me?" The request sparked a rare flicker of intrigue in Null's void-like eyes. "Yes, they will heed my call. But I'll need a way to reach them, across the vastness of the multiverse." Without hesitation, Peter handed over one of the multiverse-hopping watches, which all members of the Watchmen wore, a tool as precious as it was powerful. "Take this and go. But don't be gone long, or else I'll have to come looking for you." "Yes, Master." Null accepted the watch, and with a twist of its dials, a portal tore through the fabric of reality, a pitch-black doorway. Stepping through, he vanished, leaving Peter alone in his thoughts. With Null gone for the moment, Peter decided it was time to test something, while simultaneously adding another powerhouse to his side, or at least he hoped he could. It would all depend on whether or not he succeeded. In a moment of silent anticipation, Peter waved his hand, summoning what remained of the Silver Surfer's corpse. The legs, all that was left after their cataclysmic encounter, materialized before him. His previous attempt to resurrect the Surfer as an undead servant had failed due to the body's incomplete state. However, emboldened by the significant power boost from his new, pitch-black spider suit, Peter felt a surge of confidence. It was time to try again. With a focused gaze, Peter conjured a green flame in the palm of his hand. The flame, vibrant and otherworldly, danced with life. He paused, silently wishing himself luck before, with a flick of his wrist, he tossed the flame toward the Silver Surfer's remains. The moment the green fire made contact, it ignited a spectacle. It consumed the remains completely, devouring them with a hunger that left nothing but ash in its wake. Peter watched, a mix of anticipation and uncertainty in his eyes. Then, from the ashes, a form began to take shape, a shadow that mirrored the Silver Surfer in contour but was entirely different in essence. This new being, pitch black with glowing green accents tracing its form, rose from the ashes. Its eyes shone with an eerie, brilliant light, illuminating the space with their glow. The moment it fully materialized, it knelt before Peter, an unspoken acknowledgement of allegiance and servitude. Peter, standing before this shadowy new servant, felt a mix of triumph and excitement. The Surfer, now reborn as a creature of shadow and green fire, recognized Peter as its master without a word being spoken. As Peter gazed at his new shadowy servant, a thought crossed his mind: "I truly pity the next unfortunate soul who crosses my path." After all, with a mere thought, he had the power to call forth three beings of immense strength from his shadow: Tiamat the Communicator, the Silver Surfer, and Null, the God of the Abyss. They don't stand a chance, do they? The next day, the morning sun cast its first rays over the island base of the Watchmen, signaling the start of a new day. Peter, standing in an open expanse, watched the horizon with a mixture of anticipation and uncertainty. It wasn't long before a familiar figure emerged from a portal, a trail of unending black goo flowing behind him like a river of tar. Null had returned, and he was not alone. As the sea of black goo continued to spill into the open space, Peter's curiosity got the better of him. "Null, just how many are there?" he asked, unable to hide his astonishment at the sheer volume of symbiotes pouring through. Null paused, his gaze following the stream of symbiotes. "A few million, perhaps," he speculated with a nonchalant shrug, as if the number was a mere afterthought. Peter felt a wave of regret wash over him. What was he supposed to do with millions of symbiotes? The very thought was overwhelming, a logistical nightmare that he hadn't fully considered. "Okay, that's a lot. Let's maybe not invite everyone to the party just yet," Peter half-joked, trying to mask his concern. After a moment's hesitation, he instructed Null to close the portal. The idea of housing millions of symbiotes was untenable, their numbers alone could disrupt the planet's ecosystem. So, with a heavy heart and a pragmatic mind, Peter settled for about 1,000 symbiotes for now. "We'll take more later, once we've figured out how to properly accommodate them," he reasoned, already plotting solutions to this unexpected challenge. But for now, Peter set his focus on the symbiotes in front of him, knowing that having 1,000 of them at his disposal came with its own set of risks as well. Quickly, he decided to vet each one using his telepathy, hoping to sift through their shared minds. Due to their hive-like connectivity, Peter was able to scan through their consciousness almost simultaneously, a task that was daunting yet fascinating. What he discovered was unsettling. The Clintar were inherently vicious and dangerous, their minds a tangled web of aggression and hunger. But amidst the darkness, a glimmer of hope shone through, their unwavering devotion to Null was evident. They saw him as a deity, a figure of absolute authority. Peter let out a sigh of relief. "Well, that's reassuring," he murmured to himself. At least I know they'll follow orders, with Null leading them. This realization offered a semblance of control over the situation, a way to harness their strength without succumbing to chaos. But maybe I should wipe their minds just to be safe. Peter thought, and with a heavy strike of telepathic force, he wiped their shared minds completely, leaving them blank slate of clay, ready to be molded. Question mark. Null seemed to notice Peter's actions, and he didn't seem to care either. As Null and Peter surveyed the sea of black goo now calming before them, a plan began to form. These symbiotes, once malicious and downright evil, could become a powerful ally under the right guidance. Null, I leave their re-education to you. Let's make sure they understand their place here, Peter stated, his voice firm and commanding. Null nodded in agreement, the shadows around him swirling in silent acceptance. The task ahead would not be easy, but with careful management and a clear vision, the symbiotes could indeed become a formidable addition to the Watchmen's ranks. Across the multiverse. In the heart of a coliseum, in a plane of existence that seemed to transcend time and space, a gathering of unprecedented scale took place. Thousands of Kangs, each a conqueror in their own right, filled the ancient stands, their eyes fixed on the center where Ramatut and Immortus stood. The air was thick with anticipation, the kind that precedes the storm, as silence enveloped them. Ramatut, his voice echoing majestically throughout the Colosseum, broke the silence. Brethren, we stand at the precipice of war, he began, his tone commanding attention. Our council has been challenged, our supremacy questioned by an unforeseen adversary. Peter Parker, known as Spider-Man, has dared to defy us, eliminating not only the exiled one but also our esteemed Centurion. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. The news of Centurion's death, delivered with such solemnity, was a shock to the gathered Kangs. Each one had faced countless Spider-Man in their time, seeing them as mere nuisances to be quelled. But the idea that one had risen to challenge the Council of Kangs directly, and succeeded in killing one of their leaders, was both astounding and alarming. Immortus stepped forward, his presence commanding and stern. This is not merely a loss but a declaration of war, he proclaimed, his voice laced with a mix of fury and resolve. Peter Parker poses a threat not just to our individual dominions but to the fabric of the multiverse itself. His actions cannot go unanswered. The crowd, now murmuring amongst themselves, felt a growing fervor. The notion of war, especially against a foe who had proven capable of such feats, ignited a spark within them. They were Kangs, conquerors of time and space, unaccustomed to bowing before any challenge. We must strike swiftly and decisively, Ramatut continued, his gaze sweeping over the sea of faces before him. Let us bring the full might of the Council of Kangs upon his universe. Let us show this Spider-Man that the consequences of defiance are dire. The Colosseum erupted in cheers, a chorus of voices united in their thirst for retribution. The prospect of war, particularly against an enemy who had bested one of their own, was a call to arms they could not ignore. They were ready, thousands of Kangs strong, each one deadlier than the last, each one eager to prove their supremacy. As the cheers faded, a sense of unity and purpose filled the air. The Kangs, under the leadership of Ramatut and Immortus, were not just a collection of individuals but a formidable force of nature, a tidal wave poised to crash upon Peter's universe. A/N, 1838 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 674, C673 Kong Invasion. Police car light insert wacky gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. The sun was high in the sky, casting a warm glow over the vast expanse where the Watchmen and their allies had gathered. This wasn't just any meeting, it was a pivotal moment that could potentially alter the balance of power in their favor. Peter stood at the forefront, his eyes scanning the crowd that included members like the Spider People, Wakandon, Valkyrie, Avengers, Asgardians, and Justice League. The air was thick with anticipation, and a hint of skepticism, as they awaited the introduction of their potential new allies, which they'd only just heard about. Null, emerging from Peter's shadow, commanded attention without uttering a word. Behind him, 1,000 symbiotes flooded out, pulsing with an eerie life of their own. Their appearance was unsettling, to say the least, pitch-black entities that seemed to writhe and twist like sentient tar. Murmurs of concern and curiosity rippled through the crowd. Peter cleared his throat, stepping forward to address the gathering. I know what you're all thinking, he began, his tone light yet filled with an underlying seriousness. They look straight out of a horror movie, right? A few nervous laughs broke the tension. And you'd be right, he continued, these creatures are a species of inorganic, amorphous, symbiotes, who are probably worse than most horror movie monsters you've seen. But, thanks to a bit of magic, they've been re-educated as of yesterday. They're no longer evil or predatory, but ready and willing sidekicks for each of you. Bonding with a symbiote offers a few unique advantages, Peter explained, his voice sincere and encouraging. Symbiotes empower the natural abilities of a host to the point where they far exceed that of normal members of the host species. Your strength, speed, endurance, agility, healing factor, and intelligence could see remarkable improvements. Plus, there's the bonus of getting a pretty impressive suit upgrade. A wave of skepticism washed over the crowd. The idea of merging with these alien entities was daunting, even for the bravest souls among them. Seeing the hesitation, Peter turned to Null. Show them. At his command, Null gestured towards the symbiotes. Slowly, they advanced, their movements cautious, almost respectful. One by one, they approached members of the Watchmen who had already agreed to the bond. The initial reaction was a mix of fear and fascination as the black goo began to envelop their bodies. But as the bonding process took place, expressions of fear gave way to awe and surprise. The first to fully embrace the bond was a young Valkyrie, her armor now enhanced with sleek, black tendrils that gave her an air of menace. She flexed her arms, marveling at the newfound strength coursing through her veins. "This is incredible," she exclaimed, her voice a mixture of shock and delight. Next, a Wakandan warrior, his armor now a blend of traditional vibranium and symbiote, nodded approvingly as he felt the power of the bond. As the last few early volunteers got their symbiotes, it was finally time to step things up. On Peter's instruction, the crowd had split into two distinct groups, those willing to bond with a symbiote on the right, and those opting out on the left. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation and a touch of envy from the left as they watched their counterparts on the right prepare for their transformation. Peter, standing between the two groups, glanced over to the right. "I promise, you won't regret your decision," he said with a grin. As if on cue, a wave of symbiotes advanced towards the volunteers on the right. The crowd watched in awe as the symbiotes selected their hosts, merging with them in a spectacle that was both eerie and mesmerizing. Among the first was Tony Stark. As the symbiote enveloped him, his Iron Man armor transformed before their eyes, the red and gold giving way to a sleek silver and black. The suit seemed to pulsate with newfound energy, its appearance now even more intimidating. Insert picture of Iron Man armor model 50 here. Tony flexed his arms, marveling at the feeling. This could revolutionize the suit's efficiency, he mused aloud, always the engineer at heart. Next, Thor, the god of thunder, accepted his symbiote, which took the form of his royal Asgardian armor. The black tendrils weaved through his outfit, enhancing its regal appearance with a slightly darker twist. When it touched Mjolnir, the hammer pulsed with an even brighter glow, as if approving of its new ally. This power is formidable," Thor exclaimed, a smile spreading across his face. His symbiote-enhanced armor and empowered Mjolnir were a sight to behold, merging Asgardian majesty with the raw essence of the symbiotes. As more heroes underwent the transformation, the spectacle of power and unity was undeniable. Black Panther's suit gained even more agility and stealth, the symbiote adding to the vibranium's mystique. The Flash's speed seemed to multiply, his lightning trail now mixed with streaks of black. Next came the enthusiastic Spider People, their trademark red and blue suits morphing into a deep, captivating black, a change Peter thought looked incredibly cool. Even the more mystical members, like a few master of the mystic arts, found their magical abilities heightened, the symbiote seamlessly integrating with their arcane energy. The group on the left, initially hesitant or outright refusing the bond, couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. They saw their comrades not only accepting the symbiotes but thriving with them, their powers amplified in ways they hadn't imagined possible. Peter, observing the divided reactions, addressed the group on the left. "It's okay to have doubts," he said, his voice full of understanding. "This isn't for everyone. But remember, we're all still a team, symbiote or not. What matters is that we stand together, united in our cause. Besides, you can always change your mind later. I'll always be willing to give each of you your own symbiote." His words seemed to resonate, easing the tension and perhaps even sparking reconsideration among some. And as the newly empowered heroes tested their enhanced abilities, a sense of camaraderie and excitement filled the air. As the newly bonded heroes experimented with their enhanced abilities, Peter retreated to the solitude of his lab. The world outside buzzed with excitement and newfound powers, but inside, Peter prepared for a transformation of his own. From his storage necklace, he retrieved a vial containing a thick, black substance, Null's blood. Peter had collected samples from formidable beings throughout his adventures, each time using their essence to evolve, to become more than he was. Today, he aimed to integrate the essence of Null into his own, to absorb the godlike powers of the symbiote king. Hopefully, it's not too painful. He hoped, though he knew that it probably would be. With a deep breath, Peter injected the black blood into his veins. The process was nothing short of torturous, filled with agony and strife. His body convulsed as it fought to accept the foreign essence, to weave it into his very being. But Peter, determined and resilient, endured. As the pain subsided, a profound sense of power surged through him. He could feel his abilities amplifying, a direct conduit to the cosmic strength Null once wielded. But this newfound power was not the only change. Peter discovered he now had access to the symbiote hive mind. It was as if 1,000 whispers filled his mind, each one a symbiote bonded with a member of his Watchmen. This connection was more than mere eavesdropping, it was a commanding presence within the hive, perhaps even surpassing Null's own. The implications were staggering. With this access, Peter could monitor his allies, offering guidance, support, or intervention as needed. It was as if he had installed cameras within each member, except these were alive, constantly feeding him information. As he acclimated to this new ability, Peter couldn't help but marvel at the potential. This could change everything, he muttered to himself. Not only did he have a legion of enhanced heroes at his side, but now he could ensure their safety, their effectiveness, their unity, and even their loyalty in a way he never thought possible. However, Peter knew with great power came great responsibility. This ability was not to be abused, it was a tool for leadership, for safeguarding those under his command, and finally, for weeding out any possible traitors. I need to use this wisely, he affirmed, recognizing the delicate balance between oversight and stalking his own subordinates. As Peter familiarized himself with his new power and abilities, in the heart of New York City, suddenly, the normalcy of a bustling afternoon was shattered in an instant. Above the skyscrapers and the endless streams of traffic, thousands of portals burst open against the backdrop of the blue sky. Each portal, unique in its design, painted a surreal picture above the city, leaving onlookers in awe and confusion. The city that never sleeps found itself holding its breath, eyes turned upwards, as reality itself seemed to fracture. Without warning, the first figure emerged from one of the portals, his appearance as striking as it was terrifying. Dressed in what could only be described as high-tech tribal attire, this Kong variant brandished an energy spear with an aura of madness and fury. His war cry, a sound that chilled the bone, echoed across the cityscape, heralding the onset of chaos. As pedestrians on the streets below stared in disbelief, the Kong fired his spear without hesitation, unleashing a barrage of energy bolts that rained down on the city. Glass shattered, cars swerved, and screams filled the air as the reality of the situation set in. This was an invasion. One by one, more Kangs stepped through the portals, each as unique and as menacing as the last. They joined in the assault, their weapons of varying designs and origins all focused on the destruction below. The air filled with the sounds of their weaponry, a symphony of destruction that heralded a battle of unprecedented scale. A/N, 1,700 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 675, C674 Spider's Arrival. The calm of the Parker residence was abruptly shattered, just as MJ, followed by America, Lily, and Leo, stepped through the door, each one bustling with the energy of a day spent out and about in the city they loved. The light-hearted bickering over what MJ would conjure up for dinner tonight, tacos or pizza, the eternal debate, was a familiar tune in their household. Yet, in an instant, that comforting normalcy was torn away. As MJ placed her keys on the kitchen counter, the air outside crackled with an ominous energy, a precursor to the chaos that was about to unfold. Suddenly, the house's arcane protections, set up by both Peter and the Ancient One herself, sprang to life. A shimmering barrier enveloped their home, deflecting a barrage of energy bolts that rained down from the sky. The sounds of the outside world were muffled, but the flashes of light and the vibrations of impact were impossible to ignore. "What's happening?" Lily asked, her eyes wide as Leo clung to her, trembling in fright. America moved first, guiding her siblings to the window, where they peered out at a city under siege, MJ following closely behind them. The sky was a tapestry of chaos, split open by thousands of portals, each ejecting figures as ominous as they were majestic. Kong variants, their appearances diverse, yet all sharing the same malevolent intent as they unleashed destruction upon New York. MJ's hand flew to her mouth, her heart racing. "Stay here," she instructed, her tone brooking no argument as she dashed for a phone to call Peter. But before she could dial, the attack halted as abruptly as it had begun, drawing their attention back to the sky. A silence, eerie and thick with anticipation, fell over the city as a massive portal opened, revealing a floating, regal platform from which two figures sat, Immortus and Ramatut, leaders of the Council of Kangs. Their presence commanded attention, and as they spoke, their voices boomed across New York, impossible to ignore. "People of New York, bear witness to your reckoning," Immortus's voice thundered, a sinister calm in his tone. "The chaos that rains down upon you, the fear that grips your heart, blame it not on fate, nor the stars, but on your beloved hero, Spider-Man." Ramatut continued, his voice equally chilling. "He has defied the inevitable order, the destined rule of the Kangs. In his arrogance, he has drawn our wrath upon you all. Consider this the price of his defiance, the cost of your misplaced faith in a mere mortal draped in the guise of a savior." As their speech echoed through the stunned silence, the implication was clear: this was not just an attack, it was a declaration of war, a direct challenge to Peter, and through him, to every soul brave enough to stand against the tyranny of the Kangs. Back in the Parker residence, the weight of the Kangs' words hung heavy. MJ, phone forgotten in her hand for a split second, turned to her children, ready to shoo them into their rooms. But suddenly, her eyes widening as the front door swung open and all of three of them ran outside, their hero suits, which Peter had made for them, appearing in an instant. "Get back here now," MJ exclaimed as she chased them, though they didn't seem to be listening. Meanwhile, the air in Peter's lab was thick with concentration. Tools and gadgets were scattered across the tables, all used to test his newly acquired powers, the formidable abilities of Null. He was deeply engrossed in his work, his fingers dancing and tapping across his desk as he went over the data from his last tests. But before he could finish his work, suddenly, Peter's relaxed mood was shattered by a jolt of alarm that surged through him, a sensation far different from the familiar tingle of danger. It was the arcane protections of his home being activated. His heart skipped a beat, his thoughts immediately flying to MJ and the kids. "They better stay inside," he muttered, determination replacing the fear that tried to creep in. In seconds, Peter was in his all-black spider suit, enhancing his already formidable presence. He didn't bother with the door, instead, he opened a portal right there in the lab, not willing to waste a single second. As he stepped through the portal, the scene that greeted him was straight out of a nightmare. He found himself in the midst of a battlefield that had once been his quiet neighborhood. His home stood, surrounded by a shimmering barrier, a beacon of safety amidst the destruction. The sky was ablaze with conflict, countless Kangs fired energy bolts, which rained down as if the heavens themselves were at war. But Peter had no eye for the chaos above, his focus was first and foremost on the safety of his family. To his astonishment and dismay, he discovered the front door of his house wide open. And to make matters worse, above him, in the sky, he found his family, clad in their superhero attire, locked in a fierce battle with the Kangs, leaving him utterly transfixed in shock and disbelief. "What are you doing? Get inside, now." Peter's voice, usually warm and humorous, was sharpened by fear and command. But his words were lost in the racket of battle. Leo, with strength and speed that rivaled Superman's, sent a Kong flying with a powerful punch, only for another to take its place. Lily, agile and quick, her body moving with the grace of a spider and the finesse of a mystic arts practitioner, weaved between their enemies, landing blows that were both precise and powerful. America's star-shaped portal sliced through the air, displacing Kangs with strategic precision, her mastery of the mystic arts evident in her focused gaze. And lastly, MJ, with the agility and speed inherent to those with spider powers, fought with a ferocity that matched her fierce protective instinct, constantly yelling at the children to retreat, but none of them listened. After all, the city was in danger and their father wasn't here, at least as far as they knew, so they needed to step up and fight in his place. Yet, despite their strength and effort, the tide of battle seemed against them. The Kangs, relentless in their assault, pressed forward with a manic determination, their numbers overwhelming the Parker family. Amid the chaos, a Kong wielding a giant bastard sword, his eyes alight with malice, lunged at America, his blade gleaming with deadly intent. Lily's eyes widened in horror as she realized the danger her sister was in. Without a moment's hesitation, she dove in front of America, her arms spread wide, prepared to shield her sister with her own body. "No." MJ's scream tore through the air, a heart-wrenching sound that echoed Peter's own fear. In that instant, time seemed to slow as Peter's world narrowed to the image of Lily, her body in the path of the sword. Rage, pure and incandescent, surged through Peter. With speed that broke the laws of physics, he appeared in front of Lily, his fingers closing around the sword's blade an inch from her. The look in his eyes was one of unbridled fury as he snapped the sword in half with a mere flick of his wrists. The Kong, momentarily stunned, could only watch as Peter, with a movement too quick to follow, hurled the fragment of his broken blade back at him. It found its mark with lethal precision, embedding itself in the Kang's head before continuing its deadly trajectory, piercing through 5 more Kangs with unstoppable force, killing all 6 of them. Silence fell, a heavy, breathless silence, as those who remained standing processed the swift turn of events. The Kangs, momentarily halted by the display of power, eyed Peter with newfound wariness. Watching with keen eyes, Immortus and Ramatut, high above on their floating platform, were about to speak, but suddenly, Peter turned his back on them, a clear dismissal of their presence. "Inside. Now." Peter pointed at the house, his voice firm, brooking no argument. Leo opened his mouth to protest, his youthful face set in a stubborn line, but a single, stern glance from Peter was enough to silence him. The young boy closed his mouth, his expression sheepish as he realized how serious his father was. In almost any other circumstance, Peter would have loved the idea of fighting side by side with his family. But this was not just any enemy, this was the Kangs, beings of cunning and merciless intent. The risk was too great, and he could not, let them face such peril. Immortus and Ramatut, their irritation boiling into outright fury at being so blatantly ignored, decided to provoke Peter. "Do you not appreciate our handiwork, Spider-Man? Look around you. Witness the chaos we've wrought upon your precious city," Ramatut taunted, his voice laced with malice. Peter, his patience wearing thin, finally turned to face them. The city that lay beyond his neighborhood was filled with destruction. Buildings were ablaze, streets torn asunder, and the air was filled with the cries of the frightened and the wounded. His jaw clenched at the sight, a burning resolve igniting within him. But before he could take a step toward the villains, a sudden movement caught his eye. The Kangs, sensing an opportunity, moved as one, a strategic blockade aimed at preventing his family's retreat to the safety of their home. MJ, her instincts as a mother overriding all else, stood in front of the kids, her eyes darting around for an escape route. But there was none to be found, they were effectively trapped. As the Kangs closed in, forming an unbreakable circle around Peter and his family, the air crackled with tense anticipation. High above, on their floating platform, Immortus and Ramatut peered down, their eyes gleaming with cold amusement. "Is that your family?" Immortus asked, his voice dripping with menace, a smile playing threateningly on his lips. Peter sighed heavily. Without a word, he waved his hand, conjuring a large, swirling portal directly beneath his family's feet. With a mix of surprise and relief, MJ and the kids fell through it, landing safely inside the house. With a snap of his fingers, Peter sealed the house once more, the front door slamming shut, the arcane protections glowing brighter, warding off any attacks from the Kangs with ease. The Kangs, their confidence faltering, launched a barrage of energy bolts at the house, only to watch in frustration as the magical shields absorbed the impact without a hint of strain. Peter, now with a smirk on his face, turned towards the Kangs, his posture relaxed. "Thanks for dropping by. You've saved me a trip," he smiled, though it didn't reach his eyes. He didn't show it, but the state of his city was really starting to grate on his nerves. The Kangs, ready to unleash another attack, paused as Peter held up his hand, signaling them to wait. They watched, confused and wary, as Peter tapped a few buttons on his wristwatch. "Sorry to make you wait, I'm just inviting some friends over to play with us," he explained, his eyes glinting with mischief. Before the Kangs could react, the air around them began to shimmer and twist. Portals of various sizes popped open on the street, in the sky, and on the rooftops surrounding them. And out stepped figures in various iterations of the spider suit, each carrying a palpable aura of determination and vengeance. These were the former members of the Spider Society, each wronged by the Kangs, now united under a common cause. They stood ready, their eyes fixed on the Kangs, burning with the need for revenge. A/N, 2006 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 676, C675 Spiders vs Kangs. Police car light insert dirty gifs/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. The battlefield, once a peaceful Queens neighborhood, was now a scene of surreal confrontation. As Peter stood with the newly arrived spider people flanking him, he couldn't help but feel the undeniable urge to pull out his infinity stones and snap each and every one of these Kangs into dust, but he stopped himself, at least for the time being. Peter's gaze turned to the spider people behind him. "I promised them revenge, so I can't just kill all the Kangs myself," he concluded, though he found it hard to restrain himself, his eyes lingering on the ruins that his city had become. "I'll definitely use the stones to fix all of this, though." The army of Kong variants across from him waited impatiently as their leaders, Immortus and Ramatut, prepared to break the heavy silence. "Ah, the famed Spider Society," Immortus's voice echoed mockingly through the chaos, his gaze sweeping over the group with disdain. "I thought you'd disbanded, but here you are, answering to a new master." Ramatut smirked beside him. "What happened to your former leader?" "What was his name again? Miguel wasn't it?" he asked, clearly trying to get under their skin. "He was such a good pawn of our late comrade, Centurion. It's such a shame you've all chosen to throw him to the wayside." The surrounding Kangs chuckled, their laughter a harsh sound against the backdrop of smoldering building. The derision was clear, their confidence unshaken by the numbers that now faced them. Peter, his mask hiding his frown but not his annoyance, stepped forward. "Well, you would know about throwing comrades to the wayside, wouldn't you? Isn't that what you did to Kong the Conqueror?" he retorted, his voice calm but edged with a sharp point. Peter's retort about Kong the Conqueror had struck a nerve. Immortus's expression tightened, his eyes narrowing, while Ramatut's smirk wavered, his gaze flickering with a hint of anger. "Oh, I'm sorry, did I hit a sore spot with that one?" Peter asked, his smirk widening as he waved his hand. With a flick of his wrist, he opened a small, swirling portal right before him and reached inside. The gathered crowd watched in bewildered silence, the Kang's interest peaked as Peter's hand re-emerged holding a small, wriggling rat. Confusion spread like wildfire through both the ranks of the Kangs and the spider people. Immortus and Ramatut exchanged a glance, their earlier confidence giving way to curiosity and a touch of amusement. "A rat? Is this supposed to be a pet of yours?" Ramatut jeered, his voice echoing mockingly around them. "Would you like to say goodbye to the little rodent before your inevitable death?" But the laughter was short-lived. As Peter held the rat up for all to see, and it suddenly spoke, its voice strong and unmistakable, even in its new, tiny form. I wish that I could say it's good to see you again, Ramatut, Immortus, but just the sight of you traitors makes my skin crawl. It declared, its small eyes gleaming with intelligence and rage. A collective gasp rose from the ranks of the Kong variants, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. Immortus stepped back, his composure slipping. Impossible. You were dead, he stammered, pointing accusingly at Peter. He killed you. Peter smiled, a hint of satisfaction in his gaze as he watched the leaders of the Kangs falter. Oh, he was dead, all right. But as you may or may not know, death is hardly the end in my line of work. I kept his soul, and transferred it into this little fella here, he explained, his tone casual as if discussing the weather. Many Kangs erupted into laughter, taking perverse delight in seeing their once great leader reduced to such a pitiful state. However, those who weren't laughing appeared uneasy and almost afraid. These Kangs had first-hand knowledge of their former leader's cunning and power. Thus, even with him reduced to a rat's form, they feared his potential for retribution for their betrayal. Staring at the rat in the palm of his hand, Peter's voice softened slightly. So, Kong, you've given me a lot of information, so this is my reward for your help. Would you like to watch the downfall of the Council of Kangs? Because by tomorrow, not a single one of them will remain. The rat, understanding the gravity of the moment, nodded solemnly. I would very much like that, it replied, its voice tinged with a thirst for vengeance. Peter placed the rat on his shoulder, ensuring it had a clear view of the battlefield. Then let's give you a front row seat, he said, his gaze sweeping across the wary faces of the Kong variants. As Peter stepped forward, the spider people rallied around him, ready to get their vengeance. The air crackled with energy, the impending battle charged with the promise of retribution. Today, we end this, Peter declared, his voice carrying across the battlefield. The spider people echoed his sentiment, their cries of assent rising into the sky. As Peter's words reverberated, the Kangs tightened their ranks, their faces hardening into masks of resolve. They readied their weapons, energy crackling around them, a clear sign they were preparing for the fierce confrontation ahead. Glancing over his shoulder, Peter took a step back, the ground beneath his feet crackling with arcane energy. What are you waiting for? He called over to the spider people, his tone now charged with command. They're right there. Go get them. With Peter's words as their signal, the spider people surged forward, a tide of red, blue, and black against the stark backdrop of the devastated neighborhood. Their movements were synchronized and precise, a dance of vengeance and justice intertwined. Without another word, Peter's posture shifted, his shadow stretching ominously in the dim light. From the darkness of his shadow emerged his undead servants, Null's ominous silhouette, the gleaming figure of the Silver Surfer, and Tiamat the Communicator, their presence exuding an overpowered, menacing aura. Instantly, the Kang's confidence wavered as the air thickened with the weight of real fear. Help them, Peter commanded, nodding towards the spider people. Yes, master. His shadowy allies moved with a fluid grace, their forms blurring into action. As the shadows darted forward, weaving through the spider people, Peter turned his attention back to Immortus and Ramatut. His eyes narrowed beneath his mask, a vicious smirk playing at the edge of his lips. Now, as for you two, he began, his voice low and threatening. As the clash erupted across the devastated streets of Queens, New York, the spider people leapt into action, propelled by the urgency of their vengeance. They were outnumbered but not outclassed, their agile prowess and combat skills a blur of motion against the backdrop of the damaged surroundings. The Kong army, equipped with advanced technology, unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. The air crackled with electricity, the blue and green pulses illuminating the grim battlefield. Spider people ducked and weaved, their spidey sense tingling incessantly, guiding them away from lethal hits. In the midst of chaos, their spectral allies, Null, Silver Surfer, and Tiamat, emerged from the shadows. Null, embodying darkness itself, enveloped a squad of Kangs, his form expanding and contracting like a living nightmare. The screams of Kangs were muffled by the dark mass, only to silence abruptly as they were consumed, vanishing from existence. Silver Surfer swooped low, his shadowy board cutting a dark arc through the air. He moved with otherworldly grace, intercepting energy blasts and redirecting them back where they came from. Each reflection not only killed or injured an enemy but also saved the lives of the spider people, whom they were tasked with assisting. Tiamat, towering and imposing, used his sheer size to his advantage. With each step, the ground trembled, and with a sweep of his arm, he knocked a phalanx of Kangs off their feet, their armor clanging loudly as they collided with the concrete. But it didn't stop there, as they were quickly squashed like bugs under the undead Celestials' feet. The spider people rallied, inspired by the formidable display of their shadowy protectors. One young hero, wearing a suit dyed in all black, thanks to his new symbiote companion, flipped over a beam, landing a devastating kick to a Kang's helmet. The impact cracked and dented the visor, sending the Kong flying into a nearby car. Another spider, masked and mysterious, spun webs with tactical precision, ensnaring weapons and pulling them from their owner's grips. The webs, stronger than steel, resisted the Kang's attempts to break free, leaving them vulnerable to her allies. As the battle raged, the Kangs began to falter. Their initial confidence waned under the relentless assault of the Spider People and their spectral protectors. Despite their superior technology and numerical advantage, the raw power and unpredictability of Null, the Silver Surfer, and Tiamat proved far too overwhelming for them. Watching the beginnings of their battle, Peter floated high above the wreckage, smirking as his shadows cut through the enemy lines with ease, allowing his spidery subordinates to run wild. "Things aren't looking too good for you guys, huh?" he asked, his gaze on the Kong leaders. Ramatut and Immortus, their pride bruised and schemes slipping through their fingers, stood on their floating platform, which began to morph with a series of mechanical whirs and clicks into an advanced, heavily armed, yet small ship. Their eyes fixed on Peter, burning with a mixture of rage and desperation. "You think you won just because your lackeys killed a few worthless variants?" Immortus spat out, his voice trembling with fury. "Let me tell you, the war is just beginning." With a flourish, Ramatut slammed his hand onto a control panel, igniting the ship's arsenal. Instantly, the air was filled with the deadly whine of powering up energy weapons. Lasers, cannons, and an array of ballistic missiles locked onto Peter, their intent deathly clear. Peter simply arched an eyebrow beneath his mask, his disappointment palpable even from afar. His gaze, quick and unimpressed, swept over the menacing armament. "Really, is this it? You came all this way, brought an entire army with you, and even trashed my city, yet this is all you've brought? You think this is enough?" His tone mixed disbelief with a hint of mockery, clearly underwhelmed by their efforts. "Come on, guys. You can do better than this." Immortus's smirk faltered as anger flared in his eyes, Peter's taunting words stoking a fire of rage. His hand clenched into a fist, hovering momentarily over the control panel. "Very well," he hissed, his voice seething with fury. "Let's see how you handle this." With a swift, decisive motion, he slammed his fist down, causing the ship to glow, its power rising by the second. A/N, 1821 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 677, C676 No Kong remains. The evening air was thick with tension as Peter floated above the wrecked streets of Queens, watching the Kong leaders huddle inside their little ship, an unimpressed look on his face. Below him, the battle raged on, but his focus was drawn to Ramatut and Immortus, who were rapidly preparing their counterattack. "Ah, what do we have here?" Peter quipped, the smirk audible in his voice as he eyed the transforming vessel. "A shiny toy for big boys." From his vantage point, the ship began to bristle with weaponry, a deadly array of futuristic arms unfolding with mechanical precision. Ramatut, his features twisted in fury, slammed his hand onto a control panel, initiating the onslaught. Peter, undeterred, floated casually in the air, his eyes aglow with power. "Really? You think those pea shooters will do anything to me?" he taunted, watching as the ship's cannons swiveled to aim directly at him. The first volley of energy blasts cut through the air, their trajectories clear and deadly. But Peter simply tilted his head, a flick of his wrist redirecting the energy harmlessly into the sky, where it exploded like distant fireworks. "Is that all you got?" Peter called out, his voice dripping with disdain. He raised his hands, gathering a swirling mass of elemental energy, ready to strike. "Here, try not to die too easily." With a graceful motion, he sent a torrent of phoenix fire spiraling towards the ship. Ramatut, quick on the uptake, activated the ship's shields, which glowed with a pulsing blue light, absorbing the brunt of Peter's attack. "Is that all you've got?" he shouted back, repeating Peter's taunt, his voice echoing through the ship's speakers. "Nah," Peter retorted simply, flying closer with a burst of speed. As he approached, he phased through the next barrage of laser fire, his form blurring in and out of tangibility. Inside the ship, Ramatut and Immortus exchanged a look of concern. They were not accustomed to dealing with an adversary who could simply ignore their most powerful weapons. Peter circled the ship, his movements a blur. Every attempt they made to lock onto him failed, as he effortlessly dodged or countered their attacks. He then landed atop the ship, his weight causing the structure to groan under the pressure. "Nice view from up here," Peter joked, tapping on the hull with his foot. Kong the rat, still perched on his shoulder, squeaked in agreement, its eyes gleaming with anticipation. With a sudden burst of strength, Peter tore open the hull like it was made of paper, exposing the frightened faces of Ramatut and Immortus. "Room service," he announced cheerfully, his eyes glowing a bright red before firing beams of energy at whatever machinery was within his sight. Sparks and fire erupted as the ship's systems began to falter and fail. Ramatut frantically hit another series of controls, causing the ship to teleport a short distance away. But Peter was too quick, catching up in a flash of light, his laughter ringing out across the battlefield. "Why don't you two ditch this dingy thing?" Peter said, his voice now serious as he hovered in front of the crippled ship. He clenched his fists, energy crackling around them with increasing intensity. With a final, contemptuous look at Ramatut and Immortus, Peter unleashed his power. A massive blast of chaotic energy surged from him, striking the ship with such force that it was obliterated in an instant. The explosion was deafening, a brilliant flare that lit up the night sky. As the dust settled, Ramatut and Immortus crawled from the wreckage, their bodies battered and their armor smoking. They looked up at Peter, who landed before them, a casual smile on his face. "You know," Peter said, glancing down at the defeated Kangs, "you really should have tried harder. Even Centurion sent a Celestial after me, but maybe he was the better of you three." He shrugged, turning back to survey the battlefield, a hint of amusement in his voice as he added, "Anyway." "Hey, Ratatouille," Peter began, turning to the small creature perched nervously on his shoulder. "You've got a score to settle, right?" Kong the rat twitched its whiskers affirmatively, its beady eyes narrowing with a palpable thirst for vengeance. Peter gently set Kong on the scorched earth, stepping back with a solemn nod. He extended his hands, fingers weaving through the air as he chanted under his breath. The fabric of reality shimmered, twisting around the rat, which grew and morphed until Kong the Conqueror stood where the rodent had been, regal and imposing in his restored human form. This, how?" Kong exclaimed, lost for words as he stared down at his human hands once again. Smirking, Peter conjured a sleek blaster pistol, the weapon materializing from thin air, and tossed it to Kong. "They're all yours," he said, nodding toward the dazed and defeated figures of Ramatut and Immortus. Kong caught the blaster, grasping it tightly, his face hardening as he approached his former allies, a vicious smile blooming on his face. "You know, it's funny how the tables turn. Here you are, at my mercy, just where I always imagined you'd end up." Ramatut, struggling to rise, his voice strained with desperation and defiance, retorted, "Kong, you fool dash." He collapsed mid-sentence, his broken body unable to hold much weight. Kong chuckled darkly, leveling the blaster at them with unwavering hands. "The only fools I see are lying defeated at my feet." And with a cold, unrelenting fury, he opened fire. The blasts were relentless and deafening, each one a release of pent-up rage, echoing across the silent battlefield long after his enemies had fallen. As the blaster's energy finally sputtered and died, Kong stood breathing heavily, a sinister satisfaction in his eyes. He let out a contented sigh, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. "Thank you, Peter Dash." Suddenly, before Kong could finish expressing his gratitude, a gleaming black blade pierced through his back and poked out of his chest, blood caking its blade. Kong gasped, blood dripping from his lips, his eyes wide with shock and betrayal as he looked down at the dark blade piercing him. "Why?" he managed to choke out as he glanced over his shoulder, where he found Peter staring back at him, a sword in his hand. Peter's voice was steady, devoid of emotion. "I told you before, didn't I? No Kong remains. Especially not the most dangerous of them all." His eyes didn't waver as he pulled the sword free, watching Kong collapse beside his foes, blood pooling below his body. Shortly after Kong the Conqueror's death, Peter surveyed the aftermath of the battle from atop a crumbling building. Below him, the spider people scattered, efficiently rounding up the remaining Kangs who were trying to escape their inevitable defeat. Peter's gaze lingered on the scene, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow under the mask. With a swift movement, he reached into his pocket, pulling out his rings, each inset with an infinity stone, gleaming ominously even in the dim light of the destroyed city. One by one, he slid them onto his fingers, feeling the surge of cosmic power thrum through his veins, a sensation that was always exhilarating each time he experienced it. As the spider people finished their tasks, they gathered below, their eyes wide with a mix of curiosity and confusion. They stared at Peter, sensing the unimaginable power radiating off of him, their spider senses tingling. None spoke, the gravity of the moment hung heavily in the air. Peter raised his hand, the stones glowing brightly. "Let's clean up first," he announced, his voice carrying a casual tone, as if he were simply tidying up his room. With a decisive snap of his fingers, a blinding light erupted from his hand, enveloping every Kong present. In moments, they turned to dust, drifting away as if they had never existed. Silence followed the light show. The spider people stared in disbelief, the reality of the situation slowly dawning on them. Peter, feeling the power coursing through him, prepared for the final act. He snapped his fingers again, this time with a different intent. Light enveloped the city once more, but this time, it was gentle, almost soothing. Buildings reconstructed themselves, streets mended, and cars untwisted from their mangled forms. The chaos wrought by the battle reversed, as if time itself were rolling backward. As the light faded, the spider people observed their surroundings in awe. Their own injuries healed before their eyes, cuts sealing and bruises vanishing. Gasps and murmurs of disbelief filled the air as those who had fallen in battle stood once again among them, blinking in astonishment, including any civilians who were simply caught in the crossfire. Peter watched their reactions, a small smile playing on his lips. His gaze softened as he looked at his spidery subordinates, who were beginning to realize just how powerful their boss truly was. Yet, amid the awe and the restoration, a simple, human sensation brought him back to reality, a rumbling in his stomach. "Hey, you guys want to celebrate with some pizza?" he called out, his tone light, undercutting the tension and awe of the moment. Although he anticipated laughter and agreement from the spider people gathered around him, he was instead met with an unsettling silence as if the world had paused, time stopping for everyone but him. Turning his head, Peter spotted the unmistakable figure of the Grim Reaper, appearing seemingly from nowhere. "Did I complete the mission?" he asked, becoming accustomed to the Reaper's sudden and dramatic appearances. "Why else would I be here?" A/N, 1665 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 678, C677 is this. Naruto. Police car light insert beach gif /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. In the aftermath of the battle, surrounded by the fixed and pristine city of New York, Peter stood alone, the once chaotic noises of the city subdued to a haunting silence. His spidey senses didn't fail to notice the subtle shift in the air, the temperature dropped, and a figure cloaked in shadows materialized before him. The Grim Reaper, also oddly known as John amongst those who had the peculiar misfortune of knowing him personally, appeared more harried than usual. His usual ominous aura was undercut by an impatient tapping of his foot. "Peter, I really must be quick about this. My wives are expecting me for a date," he said, a bizarre semblance of domesticity cloaking his skeletal grin. Before Peter could respond, John produced a gnarly black scythe, its blade shimmering with an eerie light, in one hand, and a translucent, ethereal shell, resembling a ghostly idol in the other. With a casual flick, he tossed both towards Peter. Reflexively, Peter reached out, his spider agility allowing him to snatch the scythe just shy of its sharp end. Mission complete, destroy the Council of Kangs. The Council of Kang's unwillingness to regulate themselves is leading the multiverse towards an inevitable death. Eradicate them to restore order. Reward, Death's Harvester. A legendary scythe imbued with the very essence of death. This formidable weapon, owned by Death himself, boasts a blade forged from the darkest matter found in the universe. Its handle is crafted from ancient, gnarled bone, wrapped in the tattered remnants of souls it has reaped since the beginning of time. Submission complete, Kang Genocide. Kill all Kangs to eliminate future threats. Reward, Kang Soul Husk. A husk which holds the souls of every Kang in the multiverse. Do with it as you wish. As his fingers touched the cold metal, the scythe began to glow intensely, disintegrating into countless motes of light that spiraled towards him, sinking into his skin and vanishing. Peter's eyes widened in shock, his heart racing as he felt a surge of deathly energy pulse through him. "Wah, what was that?" Peter stammered, turning back to where John had been, only to find the Reaper already fading into the ether. "Sorry, kid, no time to explain." John's voice echoed back as his form dissipated completely, leaving behind a faint trace of brimstone. "Wait. I need dash." Peter yelled, his voice echoing off the silent buildings. But it was too late, John was gone, and time resumed its march, the sounds of the city flooding back as if someone had pressed play on the world. Left alone with his thoughts, Peter felt the weight of the soul husk in his hand, struck by the revelation that it apparently contained all the Kangs in the multiverse. Not a single one remained. What the hell am I supposed to do with this thing? His gaze drifted over the city, the repairs he had made with the Infinity Stones holding steady. The civilians, oblivious to the deeper machinations of heroes and reapers, continued their lives. And above them all, Peter stood, a lone figure grappling with the enormity of his powers and the new, unknown paths they would lead him down. "Well, I guess I'll have to figure it out on my own," he murmured to himself. Taking a deep breath, he turned to find the spider people still gazing up at him, their expressions a mix of awe and wonder at how effortlessly he had restored the city and revived the fallen. "Ah, yo." He waved awkwardly. After the cataclysmic showdown that rocked New York and reshaped the multiverse, life for Peter had taken a rather mundane turn. The last few months had been a surreal blend of light superhero work and domestic bliss. He'd spent most of his days alongside MJ, his kids, and the rest of his family and friends, savoring the rare normalcy of his life. Naturally, Peter wasn't too idle. The late Khan the Conqueror had given him a wealth of secrets, including locations of hidden bases and critical information about the now-destroyed Council of Kangs. Peter, taking no chances of them falling into the wrong hands, embarked on a systematic destruction of each site. He looted what he could use and obliterated the rest, leaving only ashes where threats might have risen. Yet, despite the thrill of these missions, Peter found himself sinking comfortably into the routines of everyday life. He had mastered the art of wielding his new scythe, a relic so powerful, so steeped in the essence of death itself, that it had fundamentally altered his connection to his powers. The scythe was more than a weapon, it was an extension of his will, adapting to his needs. When a scythe proved impractical, as Peter wasn't much of a weapons user, let alone a giant Grim Reaper's scythe. It transformed, weaving metallic fibers into his suit at the boots, knees, hands, and elbows, enhancing his attire with formidable strength. I'm still unsure what to do with the soul husk, Peter mused, having secured it for safekeeping until he could determine how to make use of it. On this particular evening, the Parker residence was filled with the comforting aroma of Aunt May's cooking. The table was set, and the laughter was plentiful, as Peter shared a meal with those closest to him. Despite the extraordinary life he led, these moments grounded him, reminding him of what he fought for. Suddenly, as they began to eat, a sharp beep from his watch cut through the atmosphere like a knife. The screen lit up with an important alert, and Peter's eyes widened as he read the message. The room fell into a hush as everyone's gaze turned towards him, sensing the change in the air. MJ, sensing the gravity of the situation, leaned over and whispered, "What's going on?" Peter looked up, meeting the worried glances of his loved ones. "I might be leaving for a little while," he revealed. The reason was simple: his network of portals across the multiverse had pinpointed another of Death's successors, a mission he couldn't ignore but hadn't anticipated so soon. After all, the multiverse is quite large. Leo, his youngest, dropped his fork, his young face clouded with disappointment. "Are you leaving now?" he asked, his voice tinged with sadness. Peter reached across the table, ruffling Leo's hair with a smile. "No, buddy, not yet. I'll leave later tonight, once everyone's asleep," he reassured, trying to soften the blow of his impending departure. Leo's features brightened slightly at that. "Okay," he said, a small smile returning as he picked up his fork again. After a peaceful dinner with his family, Peter and MJ gently tucked their kids into bed, whispering goodnight amidst soft giggles and final bedtime stories. Once the house fell silent with the deep, contented sleep of their children, Peter and MJ shared a quiet moment alone. MJ wrapped her arms around Peter, her head resting against his chest. "Be careful out there," she murmured, her voice tinged with worry yet filled with trust. Peter kissed the top of her head, holding her close. "I'll be back before you know it," he reassured her, his voice steady yet soft. They lingered in their embrace, savoring the warmth and familiarity of each other. Finally, with a deep breath, Peter stepped back and opened a portal. The star-shaped gateway shimmered into existence, casting eerie lights across the room. He glanced back at MJ, offering a brave smile. With one last wave, he stepped through the portal, and materialized in the thick of a dense forest, the cool night air a stark contrast to the warm goodbye he'd just received from MJ and the kids. Navigating the underbrush with ease, Peter used his heightened senses to scout the area. The trees were dense, a mix of pine and cedar that filled the air with a pungent scent, enhancing the feeling of being far from home. A low hum of activity to his left didn't startle him. Instead, he followed the sound with practiced stealth, moving toward what his instincts told him was the direction of civilization. Before long, the dense forest gave way to a clearing, and beyond that, the unmistakable outline of a large, ancient-looking Japanese town or village. Peter paused at the edge of the forest, taking in the sight of high wooden walls and the large, imposing gate guarded by men in traditional armor. It was like stepping into another time. As he approached the gate, the guards tensed, immediately blocking his path. Their conversation was rapid and entirely in Japanese, a language Peter didn't speak very well. He could only offer a friendly, albeit awkward, smile in response, hoping his universal gesture of peace would be understood. Unfortunately, the guards were not reassured. Their hands went to their swords, and Peter found himself facing the sharp end of cold steel. He raised his hands in a non-threatening gesture, trying to defuse the situation with a nervous chuckle. "Hold on a second, guys. I'm sure I can magic a way for us to communicate." Asterisk boom. Roar, asterisk. His words were cut off by a sudden, earth-shaking explosion. A deafening roar followed, and as both Peter and the guards whirled towards the source, they saw it, a giant nine-tailed fox rampaging through the center of the village. Its tails lashed out, toppling buildings and throwing debris into the air. For a moment, the surreal scene seemed beyond belief, yet the pieces clicked for Peter. The village, the guards wearing leaf headbands, the Mount Rushmore-style faces etched into the distant cliff, and now, the rampaging nine-tailed fox. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Is this Naruto?" A/N, 1630 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 679, C678 Nine Tails Manhandled. Moments earlier, a man who called himself Madara Uchiha, clad in his swirling wooden mask, stood over a beautiful, yet haggard red-headed woman in a secluded clearing outside the village. Insert picture of masked Obito here. The night was eerily quiet, save for the heavy breathing of Kushina Uzumaki, who lay exhausted and weakened from childbirth. The trees around them were dense, casting long shadows under the moonlight that seemed almost to whisper of the impending chaos. Insert picture of Kushina here. The masked man's voice, muffled slightly, was calm but carried a cruel joy. At last, the power of the Ninetales will be mine. This village and all its hopes will crumble. With a swift, ruthless motion, he performed a series of hand seals, summoning a dark, swirling jutsu that enveloped Kushina. Screams pierced the night as the monstrous form of the Ninetales began to manifest, forcibly ripped from its host. The fox, massive and bristling with malevolent energy, roared into the sky, its eyes burning with untamed fury. Kushina, nearly lifeless, her voice barely a whisper, pleaded with the creature of her torment. Please. No more. The masked man, his eyes glinting red with the power of the Sharingan, issued his next command with a sinister grin. Ninetales, end her. As the creature raised its massive paw to crush Kushina, suddenly, a blur of yellow flashed through the clearing. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, appeared beside his wife in a flash, scooping her into his arms just as the paw slammed into the earth where she had been. Insert picture of Minato here. Minato's face was a mask of resolve mixed with deep pain. Are you okay? He asked his wife, who merely groaned out a sad smile. She understood that the extraction of the Ninetales would leave her with little time to live. Minato was aware of this as well, but he pushed the thought away, unable to face it. Ignoring the looming threat of the Ninetales and the men currently controlling it, Minato focused solely on Kushina, whispering reassurances as he teleported away. His only goal at that moment was her safety, the safety of the woman he loved more than anything. Madara watched them disappear with a scoff. I never knew my sensei was such a coward. But no matter. The village will pay the price. Turning to the Ninetales, his voice rose with command. Attack the village. Let them feel despair. With a mighty leap, the Ninetales mindlessly charged. As it approached the village, the mind-controlled creature's enormous body crashed into the village's center, creating a crater on impact. Buildings crumbled under its power, and screams of terror replaced the silence of the night. Brave ninjas who just happened to be nearby leapt from the shadows, their chakra flaring as they attacked the monstrous fox that threatened to obliterate their home. Among them, Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy fought valiantly, coordinating their attacks to buy the villagers precious time to escape. Kakashi, his one-eyed Sharingan active, darted around the massive beast, launching precise, chakra-infused kunai. Insert picture of Kakashi here. Guy, with his usual fiery enthusiasm, charged forward, his fists glowing with the energy of the 8 gates. Yet, despite their efforts and the valiant attempts of many others, they were barely slowing the beast down. Insert picture of Guy here. As another ninja was swatted away by the massive tail of the beast, killed in an instant, a sudden and bizarre change rippled through the air. A figure, dressed not in the traditional garb of their village but in casual jeans and shirt, appeared seemingly out of nowhere in front of the Ninetales' snarling face. Yo! The figure waved with a casual bravado that seemed ludicrously out of place. Without waiting for a response, he swung his leg in a high arc, punting the colossal fox across the village with an improbable strength. The creature tumbled, crashing through buildings and trees, finally coming to a halt at the edge of the forest outside the village. There was a moment of stunned silence as every ninja in the vicinity tried to process what they had just witnessed. Peter floated a few meters above the ground with his hands casually in his pockets, looking remarkably unbothered by the chaos around him. Kakashi was the first to approach, his eyes wide not just with the Sharingan but also with sheer incredulity. Who are you? He demanded. Peter craned his head downward, flashing a grin. Oh, I still have no idea what you're saying. Give me a second. Muttering an incantation under his breath, he wove his fingers through a series of intricate gestures. The air around him shimmered with a faint, mystic glow. The gathered ninjas watched in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of confusion and curiosity. Whispers spread among them, questioning the nature and intent of this foreigner's mysterious powers. Let's see, this should work, Peter murmured to himself, half distracted by the enormous fox monster gathering itself for another charge. As the creature lunged at him with ferocious speed, Peter, still mid-spell, glanced over nonchalantly and delivered a backhanded swat that sent the Ninetales tumbling back through a row of damaged buildings. Hey! Manners, please. I'm working here, he chided the beast, his tone light but firm. Finally, with a decisive flick of his wrist, the spell locked into place. Peter felt a surge of energy course through him, priming his ears and mouth to instantly translate any spoken or heard words. Just as the last syllable left his lips, Kakashi approached him cautiously, his Sharingan eye flickering intensely. Who are you? How did you do that? He asked, his voice a mix of awe and suspicion. Peter landed softly on the ground, brushing dust from his jeans. Oh, now I can understand you. I'm Peter, Peter Parker. He smiled and extended his hand, but before the astonished Kakashi could reply, the fox abruptly appeared behind Peter, its massive teeth bared menacingly. Sensing the attack, Peter sighed, a look of mild annoyance crossing his face. Really? We're doing this again. His voice was laced with humor, but his eyes glinted with annoyance. As the beast charged, Peter spun around, his stance steady and focused. He started with a swift uppercut as the Ninetales neared, his fist connecting with a resounding thud beneath its jaw. The impact sent the beast's head snapping back, a visible shockwave rippling through its fur. Without missing a beat, Peter spun on his heel, delivering a powerful roundhouse kick to the side of the Ninetales' head. The force of the kick whirled the creature sideways, further disorienting it. Seizing the moment, Peter darted forward, his movements a blend of precision and grace. He landed a series of rapid punches across the beast's torso, each hit landing with a sickening thud, methodically weakening its resolve and strength. Every strike Peter delivered was calculated, his form perfect, embodying both the power of a fighter and the finesse of an acrobat. Each connection between fist and fur echoed through the clearing, a testament to his control and strength. The onlookers, including Kakashi and other seasoned ninjas, watched in stunned silence. The ferocity of the beating was unlike anything they had ever seen. It wasn't just a fight, it was a lesson in respect and boundaries, taught by a stranger who handled the beast as if it were a misbehaving puppy, not a legendary force of destruction. As Peter maneuvered the Ninetales, he chatted nonchalantly. "You know, where I come from, we have manners and don't constantly interrupt someone when they're in the middle of something," he grunted as he delivered a particularly forceful kick that sent the Ninetales crashing into a nearby building, reducing it to rubble. "But you're being controlled, so I won't be too hard on you." Just as Peter prepared to slam the creature down once more, a new rush of chakra filled the air. The third Hokage arrived, ready for a fierce battle, but the scene before him left him utterly astonished. Accompanied by a squadron of elite Umbu, he paused, his breath catching at the surreal sight of a lone young man effortlessly overpowering the fearsome Ninetales. Insert picture of Hiruzen Sarutobi here. "What on earth is happening here?" the third Hokage demanded, his voice carrying a mix of confusion and concern. Kakashi, still processing the scene, could only offer a helpless shrug. "I wish I knew, Lord Third." As Peter continued his relentless assault, the Ninetales seemed to diminish, not just in ferocity but in the will to fight back. It was a display of sheer power and indomitable spirit that none in Konoha had ever witnessed. And just as Peter slammed the fox down for what seemed like the 50th time, the air shifted ominously. From a swirl of dark chakra, the masked man appeared again, his gaze fixed on Peter with a mixture of rage and disbelief. "Who are you?" "No leaf ninja possesses such strength," he snarled, stepping forward with a threatening posture. Peter paused, brushing a strand of hair from his eyes as he looked up from the sprawled-out nine-tailed fox. "Oh, me. I was just strolling by when a giant fox crossed my path," he replied nonchalantly, mimicking a tone oddly reminiscent of Kakashi's usual evasiveness. Small laughs rippled through the crowd of ninjas, many exchanging glances with Kakashi, who offered a rare, sheepish grin in response. But before another word could be said, a yellow flash cut through the tension. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, appeared out of nowhere, his hand glowing with the swirling blue chakra of a Raiznon. Without hesitation, he drove the powerful sphere into the masked man's stomach, sending him reeling back with a cry of pain. As Minato's Raiznon struck true, Peter glanced around at the assembled ninjas and the havoc strewn across the village. "Looks like you guys can handle the rest," he muttered with a casual nonchalance. Stepping lightly over the debris, Peter approached the subdued Ninetales. He climbed atop the massive head of the fox, finding a comfortable spot to sit. As he settled in, Peter tapped his hand lightly against the fox's forehead. His finger glowed with a soft, ethereal light as he delicately severed the threads of mind control entangling the creature's will. "Hey, you awake yet?" Peter asked, his voice carrying a mix of curiosity and friendliness. After a moment, the Ninetales' eyes fluttered open, clear and free from the sinister influence of the Sharingan. The creature groaned, its voice groggy and confused. "Huh. A/N, 1789 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 680, C679 Pee-wee. Police car light insert sniff gif /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. The dust of the battlefield hung thick in the air as Peter sat casually atop the massive head of the Ninetales, Kurama. His light-hearted demeanor contrasted sharply with the tense, wary postures of the surrounding ninja from Konoha. As the huge creature's eyes fluttered open, slowly regaining consciousness, the ninjas instinctively recoiled, kunai knives laced with explosive tags in their hands, which they swiftly hurled forward. The sharp glint of metal flickered under the moonlight as they aimed at both Peter and the fox. "Whoa, easy now," Peter said, waving his hand dismissively. In a smooth motion, he conjured a gust of wind that spiraled upwards, whisking the kunai into the air where they detonated harmlessly like fireworks. He turned back to the stunned crowd. "I'd really appreciate not being blown up, thanks." Below him, Kurama was fully alert now, the impromptu fireworks serving as a rather explosive wake-up call. Recalling his recent subjugation and the subsequent thrashing by this unusually strong human, rage brewed within him. But as he tried to rise, a quick slap from Peter sent him back to the ground. "Calm down, will you? Unless you want another beating." Peter chided, looking directly into Kurama's large, fiery eyes. The assembled ninjas, including the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, watched in disbelief. None had ever seen anyone handle the Nine Tails with such audacity, not even the legendary first Hokage had displayed such nonchalance when dealing with a tailed beast. Enraged, Kurama thrashed, attempting to dislodge Peter from his head. With a resigned sigh, Peter gestured with a flourish, casting a spell that wrapped the fox in glowing golden eldritch energy, pinning him firmly to the ground. Just as the ninjas began to relax, sighing in relief, Kurama's mouth suddenly gaped open, gathering a swirling mass of chakra that formed a glowing purple orb, a tailed beast bomb. Panic spread rapidly as the orb pointed ominously toward the village's residential district. Without hesitation, the third Hokage leapt forward, unrolling a scroll filled with sealing jutsu, prepared to risk everything to contain the destructive force. But before he could act, Peter intervened, stepping between them and reaching out to touch the deadly orb. "No!" Hiruzen shouted, a mix of command and concern in his voice, fearing for the young man's life. Ignoring the warning, Peter's fingers met the churning energy of the tailed beast bomb. The ninjas braced for the worst, but instead of detonating or incinerating him, the orb began to shrink under Peter's touch, the energy dissipating until it vanished completely, leaving behind only a stunned silence. Kurama, now visibly shaken and more confused than ever, stared at Peter with wide eyes. "Who are you?" he muttered in a mix of fear and awe. A ripple of astonishment swept through the gathered ninjas as they processed the fox's ability to speak. Whispers broke out among them, a mixture of fear and wonder coloring their tones as they stared at Kurama, realizing that the creature wasn't some mindless beast. Peter just grinned, dusting off his hands as if he'd done nothing unusual. "Me. I'm just your friendly neighbor Spider-Man, but I'm not on the job right now, so you can call me Peter." He answered, his voice light and teasing. "So who are you?" Kurama's eyes narrowed, his voice a deep rumble. "Why should I tell you?" Peter just shrugged, the corners of his mouth twitching upwards. "Fair point. Still, if you won't tell me your name, I guess I have to call you something. How about Pee-wee?" The fox's fur bristled, and he snapped, "Do not call me that." Peter chuckled, unaffected by the threat in Kurama's tone. "Sorry, Pee-wee, but if I don't know your name, what am I supposed to call you?" His eyes sparkled with mischief, clearly enjoying himself. The fox growled, low and menacing, but there was a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. "Why do you care? What are you really after?" "Nothing much," Peter replied, stretching his arms lazily. "Just making conversation. Besides, isn't it nicer talking like this than trying to kill each other?" Kurama huffed, turning his massive head away, his gaze fixed on the distant mountains. "Humans have never cared for conversation. Only control." Peter nodded, his tone softening. "I get it. You've had it rough. But not everyone's out to control you. Some of us prefer making friends, or at least trying to." The air hung heavy for a moment as Kurama's eyes shifted, reflecting a starry sky. "Why would you want to be friends with a creature like me?" "Because," Peter began, leaning forward, his expression earnest, "everyone needs a friend, even a giant nine-tailed fox. Besides, you're kind of cool, you know, in a terrifying, awe-inspiring sort of way." A soft snort escaped Kurama, and for a moment, it seemed as though he might smile. "You are a strange human." "That's part of the charm," Peter quipped. "So, friends." Kurama's gaze hardened, reflecting the suspicious sentiments that flickered among the watching ninjas. "No. We are not friends. I trust no human." Peter paused, his easy smile faltering slightly. "All right, no rush. We'll take it one step at a time," he said, though the lightness in his voice had dimmed. Kurama's eyes remained steely, unyielding. "And stop calling me Pee-wee." Peter nodded, the playful spark in his eyes replaced by a more serious glint. "Sure. If you tell me your name." The fox eyed him warily, the mistrust palpable. After a moment, he grudgingly muttered, "Kurama." "Kurama," Peter repeated, nodding in acknowledgement. His tone carried a newfound respect. "All right, Kurama. It's nice to meet you." Suddenly, the crackle of kunai clashing against kunai echoed through the air, dragging every eye back to the ongoing duel in the field. They were so stunned by Peter's handling of Kurama, and the revelation that the Nine Tails could speak, that they had entirely overlooked the ongoing battle between Minato and the mysterious man. Minato, with his bright yellow hair flashing under the moonlight, teleported around the battlefield with supernatural speed, his kunai shimmering with the residue of his jutsu. Across from him, the masked man matched each of Minato's moves with eerie calmness, his Sharingan eye glinting malevolently. The clash of their battle was brutal and unforgiving. Minato's movements were a blur, each teleportation leaving behind a gust of wind that rustled the nearby trees. He wielded the Raisnon, a whirling orb of chakra, launching it at Obito with deadly precision. Obito, in turn, used his unique ability to phase through physical attacks, his body swirling and blurring at the edges each time Minato's Raisnon passed harmlessly through him. As the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, witnessed the fierce engagement, he felt a surge of urgency. With a determined look, he started forward, intent on aiding his successor. But just as he took a step, a wall of shimmering energy sprang up around the combatants. Hiruzen halted, his eyes widening in disbelief. All around, the gathered ninjas murmured in confusion, their attention snapping towards Peter, who had conjured the barrier. "What are you doing?" Hiruzen demanded, his usual warm tone taking a dangerous edge. Even Kurama, secured beside Peter, raised a brow, puzzled by Peter's intentions. Peter just smiled, his demeanor calm and collected. "Trust me, Minato can handle this. He needs to see the truth for himself," he explained, his voice carrying a hinting tone. Before anyone could react, Peter vanished from their side and reappeared inside the barrier, materializing directly behind Obito, startling him. With a swift motion, Peter reached out, yanking the mask from Obito's face. The action was so unexpected, so quick, that Obito had no time to react or to use his phasing ability. Especially since Peter waited until he couldn't phase anymore. You see, Obito can only keep his body intangible for approximately 5 minutes, and as long as his intangibility is activated, he cannot teleport. In the brief moment between when he solidifies and when he teleports, Obito is vulnerable. And that's exactly when Peter chose to appear, ripping the mask from his head. The mask clattered to the ground, revealing Obito's face to the shocked onlookers. Minato's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart pounding loudly in his ears. Outside the barrier, Kakashi gasped, his body beginning to shake. Obito, his face now bare and filled with a mix of rage and humiliation, turned sharply towards Peter. "You," he snarled, but before he could launch an attack, Peter was already outside the barrier, waving cheekily. "Sorry, but this is between master and student, so I'll keep out of your business." Peter's voice was light, but there was an undeniable firmness to it. Frustration boiled over in Obito. With a roar, he tried to teleport away, intent to escape, but found himself hopelessly trapped in the barrier. "What?" he shouted in shock, turning to Peter. "What did you do?" Peter's smirk only widened as he observed from the outside. "Sorry, that won't work. I made it so you can't run away," he called out, as the barrier pulsed with energy, sealing Obito's fate within. In the quiet that followed the revelation of Obito's identity, Peter suddenly remembered something, his gaze shifting back to Minato, whose face was etched with betrayal and confusion. "Hey, Minato," Peter called out, his voice cutting through the silence with an urgency that refocused everyone's attention. "Where's your wife? She needs help, right?" Minato's eyes, clouded with shock, flicked towards Peter. Realization dawned on him as he remembered Kushina's perilous state. Even amidst the chaos, a thread of trust wove its way through Minato. He hardly knew Peter and had barely noticed anything beyond his immediate confrontation with Obito, yet, amid all the uncertainty, he found himself believing in this strange, unknown ally. "She's at our home with Naruto. She's probably not going to make it," Minato said, his voice cracking slightly as he turned to Obito, the man responsible for her condition. Exclamation point. Obito's eyes flickered under Minato's intense gaze, and he looked away, unable to meet his teacher's gaze. Peter nodded solemnly, the playful demeanor momentarily slipping away to reveal a genuine concern. "I'll take care of her. Just tell me where to go." Kakashi stepped forward, his usual composure replaced by a palpable sense of urgency. "I'll show you," he said, determination stealing his voice. Peter glanced at the minuscule form of Kurama, now no larger than a small dog but still as formidable in spirit. "Want to tag along?" he asked, half joking yet sincere. Kurama, his dignity bruised but curiosity piqued, gave a reluctant nod. "Sure, why not?" he responded, hoping to use this opportunity to escape. Ignoring the murmurs of dissent from the surrounding ninjas, Peter drew a spell circle in the air with a swift motion of his hand. The runes glowed briefly before firing towards Kurama, not only releasing him but shrinking his body to the size of a small puppy. "What? What did you do to me?" Kurama's roar, unexpectedly high-pitched, drew astonished and amused glances from around them. With a smirk, Peter nodded to Kakashi. "Lead the way." Kurama, scrambling after Peter and Kakashi, yelped, "Hey! Change me back right now." A/N, 1882 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 681, C680 Teacher vs. Student. The night air was crisp as Peter, followed by a miniature Kurama, hurriedly followed Kakashi across the rooftops of Konoha. Peter matched Kakashi's swift pace effortlessly, his godlike agility allowing him to keep up with the Jonin's impressive speed. Behind them, the shrunken Kurama scampered along, his tiny form barely visible among the shadows of the village. "Change me back this instant," he demanded, his voice high-pitched but fierce. Peter rolled his eyes, not breaking stride as he replied, "Sorry, Kurama, no can do. The village is already a mess because of you. And you just cause more damage at full size, and scare the hell out of everyone while you're at it." Kurama's tiny face twisted in annoyance. "Hey. It's not my fault. I did not choose to attack the village, even if I wanted to. It was that cursed Uchiha controlling me." His voice was laced with disgust and hatred at the mention of the Uchiha. Kakashi, overhearing the conversation, frowned deeply. This was news to him. He had thought the Nine-Tails attacked purely out of malice. "Controlled?" he asked, his tone thoughtful, even as he leaped from one building to another. "Yes," Peter confirmed, "that's why I didn't kill him during our fight. If Kurama had been acting on his own accord, I probably would have skinned him and made myself a nice fur coat." Kurama snorted dismissively. "No one can kill a tailed beast," he boasted. "I'd just come back to life once my chakra reformed. It might take some time, but I would return." Peter glanced back at the small creature with a dangerous smirk. "Are you sure about that?" he teased. A shiver of fear ran through Kurama at the implication, and he shook his head, suddenly uncertain. Peter laughed, the sound light and mocking in the quiet night. They continued their high-speed journey until Kakashi suddenly halted, causing Peter to stop abruptly beside him. "We're here," Kakashi announced, nodding toward a house just a short distance away. But before they could advance, a barrage of kunai rained down where Kakashi had been about to step. Peter waved his hand, deflecting another set of kunai aimed at him. Even tiny Kurama managed to smack a kunai away with his tails, looking absurdly fierce for his size. Kakashi's gaze sharpened as he surveyed the area, his eyes settling on a sizable group of root umbu stationed atop Minato and Kushina's house. A few of the root members were equipped with ink, brushes, and scrolls, evidently trying to break the powerful seals protecting the house. But thankfully, despite their concentrated efforts, they were unable to bypass the intricate and robust seals. Peter's expression turned serious. "Looks like we've got some idiots trying to take advantage of your village's situation. Danzo." Kakashi muttered before taking a deep breath, his hand resting on the hilt of his kunai. "Let's handle this quickly. Kushina and Naruto need us." "Sure, but something tells me they won't listen to reason." Peter shrugged. The mini Kurama smirked evil, "I hope they don't. It's been a while since I got to kill a human," he said, his sharp teeth showing. Kakashi stepped toward the umbu, his posture relaxed but his gaze hard. "We're all leaf ninjas here," he began, his voice steady. "There's no need for us to fight. Stand down and let's resolve this peacefully." The leader of the root umbu, masked and unreadable, shifted slightly. "Our orders from Lord Danzo are clear," he replied, his voice muffled by the mask. "We cannot fail him. Either leave or die." Peter glanced at Kakashi, his brow furrowing under his mask. The situation was deteriorating fast, and time was something they didn't have in abundance. Every second wasted here was a second Kushina might not have. Kakashi sighed heavily, his disappointment evident. "I see," he murmured before turning to Peter and giving a slight nod. Understanding the signal, Peter stepped up. "You had your chance to leave," he declared, his voice hard. As the words left his mouth, he launched forward. In an instant, the quiet night erupted into chaos. Peter moved with a speed that none could follow, appearing before the umbu in a blur. The first of them barely had time to react before Peter was upon him, a powerful kick sending the ninja sprawling to the ground, his bones snapping upon impact, a crater forming underneath his unmoving body. Kakashi joined in, his movements a blur of precision and lethal intent. He moved through the umbu ranks like a shadow, his kunai finding gaps in armor and striking with deadly efficiency. Each slash or stab was precise, leaving bloody bodies in his wake. Kurama, despite his reduced size, moved with surprising strength and agility. He attacked the umbu with fierce excitement, his tiny form darting and weaving through the chaos. Each swipe of his miniature tails carried unexpected force, knocking his opponents around like rag dolls. Peter's next opponent swung a sword in a wide arc, but Peter ducked under the swing, webbing the umbu's hands together and yanking him forward, impaling him on his own blade. Moving fluidly, Peter spun to deflect a kunai with a shot of webbing, which he then used to swing the knife, embedding it into another umbu's forehead with sickening accuracy. As the last of the umbu fell, the adrenaline began to fade, leaving behind nothing but dead bodies. The ground was littered with the fallen, and the air was tinged with the iron scent of blood. Kakashi surveyed the carnage with a grim expression. "Let's go," he said quietly. They approached the house, and Kakashi dabbed a drop of his blood on the front door lock, activating his access to the seals, allowing them entry. Inside, the scene shifted from violence to sorrow. Upstairs, in the bedroom, Kushina lay on her bed, her life force waning. On her chest, baby Naruto cried for her, his small fists flailing. Peter's heart clenched at the sight, the earlier adrenaline rush replaced by a deep, aching sadness. Kakashi knelt beside Kushina, his hand gently brushing her forehead. "We're here now," he whispered, though whether it was a comfort to her or himself, Peter couldn't tell. "Minato." Kushina groaned, opening her eyes, searching for her husband. "No, it's me, Kakashi," he replied softly. "Minato is still fighting." Kakashi paused, his voice trailing off as he hesitated to mention Obito. Kushina's expression tightened with understanding and concern. "Go," she urged him, her voice barely above a whisper yet firm with resolve. "Help Minato. He needs you." Peter stepped closer, his presence reassuring. "Minato will be fine," he assured her confidently. "Right now, we need to focus on you." As he spoke, he extended his hands, fingers tracing intricate patterns in the air. Before Kushina's hazy eyes, a spell circle materialized, its glow vibrant and filled with mysterious, shimmering symbols she had never seen before. The moon hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the battered landscape of Konoha's outskirts where Minato faced Obito, the student he once thought lost. The silence was palpable, charged with tension and disbelief. Minato's voice broke the silence, his tone a mixture of pain and incredulity. "Obito, what happened? Why? Why did you turn against the village that raised you? Against me, against your own family?" Obito, clad in his tattered cloak, his Sharingan eye pulsating with malevolent energy, stood stoically. His voice, when he finally spoke, was cold and devoid of the warmth Minato remembered. "They deserve it, all of them. This world, it's broken. My actions are the cure." The word stung, more painful than any kunai could ever be. Minato's heart raced, his mind reeling from the shock of seeing his once dead student alive and as an enemy. "Your cure is to attack your own village. To harm Kushina, a woman who was like a mother to you. To endanger Naruto, our newborn son." Obito's expression hardened, the Sharingan spinning wildly. "Don't try and guilt me. It won't work. You know nothing of my suffering." With a fierce cry, Obito charged, his body blurring as he activated his phasing ability. Minato, seasoned and quick, dodged gracefully, his own body a blur of motion as he tried to engage Obito, to bring him back to his senses. The fight was brutal, each exchange a testament to their skills. Obito's attacks were ruthless, aimed with deadly precision, but Minato was relentless, his every move calculated to subdue without causing fatal harm. "Obito, listen to me. This isn't the way. You can still come back." Minato pleaded as he parried a particularly vicious strike. But Obito was beyond reasoning. "There's no coming back from this path," he hissed, launching a flurry of shuriken, which Minato narrowly avoided. "Besides, there's nothing to come back to." The battle wore on, each moment stretching long and fraught with tension. Minato observed, waited, his mind racing as he sought a chink in Obito's seemingly impervious state. Then, it came, a moment of clarity amidst the chaos. Recalling how Peter had managed to counter Obito's phasing ability, Minato meticulously experimented until he unraveled the hidden weakness. Preparing his next move with meticulous care, Minato threw a kunai with expert precision, timing it to coincide with the end of Obito's 5-minute phasing cycle. As the kunai harmlessly passed through Obito's head, Minato charged with a Rasengan whirling in his palm, both of them sprinting towards each other for a battle-ending clash. In an instant, just as they were about to collide, suddenly, Minato teleported to the kunai that had just exited the back of Obito's head. Obito's eyes widened in surprise, as he realized his time to phase had run out. Twisting in mid-air, Minato's hand slammed the Rasengan into Obito's exposed back. The impact was tremendous, driving Obito into the ground and creating a crater beneath them. Obito grunted in pain, his body racked by the force of Minato's attack. As the dust settled, Minato reached out, his fingers pressing against Obito's back, imprinting a seal that glowed briefly. "Why, Obito? Why did you really do this?" Minato whispered, his voice heavy with regret and sorrow. Obito lay defeated, the rage in his eyes giving way to a flicker of confusion and loss. You let her die," he murmured, his voice trailing off as he passed out, his eyes fluttering shut. A/N, 1755 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 682, C681 Saving Kushina. Police car light insert cry loudly crying face gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. In the quiet room where life seemed to hang by a thread, the gentle sound of baby Naruto's cries echoed as Peter waved his hands through the air, inscribing a golden spell circle. The mystical symbol shimmered in front of Kushina, who lay weakened on the bed, her pale complexion illuminated by the spell's soft glow. Kakashi stood tense by the bedside, his gaze shifting between the glowing spell and Kushina's frail form. Prepared to defend her from any potential threat, his hand hovered near the kunai at his belt. As the spell completed and its effects became evident, his suspicion briefly spiked, prompting him to act decisively. In a swift, fluid motion, Kakashi appeared beside Peter, the sharp blade of his kunai pressed gently yet firmly against Peter's neck, ready to defend Kushina if the unexpected ally proved to be a threat. As the spell was completed, Peter ignored Kakashi and directed it toward Kushina. The spell shot forward, a stream of light that seemed both alarming and beautiful. It entered her body, causing her to jolt slightly from the surprise. What was that? She gasped, but her words trailed off as a warm sensation flooded through her, knitting her flesh and bones back to health with astonishing speed. Kushina's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling strength surge through her veins. She sat up straight, cradling a much calmer Naruto against her chest. Her condition had not just improved, she felt as if she had never been ill at all. And it seemed Naruto realized that too. He stopped crying altogether, giggling up at his healthy mother. Kakashi, observing the rapid transformation, lowered his kunai slightly but didn't sheath it, his instincts still on high alert. Peter, noticing Kakashi's hesitation, remained calm, a soft smile playing on his lips as he asked, "So, how are you feeling? Any problems?" The spell should have taken care of everything, but you never know. Before Kushina could reply, she caught sight of Kakashi still holding his weapon near Peter. Her relief turned to indignation. "Kakashi," she exclaimed, her voice a mix of relief and reprimand. With a swift motion of her hand, adamantine chains sprang from her wrist, wrapping around Kakashi and pulling him away from Peter. "Apologize to him," she demanded, her maternal fierceness on full display. Kakashi, caught in the chains, couldn't help but smile as a stray tear escaped his exposed eye, mixed emotions of relief and happiness flooding him. I'm just glad you're okay, Lady Kushina," he managed to say, his voice cracking with emotion. After all, Kushina is like the mother he never had, losing her would be crushing. Kushina softened at his words, her stern expression melting into a warm smile. She drew Kakashi into a hug, her chains disappearing. "I'm not going anywhere, Kakashi. I promise." As they embraced, a moment of peace settled in the room. Peter watched them, a satisfied yet somber smile on his face, appreciating the scene's heartfelt sincerity. However, the moment was abruptly interrupted by a small, sarcastic voice. "Oh, you managed to save the red-haired demon woman. What a shame. I was hoping she would die." Kurama, still in his small form, stood at the doorway, his comment slicing through the tender atmosphere. Kushina's head whipped around, her fiery gaze locking onto the tiny figure of Kurama. With Naruto still securely in her arms, she leapt from the bed, pointing an accusing finger at him. "You," she accused, the word echoing with the weight of their shared history, her eyes blazing with the intensity of 1,000 suns. "Me." Kurama looked almost comical in the face of her fury, but his eyes held a defiant gleam. Before the situation could escalate, Peter stepped in, his voice carrying a mix of authority and reassurance. "Kushina, Kurama isn't a threat at the moment," he said, glancing at Kurama with a warning look that made even the formidable fox flinch. "And if he tries anything, I'll handle it." Kushina's eyes widened in disbelief as she saw the fox flinch in fear. She turned to Peter, her curiosity skyrocketing. "Who are you exactly? And how did you heal me?" "Those seals, they're unlike anything I've seen, and I know seals." Peter chuckled softly, "I'm Peter. And that wasn't a seal, it was the mystic arts." "Mystic arts?" Kushina echoed, her interest now fully awakened. She had never heard of such a thing, not even in her extensive clan's lore. But her inquiry was cut short by Naruto's sudden whining, his small form beginning to squirm in her arms. She rocked him gently, trying to soothe his discomfort. "Oh, I'm sorry, sweetie. Was mommy being too loud?" Kurama, annoyed by the noise, grimaced. "Can you shut that meat bag up already?" he snapped, which only fueled Kushina's irritation. "What does it look like I'm doing? If you don't like the noise, then take your tiny A*s out of my house," Kushina shot back, her voice laced with a mocking tone that made Kurama bristle. Their bickering continued, the old animosity flaring between them. But as they exchanged barbs, Peter suddenly cut in, redirecting Kushina's focus. "You should probably head back to Minato. He seemed really worried about you." The mention of Minato snapped Kushina out of her squabble, her eyes widening in an instant. "Minato?" she exclaimed, recalling the danger her husband was in, and without a second thought, she dashed out of the house at a breakneck pace, Naruto clinging to her. Without a second thought, Kakashi followed closely behind, vanishing with a swift motion into the shadows they left behind. Left alone in the room, Kurama turned to Peter. "Are we not going with them?" he asked. Peter shook his head. "Nah, they'll be fine without us," he said, a sly grin spreading across his face. "How about we go and deal with some human garbage I know about?" Kurama, despite everything, matched Peter's smirk. I don't really have a choice, do I? He replied. No, you don't. With a nod, Peter walked out of the room, pausing in the hallway for a moment. But first, let's see if this place has a library. Kurama, eyeing Peter with a mix of suspicion and curiosity, followed him down the hall. Planning on a bit of light reading? Not exactly, Peter replied, pushing open the door to a room filled with scrolls and ancient books. The air was heavy with the scent of parchment and ink. He walked in, his eyes scanning the vast collection of jutsu and seal information stored within. More like light copying. Using his mystic arts, Peter began to replicate the scrolls, particularly interested in the Uzumaki sealing techniques and Minato's flying thunder god technique. Each document shimmered briefly as he conjured an exact copy, storing the duplicates in the small necklace he wore around his neck. Kurama watched from the doorway, his voice dripping with sarcasm. So, you're a thief now? Peter didn't look up from his work. It's not theft, it's compensation. I saved their village and their lives. Think of this as a consultant's fee. Convenient justification, Kurama scoffed, his tail flicking in amusement. Peter continued his work, the intricate symbols on each scroll glowing under his touch. He was methodical, ensuring that nothing was out of place and that it would appear untouched. When in another world, one must adapt. Another world. Kurama muttered, confusion written all over his furry face. Once the last scroll was copied, Peter stood, stretching slightly. All right, that's done. Ready to head out. Kurama's ears perked up. And where are we headed at this hour? Peter smirked, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Let's start with the Uchiha clan district. Kurama's interest peaked, and his smirk widened. Lead the way, he said, thinking they were off to slaughter some Uchihas, which he was more than willing to participate in. They left the house quietly, blending into the shadows of the night. The village was still, the only sounds being the soft rustling of leaves in the breeze. The scene outside the village was one of tense anticipation, the stillness broken only by the occasional crackle of energy emanating from the powerful barrier that Peter set up. Inside, Minato faced Obito, their battle reaching its climactic end. Outside, Kushina landed gracefully, Naruto cradled securely in her arms, her eyes immediately catching the final moments of the confrontation. As Minato delivered what looked to be a decisive blow on their unmasked attacker, Kushina's heart raced. The realization that the masked man was none other than Obito struck her hard, sending a chill down her spine. Beside her, Kakashi touched down, his expression grim. I didn't know how to tell you, he admitted, his voice heavy with regret. I'm sorry, Lady Kushina. Before she could respond, the rustle of approaching footsteps drew their attention. Guy, ever the bundle of energy, rushed towards them, his face lighting up as he spotted Naruto. Lady Kushina. You're all right, he exclaimed, his relief palpable. Is this the fourth son? How youthful. The third Hokage, Hiruzen, followed at a more measured pace, his expression one of shock and relief. Kushina, you're well, he asked, his eyes darting between her and the baby. We thought you were at death's door. Peter healed me, Kushina replied, her voice filled with a mixture of gratitude and awe. He used something called the mystic arts. Hiruzen's brow furrowed in thought. And where are Peter and the fox now, he inquired, scanning the area. Kushina and Kakashi turned, looking back the way they had come, but there was no sign of Peter or Kurama. We thought they were right behind us, Kakashi said, shrugging slightly. With a nod, Hiruzen turned to his Umbu. Find them, he commanded, and with a swirl of cloaks, the Umbu vanished into the shadows, tasked with locating the mysterious ally and the notorious fox. Meanwhile, Minato's focus shifted from the unconscious Obito to his wife and son. His relief at seeing them safe was immense, as he rushed over, but was stopped by the barrier, still trapped inside. At least until Peter returns to let him out. He moved as close as he could, his hands touching the invisible wall that separated them. Kushina, Naruto, he called out, his voice filled with emotion. Why, you're all right. Kushina moved forward, her hand reaching out to touch the barrier. Minato, she whispered, her eyes welling up with tears. We're safe, thanks to Peter. High above the assembled shinobi, concealed among the dense foliage, Zetsu watched the scene unfold with an intensity that belied his usually detached demeanor. His unique black and white visage was split down the middle, each half observing carefully, the black focused on Obito's prone form inside the barrier, and the white scanning the area. Insert picture of Zetsu here. From his vantage point, Zetsu remained motionless, his eyes glued to the barrier that even he, with all his unique abilities, could not penetrate. If he could have, he would have already extracted Obito from the disastrous situation. The presence of such a powerful barrier was a complication he hadn't anticipated, and it irked him deeply. After a moment of silent contemplation, the black half of Zetsu murmured, we can't retrieve him now. This barrier is too strong. The white half, usually more impulsive, nodded slowly, a rare sign of agreement. We need to report this to Madara, it hissed softly. He will want to know about the barrier, and the new variable that's appeared. With a final, sweeping glance at the scene below, ensuring no details were missed, Zetsu made a decision. It wasn't the time for hasty actions. Strategic retreat was necessary. Merging seamlessly with the tree upon which he perched, Zetsu disappeared into the bark, his form blending into the wood grain until he was no longer visible. A/N, 2022 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 683, C682 slaughtered. Earlier in the night, the tranquility of the Uchiha clan district was shattered by the ferocious roars of the Nine Tails rampaging in the distance. As the ground trembled beneath its wrath, the Uchiha were jolted awake, their instincts honed from generations of warfare kicking into action. The streets quickly filled with ninja, men and women who shepherded the elderly, children, and civilians towards shelters. The air was tense with urgency, yet there was a method to the chaos, a practiced efficiency born from the Uchiha's storied legacy of readiness. As the clan gathered, Fugaku Uchiha, the clan head, stood with his fellow ninjas, ready to lead them out to aid their fellow villagers in the fight. His eyes, usually calm and commanding, flickered with concern for his family and comrades. It was then that an unexpected interruption occurred. Surrounding the district, countless root ninja materialized, their presence a sudden and silent threat. They stood impassive, their weapons drawn, forming an impenetrable wall of steel and killing intent. Fugaku stepped forward, his voice steady but laced with confusion. "Why are we being obstructed?" he demanded, his gaze piercing through the night to the figures that stood on the walls surrounding them. Danzo Shimura, his figure obscured by bandages and the night, landed gracefully atop the wall. His presence commanded a mixture of respect and distrust. "The order comes directly from the fourth Hokage," Danzo declared, his voice echoing ominously. "No Uchiha is to leave the district tonight. Any who try will be immediately put to death." Murmurs erupted among the Uchiha. Disbelief and anger mingled in the whispers that swept through the crowd. "Proof," someone shouted. "We demand proof." Fugaku, his expression unreadable, held up a hand for silence. He knew the Hokage, Minato, his academy companion, the man whose wife was a close friend of his own. This order was out of character, almost unthinkable. Still, he addressed Danzo with the respect that an elder of the village deserved. "Show us this order. You speak of grave matters, let us see the proof." With a smirk that didn't quite reach his eyes, Danzo produced a scroll, tossing it deftly to Fugaku. Catching it, the Uchiha leader unfurled the document. The script was indeed an order, complete with the Hokage's seal, a directive confining the Uchiha under threat of death. Fugaku's eyes narrowed as he scanned the scroll. The weight of the seal was heavy, but something in his gut screamed forgery. Yet, the stakes were too high for rash actions. Accusing Danzo of deceit without concrete proof could unleash catastrophic consequences on his clan. As his members seethed, urging him to defy the order, Fugaku took a deep breath. His decision would shape the fate of his clan. "We will comply," he announced, his voice resonant with reluctant authority. "For tonight, we stand down." The decision did not sit well with many, the air was thick with resentment and frustration. However, the collective discipline of the Uchiha held. They would obey, survive the night, and seek justice later. Fugaku's gaze lingered on Danzo, a silent vow passing between them, an unspoken challenge that this was not the end. The tense atmosphere in the Uchiha clan district was palpable as Fugaku and his fellow Uchiha stood rigidly, their gazes locked on Danzo and his root Umbu, who refused to leave, standing guard around the district as if it were a prison. The night, once broken by the distant cries of the Nine Tails, had fallen into an eerie silence. The monstrous roars that had earlier filled the air were now conspicuously absent, a sudden quiet that drew everyone's attention. The Nine Tails seemed to have disappeared. The Uchiha whispered among themselves, their eyes flicking nervously toward the horizon where the beast had last been seen. Despite the obvious change in the situation, Danzo and his forces remained stubbornly in place, their orders clear: keep the Uchiha contained. Danzo, cloaked in his usual air of mystery and authority, whispered urgently to a subordinate, a masked ninja who nodded silently before darting away into the shadows. The clan watched this exchange, the uncertainty feeding their frustration and fear. Minutes ticked by, each one stretching longer than the last. Danzo's impatience grew visible, his fingers tapping an uneven rhythm against his cane. Just as he was about to dispatch another Umbu to hasten the return of his scout, a figure appeared atop a nearby building, a signal that the awaited report was imminent. "Daisuke." Danzo called out, recognizing the silhouette of his trusted Umbu. However, his call was cut short by a shocking sight: the figure swayed and then collapsed, tumbling from the rooftop in a lifeless heap. A gasp rippled through the crowd as the body hit the ground, blood pooling ominously around it. The sudden violence stunned both the Uchiha and the root, their attention snapping to the spot where the ninja had fallen. And then, as if conjured by the night itself, two figures appeared where the root umbu had stood just seconds before, a man and a small fox. Peter, with his unmistakable casual demeanor, waved cheerfully down at Danzo. "Yo," he greeted with a nonchalant grin, peering over the edge at the fallen ninja. "Sorry, was that your lackey? I ran into him on the way, and he was a bit rude, so I slapped him around a little. But who would have thought he'd die so easily?" Beside him, Kurama smirked at the stunned faces below. His eyes glinted with mischief, clearly enjoying the chaos Peter had stirred. The Uchiha and the root remained frozen for a moment, processing the sudden and dramatic entrance. Danzo's eyes narrowed, his voice cold and measured. "Identify yourself. You wear no leaf headband, and yet you interfere in village affairs." Peter's smile broadened. "Just your friendly neighborhood pest control," he quipped, his eyes scanning the crowd below. "Heard there was an infestation here, so we came to clean it up." Kurama let out a loud, mocking laugh. "Yeah, so step aside so I can start my work. It's been too long since I've tasted red-eyed blood." The Uchiha around them unsheathed their weapons reflexively, their Sharingan eyes glowing ominously in the dark. The air thickened with the promise of violence. Peter glanced at Kurama with a raised eyebrow. "We're not here for the Uchiha, buddy." Kurama looked visibly disappointed. "What? I thought we were here to wipe out those Uchiha bastards." "Nope." Peter pointed a finger at Danzo. "Our target is the mummy-looking guy and his minions." Relief mixed with confusion among the Uchiha, while Danzo and his root tensed further, their grips tightening on their weapons. Kurama scoffed at the change in atmosphere. "Those small fries." Kurama's voice dripped with disdain. "Why bother with them? They look weak." Peter nodded. "True, they're not exactly top tier, but I don't like them, so they have to go." Kurama's face twisted into a grimace. "Fine, we can take them out. But I'd like to snack on a few Uchiha too." Thinking it over, Peter shrugged. "If any of them try to jump in or help these root goons, you're clear to do whatever you want with them." Kurama grinned maliciously, turning to address the gathered Uchiha. "Feel free to jump in or lend a hand to your root friends. I'm sure they'd appreciate it." Danzo, having had enough of the disrespect and the mockery, snapped. "Enough. Take them down," he ordered sharply to a squad of his root ninja. As four masked figures vanished in a sudden burst of motion, aiming straight for Peter and Kurama, Peter merely sighed. Pulling his hand back, he mimicked a backhand slap through the thin air in front of him. A heartbeat passed, and then the four ninja reappeared midair between Peter and Danzo. Their bodies gruesomely bisected, they plummeted to the street below, joining Daisuke in death. The remaining root members looked on in horror, the street now a canvas of blood and shadow. As the echo of their fall faded, Peter looked down at his hand, then back at the stunned crowd. "Guess they were weaker than I thought," he remarked casually. "That seems to be a trend with you root guys, huh?" Seeing even more of his lackeys die, Danzo Shimura's fury was palpable as he slammed his cane into the ground, the sound echoing ominously. "Attack!" he bellowed, his voice seething with rage. The root umbu, previously statuesque in their disciplined formation, surged forward in a wave of black cloaks and gleaming weapons, converging on Peter and Kurama. But Peter and Kurama were a whirlwind of chaos and destruction. Peter's agility and reflexes allowed him to dodge and weave through the attackers with supernatural grace, his fists connecting with sickening thuds as he dropped one umbu after another. Kurama, on the other hand, used miniature-tailed beast bombs to scorch the earth, incinerating entire groups of umbu. His tails, swift and deadly, swept through the ranks, each swipe leaving a trail of death and devastation. As the battle raged, Danzo realized the futility of his efforts. With a snarl of frustration, he turned to flee, barking orders over his shoulder. "Distract them." Seeing this, Peter flicked his wrist, and from the shadows, eldritch chains sprung forth, their eerie, otherworldly glow illuminating the night. The chains snaked around Danzo's legs, pulling him back with a force that sent him sprawling on the ground. They wrapped around him, binding him tightly. "Stay put, we're not done yet," Peter called out over the sounds of battle, his voice tinged with dark humor as he turned back to join Kurama in the fray. The massacre continued, each move Peter and Kurama made was precise and deadly, their opponents falling one by one, their numbers dwindling rapidly. The street was filled with fallen root umbu, their black cloaks stained with their own blood. Danzo, trapped and desperate, turned to the Uchiha, his voice hoarse as he shouted, "Help me. This is an order. You must help me." The Uchiha exchanged wary glances, the weight of their decision heavy in the air. Fugaku Uchiha, their clan head, watched the scene unfold with a detached expression. As Danzo's pleas grew more frantic, Fugaku lifted the scroll Danzo had given him earlier, his voice echoing clearly across the battlefield. "I'm sorry, Lord Danzo, but we cannot help. We must stay in the Uchiha clan district and obey the Hokage's orders, as you so clearly enforced," Fugaku declared, his tone dripping with irony. The Uchiha stood back, their decision made. No one moved to aid Danzo, their disdain for the men evident in their silent refusal to intervene. As Peter and Kurama finished off the last of the root umbu, the district was once again enveloped in silence, a stark contrast to the chaos that had just transpired. Danzo, bound and defeated, lay amidst the carnage, the realization of his defeat sinking in as he watched the two figures standing over him. Peter wiped his hands, looking down at Danzo with a smirk. "Looks like you're the only one left," he said, the moonlight casting long shadows across the blood-soaked street. A/N, 1,900 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 684, C683 is Anaji. Police car light insert grumpy gif /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. Minutes earlier. The night air hung heavy in the Uchiha clan district, tense and still, as if holding its breath in anticipation of the inevitable storm. Above, the stars were obscured by a thick curtain of clouds, casting everything into shadow. It was in these shadows that Peter and Kurama moved, slaughtering every root member in sight. Inside the Uchiha compound, the atmosphere was charged, the clan members watching in fear and awe. From his vantage point, Fugaku Uchiha, the clan head, maintained a stoic facade, though his heart raced with unspoken questions. Who were these powerful beings and why did they hold such a grudge against Danzo and his men? From afar, a group of umbu cloaked in darkness approached the district at breakneck speed. Their mission was clear, locate Peter and the Nine Tails, but what they found upon arrival was far from what they had expected. They saw Peter and Kurama dancing over a battlefield strewn with the bodies of root members. Peter was a whirlwind of motion. His movements were fluid and precise, each strike ending the life of a fellow leaf ninja. Beside him, Kurama unleashed his power with a controlled ferocity, laughing as he followed Peter's lead. The umbu, hidden in the shadows, watched in stunned silence. This was not what they had expected after Peter had saved them from the Nine Tails and even healed the Hokage's wife. One of the umbu, cloaked heavily with only his eyes visible, turned swiftly and vanished as silently as he had arrived. His mission was now one of urgency, to report back to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Meanwhile, outside the village, at the edge of the forest, Hiruzen stood with the still-trapped Minato, the fourth and current Hokage, and Kushina who cradled a young Naruto in her arms. As an umbu appeared beside him, and Hiruzen received the whispered report, his expression darkened. The news was dire, not only were Peter and Kurama running around unchecked, but they seemed to have turned on the village for some reason. Without a word, Hiruzen's form blurred, the speed of his departure leaving a gust of wind in his wake. His destination was clear, the heart of the battle where he hoped to confront, and perhaps reason with, the chaotic duo of Peter and Kurama. "Wait, Hiruzen." Minato called out, his voice laced with both command and concern, but Hiruzen was already gone, his figure a fleeting shadow against the moonlit night, many umbu rushing after him. As the seconds passed, another wave of ninja prepared to follow their former leader, their loyalty to Hiruzen driving them forward but. "Stop," Minato's command halted them in their tracks, his eyes bearing down on the umbu that whispered in Hiruzen's ear, his authority as Hokage undiminished by the barrier that trapped him. "Explain what's going on right now," he ordered, his tone brooking no argument. As Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, raced through the village with his loyal umbu in tow, the night seemed to darken around him, mirroring the chaos of his thoughts. His heart pounded with urgency, fear, and an escalating dread. After all, he witnessed Peter's strength, so he knew that dealing with him and the 9 failed fox on top of that wouldn't be easy. Upon his arrival, the scene that greeted him outside the Uchiha district was one of grim carnage. The streets were littered with the bodies of root ninja, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood. His gaze, however, was drawn instantly to the center of the chaos, where Peter stood over Danzo, his body enveloped in chains of eerie, glowing energy. Hiruzen's breath hitched as he saw Peter's hand raised high, poised like the blade of a guillotine above Danzo's exposed neck. The Hokage's voice tore through the silence, a desperate plea laden with horror. "Peter, stop." But his cry came too late. In a swift, merciless motion, Peter's hand swept down, and the night was split by a horrific sound, a finality that echoed through the streets as Danzo's head was severed from his body. Blood sprayed in an arc, painting the cobblestones crimson. The gruesome spectacle unfolded before the eyes of the Uchiha as well, who stood by behind their clan's boundaries, and the umbu, who followed after Hiruzen and arrived just in time to witness the grim finale. Silence fell, a suffocating blanket over the once vibrant district. Hiruzen's knees nearly buckled under the weight of what he had just seen. His former teammate, his friend, was dead, murdered not in battle but executed without trial or mercy. The shock of the act was hard to fathom, resonating through the very air, stirring the leaves on the nearby trees. As the echo of Danzo's body hitting the ground faded, Hiruzen's initial shock morphed into a hard, cold fury. His eyes, once warm and inviting, now blazed with a furious vengeance. The Umbu, sensing the shift in their former leader's mood, stiffened, ready to spring into action at his command. Standing amidst the grim aftermath, Peter's eyes met Hiruzen's across the battlefield strewn with bodies. The killing intent rolling off the third Hokage was easy to see, a tangible force that threatened to ignite at any moment. "Take a breath, Hiruzen," Peter said evenly, his voice cutting through the tense air. "Calm down before you start something you know you can't finish." Hiruzen paused, the raw energy of his emotions checked for a moment, as he knew Peter's strength. His eyes flicked to the Uchiha, who had watched the scene unfold from the safety of their district, their actions, or lack thereof, speaking volumes. Turning to face them, Hiruzen's voice was a mix of disbelief and accusation. "Why? Why did you do nothing?" The Uchiha, under the weight of such scrutiny, seemed to falter a little. The air around them thickened with tension, the stirrings of guilt, and the undercurrents of unresolved grievances. Stepping forward, Fugaku Uchiha held up the scroll that had dictated their inaction. "Lord Danzo ordered us to remain here, or face death," he explained, his voice steady. "We were following orders, as we were commanded." From his distance, Hiruzen scrutinized the scroll, his experienced gaze immediately catching the forgery of Minato's seal. His frown deepened, the pieces of a sinister puzzle falling into place. Saving your fellow ninja should always come before following orders. "We are a village, first and foremost," Hiruzen said, his voice rising with each word. But Fugaku countered calmly, "Lord Third, we both know that Danzo did not share that sentiment. His methods required absolute obedience. He would have sacrificed any number of ninja or civilians to achieve his objectives." Hiruzen's rebuttal was sharp. "But you knew the scroll was a forgery. Don't play dumb with me. You chose inaction." Fugaku's expression feigned surprise. "The scroll is fake." His voice carried a tone of mock astonishment, then shifted to one of reasoned argument. "If that's true, then Danzo was guilty of forging the Hokage's seal, a grave crime in itself." Around Fugaku, the murmurs among the Uchiha grew louder, many nodding in agreement, emboldened by their leader's words. They voiced their belief that Danzo, known for his ruthlessness, would have met his end eventually due to his many transgressions. Hiruzen clenched his fists, his teeth gritted as he struggled to find a response. Fugaku left him cornered in a moral and political maze. "I don't know why you're all getting so worked up, it's not like Danzo is dead," Peter said casually, glancing towards a nearby building. "Right." Confusion swept through everyone, their expressions a mix of disbelief and suspicion. Even Kurama, who had been relishing the unfolding drama, tilted his head, puzzled. "He's not dead," he echoed, looking towards the same building. The silence that followed was fraught with tension, every eye trained on the seemingly empty space where Peter had directed their attention. Nothing happened, and the stillness only deepened the growing uncertainty. With a sigh of impatience, Peter snapped his fingers. "If you won't come out, I'll have to take away your hiding spot." Magic surged through the air, a visible wave that washed over the building, causing it to vanish as if it were a mirage. In its place stood a lone figure, Danzo Shimura, seemingly unharmed except for his bandaged eye from which blood seeped, staining the wrappings. The third Hokage's jaw dropped as his friend reappeared before him, alive and well. "He's alive." "How?" Danzo, visibly rattled yet defiant, scanned the crowd for Hiruzen, desperation edging his voice. "Hiruzen, if we want to protect the village from that monster, we need to work together." Before he could continue, a wave of whispers cut through his words, rising from the Uchiha ninja. "He was dead, I saw it myself," one exclaimed, disbelief lacing his voice. "Impossible," another muttered, "our Sharingan doesn't miss such tricks." "He was dead for sure." The confusion and accusation swelled as more voices joined in, their sharp eyes all having witnessed the same undeniable event, Danzo's death. Their murmurs echoed through the air, a chorus of skepticism and confusion. Fugaku Uchiha, with a sharp intake of breath, began piecing together the impossible. His eyes locked onto Danzo, and then to the spot where Danzo had died. As the realization dawned, the corpse they had all seen was now conspicuously absent, vanishing without a trace. Anger flashed across Fugaku's face, his Sharingan spinning wildly as he confronted the truth. "How dare you," he shouted, stepping forward, his voice echoing through the now silent street. Danzo had employed Izanagi, an ancient and forbidden Uchiha technique that traded the light of a Sharingan eye for a moment of resurrection. It was a technique that should have been beyond the reach of anyone outside the Uchiha, a secret guarded fiercely by his clan. The implications were staggering, and as the accusation hung in the air, every pair of eyes turned back to Danzo. The use of Izanagi was a significant taboo, its cost profound, and here it had been used by a man known for his hatred of their clan. But the question that burned in Fugaku's mind was even more troubling: where did Danzo get a Sharingan? A/N, 1743 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 685, C684 severing the root. The air was charged with a heavy, suffocating tension as Fugaku Uchiha's face twisted with rage, his Sharingan spinning wildly with killing intent. "Danzo," he bellowed, his voice echoing off the stone walls surrounding them. "Where did you get a Sharingan eye?" The gathered crowd was a mixture of confusion and anger. All, that is, except for Peter, who seemed unsurprised by the revelation, and a few high-ranking Uchiha who already understood the implications of Izanagi. They, too, had pieced together the unsettling truth about Danzo's miraculous survival. As Fugaku's accusation hung in the air, the elite Uchiha by his side drew their weapons in solidarity, their Sharingan eyes activated, glaring fiercely toward Danzo. This bold move spurred the rest of the clan into action, and soon every Uchiha present had their weapons drawn, even though many were still in the dark as to how Danzo surviving meant that he had a Sharingan eye. Hiruzen, caught between his duty as Hokage and his loyalty to an old friend, turned towards Danzo with a look of desperate hope for an explanation, an excuse, anything that could defuse the situation. However, Danzo remained silent, his gaze steely and unreadable beneath the blood-stained bandages that covered half of his face. Seeing that no explanation was coming from Danzo, Peter stepped forward, his voice clear and authoritative. "Shall I explain what Danzo won't?" he began, capturing the attention of everyone around him. "Danzo has a Sharingan implanted under those bloody bandages," he pointed to Danzo's face, which he used to employ a secret Uchiha technique called Izanagi, rewriting the reality of his death to leave behind a very real-looking illusion. He paused to let the gravity of his words sink in before continuing, and if I had to guess, he might have a few more Sharingan hidden away under the bandages on his arm as well. The accusation struck like a bolt of lightning, igniting the simmering fury within every Uchiha present. With a shared sense of betrayal and outrage, they surged forward from their district, encircling Danzo in a tight ring of shadowy warriors, their red eyes piercing through the night. Fugaku stood at the forefront, his expression carved from stone and his Sharingan blazing, pointing his weapon at Danzo. "Remove your bandages, Danzo." "Now," he demanded, his voice a deadly calm that promised retribution. Before Danzo could muster a response to the growing tension around him, Hiruzen commanded in a firm, authoritative voice, "Stand down, Fugaku." His intention was clear, he wanted to approach Danzo, perhaps to salvage the situation or seek clarification. But as he stepped forward, Peter materialized in his path, blocking him. Hiruzen paused, his gaze fixed on Peter. "Step aside," he implored, his voice strained. "I do not wish to fight you, but I will if I must, for the sake of the village." Peter shook his head, resolute. "Nah, let's let them settle their grudges themselves," he countered. Danzo had to have orchestrated at least one Uchiha death to acquire the Sharingan he just used. This is now a matter between him and the Uchiha. Kurama, who had sauntered over to Peter, grumbled audibly, his disdain for the Uchiha evident. "Why help these red-eyed meatbags? I despise them," he complained, glaring around at the tense faces. Peter simply shook his head, a firm line set to his mouth. "I don't kill indiscriminately," he stated, his voice carrying a weight that silenced even Kurama's grumbling. It was Danzo who broke the ensuing silence, his laughter cold and mocking. "You don't kill indiscriminately," he scoffed, gesturing broadly to the carnage that littered the streets. "What do you call what you did to my subordinates?" Peter's response was a dismissive scoff as he began listing off Danzo's numerous transgressions. "You're responsible for countless atrocities," Peter accused, his voice rising with each point. "From orchestrating Uchiha deaths for their eyes to a very likely involvement in the downfall of the Uzumaki clan. Not to mention, you likely had a hand in tonight's Ninetales attack, or at least exploited it to further your own schemes for power and control." As Peter detailed each accusation, the anger among the Uchiha grew palpable, their hands gripping their weapons tighter, their eyes blazing with fury. Hiruzen, on the other hand, looked increasingly disturbed. He turned to Danzo, a silent plea for denial in his eyes, but Danzo's expression was one of confusion and surprise, as if unsure how Peter could know so much. Peter continued, his voice unwavering. "As I said, I didn't kill your subordinates indiscriminately, Danzo. I removed them because the world is better off without Root's corruption. And yes," he added, his gaze hardening as he looked directly at Danzo, "I plan to exterminate the rest of Root as well, including you." He paused, letting his words sink in, before glancing at the Uchiha encircling Danzo. "Though, I might not need to lift a finger after the Uchiha are done with you. They might just take care of everything for me." Fugaku, his expression steely and determined, nodded curtly to Peter. "Yes, we'll handle it from here. Thank you for your assistance," he said, bowing his head, his voice grim but resolute. Turning back to Danzo, his eyes flared with a renewed fire. "Now, show us what you're hiding under those bandages." Danzo, cornered and defiant, sneered at the encircling Uchiha. "You want to see?" "Fine," he barked. With a swift motion, he began unraveling the bandages that covered his arm. As the fabric fell away, it revealed a grotesque sight. His arm was riddled with empty eye holes, and a few of them open to display the blood-red swirls of Sharingan. I had to be discreet with my collection up until now, Danzo confessed, his voice tinged with madness as he pointed to each eye. This one belonged to an old Uchiha Jonin, fallen in a skirmish I orchestrated. And this, he paused, his finger hovering over another eye, came from a young academy graduate. Kidnapped during a mission, tortured until her Sharingan awakened, and then disposed of. The revelation struck like a physical blow, and the air around the Uchiha seethed with fury and horror. Faces twisted in rage and hearts pounding with betrayal, the Uchiha could contain themselves no longer. With a collective roar, they surged forward. The Uchiha, driven by vengeance and grief, attacked with a ferocity that was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Kunai and shuriken sliced through the air, their paths illuminated by the occasional flash of fire jutsu. Danzo, for all his crimes, was not defenseless. He parried with seasoned precision, his own Sharingan granting him foresight that allowed him to counter the relentless assaults. An Uchiha youth lunged with a katana, aiming for Danzo's heart, but with a swift sidestep and a palm strike to the chest, Danzo sent him sprawling to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. Another Uchiha, older and more experienced, engaged next, his Sharingan spinning wildly. He unleashed a torrent of fire, the flames shaped like dragons, roaring towards Danzo. With an almost dismissive wave, Danzo summoned a wind jutsu that snuffed out the flames before they could consume him. The fight grew more intense, each strike and counterstrike more desperate than the last. An Uchiha Kunoichi joined the fray, her movements a blur as she attempted to outmaneuver Danzo. She managed to slice a kunai across his thigh, drawing blood, a small victory in what seemed an uphill battle. As the combatants clashed, Peter and Hiruzen watched from the sidelines. Peter's expression was one of grim satisfaction. Justice, in his view, was being served. Hiruzen, however, was tormented by indecision. His heart ached as he watched his old friend, a man he had known for decades, now a pariah facing the wrath of those he had wronged. On one hand, Hiruzen wanted to intervene, to stop the bloodshed and perhaps find another way. But on the other, he recognized the deep-seated justice in the Uchiha's retribution. As the third Hokage remained indecisive, the confrontation between Danzo and the Uchiha escalated swiftly, each moment pulsing with the tension of years of betrayal and subterfuge. Danzo, though outnumbered, was no ordinary foe. His combat style was ruthless, every move calculated to maim and kill. His opponents, driven by revenge and justice, matched his intensity, their attacks relentless. As the battle unfolded, Fugaku Uchiha emerged as the pivotal force. With a steely glint in his eyes, his Mangekyo Sharingan activated, casting his body in a spectral gold glow. A small ethereal skeleton materialized around him. "Susanoo," he exclaimed, causing Danzo's eyes to widen in fear. Fugaku's first decisive act was a rapid succession of strikes with Susanoo's ethereal, bony arms. Each hit landed with devastating force, pummeling Danzo with such intensity that it fractured his defenses. The impacts left him reeling, bloody, and gasping for breath, his stolen Sharingan eyes flickering weakly as their mystical powers waned under the relentless assault. Each blow was precise and forceful, quickly overwhelming Danzo and sending him crashing to the ground, defenseless. Seizing the moment, Fugaku rushed toward Danzo's prone form and swiftly plucked each Sharingan from his arm, ensuring he could no longer revive himself. Fugaku's didn't stop there either. With the Sharingan removed, he commandeered a sword from a nearby clansman's scabbard. Raising the blade, he prepared to deliver justice long denied to his people. Danzo, realizing his end was near, turned to his old ally Hiruzen in a desperate plea for salvation. "Save me," he cried out, panic stripping him of his usual composure. Peter, observing the scene, recognized the critical moment unfolding. He turned to Hiruzen with a grave expression. "Don't intervene. He'll die tonight no matter what." "You won't be able to change that," he cautioned firmly. But the bonds of a lifetime proved too strong for Hiruzen, who, driven by a mixture of loyalty and guilt, surged forward to intervene, his umbu following his lead. With a sigh of resignation, Peter snapped his fingers, casting a spell that dramatically increased the gravity localized over the umbu. They were slammed into the ground, immobilized by the overwhelming force, unable to proceed further. Hiruzen, undeterred and nearly reaching Danzo, was only a breath away from saving his friend's life. But at that critical moment, Peter waved his hand, conjuring a portal that intercepted Hiruzen's path. Before he knew what was happening, the third Hokage was abruptly redirected, emerging next to Peter, just in time to witness the final act of the drama. Fugaku, his expression resolute and devoid of hesitation, brought down the sword in a swift, clean arc. The blade bisected Danzo cleanly in half, the body falling in two, his schemes and manipulations ending with him. And as he fell, the lack of any remaining Sharingan ensured there would be no miraculous escape from death this time. The silence that followed was heavy, filled with the weight and finality of justice served. Hiruzen stood beside Peter, shock and sorrow etched into his features. His closest friend was dead and he could do nothing to stop it. A/N, 1864 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down. Don't forget to vote. Backhand index pointing down. Chapter 686, C685 Madara. Police car light. Insert plastic surgery GIF/PICs here. Most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy. Yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. Peter stood at the edge of the carnage, the night air thick with the acrid scent of burnt flesh and the eerie silence of a battle concluded. Danzo's lifeless body lay in 2 halves, a grotesque reminder of the dark deeds that had finally caught up with him. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, stood beside Peter, his face a mask of sorrow and disbelief. The old man's shoulders sagged under the weight of his grief, his eyes locked on the fallen body of his friend. He was torn between the duty to his village and the personal loss of a lifelong companion. Peter noticed Hiruzen's clenched fists and the barely restrained fury in his eyes. He could almost hear the internal struggle within the Hokage, the urge to attack, to seek vengeance for Danzo's death. But just as Hiruzen seemed on the verge of acting, a small, fiery presence appeared at Peter's side. Kurama, the tiny 9-tailed fox, smirked up at Hiruzen with a look that was both challenging and mocking. Go ahead, old man, the spirit seemed to say. Try it. Hiruzen took a deep breath, his body trembling with the effort to control his emotions. He knew that confronting Peter would be futile. The young man standing beside him was far more powerful than anyone in the village, perhaps more powerful than any shinobi alive. Fighting him would only lead to more destruction, and the village had already suffered enough tonight. As Hiruzen struggled to regain his composure, Fugaku Uchiha and the other clan members approached. The Uchiha leader's eyes flickered with a mix of gratitude and calculation as he assessed Peter. He had seen the 3rd Hokage's fear and hesitation, and it only reinforced the importance of keeping Peter as an ally. Fugaku bowed deeply before Peter, and his family members followed suit, their respect palpable. Thank you for your assistance. You've allowed us to avenge our fallen family members, and for that, we are deeply grateful. We would be honored if you would spend the night as our guest in the Uchiha clan district. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow at this, recognizing the Uchiha's strategic move. They were attempting to secure a powerful ally, someone who could deter any future threats against their clan, both physical and political. He opened his mouth to extend a counteroffer, hoping to keep Peter in a more neutral position, but Peter spoke first. Sure, I could use a bed for the night, Peter said, nodding to Fugaku. But give me a second to do something first. Ignoring the curious stares from the Uchiha and the wary gaze of Hiruzen, Peter walked over to the remains of the battle. He raised his hand, and a black fire began to fill the area. The bodies of the fallen root umbu began to dissolve into the flames, their forms shifting and warping. Seconds later, out of the dust and fire, emerged shadowy figures with glowing green eyes. Each shadow resembled the person they used to be, even Danzo's form twisted into a dark, spectral version of himself. Hiruzen's heart clenched at the sight, a look of hope and horror crossing his face as he muttered, "D. Danzo." But his hopes of his friend's revival were dashed when the shadows all bowed to Peter, acknowledging him as their new master. The realization hit Hiruzen like a physical blow. Peter had turned the fallen root umbu into undead shadow slaves, defiling their bodies and souls. He only knew one technique that could accomplish anything like this, the summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. Yet, this seemed to be something slightly different. Possibly even darker. The Uchiha seemed stunned yet unperturbed by their resurrection, understanding that Danzo and his followers were evil and deserved zero sympathy. They didn't seem to care one bit if they were turned into undead slaves or not. But for Hiruzen, it was a bitter pill to swallow. Danzo had been his friend, and now even his death had been corrupted. Before anyone could ask any questions or complain, Peter turned his gaze toward the newly resurrected shadow of Danzo. "Do you still remember everything?" he asked, his voice calm but firm. Danzo's shadowy form nodded, the glowing green eyes flickering. "Yes, master," he replied, his voice carrying an eerie echo. "Good," Peter said. "I have some tasks for you. First, clean up the rest of Root. I want nothing of the organization to remain. Kill all active members and release any innocents to the Hokage. Gather all information and assets you have and deliver them to the Hokage as well." Danzo nodded again, the light in his eyes unwavering. "Yes, master. And one more thing," Peter continued. "I want you to write a list of every crime you've ever committed or had others commit in your name or the village's name. Deliver that list to the Hokage, too. Make sure it's thorough." Hiruzen, listening to this exchange, began to sweat. His mind raced with memories of the times he had been complicit in Danzo's schemes, all for the greater good of the village. Now, it seemed, his own misdeeds might come to light. Fugaku, standing nearby, looked on in shock. He had never expected Peter to resurrect Danzo and his soldiers just to turn them against their own organization and expose their crimes. "Can I have a copy of that list as well?" he asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Peter shrugged. "Sure," he said, turning back to Danzo. "Make a few copies while you're at it. Danzo nodded once more. Yes, master, he said. Go and get to work, Peter ordered, shooing them off. With a final nod, Danzo and his shadowy ninja melted into the night, their forms blending seamlessly with the darkness as they disappeared to carry out their tasks. With everything handled, Peter turned to Fugaku, his expression softening slightly. Lead the way to where I'll be spending the night, he said. As they began to walk away, the tiny, shrunken Kurama at Peter's side began to grumble loudly. I'm not going anywhere near these red-eyed bastards' land. Kurama spat, his voice filled with disdain. Peter sighed, clearly used to Kurama's antics. He bent down and picked up the tiny fox by the scruff of his neck, lifting him effortlessly. Despite Kurama's screams and protests, he couldn't overpower Peter and was forced to tag along, dangling helplessly in Peter's grasp. Fugaku smiled awkwardly at the sight, quickly collecting himself. He gestured for Peter to follow. This way, he said, leading the group toward the Uchiha district. As they walked, Peter suddenly paused and turned back, a thought crossing his mind. Hiruzen, he called out, have Minato and Obito finished their fight yet? Fugaku and several Uchiha nearby raised their brows at the mention of Obito's name, finding it oddly familiar. Hiruzen, broken from his thoughts as he tried to figure out how to handle the current situation, responded with a nod. Yes, Obito has been beaten, knocked out, and captured. Minato is just waiting for the barrier to disappear. Peter nodded and snapped his fingers. Across the village, near the outskirts, the barrier that held Minato and Obito vanished. The barrier is gone, Peter informed Hiruzen. Tell Minato to bring Obito to me before he wakes up. He has a very powerful space-time ability, so we need to make sure he can't escape easily. Though, he and Kushina can try to seal him instead, if they want. He shrugged uncaringly, whatever Minato wants to do. Just don't come crying to me if he gets away. Hiruzen nodded, his mind racing with the implications of Peter's actions. He opened his mouth to say something, possibly to ask about his shadow undead, or perhaps to complain about what happened to Danzo, but Peter cut him off with a yawn. Fugaku, lead the way to the guest house. I need a nap, Peter said, his tone indicating the conversation was over. All this action and drama really takes it out of you, you know. As Hiruzen stood there dumbly, watching Peter leave, he could still hear Kurama yelling his complaints and cursing every Uchiha that caught his eye. Zetsu slithered through the rocky crevices of the hidden cave, merging seamlessly with the shadows. His mission was urgent, and the news he carried was dire. The elderly Madara, sustained by the Gedo Mazo, awaited him in the deepest chamber. As Zetsu entered the chamber, Madara's eyes, dulled by age but still burning with fierce determination, looked up. What news do you bring, Zetsu? He asked, his voice a low, gravelly whisper. The elderly Madara Uchiha sat on a throne-like seat within the dimly lit chamber, his presence commanding despite his advanced age. Portions of his long, once jet-black hair had turned a stark white, cascading down his back in wild, untamed waves. His face was lined with deep wrinkles, evidence of the many years and countless battles he had endured. His eyes, though dulled by age, still held a fierce intensity, the Sharingan gleaming with a red, malevolent glow. Madara's body, frail and thin, was draped in a tattered, dark cloak that hung loosely around his gaunt frame. The cloak, frayed at the edges, seemed to absorb the shadows of the cave, adding to his ominous aura. His hands, skeletal and veined, clutched the armrests of his throne, the knuckles white with strain. Insert picture of Madara here. Despite his weakened state, there was an undeniable aura of power and authority about him. His connection to the Gedo Mazo, the giant, demonic statue, provided him with a semblance of vitality, its chakra sustaining him just enough to keep him alive. Tubes and wires connected his body to the statue, snaking from his back and shoulders, pulsing with a dark, eerie energy. Insert picture of Gedo Mazo here. The black half of Zetsu spoke first, his tone ominous. Madara-sama, the plan to release the Nine Tails into the Leaf Village has failed. The white half continued, his voice lighter but filled with concern. An unknown variable appeared, someone we did not foresee. Madara's eyes narrowed. Explain, he demanded. The black half took over. There was a mysterious young man. He defeated the Nine Tails with ease and then turned it into a tiny fox. He seems to have tamed it through sheer strength alone. The white half added, Obito has been outed and captured after losing a fight to his old master. A barrier was used that blocked our ability to extract him. Madara's expression darkened, his hands clenching into fists. This mysterious man, who is he? How could someone like him have escaped my notice? He seethed, his voice trembling with barely contained rage. The black half replied, we do not know. He is a complete unknown, and his power is unlike anything we've encountered before. Madara's fury grew, his aging body trembling with the intensity of his anger. Years of planning, all for nothing, he spat. Obito was crucial to my plans. I went through all the trouble to break him, to mold him into the perfect tool, and now he's been captured like a fool. He slammed his fist onto the armrest of his throne, the sound echoing through the cave. We cannot afford setbacks like this, he growled. Obito must be retrieved, and this Peter must be dealt with. I will not let my plans be derailed by an unknown variable. The white half of Zetsu nodded, his expression unreadable. What are your orders, Lord Madara? Madara took a deep breath, calming himself. First, we need more information about this Peter. Find out everything you can about him, his origins, his abilities, his weaknesses. And prepare a plan to retrieve Obito. We will need him if we are to proceed. The black half added, yes, Lord Madara. We will begin immediately. As Zetsu departed, Madara leaned back in his throne, his mind racing. The unexpected appearance of Peter was a significant setback, but he was not a man easily defeated. He had faced greater challenges before and had always found a way to overcome them. I will not be stopped, he muttered to himself, his eyes burning with renewed determination. Not now, not ever. A/N, 2051 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 687, C686 Aftermath. The dawn light filtered through the large windows of the Hokage's office, casting a warm glow on the room's wooden interior. Minato Namikaze, the acting Hokage, sat behind his desk, sifting through reports of the previous night's chaos. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the former Hokage and now advisor, sat on the couch to his left, his face etched with concern. How are the damage reports looking? Hiruzen asked, not looking up from the scroll he was reading. Minato sighed, rubbing his temples. The property damage is extensive, but repair crews are already at work. Most of the civilian areas should be restored within a month. We were lucky that the casualties were minimal, thanks to the swift response and Peter's intervention with the Nine Tails. Hiruzen nodded. The villagers are resilient. They'll rebuild quickly. Our main concern should be the perception of our strength. Other villages might see this as an opportunity to strike. Minato leaned forward, but we didn't lose more than a handful of ninja. We are practically at the same strength as we were yesterday, even stronger if you add Peter to the equation. Hiruzen shook his head. That doesn't matter. The other villages will hear about the attack and assume we're weakened. And that's when the wolves will gather, hungry and on the prowl for their next meal. He sighed as he added, and let's not forget how Peter killed Danzo, an elder of our village. His undead are currently dismantling root as we speak. Minato placed the scroll down and looked directly at Hiruzen. Truthfully, he was happy when he heard that Danzo was dead. Hiruzen's eyes darkened. Danzo's death is a significant blow. His influence and the knowledge he possessed were vital to our village's defenses. Minato could see the anger in Hiruzen's eyes, a mixture of grief and fury. I understand your concerns, Hiruzen, but Danzo was also a liability. You already know that I've been planning to dismantle Root since I became Hokage, but it was never easy with Danzo's connections. Although I'm sorry for your loss, I can't help but feel grateful to Peter. But Peter, Hiruzen interjected, he's an unknown. We don't know his motives or the full extent of his power. We can't trust him blindly. Minato stood up, walking around the desk to face Hiruzen. Peter saved us last night. He protected the village and our people. We cannot afford to make an enemy of someone so powerful. Especially not now. Hiruzen's fists clenched, his knuckles turning white. I won't pursue vengeance, Minato, but I'll keep my guard up. We still don't know anything about him, other than his immense power and his hatred for Danzo. Minato nodded, placing a hand on Hiruzen's shoulder. That's all I ask. For now, let's focus on rebuilding and protecting the village. We'll keep a close eye on Peter, but we must also show him the respect he's earned. Hiruzen sighed, his body relaxing slightly. Agreed. But we must remain vigilant. Minato smiled, the tension in the room easing. Thank you, Hiruzen. I know it's hard, especially after everything that's happened. He said, leaning back in his chair, his thoughts drifting to the events of the previous night. The former Hokage had not only lost his friend and advisor in Danzo but also his beloved wife, the mother of his children. She had been there when Kushina was giving birth, acting as the midwife for Naruto's birth. When Obito launched his attack, she bravely tried to protect Naruto, stepping in before anyone else even noticed the intruder. Her sacrifice was swift and tragic, leaving no time for anyone to come to her aid. Minato stood up and bowed deeply to Hiruzen. I'm so sorry for the loss of your wife. She died protecting my son, and I couldn't be more grateful to her. I know this must be incredibly hard for you. You've lost so much in such a short time. Hiruzen smiled weakly, motioning for Minato to stand. It's not your fault, Minato. My wife was a kind woman, and she died protecting an innocent child. Such a death is better than wasting away in old age. Besides, she lived a long life, and so have I. Minato almost broke down at Hiruzen's words. He could see the profound sadness in the older man's eyes, but Hiruzen had endured much loss in his long life. He was too accustomed to losing loved ones, having lived through many wars. Trying to shift the somber mood, Hiruzen asked quietly, "What do you plan to do with Obito?" Minato's brow furrowed as he thought about his wayward student. He remembered the young, cheerful genin who had once been full of dreams and ambition. How had he turned into a crazed murderer? The transformation was still a mystery to him. "We've already sealed his chakra," Minato began, his voice heavy with the weight of the situation. "Kushina and I even removed his Sharingan. His prison cell is sealed so tightly that no one, not even me, can teleport inside." Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. "And what about Peter's offer? He said he's willing to help imprison Obito." Minato nodded. "Yes, I'll ask him when he wakes up. We can't take any chances after all." Although Hiruzen had his reservations about involving Peter, he refrained from commenting. He knew his judgment was clouded when it came to Peter, so he was trying his best not to act on it. Glancing out the window, Hiruzen asked, "How are Kushina and Naruto?" "I haven't seen them since last night." Minato glanced at the clock and smiled. "They should be on their way to the Uchiha district by now." Uchiha district. Peter woke up to the enticing smell of food wafting through the air and the gentle clatter of utensils from downstairs. He blinked a few times, adjusting to the morning light streaming through the window. Kurama, still trapped in his small fox form, sat on the windowsill, gazing outside. Peter sat up, raising an eyebrow at the tiny fox. "Huh, you didn't run away. I thought for sure you'd try to escape." Kurama scoffed, his tails flicking in annoyance. "I know I don't stand a chance. If I ran, you'd just use some crazy power or ability of yours to bring me back. So instead, I just lounged around and glared at the red-eyed Uchiha bastards running around outside." Peter smirked, swinging his legs over the side of the bed. "Or maybe, just maybe, I'm starting to grow on you. Perhaps you don't want to leave." Kurama jumped down from the windowsill, following Peter as he stood up and walked to the door. "I'd rather have some strange fungus growing on me than you," Kurama barked. "I'm dying to get the hell away from this place." Peter laughed, not believing a word. "Sure you are," he teased, opening the door and stepping into the hall, Kurama at his heels. As they walked downstairs, Peter continued to tease Kurama, who responded with a mix of grumbling and shouts. The aroma of breakfast grew stronger, leading them to the source of the delicious smell. Peter entered the kitchen and found Kushina Uzumaki and Mikoto Uchiha cooking breakfast. Kushina, the woman he had saved, and Mikoto, with her long black hair and gentle features. Both women were busy at the stove, working in perfect harmony as they chatted. Insert picture of Mikoto here. At the dining table, 2 babies and 1 child were seated. Peter instantly recognized the first baby as Naruto, having seen him last night when he saved Kushina. The other baby, only a few months older than Naruto, had to be Sasuke Uchiha. He had a small tuft of black hair and wide, curious eyes. Insert picture of Sasuke here. The child sitting next to them, watching Peter with vigilant eyes, was undoubtedly Itachi Uchiha. Even at 5 years old, Itachi had an air of maturity and seriousness about him. His dark, intelligent eyes followed Peter's movements, and his expression was calm yet cautious. Peter smiled, taking in the domestic scene. "Morning," he greeted, walking towards the table. "I didn't expect you to make me breakfast." Kushina turned, her face lighting up with a smile. "Good morning, Peter," she exclaimed. "It's the least I can do. After all, you saved my life, not to mention the village as well." Mikoto nodded, her smile equally warm. "And you got rid of Danzo for us as well. Forget about a single breakfast, I'll make you meals for the rest of your life for that. So just take a seat and let us thank you properly." She then gestured to the children. "I'm Mikoto Uchiha by the way, and these are my sons, Itachi and Sasuke. You met their father, Fugaku, last night. Thank you again for helping him." Peter nodded, sitting down at the table. Kurama jumped up onto a nearby chair, drawing some wary looks from the 2 mothers, but they didn't say anything since Peter was there. They at least knew that the Nine-Tails was powerless with him around. Peter glanced at Itachi, giving him a friendly nod. "You must be Itachi," he said. "It's nice to meet you." Itachi's eyes narrowed slightly, but he nodded in return. "Yes, I am. And you're Peter, the one everyone is so afraid of." Mikoto's eyes widened as she turned back to admonish her son. "Itachi." Peter chuckled, cutting her off. "That's me," he said, leaning in slightly. "How scared are they exactly?" "Very," Itachi answered honestly. "Though most of our clan is grateful as well. At least, so I've heard." Peter nodded. "Good. And what about you? How do you feel?" Itachi paused to think, both mothers eyeing him warily, hoping he wouldn't anger their very powerful guest. "I'm grateful. You saved my village and helped my clan, but I'm also a little scared. His eyes traveled to Kurama as he asked, is that the real Ninetales? Peter glanced at the small fox and then back at Itachi. Yes, that's Kurama. He's not as scary in this form, is he? Kurama huffed indignantly. Ugh, I can't believe you have me fraternizing with Uchihas. Just being in the same room as these savages makes me want to puke. Peter sighed at Kurama's words and turned to Itachi. Don't take it to heart, Itachi. Kurama has had some bad experiences with your clan. After all, one of them just mind-controlled him last night. Itachi seemed to take this information in stride, his mature demeanor surprising Peter. The boy nodded, understanding the context without showing any fear or resentment. The smell of food intensified, and soon Kushina and Mikoto brought over the finished breakfast. They made plates for Peter and Itachi, while the babies were left out as they couldn't eat solid food yet. The women served themselves and sat down, ready to enjoy the meal together. Peter took a bite and smiled. This is delicious. He complimented, so, how's the village doing? Mikoto smiled warmly. Great, thanks to you. Barely anyone died from the attack. There was some damage to the buildings and the outer gate, but nothing we can't fix. Kushina joined in, her eyes bright. I feel perfect after your healing as well. It's like I was never even hurt. Even old injuries are gone. I feel 10 years younger. Peter smiled, genuinely happy. I'm glad you're alive and well. Curiosity got the better of Kushina. How did you heal me? Your magic, as you called it, looked a lot like seals, but they weren't any seals I've ever seen before. Peter was about to explain the mystic arts to her when suddenly, the shadowy figure of undead Danzo emerged from the shadows, kneeling before Peter and offering some papers. The appearance of the shadow startled everyone, especially Itachi, who immediately pulled out a kunai and positioned himself in front of his mother and brother, ready to protect them with his life. Peter raised an impressed brow and snapped his fingers. Instantly, Itachi found himself teleported back to his seat, his kunai now twirling between Peter's fingers. Your drive to protect your family is admirable, Itachi, but I have no intention of hurting them. Relax and enjoy your food. Kushina and Mikoto were shocked at how effortlessly Peter had teleported Itachi. But none were more surprised than Itachi himself, who had no idea what had just happened. Peter then looked over one of the papers he was given, raising an eyebrow. Danzo, is this true? Danzo nodded, his voice echoing eerily. Yes, master. Peter handed the paper to Kushina. You may want to see this. As Kushina read the document, her eyes widened, and a chilling, rage-fueled aura escaped her. How dare they? A/N, 2134 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 688, C687 Kushina's Wrath. Police car light insert stank gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. The Hokage's office was typically a place of order and calm, but today, a commotion shattered the serene atmosphere. The heavy door was thrown open, and Minato Namikaze looked up from his desk, his blue eyes widening in surprise. Beside him, Hiruzen Sarutobi also turned his head, eyebrows furrowing in concern. What's going on? Hiruzen murmured, rising from the sofa just as several ANBU came crashing through the door, followed by an enraged Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina! Minato exclaimed, stepping forward. But before he could reach her, the ANBU who had been used to break down the door sprang to their feet, ready to subdue Kushina. Stop! Minato's voice was firm and commanding, halting the ANBU mid-action. Instantly, new ANBU appeared, the Hokage's personal guards, intervened to block the initial ANBU from getting close to Kushina. The tension in the room was palpable as Minato's gaze shifted to the offending ANBU. Return to base and await disciplinary action, he ordered, his voice like steel. The ANBU hesitated briefly before disappearing in a blur, leaving the room in stunned silence. Minato nodded at the remaining ANBU, silently thanking them before they too vanished into their hidden positions. He then turned to his wife, his expression softening. Kushina, what's wrong? Kushina's face was flushed with anger, her red hair flowing wildly as she glared at Hiruzen. Why don't you ask that old bastard what he did? Minato looked at Hiruzen, his expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Hiruzen. Hiruzen sighed deeply, looking every bit his age as he met Minato's gaze. He knew this confrontation was inevitable ever since Peter had ordered undead Danzo to compile a list of all his wrongdoings. Hiruzen's own complicity in some of Danzo's actions was bound to come to light. Kushina stepped forward, her voice shaking with rage. Why don't you tell him, Hiruzen? Tell him how you knew my home was going to be attacked weeks before it happened and did nothing. Tell him how it was your friend Danzo who gave the idea to Iwagakure, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure, and made a deal with them that Konoha wouldn't stop them or aid Uzushiogakure in any way. Tell him how you left your allies, my family, to die. Minato's eyes widened in shock as he turned back to Hiruzen. Is this true? He demanded, his voice low and dangerous. Hiruzen looked away, unable to meet Minato's eyes. It's true, he admitted quietly. Danzo believed it was necessary for the village's safety. He convinced me that allowing the attack would solidify our alliances with the other villages and avoid further wars, keeping Konoha safe. Kushina's fists clenched at her sides. You condemned my family to death, she cried, tears of anger and grief spilling down her cheeks. You destroyed my home, my people, all for what? A false sense of security. Minato stepped forward, placing a comforting hand on Kushina's shoulder. I'm so sorry, Kushina, he whispered, his heart breaking at her pain. He turned to Hiruzen, his expression hardening. How could you betray our allies, Hiruzen? Wasn't it you who told me to never abandon a comrade? To always live by the will of fire. Hiruzen nodded slowly, the weight of his actions heavy on his shoulders. I know, he said softly. And I will live with that guilt for the rest of my life. Hiruzen's words were cut off as Kushina's chakra flared, ethereal chains materializing around her body, their ghostly glow illuminating the room. Her voice trembled with fury. Do you think I'm going to let you live after what you've done? My family is dead, my people are dead, my country is dead. Why should you get to live out the rest of your life with regret when they weren't even allowed that opportunity? She slapped Minato's hand away, her eyes blazing with anger, and launched forward, her kunai-tipped chakra chains shooting out toward Hiruzen, ready to strike. Hiruzen, accepting the justice in her words, sat still, bracing for the impact. He wouldn't dodge the attack, nor would he block either. His wife is dead, his friend was turned into an undead servant, and he even agrees with her logic. Why should he get to live when so many others didn't get the chance? Besides, it's not like he has much left to live for anyway. But before the chains could reach him, Minato appeared in their path, his kunai deflecting the bladed chains. He even managed to block his wife's superpowered fist, pushing her back gently but firmly. Kushina, calm down. Minato pleaded, his voice desperate. We need to talk about this. Violence isn't the answer. But before Kushina could respond, a sudden force struck Minato, sending him hurtling out of the window and across the village, where he crashed into the gate surrounding the village with a thunderous impact. Kushina's eyes widened in shock. Minato, she screamed, her voice filled with worry. Peter appeared beside her, waving nonchalantly. He'll be fine. I only kicked him a little bit. Kushina turned to Peter, her fury momentarily replaced by confusion. But Peter continued, his tone casual. Unlike Minato, I think violence is justified in this situation, so why don't you two go at it? Who knows, it might make you feel better. With a wave of his hand, a portal appeared under all three of them, transporting them to a clearing outside the village. The surroundings were quiet, the only sound being the rustling of leaves in the breeze. Peter erected a large barrier around them, ensuring the fight wouldn't be interrupted. Fight, he said simply, his voice carrying an air of finality. Settle this the way you need to. Stepping outside the barrier, Peter watched as Kushina and Hiruzen faced each other, the tension between them palpable. The clearing was still, the air heavy with anticipation as the fight began. Before the fight could start, suddenly, Minato appeared beside Peter, his expression one of grim determination. He launched an attack, his movements swift and precise. But Peter dodged effortlessly, sidestepping and bending away from every strike with an almost casual grace. Minato, this is pointless, Peter said, his voice calm and even. You should just calm down and let Kushina work this out with Hiruzen on her own. Frustration mounting, Minato gave up on his futile attempts to land a hit. He activated his Flying Thunder God technique, aiming to teleport to Kushina inside the barrier, but it didn't work. Despite the fact that she had his mark on her, Peter's barrier blocked him completely. Knowing he could only use his words now, Minato called out to Kushina. Kushina, please. Hiruzen may have made many mistakes, but he is a good man. Killing him won't bring your family back. We can find another way to make this right. Kushina hesitated, the chains around her flickering as her resolve wavered. She looked at Minato, her eyes filled with pain and anger, but also a hint of uncertainty. Seeing this, Minato pressed on. We can honor your family and the people of Yuzu by building a better future together. One where we don't repeat the mistakes of the past. Please, Kushina, don't let anger consume you. For a moment, it seemed like Minato's words were getting through. Kushina's chains began to retract slightly, and the fierce expression on her face softened just a bit. But then, surprisingly, it was Hiruzen who spoke up. Minato, Hiruzen said, his voice steady but filled with resignation. You should let Kushina do as she pleases. I did the crime. I could have helped her family, her people, her country, but I didn't. I let them die, and I deserve whatever she decides to do with me. Kushina's eyes locked onto Hiruzen, her chains reigniting with intensity. The clearing grew silent, the weight of Hiruzen's words hanging heavily in the air. The decision now lay with Kushina, all eyes on her, anticipating her next move. Kushina turned to Minato, her expression filled with sorrow and resolve. Minato, I wish I could do things your way, but I can't. You may not understand the feeling of losing everything you hold dear, but I do. And it just won't go away. With that, she launched off the ground, her speed blinding as she appeared beside Hiruzen, who stood still, not even bothering to defend himself. No, wait, please. Minato screamed, his voice filled with desperation. But it was too late. Kushina swung her leg, the force of the kick connecting with his head, sending him crashing into the barrier wall with a sickening thud. The fight that ensued was one-sided and brutal. Kushina's fury drove her every move, each strike a manifestation of her pain and anger. She darted forward, her chains whipping through the air with deadly precision. One chain wrapped around Hiruzen's arm, pulling him off the ground and slamming him into the dirt. The impact sent a shockwave through the clearing, the ground cracking under the force. Hiruzen coughed, blood spraying from his mouth, but he didn't move to defend himself. He simply lay there, accepting the punishment. Kushina didn't let up. She lifted Hiruzen again, her chains tightening around his body, squeezing the breath from his lungs. She flung him into the air and met him with a powerful punch to the stomach, driving the wind from his lungs and sending him crashing back down. Hiruzen landed hard, his body leaving an impression in the ground. He groaned in pain, but still, he made no move to protect himself. Kushina's eyes blazed with fury as she stomped toward him, her footsteps heavy with determination. She raised her arm, and her chains lashed out, carving deep gashes into Hiruzen's flesh. Blood flowed freely, staining the ground beneath them. Each attack was relentless, a testament to the depths of Kushina's rage. She kicked him again, sending him rolling across the clearing. His body came to rest against the barrier, beaten and bloodied, but he made no effort to escape. Kushina stood over him, her breath ragged, her body trembling with emotion. Her bladed chains hovered at his throat, ready to deliver the final blow. Hiruzen looked up at her, his face a mask of pain and regret. But there was also a sad smile on his lips. "I'm sorry for what I did," he whispered. "It's okay. I forgive you for killing me. I only hope that one day, you can find it in your heart to forgive me as well." Hearing these words, tears welled up in Kushina's eyes. She let out a final war cry, her chains lunging forward. Aerg. But instead of piercing his throat, the blades missed their target and embedded into the ground beside Hiruzen, surprising him, his eyes widening in shock. Kushina stood there, tears streaming down her face, her chest heaving with emotion. She pulled her chains back and took a step away from Hiruzen, her expression a mixture of anger and sorrow. "I do not forgive you," she said, her voice breaking. "And I don't think I ever will. But I won't kill you. Because I'm better than you." With those final words, she turned and walked away, leaving Hiruzen lying on the ground, broken and bloodied, but alive. A/N, 1882 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 689, C688 Sensei. The barrier dissipated as Peter stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Minato's shoulder. "See. Sometimes you just have to trust that people can settle their own differences." Minato's eyes, still filled with concern, flicked to Peter. But what if she had killed him? Then what? Peter shrugged nonchalantly. Would it really have been a bad thing? Minato's shock was palpable. Yes it would have. His voice almost rose to a shout, anger and confusion blending on his face. Peter glanced at the prone form of Hiruzen, who lay still, staring up at the sky. Reaching into his storage necklace, Peter pulled out a thick stack of papers and handed them to Minato. "You might change your opinion after going through all of that." Minato accepted the papers, a mix of curiosity and dread filling him. Before he could begin reading, Kushina approached, her steps slow and measured. Without a word, she pulled Minato into a hug, burying her face into his neck. Minato wrapped his arms around her, the papers crumpling slightly in his grasp. He held her close, feeling the tension in her body gradually easing. "I'm so sorry, Minato," she whispered, her voice muffled against his shoulder. "You were right. I just needed to get all of the anger out of me. I won't kill Hiruzen." Minato smiled, squeezing her gently. "It's okay. I'm just glad you're all right and that you didn't do anything you'd regret later." Kushina hummed in agreement, though a small part of her wondered if she might regret leaving Hiruzen alive instead. She hoped not. Breaking the embrace, Minato looked into her eyes, concern replacing his earlier relief. "Wait, where's Naruto? Everything happened so quickly, I forgot about our baby." Kushina placed a calming hand on his chest. Mikoto is watching him for me. Minato relaxed and nodded, pressing a kiss to her cheek. Why don't you go check on him? I trust Mikoto, but Naruto is still so young. He said, indicating the papers in his hand. I need to deal with this. I'll be home soon, and we can talk more then. Kushina smiled and nodded, watching as Minato walked over to where Hiruzen lay. She turned to Peter, gratitude in her eyes. Thank you for letting me deal with things without anyone interrupting. Peter accepted her thanks with a nod. Anytime. He smiled, gesturing behind him. I was planning on heading to the Uchiha district. Want to walk together? She accepted, and they began the journey back, leaving just as Samambu appeared to carry Hiruzen to the hospital. As Peter and Kushina walked back to the Uchiha district, the silence between them was companionable, but heavy with unspoken thoughts. Peter glanced at Kushina, noticing the distant look in her eyes. He guessed that she must be thinking about her homeland and decided to break the silence. You know, I've just realized that I'll never get to see Uzushiogakure. What was it like? Kushina's expression softened, a small smile tugging at her lips as she looked ahead, lost in memories. Yuzu, it was the most beautiful place. Peaceful and serene. The air was always so fresh, and the sound of the waves crashing against the cliffs was like a constant, calming melody. Peter listened intently, picturing the scenes she described. It sounds like a paradise. It was, Kushina agreed, her voice tinged with nostalgia. The village was mainly surrounded by water, but we also had a dense forest, filled with tall, ancient trees. And in the spring, the cherry blossoms would bloom, their petals drifting through the air like pink snow. Peter could see that his questions were brightening Kushina's mood, so he kept asking more and more. What about the people? Kushina's smile grew, though there was a hint of sadness in her eyes. The people were kind and strong. We were a close-knit community, always looking out for one another. The Uzumaki clan was known for our sealing techniques, and we took great pride in our knowledge and abilities. We lived in harmony, focused on improving our skills and helping others. She paused, taking a deep breath. My family, they were the heart of Uzushiogakure. My parents were wise and loving, always putting the needs of the village first. I was just a child when the attack happened, and I wasn't even there, but I like to think that they fought bravely to protect our home. Peter nodded solemnly. It must have been devastating to lose it all. It was, Kushina admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. But even though Yuzu is gone, the memories of my homeland and my people live on in me. I carry their spirit with me every day. Peter placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. You honor them by keeping their memory alive, Kushina. And by being the incredible person you are. Kushina looked at him, gratitude shining in her eyes. Thank you, Peter. It means a lot to hear that. As they passed through the entrance to the Uchiha district, Peter spoke again, his voice thoughtful. You know, I doubt that you're the last Uzumaki in this world. There have to be at least a few wandering clansmen who survived the attack. Maybe you should send out a message or something and call them together. I'm sure Minato would be happy to help you start a new Uzumaki clan here in Konoha. Kushina nodded, a determined look slowly appearing on her face. That's not a bad idea. She muttered, a smile blooming on her face. I could even commission a mission to bring back Uzumaki clan members. Peter smiled, feeling her entire being begin to radiate a renewed sense of purpose. See. The Uzumaki clan hasn't disappeared yet. You've only just begun. And you even have a second clan member now. He said, motioning over to a nearby house window, where Mikoto could be seen rocking a crying Naruto in her arms. Kushina smiled warmly as she saw her son, the only blood-related family she had left in this world. Yeah, I do, don't I? Peter paused, turning to Kushina. Take care, Kushina. He said as he walked off, and tell Mikoto that I'll be back later. I just want to stroll around for a bit. She smiled, genuine and warm. Sure. And thank you again. Peter watched her walk inside, then turned away, his thoughts already shifting as he walked off. Peter wandered through the quiet streets of the Uchiha clan district, his thoughts adrift. The purpose that had brought him to this universe still loomed large in his mind. Should he seek out Death's successor now? He had been putting it off, focusing on the immediate chaos, but the nagging feeling that he needed to move forward with his mission persisted. As he pondered, a familiar, small figure appeared beside him. The miniature, puppy-sized Kurama trotted up, breaking Peter from his reverie. I hear you went off and caused some trouble without me. Kurama's voice, though small, carried a teasing tone. Peter smiled, his worries momentarily forgotten. My bad. I'll make sure to bring you along next time. Kurama snorted. As long as you don't forget. They walked in silence for a while, the air cool and soothing. Peter glanced at Kurama, a thought crossing his mind. Kurama, do you want to leave? Kurama raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. Can I leave? Peter nodded. Sure. I was only keeping you captive for the time being. But now that everything is over, you can go if you want. But I wouldn't if I were you. Kurama's other eyebrow joined the first in a skeptical arch. Why? Peter explained, his tone serious. Pretty soon, you and your fellow tailed beasts will be hunted down. It's probably best that you stay in a place where you can be protected. Kurama rolled his eyes, clearly unimpressed. We've been hunted down for ages. Why should I be so careful now? This will be different, Peter said cryptically. You should take my advice and come to some sort of deal with Konoha. Become their guardian beast or something, for a price of course. Kurama looked at Peter as if he were impossibly dumb for even suggesting such a thing. Peter didn't give up. Wouldn't you like a place you can call home without having to look over your shoulder every 5 seconds, wondering when the next power-hungry human is going to try and seal you away or control you like last night? He said, his words carrying some weight to them. You could speak with the Hokage and work out an equal deal with the village. You'd be willing to live here and be given certain freedoms and luxuries, but in return, you have to help protect the village if it's ever in danger. I could see Minato agreeing to that pretty easily. Kurama stared at Peter, the wheels turning in his mind. The idea of a home, of stability, was tempting. But he was a proud and stubborn beast, and the notion of striking a deal with humans was something he had never considered. Still, the thought lingered, and Peter's words echoed in his mind as they continued their walk, the future uncertain but filled with possibilities. Before Kurama could fully process Peter's words and come to a decision, out of nowhere, a wooden kunai flew towards Peter's head. But, just before it could hit its mark, he raised his hand and caught it effortlessly between his fingers. A split second later, 2 little kids with black hair and black eyes rushed out from the nearby tree line, launching a coordinated attack. Peter sidestepped their every move with ease, bending down and flicking each of them on the forehead. The 2 kids, now identifiable as Itachi and Shursue Uchiha, who was only a few years older than Itachi, flew back a few yards upon the impact. But luckily, they managed to land on their feet like cats, grunting as they rubbed their stinging bruised foreheads. Insert picture of Shursue here. Itachi turned to Shursue, complaining, "See? I told you we should have waited until he got closer." Peter raised an eyebrow, amusement flickering in his eyes. "What are you brats up to?" Shursue was the first to respond, bowing deeply. "Please, we want you to be our sensei." Itachi joined him in bowing seconds later, his face earnest. Question mark. Peter's surprise was evident as he looked at the 2 young Uchiha, not expecting such a request. A/N, 1760 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 690, C689 The Bell Test. Police car light insert karma gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. What are you brats up to? Peter smirked in amusement, eyeing the boys who ambushed him and Kurama. Shursue was the first to respond, bowing deeply. "Please, we want you to be our teacher." Itachi joined him, his face earnest. Both boys remained bowed, clearly unwilling to stand until Peter gave an answer. Peter looked at the 2 young Uchiha, surprised by their request. It made sense, though. He was the strongest person in the village by a long shot, so they must see this as a golden opportunity. However, he did notice how Itachi seemed to be following Shursue's lead, which made him wonder if Shursue had somehow talked Itachi into this. After all, Peter met Itachi earlier during breakfast, and the boy didn't seem too friendly at the time. Yet, now he wanted to be his student. Odd. He thought. Shursue must have convinced him somehow. But there was also a possibility that this was a ploy by the Uchiha clan to keep Peter close and friendly with them and the village. After all, it's better to have a powerful ally than a powerful enemy. However, Peter quickly shook his head. He could see and feel the determination from Shursue. The boy was dead set on becoming his student, and no amount of acting could fake that. He truly wanted this, and it didn't seem to be fabricated either. On the other hand, Itachi seemed noticeably less determined, which solidified Peter's earlier guess that Shursue dragged him into this. Silence descended as Peter thought about his answer. Finally, he asked, "Why? Why do you want me to be your teacher?" His eyes bore into Shursue. "If your answers are good enough, I might give you a chance." Shursue finally looked up at Peter, tears welling in his eyes as he began to speak. "I have no one left in this world anymore. My parents died in war shortly after I was born, leaving me with my grandma. She raised me like I was her own son. But even she left me." As he spoke, Shursue's eyes turned to the tiny Kurama beside Peter, anger and hate beginning to show. "My grandma was old, bedridden, and had heart problems. When the 9 tails attacked last night, she had a heart attack. I found her on the floor shortly after, dead. Instead of evacuating like everyone else, I just spent the night there with her head in my lap. Shursue turned back to Peter, his voice trembling. I want to be strong like you, strong enough to protect the village so that nobody I love has to die ever again. Peter frowned in sympathy as he glanced down at Kurama, who stood frozen for a moment. He knew that Kurama liked to pretend he was the big bad evil fox that didn't care about anything, but Peter could tell that he was affected by Shursue's words. Peter tried to speak. Kurama, it's... But Kurama cut him off, sneering to hide his emotions. Do you think I care about what happens to these red-eyed demons? Yeah, right. He then walked off, leaving them behind. Hearing what he said, Shursue looked murderous as he gripped his hands tightly, his fingernails digging into his palms, and his Sharingan unintentionally activating, his eyes glinting a dangerous red. But he held back, knowing that he needed to make a good impression on his future master. Question mark. Peter noticed the change in Shursue's eyes. I wonder if he already has the Mangekyo. He couldn't, could he? Sighing, Peter decided to worry about Kurama and Shursue's Sharingan later. Turning to Itachi, he asked. And you? What's your reason? Itachi took a moment before answering, his voice calm but determined. I want to protect the village and my family. I don't want my little brother to grow up in a world where he has to see the things I've seen. Peter recalled from the Naruto show that Itachi's father took him to see a battlefield during the last ninja war, and what he saw that day has scarred him ever since. Itachi's words made sense, he just wanted his brother to live in peace and safety. Falling into a thoughtful silence, Peter looked at the two boys, their faces filled with hope and determination. Finally, he nodded. All right, I'll accept you as my students. After all, who would turn down the opportunity to be the master of two of the coolest Naruto characters? Shursue and Itachi's faces lit up with joy, but Peter raised a hand to stop their celebration. But, you have to pass a test first. The boys exchanged a glance, then nodded resolutely. They were ready for whatever challenge Peter would throw their way. Seeing their agreement, Peter asks. Do you guys have a park or a training ground where we can go? Itachi nodded. The clan has many training grounds. Follow me. The trio walked through the quiet streets of the Uchiha district until they arrived at a walled-in empty field. It was spacious, more than enough for what Peter had in mind. Peter took his place opposite the two boys and explained, all right, here's the test. Let's call it the bell test. A smirk played on his lips, knowing full well he was ripping off the same test that every Team 7 had gone through after their graduation. With a snap of his fingers, a small bell appeared, dangling from a string that he held between his fingers. Peter shook the bell, letting its soft jingle reach their ears. All you have to do is take this single bell from me. If you can do that, I'll accept you as my students officially. Itachi and Shursue exchanged wary looks, clearly not very confident. They were young, not even genin yet, and Peter was strong enough to defeat the Ninetales with ease. Seeing their hesitation, Peter realized the test might be too difficult for them. He thought it over for a moment before adding, I'll give myself a couple of handicaps to make it less impossible for you. With another snap of his fingers, dozens of golden spell circles appeared, wrapping around his body before disappearing. Boom. Suddenly, a giant crater over 100 meters in diameter formed below Peter's feet, shocking Itachi and Shursue, who nearly lost their footing as the ground changed. Shursue exclaimed, what was that? Peter explained, I've imposed restrictions on my body and increased the gravity around me so that I won't be able to move much faster than a Jonin-level ninja. Their shock quickly turned into determination as they began to see a possibility of victory. But Peter wasn't done. I also won't use any of my powers. Just my own strength and senses. Meanwhile, you can use whatever you want to take the bell. As long as you take it from me, you win. Shursue laughed, turning to Itachi. We got this now. Seeing their growing confidence, Peter smirked. But let's up the stakes a little, shall we? After all, there's no penalty if you two lose. Itachi frowned. What do you want? Peter smiled mischievously. Let's see. How about this? If I win, and you're unable to take the bell, then I want both of you to dance down every street in the village in dresses, singing the entire time. Both boys screamed, what? Shocked and bewildered, they were clearly very unwilling to do such a thing. Peter smirked, asking, what, not good enough? Should I make it worse? Itachi was about to start arguing, but Shursue quickly covered his mouth. No, it's fine. We'll do it. Itachi turned to him with a look that said, no, the hell we won't. Peter chuckled. Good. Then we have a deal. He said, tying the bell to his belt, letting it dangle around his waist at his hip. All right, I'll remain in the training ground, and you have until the sun sets to take the bell. If you can't get it by then, you lose. Itachi and Shursue glanced up at the sun, which was high in the sky, indicating it was already midday. Half of the day was already gone. Peter looked at them with a smirk. Ready. 3, 2, 1. Start. As soon as the countdown ended, both boys glanced at each other and disappeared in a swirl of leaves, leaving Peter standing alone in the middle of the training ground. Peter smiled, muttering to himself, smart. He was impressed that kids so young had taken the time to run off and regroup. They were probably already discussing their plans to take the bell right now. He stood there, waiting patiently, curious to see what the two of them would come up with. Maybe I should make myself more comfortable since they could be a while. Shursue and Itachi reappeared in the branches of a tall tree, the leaves providing ample cover. They crouched low, catching their breath and glancing at each other with determined eyes. Shursue spoke first, keeping his voice low. Okay, we need a plan. He's strong, but he's given himself handicaps. We can use that to our advantage. Itachi nodded. He said he wouldn't use his powers. If we work together, we should be able to distract him and grab the bell. This is what we'll do. Shursue considered their options for a moment. I'll create a diversion while you. He explained his plan, taking charge of their two-man team. And if we're lucky, and he's slow enough, we should be able to get the bell. Itachi nodded again, determination flashing in his eyes. Got it. Let's do this. They both disappeared again, moving silently through the trees until they found Peter once more. However, what they saw stopped them in their tracks. This B**** isn't taking us seriously. Shursue gritted his teeth. In front of them, Peter was lying back in a sun chair, his clothes changed into a swimsuit and sandals. He seemed to be sunbathing, completely ignoring them. The bell still hung from his swimming trunks, gently swaying in the wind as he relaxed. Shursue and Itachi exchanged incredulous looks, their initial determination now mixed with bewilderment and a hint of frustration. Peter, meanwhile, continued to bask in the sun, a small, amused smirk playing on his lips. Across the village, Minato sat at his desk, his face grim as he sifted through the stack of papers Peter had given him. The crimes of Danzo and Hiruzen, detailed in excruciating clarity, were almost too much to bear. The more he read, the more his stomach churned. It was a tangled web of deceit, manipulation, and betrayal that left him questioning the very foundations of the village he had sworn to protect. Maybe Peter was right. He thought, Peter's words replaying in his mind. Would it really have been such a bad thing if Hiruzen died? He rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. The last 24 hours were shaping up to be one of the worst days he could remember. He let out a deep sigh, pushing the papers aside for a moment to gather his thoughts. But just as he was about to sink deeper into his growing despair, the window to his office swung open. Minato's eyes snapped to the intruder, ready to defend himself if necessary. To his immense relief, he recognized the man climbing through his window, a tall, muscular man with long, spiky white hair and a distinct red line running vertically down each cheek. It was his sensei, Jiraiya, the pervy toad sage. Insert picture of Jiraiya here. Minato. Jiraiya's voice boomed with a mix of concern and relief. I heard about the attack and came back as quickly as I could. Are you all right? Where's Kushina? Is the baby okay? Minato stood up, a faint smile breaking through his troubled expression. Jiraiya-sensei. It's good to see you. He walked over and clasped Jiraiya's shoulder. I'm all right, Kushina is all right, and the baby is doing great too, though I haven't had much time to spend with him. It's been a challenging time. Jiraiya looked him over, his eyes sharp with worry. I'm just glad you're safe. He sighed in relief. The attack has every other village scrambling to figure out if they should attack us or not, but with you alive and well, that's not very likely to happen. Minato nodded, his smile fading as the weight of his responsibilities pressed down on him again. It's not just that, sensei. There are other issues. Bigger ones, in some ways. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, sensing the gravity of the situation. What happened? Minato gestured to the stack of papers on his desk. Well. He was about to explain, but before he could, a masked ninja suddenly appeared before them, kneeling in a formal stance. Lord Hokage, there's a matter in the Uchiha clan district. Minato raised an eyebrow, almost dismissing it. I'm sure the Uchiha can handle it themselves. But it involves our guest, the ninja interjected quickly. That caught Minato's attention. Peter. What about him? Before the ninja could respond, Jiraiya turned to Minato, curiosity piqued. Peter. Who's Peter? Minato sighed, glancing at Jiraiya. It's a long story. But let's go see what this is about. A/N, 2222 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 691, C690 Orochimaru. Minato and Jiraiya ran through the village, following the ninja who had informed them of the situation. As they made their way to the Uchiha district, Minato explained, Peter is a recent arrival here. He's the one who defeated the Nine Tails for us. Jiraiya's eyes widened in surprise. Defeated the Nine Tails? You didn't seal it? Minato shook his head. No, we didn't have to. He's incredibly powerful. I was going to. Before he could finish, they arrived at their destination, a training ground in the Uchiha district. They weren't the first or only ones to arrive either. Along the training ground walls, various ninja were perched, watching the spectacle inside. Most of them were Uchiha, but there were others as well. Inside the training ground, Minato and Jiraiya saw Peter, dressed as if he was going to the beach, gracefully sidestepping and leaning to dodge the combined assault of two young Uchiha children. Minato recognized one of them as Fugaku and Mikoto's eldest son, Itachi. But what confused Minato and Jiraiya the most, besides the question of why they were fighting in the first place, was the giant crater that nearly took up the entirety of the training field. Jiraiya frowned and asked, "What do you think caused that?" Minato replied, "Probably Peter." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure?" "Because I don't even think Tsunade could make a crater that big." Minato nodded, his expression serious. "I'm sure." Seconds later, Fugaku Uchiha, Itachi's father, arrived at the training ground, immediately greeting Minato and Jiraiya with respect, giving them a brief nod. "Lord Hokage, Jiraiya." "Fugaku," Minato returned the greeting. "I'm guessing you heard about this as well. Any ideas as to what's going on?" "No," Fugaku replied, glancing over at the training field just in time to see his son, Itachi, take a sandaled foot to the face from Peter, sending him tumbling across the training ground. But thankfully, to Fugaku's relief, Itachi managed to land on his feet and rushed back to back up Shisui, who was just backhanded across the face so hard that his whole body flipped sideways. Fugaku, despite his usual stern demeanor, cringed in horror as he watched his son get kicked in the face. However, he managed to relax slightly as Itachi landed safely and continued the fight. Thank God his mother isn't here. He thought before muttering, you'd think he'd go easy on them since they're so young, but... As he spoke, Itachi was sent flying for a second time. Minato nodded in agreement, then asked, would you like me to try to stop this? Fugaku seemed tempted, but ultimately shook his head. No, my son doesn't go around picking fights. Although I don't know what's happening exactly, there seems to be a purpose for this. He said, his eyes never leaving his son. Let them continue. Jiraiya's eyes widened as he noticed something. I think I know what they're doing. He muttered. What? Both Minato and Fugaku asked. It's the bell test, Jiraiya revealed, motioning to the bell dangling from Peter's hip. Huh. Minato's eyes widened. But why would they do that? And how do they even know what the bell test is? What's the bell test? Fugaku asked, curious and confused. Well. As Minato and Jiraiya explained Team 7's traditional graduation test, Peter stood at the center of the training ground, the bell dangling from his hip. His stance was relaxed, almost casual, as he watched Itachi and Shisui regroup and prepare for their next move. Itachi and Shisui exchanged a quick glance, their resolve evident. They knew that they didn't have much time, as the sun was beginning to set. With a nod, they sprang into action. Shisui led the charge, his movements fluid and precise. He flicked through a series of hand signs and launched a barrage of flaming shuriken at Peter, who dodged effortlessly, twisting and leaning to avoid each projectile. Itachi followed up with a fireball jutsu, a massive orb of flame roaring toward Peter. With a quick leap, Peter avoided the fireball, landing lightly on his feet. He barely had time to register the attack before Shisui was upon him again, engaging him in close combat. Shisui's fists flew at Peter with impressive speed, but Peter blocked and countered each strike with ease. Is this all you've got? I mean, for someone who wants to be my student, you're pretty weak, huh? Peter taunted, an infuriating smirk on his face. With every word, Shisui's frustration became more and more evident. Shut up! He exclaimed, I'm not weak, you're just a monster. Then, with a determined, and slightly frustrated look, Shisui activated his Sharingan, revealing a fully developed 3-tomo Sharingan. The crowd gasped in shock and admiration, as unlocking their clan's fabled eyes at such a young age was behind impressive. Even Fugaku, who was watching intently, couldn't hide his surprise, as Shisui hadn't reported the awakening of his Sharingan to him or anyone else in the clan. With his Sharingan activated, Shisui's movements became even more precise. He weaved through Peter's defenses, aiming for the bell. Peter smirked, impressed by the young Uchiha's skill, but still, he evaded every attempt. Itachi, watching closely, both tired and battered, but unwilling to give up. He had to support Shisui. He joined the fray, using clone jutsu to create multiple copies of himself. The clones surrounded Peter, attacking from all sides. Peter moved gracefully, dodging the clones' attacks, surprised to see that they were solid clones and not illusions. These kids have some real skill, no wonder they were geniuses. He thought as he knocked the clones away with powerful strikes, but Itachi's real body stayed back, waiting for the right moment. Itachi's eyes narrowed, focusing intently. When suddenly, unbeknownst to him, his vision sharpened, and his eyes began to glow a bright red. Although he didn't realize it yet, his Sharingan awakened, a single tomo appearing in each eye. He has one too. Peter raised a curious brow. Or did he just unlock it? The crowd was stunned, murmurs of awe spreading among the onlookers. Fugaku's eyes widened with pride and astonishment as he saw his young son, who hadn't even entered the academy yet, unlock the Sharingan. Genius. He muttered in shock. My son is a genius. With renewed vigor, Itachi and Shisui coordinated their attacks. Shisui used his superior speed and Sharingan to predict Peter's movements, while Itachi provided support with jutsu and clones. They were relentless, their teamwork seamless, but Peter continued to dodge and deflect their every move. As the sun began to disappear over the horizon, casting long shadows across the training ground, the urgency of the situation spurred the boys on. They doubled their efforts, launching a final, desperate assault. Peter smirked, the bell jingling at his hip. Looks like you two are running out of time. He taunted again, a mocking contemplative look on his face. Maybe I'll ask Mikoto and Kushina to help pick out the dresses you'll wear when this is over. Ignoring Peter's obvious attempt at flustering them, Shisui used a clone jutsu to create multiple copies of himself, each one attacking Peter from different angles. At the same time, Itachi prepared a fireball jutsu, intending to use it as a distraction while Shisui's clones closed in, forcing Peter to engage them. At the perfect moment, Itachi unleashed his fireball, the massive orb of flame hurtling toward Peter. Seeing it coming a mile away, Peter dodged, but as he did, Shisui executed a replacement jutsu, switching places with the fireball itself. And in the split second that he appeared, Shisui disappeared in a swirl of leaves, before reappearing beside Peter, reaching out for the bell. Peter's hand reflexively shot out to block him, but suddenly, Itachi, appearing from behind, grabbed Peter's arm and pulled with all his might. Seizing the opportunity, Shisui's fingers closed around the bell just as the sun dipped below the horizon, its string snapping as he ripped it free. Shisui collapsed onto the ground, exhausted but victorious, his hand held high, the bell displayed between his fingers. We win. He exclaimed. Itachi, equally drained, dropped beside him, breathing heavily. The surrounding ninja erupted in cheers and applause, impressed by the boys' tenacity and teamwork. Even Peter couldn't help but smile, a hint of pride in his eyes. I guess they didn't call him Shisui of the Body Flicker for nothing. In the anime, Shisui earned the nickname, Shisui of the Body Flicker, from his signature skill and unmatched mastery of the body flicker technique, which he just used to snatch the bell. As the onlookers celebrated, Shisui looked up at Peter, confusion mixing with triumph. Did we really do it? Did we make it in time? Peter nodded, his smile widening. Yes, you did. Congratulations, you too. You've earned it. Shisui and Itachi exchanged a look of pure joy and relief. They had done it. They had passed the test. And as a wave of relief rushed through them, both Uchiha boys slowly fell into unconsciousness, resting after a long fight. Far away from the Leaf Village, deep inside a dark underground bunker-style base, Orochimaru stood in his lab. His snake-like visage loomed over his test subject, his student, Anko Mitarashi. Orochimaru, with his pale, almost ghostly skin, yellow serpentine eyes, and long, black hair, exuded an aura of menace and twisted intelligence. His attire, a dark robe with a high collar, gave him a regal yet sinister appearance. Insert picture of Orochimaru here. Anko, on the other hand, was a stark contrast to her mentor. She had wild, short brown hair and matching eyes, though they were currently closed as she slept. Her attire consisted of a mesh bodysuit covered by a tan overcoat and a short purple skirt, which gave her a rugged and battle-ready look. Insert picture of Anko here. It had been months since Orochimaru betrayed the village and fled, but Anko had no idea. She had believed they were on a prolonged mission, a belief that was shattered only just last night. Orochimaru had lost his cool, yelling at her and beating her for being so naive. In his fury, he revealed that he had betrayed the village and had taken her along for the ride, making her a traitor by proxy. Anko's world crumbled in an instant. And ultimately, she refused to continue following Orochimaru any longer, but sadly, for her, he wasn't willing to let her go just yet. After all, she is a valuable test subject, one he had been cultivating for years now. As Orochimaru finished his work for the day, a new, ominous-looking seal appearing on his unconscious student's neck, he couldn't help but glance to the side, where the source of his earlier rage was still present. A holographic message box, visible only to him, floated in the air. The words within it were ominous, to say the least. Beware, your world has been invaded. Death's candidate detected threat level, October 10th. His eyes narrowed, a mixture of curiosity and irritation flashed across his face. The implications of the message were vast and disturbing. A/N, 1858 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 692, C691 Itachi's sickness. Police car light insert bad tattoo gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. Peter stood in the center of the training ground, watching as Itachi and Shisui fell unconscious after their hard-won victory. He released the enchantments he had placed on himself, rolling his shoulders in relief. Golden spell lines and runes appeared on his body, deactivating and fading away. Just as the last of the enchantments vanished, Minato appeared beside him, accompanied by Jiraiya and Fugaku. Fugaku immediately knelt beside his son and Shisui, checking their injuries. He sighed in relief, realizing they were just exhausted and a bit beaten up. Peter's eyes widened for a fraction of a second as he noticed Jiraiya. The pervy sage was one of his favorite characters in the Naruto anime, and seeing him in person was a bit awe-inspiring. Jiraiya noticed Peter's look and raised a brow, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He misinterpreted Peter's reaction, thinking perhaps this was one of his fans. Maybe I should sign a copy of my work for him, he mused, chuckling to himself. Minato, still processing the scene, turned to Peter. What was this all about? Fugaku turned to Peter, asking the same thing. Yes, I'd like to know as well. Peter smirked and gestured at the children. You're looking at my newest students. The statement shocked everyone around them. Minato's eyes widened, Jiraiya's smile turned into a look of surprise, and Fugaku's stern glare softened into one of stunned realization. Whispers of disbelief and awe spread through the crowd as they absorbed Peter's announcement, realizing that these 2 young Uchiha had just earned the right to be trained by someone powerful enough to defeat the Nine-Tails with a single slap. Fugaku stood stunned and tongue-tied as the realization of why they were doing the bell test sank in. He slowly rose to his feet, bowing deeply toward Peter. Thank you for being willing to accept Shisui and my son as your students. This is a great honor for the Uchiha clan. The depth of his gratitude was evident in his voice. With Peter as Itachi's master, the discrimination they faced in the village would all but vanish. In the ninja world, strength was everything, and Peter had enough strength to destroy the entire village if he wanted to. Fugaku couldn't be more proud of his son. Without his or the elders' involvement, Itachi had managed to pull off something incredible for their family and for himself. With Peter as his master, Itachi's future as a ninja was almost certain. He could possibly even become the Hokage one day. Itachi was already considered a genius, and Shisui was as well, but now they would be geniuses with a master who could push them to the very peak of the world. The possibilities were endless, and Fugaku's heart swelled with pride and hope as he looked at his son and Shisui, unconscious but victorious. The whispers of awe and admiration continued to ripple through the crowd, as everyone began to understand the significance of this new mentorship. Peter's smirk softened into a genuine smile as he looked at Fugaku. You're welcome. They earned it. Beside them, Minato offered Fugaku a heartfelt smile. Congratulations, Fugaku. This is a remarkable accomplishment for Shisui, your son, and your clan. Hearing the sincerity in Minato's voice and seeing that he meant what he said, Fugaku let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but feel happy. If this had been the 3rd Hokage, Fugaku would have felt worried and suspicious. He knew how Hiruzen would react to something like this, suspicious of the Uchiha, and possibly even try to find a way to place someone he trusted as Peter's student as well, or perhaps employing Danzo to work in the shadows and ruin the Uchiha's relationship with Peter. But not Minato. Minato was a true leader of the village. He wouldn't be suspicious of people who hadn't done anything wrong, and he most certainly wouldn't conspire and act against his own people. Minato saw this as a win for the village and nothing more. Fugaku couldn't help but appreciate Minato. After all, he and the Uchiha had been dealing with hostile Hokages ever since the first Hokage passed away. And now, they finally had a leader worth following again. Fugaku bowed deeply to Minato. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Minato immediately got flustered, waving his hands dismissively. You don't have to be so formal, Fugaku. We're friends, after all. Lifting his head, Fugaku couldn't help but smile. Minato, you are the Hokage now, and that position demands a certain level of respect. He gestured to the many Uchiha surrounding the area, who had been watching the fight. Especially with so many eyes on us, I must show respect. I don't want to teach the Uchiha that they can be disrespectful to their Hokage. Minato sighed, half-heartedly annoyed. Yeah, I get it. But can't you just be normal when we're alone? It's tiring hearing everyone being so formal all the time. Fugaku smiled wider. As you order, Lord Hokage. He bowed again, but this time Minato could tell he was only doing it to mess with him. Minato shook his head, a smile tugging at his lips despite himself. You're impossible. Smirking, Fugaku turned back to the sleeping kids and flared his chakra, calling some Uchiha ninja over. They arrived swiftly, kneeling respectfully. Fugaku ordered, take Itachi and Shisui to the hospital for treatment. I'll be there to check on them in a moment. As the ninjas moved to take the boys, Peter called out, wait. I'll heal them. There's no need for the hospital. The ninjas stopped, glancing at Fugaku for further orders. Fugaku raised an eyebrow, surprised that Peter was a healer as well. Minato and Jiraiya exchanged looks of surprise. Peter glanced at Fugaku, I mean, if that's all right with you. After a moment of thought, Fugaku nodded to the ninjas. Step back and make space. He orders, gesturing for Peter to do his thing. The ninjas obeyed, and Peter stepped toward Itachi and Shisui. He waved his hand, conjuring multiple golden spell circles that began healing the boys. Their bodies returned to pristine condition before everyone's eyes, with cuts and bruises disappearing in seconds. But knowing Itachi from the Naruto anime, Peter didn't just heal them, he scanned their bodies with a specific spell circle. He remembered that in the anime, Itachi had a life-threatening disease. Now that Itachi was his student, Peter wouldn't let him suffer from such a disease. As the spell scanned Itachi, Peter immediately identified the ailment. As the healing concluded and the spell circles disappeared, Fugaku, Minato, Jiraiya, and the surrounding ninjas were awed by Peter's healing abilities. Fugaku turned, a smile on his face. Thank you, Peter, for, he stopped mid-sentence, noticing the contemplative frown on Peter's face as he stared at Itachi. Alarmed, Fugaku asked, is there something wrong with Itachi? Snapping out of his contemplation, Peter turned to Fugaku. You know your son is sick, right? Fugaku was shocked to hear this. Sick? But I've never noticed anything wrong with Itachi. He's never even had a cold before. What's wrong with him? Peter thought for a moment before replying. I don't think what he has actually has a name. But I can tell you what's happening. His chakra is leaking ever so slightly into his body, specifically into his lungs, and it appears to be slowly damaging them. Fugaku's worry deepened as Jiraiya and Minato looked contemplative, trying to recall if they'd ever heard of such a thing happening before, but they came up empty. Peter continued, it's not severe now, which is why you probably haven't noticed anything. But give it 7 or 8 years of this, and he'll start having serious respiratory problems. And if it continues to remain untreated, he'll either need a lung transplant or he'll die from respiratory failure in about 15 to 20 years, give or take. The gravity of Peter's words hung in the air, leaving everyone in stunned silence as they processed the news. Fugaku, shocked and fearful of his son dying, even if it was years away, immediately fell to his knees. Please, Peter, save my son, he begged, his voice trembling with desperation. He groveled before everyone, including his entire clan. He didn't know for sure, but after seeing Peter's abilities, something told him that Peter could heal Itachi. He only needed to convince him. Peter, not expecting this, tried to tell him to stand up. Fugaku, please, stand up. There's no need to. But before he could finish, every Uchiha in the surrounding area copied their clan leader, groveling on the floor around them. Each of them mirrored Fugaku's words, begging Peter to save Itachi. To them, if their leader was going to grovel, they would shame him by standing and not following suit. Peter felt a wave of embarrassment. He didn't like being put on a pedestal like this. He walked over and helped Fugaku to his feet. Fugaku, you don't have to beg. I was already planning on fixing it. Itachi is my student, after all. I can't just let him live with a sickness that's so easily fixed. Fugaku, overwhelmed with gratitude, thanked Peter profusely. Thank you, Peter. Thank you so much. Minato and Jiraiya stood beside them, smiling. They were happy to see such a heartwarming moment, the bonds of trust and respect strengthening within the village. No problem. Peter said as he glanced at Itachi, I might as well fix him up now since I have something else to deal with afterward. Question mark. Minato raised a curious brow, wondering what Peter planned after this. Is he leaving? He exchanged a worried glance with Jiraiya. Without another word, Peter waved his hand again and conjured new spell circles, their characters intricate and glowing with a soft golden light. Jiraiya watched intently, recognizing the complexity and uniqueness of the symbols. As a seal master himself, he couldn't help but wonder if Peter was using some sort of advanced sealing technique. He made a mental note to ask Peter later if he would be willing to teach him. Fugaku watched Peter work with concern etched on his face, hoping that his son would be okay. Peter's spell circles sealed the chakra leak in Itachi's body, the golden symbols wrapping around him gently before fading away. Then, Peter conjured another set of spell circles to heal the small amount of damage that Itachi's lungs had taken over the years, making them perfectly healthy again. As the healing process completed, Itachi coughed in his sleep, expelling a small bit of black blood. The sight shocked everyone present. Fugaku rushed to his son's side, cradling him as he turned to Peter, his voice frantic. What happened? Is he okay? Peter smiled reassuringly. He's fine. That was just from years of small damage to his lungs. The leak is fixed, and his lungs are perfectly healthy now. Fugaku, overwhelmed with relief, held his son close, gratitude evident in his eyes. The surrounding Uchiha and other onlookers were equally awed and relieved by Peter's abilities. Minato and Jiraiya exchanged pleased smiles, happy to witness such a heartwarming and miraculous moment. With Itachi's treatment complete, Peter spoke. Let the boys rest for the night. But, inform them that they are to meet me here tomorrow morning after breakfast for training. I expect them here by 7 a.m. sharp. If they're late, I'll have to punish them. As he said the word punish, a sadistic smile appeared on his face, sending chills down the spines of every ninja in the area. Even Minato seemed a little scared as he glanced down at the kids, hoping they wouldn't be late. Fugaku nodded seriously. I'll inform them as soon as they wake up and make sure they're here half an hour early. He gestured to the children, instructing the ninja to take them to his house for rest. Peter then turned to Minato. Do you need anything more from me before I leave? Minato asked worriedly, you're leaving? Peter nodded. I have something to take care of, but it shouldn't take long. I'll be back tomorrow at the latest. I need to be here to start Shisui and Itachi's torture. He paused, clearing his throat before correcting himself. I mean, training. Minato, Jiraiya, and Fugaku couldn't help but pray for Itachi and Shisui, knowing they would need all the luck they could get tomorrow. A/N, 2083 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 693, C692 Tsunade. Before Peter could leave, Minato had one thing he needed him to do. Of course, Peter agreed and followed Minato and Jiraiya back to the Hokage Tower. As they walked, Minato introduced Peter to Jiraiya. Peter, this is Jiraiya, my sensei, one of the legendary Sannin. Peter nodded in greeting. Nice to meet you, Jiraiya. Jiraiya gave Peter a friendly smile. Nice to meet you too. Minato's told me a little bit about you. After some brief greetings, Jiraiya asked, so, where do you plan to go after this? Peter responded, I actually only came here to deal with someone. I never planned to stop in this village for long, but things went slightly off the rails, and now I'm here and have 2 new students to look after. Jiraiya smiled and said, I've found that life gets much more interesting when you step off the beaten path. Peter couldn't help but nodded in agreement as they entered the Hokage building. Minato asked, who do you have to deal with? To him, it seemed fairly certain that Peter planned to kill someone, which wasn't very surprising in their line of work, though he wondered who exactly his target was. Peter shrugged and said truthfully, I don't know yet. We'll see when I find them, I guess. This answer caused both Minato and Jiraiya to look at him in confusion. Jiraiya asked, you don't know who you're after? Peter shook his head. Nope. Jiraiya raised a brow and offered, well, if you need help tracking them down, you can always ask me. I don't want to toot my own horn, but I have quite the information network. I could tag along and help you find them, whoever they are. Peter replied, no, I can find them myself, though you're welcome to accompany me if you want. I don't mind having a companion for the trip. It should be short anyway. As they talked, they made their way through the Hokage building, descending into subterranean floors locked by seals that Minato had to open, guarded by silent Umbu guards. Jiraiya was about to reply, but Minato spoke first. I'm afraid Jiraiya is needed in the village. It's still very likely that other villages will try to start something upon hearing about what happened last night. We need all the military power we can get, at least until the situation cools down. Peter raised a brow. If you need help, then here. From his shadow, a stream of silhouettes rushed out, shooting across to Minato and melding into his shadow, disappearing from view. Minato and Jiraiya were shocked upon seeing the shadows. Jiraiya was especially taken aback as he recognized one specific shadow that looked a lot like Danzo. However, before he could question it, Minato spoke. What was that? He asked. Peter explained, I just gave you all of the resurrected root members, including Danzo. They'll follow your orders for the time being, as long as they aren't told to do anything against me, or my morals. Jiraiya looked between Minato and Peter, his expression one of confusion and curiosity. Wait, what's this about Root and Danzo? Minato gestured toward Peter. Peter killed Danzo and every Root member alongside the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha got involved when they learned that Danzo was hiding Sharingan eyes underneath his bandages. Apparently, he had been stealing them for years. He then resurrected Danzo and the Root members he killed with some sort of technique. Peter chimed in, I resurrected them as shadow servants. He revealed, though it didn't really explain much. Jiraiya seemed bewildered. You can revive the dead as shadow servants. That's incredible and extremely frightening at the same time. Jiraiya couldn't say he was sad to hear that Danzo was dead, as he always hated that old mummy. Even for a pervert like him, who routinely peeps on women in the name of research, Danzo was considered a grade A creep. He just always rubbed him the wrong way, similar to Orochimaru but on a lesser scale. Jiraiya glanced at Minato before shrugging. If Minato is fine with it, then I won't make a fuss. It's not like Danzo is worth it anyway. Peter ignored Jiraiya's comment and finally asked, so, where exactly are we going? We've gone through so many checkpoints and just keep heading lower and lower. Minato opened one last seal, and they arrived at a prison hold. Inside, Obito lay unconscious, locked behind a cell reinforced with an impressive array of seals. Even Peter was impressed by the complexity and number of seals. Jiraiya whistled, awed by the intricate work. Nice job, Minato. Minato shook his head modestly. Kushina did most of the work. That makes sense. Jiraiya muttered, knowing that only an Uzumaki could craft something this impressive. Turning to Peter, Minato asked, can you secure our prisoner even more, as you offered earlier? Our seals are strong, but I'd feel safer with your help. Peter nodded. Sure. He walked over to the cell, examining it closely. As he did, Jiraiya turned to Minato. Who is the prisoner? Minato's face darkened. Obito. Jiraiya nodded for a moment before freezing, the name registering. Wait, you mean that Obito? I thought he was dead. Me too. Minato replied. As Minato began explaining in more detail what happened during the Ninetales attack, particularly Obito's role in it, Peter got to work enhancing the cell's security with his mystic arts. He waved his hands, conjuring dozens of spell circles at once. Some of these circles reinforced the seals that Minato and Kushina had already set up, while others added entirely new layers of security, incorporating protections that they hadn't thought of or didn't know existed in the first place. Peter paid special attention to creating barriers that would block out Zetsu, knowing that he would be Obito's only chance at escaping without a full-scale assault on the village. The intricate spell work glowed as it settled into place, weaving a nearly impenetrable net of mystical protections around the cell. Once the cell was secure, Peter didn't stop there. He directed several spell circles toward Obito's body, sealing his chakra and Sharingan eyes. While Minato and Kushina had already implemented such measures, Peter's seal was a second, even stronger layer. But most of all, it was impossible for anyone in this world to break without knowledge of the mystic arts, effectively rendering Obito helpless. With the final spell circle in place, Peter stepped back, surveying his work. The cell now shimmered with an ethereal golden glow, a testament to the formidable security measures in place. Minato and Jiraiya looked on in awe, still shocked by Peter's odd form of sealing. Peter turned to Minato, explaining, I've reinforced the existing seals and added several new layers of security. I've also sealed Obito's chakra and Sharingan eyes with an additional layer of enchantments, making it impossible for anyone without knowledge of the mystic arts to break. Minato nodded appreciatively, taking in the enhanced security measures. Thank you, Peter. It hasn't even been 24 hours since we met, and yet I already feel like I've come to rely on you a bit too much. Peter smiled. I'm just glad I could help, but if that's all, I'll head out now. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a shimmering portal, its ethereal glow lighting up the underground chamber. Both Minato and Jiraiya stared in shock. Peter gestured to the portal and asked Jiraiya, you coming or not? Jiraiya looked at Minato, seeking permission. Minato shrugged, his expression indicating that it was up to him. Jiraiya smirked and turned to Peter. I'm coming. Peter nodded and stepped through the portal, beckoning Jiraiya to follow. Jiraiya approached the portal, poking a finger through to test it before leaping through, feeling a rush of excitement. As he emerged on the other side, he found himself hundreds of miles outside the village, standing alongside Peter. The scenery had changed dramatically, leaving him wide-eyed in shock and awe, which seemed to become a regular thing around Peter. Allowing him to take it all in, Peter called back into the portal, we'll be back soon, before the portal snapped closed behind them. Slowly getting over his shock, Jiraiya asked, so, where are we headed exactly? Peter looked around for a moment, activating the ability that death had given him. Sensing the direction that would lead him to his target, Peter started running. This way. Follow me. Jiraiya, curious and excited, quickly followed Peter, eager to see more of his abilities. Back with Minato, Peter's voice echoed through the portal just before it snapped shut, waking Obito and causing him to stir. As he awoke, Obito groggily opened his eyes and groaned, his body aching from his fight with Minato. He glanced around the room, realizing he was in a prison cell. The seals covering the walls were intricately designed, making the cell seem almost impenetrable. His groan and movement caught Minato's attention, who silently watched him, unsure of what to say, a conflicted look on his face. As Obito took in his surroundings, the memories of his identity being revealed and his loss against his former teacher sank in. He scrambled to his feet, instantly attempting to escape using his Sharingan, but quickly realized that he couldn't sense his chakra, nor could he activate the power of his eyes. After some futile struggle, a voice broke through his thoughts, saying, "You won't be able to escape, Obito." Freezing at the familiar voice, Obito turned to see Minato, his former teacher, standing there, watching him with a sad, thoughtful frown on his lips. Obito grunted out, "Sensei." Meanwhile, Tsunade Senju, a striking woman with long, blonde hair tied in a loose ponytails and a prominent diamond-shaped mark on her forehead, and her apprentice, Shizun, a dark-haired woman with a kind and earnest face, arrived at their meeting point, a hidden bunker door, which creepily swung open as they approached. Insert picture of Tsunade here. Insert picture of Shizun here. Lady Tsunade. Shizun muttered, fearfully grasping her master's sleeve. Maybe we should just leave. You said it yourself, Orochimaru is nothing but bad news. For all we know, this could be a trap. We already traveled all this way. Let's just see what he has to say first. Besides, even if he's planning something, I'll just beat his A**s. She countered, not nearly as frightened as her apprentice. Earlier that morning, as she was having her breakfast sake, Tsunade received an unexpected message from her former teammate, Orochimaru, who had surprisingly asked for her help. He even offered to pay off her gambling debts if she would assist him. Curious and a bit suspicious, as this was Orochimaru she was dealing with, Tsunade ultimately decided to meet with him. After all, her debts were monumental and she doubted Orochimaru held any bad intentions towards her, or at least she hoped he didn't. As they stood outside the open bunker door, waiting, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in the doorway, a twisted yet welcoming smirk on his face. "Tsunade, how good of you to accept my invitation." Tsunade crossed her arms and eyed Orochimaru warily. "All right, Orochimaru, I'm here." "What's this all about?" she demanded. "You need me to heal you or something? Don't tell me, did Sensei beat the sh*t out of you again?" Orochimaru's eye twitched ever so slightly, though he managed to keep himself under control as he replied. "Always so venomous, huh, princess? And here I thought I was supposed to be the snake in our group. Enough with the nonsense. What do you want?" Tsunade cut straight to business. "Let's discuss this inside, shall we?" A/N, 1964 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 694, C693 Scared Snake Sannin. Police car light insert Futurama GIF/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. Peter and Jiraiya traveled together, running at incredible speeds as they jumped from tree to tree, barely visible to the normal human eye. They passed a couple of travelers along the way, but the travelers didn't even notice them. Of course, Peter could open a portal to anywhere, but the tracker that Death gave him only worked as a pointer, not providing the exact location. Besides, today was a nice day, and he hadn't explored much of this world beyond the Leaf Village, so he didn't mind running. However, Jiraiya began to have trouble keeping up. His breath grew ragged, and he called out, "Hey, Peter. Slow down a bit, will you?" Peter slowed his pace, allowing Jiraiya to catch up. They ran side by side as Jiraiya caught his breath. Once he did, Jiraiya asked, "Hey, how about we stop off at a nearby village? I need to do some research for my book." He pulled out a book and a pen, his face breaking out into a pervy smile. Peter scoffed, shaking his head. "Sorry, but I'd rather not take any detours. I have to get back in time for Itachi and Shirsue's training. Maybe we can stop on the way back if we have time." Jiraiya looked disappointed as he put his book and pen away. "Fine, but can't you tell me what or who it is you're looking for?" Peter was about to reply when he sensed something ahead. He paused, stopping on a tree branch, his eyes turning to the horizon. Seeing him stop, Jiraiya landed on a branch in front of him, his expression turning serious. "What's wrong?" Peter said, "Follow me," and disappeared in a burst of speed. Jiraiya followed quickly, and less than a minute later they both landed in a tree at the edge of the forest. Jiraiya's eyes widened at the sight of thousands upon thousands of Iwagakure ninja marching toward the direction of the Leaf Village. Without hesitation, Jiraiya immediately summoned a small messenger toad, who appeared in a small puff of smoke. And before it could say a word, he instructed it to go to Konoha and warn the Hokage. But as the toad was about to rush off, Peter said, "Wait a moment." Jiraiya looked over at Peter, who had his eyes closed, standing there unmoving for a moment, like a sensor ninja scanning the area. "What's the matter?" Jiraiya asked. Peter replied, "It's not just them. There are 3 other armies moving toward the Konoha as well. One from a desert, one from the ocean, and another from the mountains." Instantly, Jiraiya realized who these armies belonged to: Sunagakure, Karigakure, and Kumogakure. He raised a brow and asked, "You can sense that? They must be thousands of miles away." Peter nodded. They seemed to all be moving at a similar pace. "Each army should arrive at your village by tomorrow morning, give or take a couple of hours." Eyes widening, Jiraiya realized the gravity of Peter's words. If these armies would arrive at the same time, that meant they were coordinating their attack. They were working together. How did they manage to band together so quickly, he wondered aloud. This wasn't the first time multiple villages had formed an alliance against Konoha. Such alliances had occurred many times over the years, but never with such speed. Typically, trust among ninja is hard-won, and forging these agreements requires significant time and effort. Yet, just one day after Konoha was attacked by the nine-tailed fox, the allied forces were already marching. Something felt off. Peter glanced over at the Iwagakure army, spotting the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, floating alongside his troops. What caught his attention the most, however, was the paper-white figure walking beside Inoki, which appeared to be a Zetsu clone. Peter instantly realized what was happening. Madara, if he was still alive, and Zetsu, must have acted as intermediaries for each major village, coordinating the attack on Konoha. They likely saw an opportunity to retrieve Obito, and even if the allied villages lost, the chaos would serve as a sufficient distraction to break him out. Keeping his thoughts to himself, Peter turned to the toad Jiraiya had summoned. "Go report everything to Minato," he instructed. The toad glanced over at Jiraiya for confirmation. Jiraiya nodded, and the toad disappeared in a cloud of smoke, vanishing to deliver the urgent message. Peter noticed the worried look on Jiraiya's face and said, "You can go back to the village and help if you want. It's not like I need you here." Jiraiya frowned as he watched the ninja army march past them, headed toward Konoha, his home. On one hand, he wanted to use this opportunity to get to know Peter better, as the village knew almost nothing about him or where he came from. On the other hand, he couldn't sit back while his home was at risk. "But if you want to tag along still, that's fine too," Peter added. "We'll be back by tomorrow morning anyway, so you have nothing to worry about. It's up to you." Jiraiya's frown deepened in thought. "How strong are those shadow things you gave to Minato?" Peter smirked. "More than strong enough." Jiraiya nodded, making his decision. "Then I'll stay with you. But I'd appreciate it if we could make this as quick as possible." Peter nodded. "Then you better keep up." He disappeared in a burst of speed, heading toward his destination and leaving the army of stone ninja behind. Jiraiya glanced back at the army headed towards his home, hesitating for a moment before following Peter, his mind made up. He would trust in Minato and the shadows, and see this through with Peter. Konoha. Seconds after Peter and Jiraiya left, Minato stood alone with Obito, who had just woken up in his cell. The silence between them was thick with tension. Minato's heart ached with a mix of anger and sadness as he stared at his former student, now a traitor. "Why, Obito?" Minato began, his voice filled with a mix of confusion and pain. "Why would you betray the village? Why would you target my son and my wife? Where have you been all this time?" Obito's gaze was cold and distant, his eyes refusing to meet Minato's. "You wouldn't understand," he muttered. "Try me," Minato pressed. "I deserve to know why you did this. Why you turned your back on everything we believed in." Obito's jaw tightened, his silence speaking volumes. Minato's frustration grew. "Answer me, Obito. Why did you do this?" Obito's eyes flashed with anger. "You let her die." Minato blinked, taken aback by the accusation. "What do you mean? Who are you talking about?" Obito's fury erupted. "You really don't know? Have you already forgotten her? I guess she doesn't matter, right? Only your prized student Kakashi the murderer matters. Everyone else is just trash that you can throw away." Minato's eyes widened as realization struck him. "Rin. You're talking about Rin." "Yes, Rin." Obito shouted, his voice echoing in the cell. "The one you failed to protect. The one you let die. You think you're such a great Hokage, such a perfect sensei, but you couldn't even keep her safe. She needed you and you weren't even there." Minato's heart pounded as memories of Rin flooded back. "Obito, Rin's death was a tragedy. We didn't know what the enemy had planned. Kakashi did everything he could to save her." "Save her?" Obito spat, his voice dripping with venom. "Kakashi killed her. He drove his Chidori right through her heart. And you weren't there. You should have been there." Minato's voice broke with emotion. "I know, Obito. I know it was my failure. I should have been there to protect her, to protect all of you. But this path you've chosen, it's not what Rin would have wanted. How do you think she'd? Don't you dare speak for her." Obito roared. "You know nothing about what she wanted. You weren't there when she needed you most. You failed her, Minato." Minato's shoulders sagged under the weight of Obito's words. I failed her, and I failed you. But this isn't the way, Obito. We can still make things right. Obito's laughter was hollow and bitter. Make things right? It's too late for that, sensei. The village you love so much will crumble to dust, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Before Minato could respond, suddenly, a toad appeared before him in a puff of smoke. Minato. Urgent news. All 4 major villages are marching toward Konoha. Lord Jiraiya believes they've allied together. Hearing the information, Obito couldn't help but laugh. Things aren't going so well for you lately, huh, sensei? Looks like your perfect village is about to face its end. Just as I said it would. Minato's expression hardened as he listened to the toad's message, the weight of the impending threat pressing down on him. Obito's eyes glinted with malice. Well, what are you waiting for? Run along, your precious village needs you. He said, laughing as Minato turned around and left. Meanwhile, Peter and Jiraiya, running much faster than before, arrived at their destination in about an hour. Before them stood a large underground bunker door, which was sealed tightly. Upon arrival, Jiraiya immediately collapsed onto the ground, exhausted from the speed they had traveled. He had done all he could to keep up with Peter, and now he was completely worn out. Meanwhile, Peter stood there perfectly fine, not a drop of sweat on his body, and not the least bit winded. Seeing Peter in such a state, Jiraiya looked up at him through ragged breaths. What kind of monster are you? Jiraiya was by no means out of shape, he was a Kage-level ninja, his body in peak physical condition. Yet, he could barely keep up with Peter, and he had the impression that Peter was holding back as well. Peter shrugged. What? How am I a monster? You just need to stop lazing around and work on your cardio. Jiraiya scoffed as he stood up, his eyes landing on the bunker door in front of them. He hadn't noticed until now due to his exhaustion. Instantly, he got a bad feeling. You're not going after Orochimaru, are you? After all, his former teammate loved hidden bunker bases like this, so it was very likely that this was one of them. Of course, Danzo favored them as well, but he was dead now. Peter simply shrugged. I'm not sure. Why don't we go and find out? Walking up to the door, Peter held out his hand and flicked it with his pointer finger. Tink asterisk. Jiraiya watched in shock as hidden seals appeared and shattered alongside the metal door, which crumbled to the ground. Glancing back at Jiraiya, whose mouth hung wide open, Peter waved him over as he casually walked inside the dark entrance. Come on. Let's go. Jiraiya snapped out of his daze and followed, hoping that Peter wasn't going after Orochimaru. Despite his complex love-hate relationship with his traitorous teammate, he knew he couldn't shield Orochimaru from Peter even if he wanted to. No one could. Inside the bunker, Orochimaru and Tsunade were deep in conversation. Shizen stood loyally beside Tsunade, ready to fight their way out should the need arise. After all, Orochimaru couldn't be trusted. Orochimaru had just finished explaining why he had called her there. Tsunade looked at him like he was crazy. What the hell are you talking about? Did all those experiments finally cause your brain to malfunction? Orochimaru frowned in annoyance. It's true. I don't know what or who has entered our universe, but it's a grave threat. We need to contact Jiraiya. Boom, as he said the name Jiraiya, an explosion-like force rocked the bunker, causing alarms to blare. Orochimaru rushed to check the cameras and saw Jiraiya entering the bunker where the door once stood. Tsunade stepped up beside him, seeing Jiraiya as well. Oh great, the pervert's here too. Now you can explain to him how your brain is rotting into mush. Ignoring her, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed and his pulse quickened as he spotted Peter on a hallway camera, with Jiraiya trailing behind him. Did he bring someone here with him? He wondered, his eyes never leaving Peter's figure. Orochimaru didn't know if Peter was the one he was warned about, but if he was, then he needed to prepare. Turning to Tsunade, he said. Go and bring Jiraiya and his guest here. I need to take care of something first. He then disappeared in a swirl of wind, leaving her there. Tsunade grumbled in annoyance as Shizen asked, what should we do? Tsunade shrugged. Let's go get the perv. The faster we can finish this, the better. Meanwhile, in a nearby room, Anko Mitarashi awakened to the sound of the alarms. Ugh. She groaned, a sharp pain in her neck where a tattoo-like seal could be seen. A/N, 2183 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 695, C694 Misunderstanding. Peter and Jiraiya walked down a dark, narrow hall. It had been a minute since they entered the bunker. The dim lighting cast long shadows on the walls, and the silence was only broken by their footsteps echoing softly. As they walked deeper into the base, Jiraiya began to notice more and more similarities to the other bunkers his former teammate had used. Trailing behind Peter, Jiraiya couldn't help but chat nervously. So, what happens if Orochimaru is the person you're looking for? Then it's very likely that he'll die today. Peter replied. Jiraiya didn't know what to think about that. As they ventured deeper into the bunker, Jiraiya's mind raced. He felt conflicted, memories of his past with Orochimaru resurfacing. He remembered the good times, their days in the academy, training together as genin, and their missions as part of Team Hiruzen. But he also remembered the bad, Orochimaru's betrayal, his attempt to kill their sensei, the third Hokage, and the horrific human experiments he conducted on Konoha citizens. But despite everything, Jiraiya couldn't forget the young Orochimaru he had once called a friend. The genius boy who pushed him to be better, the teammate who had his back during their missions, and the person he had shared so many experiences with. With these thoughts weighing heavily on his mind, Jiraiya started trying to convince Peter not to kill Orochimaru. You know, Peter, he began, his voice almost pleading, Orochimaru may have done terrible things, but there was a time when he was good. He was a great shinobi, someone who cared about the village. Maybe there's still some good left in him. Maybe we can reason with him, bring him back. Peter listened silently, his expression unreadable. He knew there was a high likelihood he would have to kill Orochimaru, no matter what Jiraiya said. Of course, this depended on whether Orochimaru was truly the person he was searching for. Regardless, Peter allowed Jiraiya to continue, fully aware of the conflicting emotions his companion was grappling with. Jiraiya continued, his words becoming more earnest. I know it sounds naive, but if there's a chance, even a small one, that we can save him, shouldn't we try? Killing him would only end any possibility of redemption. And if you saw the Orochimaru I knew, the one who was once a friend, you'd understand why. As Jiraiya was talking, Peter suddenly stopped walking, staring into the darkness ahead. Jiraiya, not expecting him to stop, bumped into Peter before taking a step to the side and glancing at him. What's going on? What are you looking at? He followed Peter's gaze into the dark hall ahead. Seconds later, the sound of heels clicking along the hard floor echoed through the corridor, growing closer and closer. Two figures emerged from the shadows. At first, Jiraiya tensed, preparing to fight. But then his eyes widened in shock as he recognized Tsunade, another one of his wayward teammates, with her faithful student, Shizun, trailing behind her. T.S. Tsunade. Jiraiya stammered, bewildered. What are you doing here? Though he was surprised, he couldn't deny the relief and happiness he felt at seeing her. Tsunade frowned, her eyes narrowing. I could ask you the same thing, Jiraiya. Why are you here? As she spoke, realization dawned on Jiraiya. His eyes widened as it hit him, Tsunade was the person Peter was looking for. Without thinking, he jumped in front of her, screaming, Run, Tsunade. Acting on instinct, Jiraiya unleashed a powerful fire jutsu, spitting flames from his mouth like a dragon. The hall filled with a roaring fire, consuming Peter, who stood unbothered, his figure engulfed in the inferno. Tsunade's eyes widened in shock and confusion, as she was caught off guard by Jiraiya's sudden attack. Shizun stepped back, ready to defend her mentor if necessary. Seeing that Tsunade wasn't trying to run away, Jiraiya yelled, Tsunade, go. Your life is in danger. Tsunade frowned, her confusion deepening. What are you talking about, Jiraiya? Why would my life be in danger? As they spoke, the flames began to die down, revealing Peter, untouched and unbothered by the heat. The flames seemed to have bent away from him, as if unwilling to make contact. Jiraiya, what are you doing? Tsunade shouted, trying to make sense of the situation. Didn't you come here with him? She gestures to Peter, not seeing him as a threat. Princess, you need to listen to me. As the two began to argue among themselves, Peter just stood there, staring forward. He was truthfully a little shell-shocked. Peter had watched Naruto before, but no character had made an impression on him like Tsunade. In fact, it was her character that had given him his very first erection. And on that day he realized that girls might not be so bad, no longer seeing them as cootie-riddled germs. So, as Jiraiya and Tsunade continued to bicker about the situation, Peter's eyes remained glued to Tsunade, specifically her breasts. Peter couldn't believe he was standing in front of his first crush, even if she had been just a character on a screen back then. The surreal nature of the moment left him momentarily speechless, his mind racing as he repeated. I'm a married man. I'm a married man. I'm a married man. Jiraiya pointed to Peter, who was still staring at Tsunade's chest. If you don't run, you're going to get killed. I can't protect you. You need to leave now. I'll bite you some time while I can. Tsunade scoffed. How the hell is that guy supposed to kill me? Jiraiya's expression remained deadly serious. I'm not joking, Tsunade. Go now before it's too late. His seriousness confused Tsunade, making her begin to take the situation more seriously. She glanced back at Peter, who seemed to snap out of his thoughts. Scratching the back of his head, Peter said, I think there may be a But as he spoke, Jiraiya disappeared from where he stood and appeared in front of Peter, his fist wound back as he lunged forward, swinging at Peter's face. Misunderstanding, Peter finished as he casually swatted Jiraiya's fist away before using his other hand to slap him across the face. The force sent Jiraiya crashing into the wall, breaking through it and several other obstacles before finally coming to a stop, his body buried under a pile of rubble. Tsunade's eyes widened in horror as she screamed, "Jiraiya!" She turned to Peter, her stance shifting into a fighting position, her expression now much more serious than before. Tsunade and Shizen stared in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Tsunade's initial confidence wavered as she realized that Peter might actually be a threat. Peter turned back to Tsunade, his expression calm. "As I was saying, I think there may be a misunderstanding." Without taking her eyes off Peter, Tsunade ordered, "Shizen, check on Jiraiya. Now." "Yes, Lady Tsunade." Shizen nodded and rushed off to do as she was told, her worry evident in her eyes. Peter watched her go, then said, "He'll be fine. I only slapped him a little bit." He shrugged, adding, "Besides, this is all a big misunderstanding." Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "So you aren't here to kill me?" Peter shook his head. "No, Jiraiya's just an idiot." Seeing Tsunade calm down ever so slightly, he pointed behind her. "I'm here to kill the snake hiding in the shadows behind you." Instantly, Tsunade turned around as a dark, sinister laughter filled the air. Orochimaru stepped out of the shadows, holding an ominous-looking demon mask in his hands. "Ah, Tsunade," Orochimaru greeted, his voice dripping with malice. It seems Jiraiya brought along quite the dangerous guest. As Orochimaru appeared, Peter noticed that the arrow he was following locked right on him before blinking, as if confirming that this was indeed who he was looking for. Next, Peter's eyes were drawn to the mask in Orochimaru's hands. It was a white mask of a smiling demon with razor-sharp teeth and 2 long horns on its head. Insert picture of Shinigami mask here. Peter recalled that it was the Shinigami mask from the show, which allowed the wearer to summon and control the Shinigami of this world. Instantly, Peter realized that the mask was most likely what made Orochimaru a successor of Death. Death must have left the mask here for a potential successor to find. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with dark satisfaction as he held the mask up, his sinister smile widening. "Ah, so you've come for this, haven't you?" he said, his voice a menacing purr. Peter shook his head. "No, I'm only here to kill you. However, I might be willing to spare your life if you renounce your position as Death's successor." Orochimaru's eyes widened as the realization hit him. His gaze shifted to Peter's hand, where a laughing skull tattoo was visible, the same tattoo that Orochimaru had on his chest. The earlier message wasn't just a warning of someone invading his universe, it was alerting him to the arrival of a competitor. Peter continued, "Normally, I'd have no problem killing someone like you. But Jiraiya might get a little weepy if I do, so I'm offering you one chance. Follow my terms, and you live." Orochimaru's expression grew serious as he weighed Peter's ultimatum. Confused, Tsunade asked, "What's happening? What the hell is a Death successor?" Orochimaru smirked and pointed at Peter, expertly changing the subject. "He's the one I warned you about. He's not from our universe." Tsunade turned to Peter, silently asking if it was true. Peter nodded, shrugging. "He's right. I'm not from around here." Then he looked at Orochimaru. "But how did you know I was here in the first place? Did he warn you?" "Did who warn him?" Jiraiya's voice cut through the tension, and everyone turned to see him standing beside Shizen, his face swollen from Peter's powerful slap. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. "That's not important. What's important is that we need to work together to kill him." He pointed at Peter. Jiraiya frowned. "Why?" "Just do what he said and he won't kill you." Orochimaru's smirk grew. "Because, Jiraiya, he's a threat to us all. You heard him. He's here to kill me, but who's to say he won't come after you next? Or Tsunade?" Tsunade crossed her arms, skeptical. "And why should we believe anything you say, Orochimaru? You've lied to us countless times before." Orochimaru's expression turned serious. "This isn't just about me. This is about protecting our world. He's an outsider with unknown intentions and abilities. Do you really trust him more than you trust me?" Peter sighed, shaking his head. "You're really laying it on thick, aren't you?" Ignoring Peter, Orochimaru continued, his voice urgent. "Think about it, Tsunade, Jiraiya. We need to put our differences aside and fight together. For the sake of our world." Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged uncertain glances. Peter sighed. "Hurry up and make your decisions. I need to be back in Konoha by the morning. If you're going to help Orochimaru, decide now. But it doesn't matter. With or without your help, Orochimaru will die." The confidence and calm demeanor of Peter seemed to piss off Tsunade. She felt like she was being looked down on. Exclamation point. Originally, she hadn't planned on helping Orochimaru, as she didn't expect to be fighting anyone when she came here. But now, she felt the itch to pound Peter's face into the ground. Stepping up beside Orochimaru, Tsunade said, "I'll help, but you have to pay my debts as you promised." Seeing this, Jiraiya freaked out. "Tsunade, take it back. Get away from Orochimaru. You don't understand how strong Peter is." "Humph." Tsunade looked away, her arms crossed under her breasts, unmoving. Orochimaru smiled, chuckling darkly as he turned to Jiraiya. "I don't think she's going to change her mind. But if you want to protect your precious princess, then stand with us. It's been so long since the legendary Sannin fought together, hasn't it?" With an extreme amount of reluctance, Jiraiya stepped up beside Tsunade, only joining to protect her. "I don't like this," he muttered, his eyes fixed on Peter. "But if it means keeping Tsunade safe, I'll do it." Peter watched the trio, unfazed. "All right then," he said, his tone calm but resolute as his gaze locked onto Orochimaru. "Just to be clear, you're refusing my kind offer, right?" Orochimaru started to speak, "Yes." Before the Snake Sannin could say anything else, Peter appeared in front of him in an instant, moving far faster than Orochimaru could see or react to. Peter raised his leg and delivered a powerful Spartan kick square to Orochimaru's face, launching him backward as a small shockwave from the impact filled the hall. Jiraiya and Tsunade's eyes widened in shock, their minds barely processing Peter's sudden and brutal attack. They hadn't even noticed Peter's movement until they heard the sickening sound of Orochimaru's nose breaking. A/N, 2172 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 696, C695 Orochimaru's end. Police car light insert greedy gifts/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. Peter's kick sent Orochimaru flying down the hall, the sheer speed and force of the blow leaving Jiraiya and Tsunade in stunned silence. They watched in shock as Peter casually turned to them, waving his hands in front of their faces. "Hello." Peter taunted, a mocking smile on his face. "Is anyone in there?" Snapping out of their shock, both Jiraiya and Tsunade immediately jumped back, putting some distance between themselves and Peter. But before they could even catch their breath, Peter appeared behind them, his movements a blur. "Going somewhere," he sneered, slamming both palms into their backs with a resounding impact. "Ugh." Grunting in pain, Jiraiya and Tsunade were sent flying in the opposite direction, crashing into the walls of the hallway. Before they could recover, suddenly, Orochimaru reappeared behind Peter, his jaw unhinging like a snake as he bared his fangs, attempting to bite Peter's exposed neck. But just as he was centimeters away, Peter turned and grabbed him by the neck with lightning speed. Were you really just going to bite me?" Peter muttered in disgust. "Dude, that's so gross." In response, Orochimaru's snake-like tongue shot out of his mouth like a hidden dagger aimed directly at Peter's face, exclamation point. Raising a brow, Peter tilted his head to the side, easily dodging the tongue attack. "Here, go visit your friends." With a casual flick of his wrist, Peter tossed Orochimaru into the air and windmill kicked him down the hall. Orochimaru's body hurtled towards Jiraiya and Tsunade, who were rushing back, only to be hit by Orochimaru's incoming body, sending all 3 of them sprawling. Peter's taunting smirk never left his face as he approached the trio. "Come on, is this really the best the legendary Sannin can do?" Tsunade, enraged by Peter's taunts, charged at him with a feral scream, her fist cocked back and glowing with chakra. But just as she was about to land her punch, Peter sidestepped effortlessly, grabbing her arm and flipping her over his shoulder, slamming her into the ground with a bone-jarring thud. "Too slow," he mocked, watching as she struggled to get up. "You're the weakest of the group, aren't you? What a pity." Jiraiya, focusing on protecting Tsunade, exclaimed, Gamayuden, spewing a stream of toad oil toward Peter. The sticky substance aimed to slow him down, giving them a moment to regroup. Peter dodged the stream with a casual leap, landing gracefully behind Jiraiya. "Nice try," he said, delivering a swift kick to Jiraiya's back, sending him crashing into the ground beside Tsunade, stuck in his own toad oil. As Jiraiya and Tsunade tried to regain their footing, Orochimaru, ever the opportunist, attempted to escape by melding into the shadows. But Peter was faster. In an instant, he was beside Orochimaru, yanking him out of the darkness by his hair. "Where do you think you're going?" Peter asked, his grip tightening painfully. Orochimaru hissed, his eyes burning with hatred. "You insolent wretch." Peter just chuckled, throwing Orochimaru back towards Jiraiya and Tsunade. "You're not getting away that easily." Realizing they were outmatched, the 3 Sannin shared a brief, wordless look. They knew they had to resort to their strongest summons. With a nod, they bit their thumbs, drawing blood, and slammed their hands onto the ground. Kuchios no Jutsu, they shouted in unison. In a massive cloud of smoke, the three legendary summons emerged, obliterating the bunker base in an instant. From outside, it looked like an explosion as the colossal creatures ripped through the ground and surrounded Peter, who stood calmly with his hands in his pockets. Manda, the colossal serpent, loomed menacingly. Katsuyu, the giant slug, towered protectively over the battlefield. Gamabunta, the gigantic toad, landed with a thud, his pipe clamped between his teeth. On each of their heads stood one of the three Sannin. Peter watched the massive creatures materialize with mild amusement. Impressive, he said, clapping slowly. But it won't make a difference. Manda hissed, lunging at Peter with lightning speed, its jaws wide open. Peter dodged effortlessly, his movements a blur. He landed on Manda's head, driving his fist into the serpent's skull with such force that it sent shockwaves through the ground. Katsuyu, in an attempt to protect Tsunade, unleashed a torrent of acidic slime towards Peter. He merely waved his hand, creating a barrier that deflected the attack. The acid splattered harmlessly to the sides, sizzling against the floor. Gamabunta, brandishing his giant blade, swung at Peter with all his might. Peter jumped, landing on the blade and running up it with incredible speed. He reached Gamabunta's face, delivering a powerful kick that sent the giant toad reeling. Tsunade, seizing the moment, rushed at Peter, her fists glowing with chakra. She aimed a powerful punch at his chest, but Peter caught her fist midair, stopping her attack dead in its tracks. Nice try, he said, tossing her aside. Jiraiya, determined to protect Tsunade, launched himself at Peter with a Raiznon in hand. But Peter sidestepped, grabbing Jiraiya's wrist and redirecting the Raiznon into the ground, creating a massive crater. Peter's taunting smile never wavered. Is this really all you've got? Orochimaru, now desperate, attempted to summon more serpents to bind Peter. But Peter moved too quickly, slicing through the summoned snakes with ease. Pathetic, he sneered. As the battle raged on, Orochimaru, desperate, raised the demon mask to his face, ready to finally put it on. He had hoped he wouldn't have to use it, but it appeared like there was no other choice. I'll need to switch to a new body after this. Though before he could don the mask, Peter appeared in front of him and snatched it out of his hands. You know, Peter said, holding the mask up and examining it, you probably should have put this on earlier. I mean, I would have to be beyond brain dead to let you use this to power up or summon some devil, or whatever this thing does. Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock and frustration as he lunged to reclaim the mask, shouting, that doesn't belong to you. However, Peter effortlessly backhanded him aside, launching him backward. Nah, I think I'll keep it. With a smirk, Peter stored the mask away in his storage necklace for later examination. Realizing they were outmatched even with their summons, and now deprived of Orochimaru's trump card, the Sannin regrouped, panting and bruised. Peter stood before them, completely unharmed, his expression a blend of boredom and annoyance. This is getting tiresome, Peter said. You've had your fun. Now, it's time to end this. The Sannin prepared for one last stand, determined to fight until the end. But deep down, they knew they were no match for Peter. The gap in power was simply too great. Peter sighed, his patience wearing thin. Any last words? Tsunade, her pride wounded, glared at Peter. Don't underestimate us, she spat, her resolve unwavering. Jiraiya, bruised and battered, stood protectively in front of Tsunade. We won't go down without a fight, he declared, his voice steady despite the pain. Orochimaru, still seething with rage, hissed, when this is over, I'll make you my newest lab rat. You'll beg for death by the time I'm done with you. Not the best final words, but whatever. I'll take it. Peter simply shook his head and vanished, reappearing behind Orochimaru in an instant, catching everyone off guard. In one swift motion, he bisected Orochimaru with his bare hand, the snake Sannin's body collapsing to the ground in 2 pieces. Jiraiya and Tsunade stood there, frozen in shock, horror, and a mix of anger and sadness. Orochimaru. Jiraiya shouted, his voice tinged with anguish. Despite everything, Orochimaru had once been their friend and teammate. Seeing him killed so brutally struck a chord deep within them. Tsunade's eyes widened, her hands trembling with a mix of rage and sorrow. You be ******, she screamed, turning her furious gaze on Peter. How could you? Before she could finish, Jiraiya placed a hand on her shoulder, trying to calm her down. But the grief and anger were too much. They began to mourn Orochimaru's death, their emotions raw and unfiltered. As they were about to lash out at Peter, blaming him for Orochimaru's death, a tiny, almost unnoticeable white snake slithered out of Orochimaru's body. Using the rubble and grass as cover, it tried to sneak away. Peter, however, appeared in front of its path and picked it up, holding it firmly so it couldn't bite him. He looked at the snake, a smirk playing on his lips. Did you think I wouldn't notice you trying to sneak off, Orochimaru? Hearing Peter call the snake Orochimaru, a spark of hope flickered in Jiraiya and Tsunade's eyes. Maybe their former teammate was still alive. But Peter crushed that hope as he crushed the snake in his hands with a simple squeeze of his fingers, killing it instantly. Yeah, not gonna happen. He tossed the lifeless body aside, his expression indifferent. No. Tsunade screamed, her grief turning into rage. Incensed, both Jiraiya and Tsunade launched themselves at Peter, one coming from the front and the other from the back. Their movements were fueled by a mix of anger, sorrow, and desperation. But Peter simply disappeared just as they collided, making them hit one another instead. The impact sent them both sprawling to the ground, groaning in pain and frustration. Peter reappeared a few feet away, watching them with a mixture of pity and disdain. I told you, he said calmly. Orochimaru was going to die, no matter what you did. Jiraiya, his body aching, struggled to his feet, his eyes blazing with anger. You didn't have to kill him like that, he spat. He was our friend, damn it. Peter nodded. And I'm sorry for your loss. Tsunade, her fists clenched, stood up beside Jiraiya. We won't forgive you for this, she snarled, her voice trembling with rage. Peter sighed, shaking his head. You can try to fight me all you want, but it won't change anything. Orochimaru is dead, and there's nothing you can do about it. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged a glance, silently questioning whether they should continue the fight. But before they could decide, a voice called out, Lady Tsunade. Are you all right? Shizune came rushing over, having just freed herself from the rubble, her face etched with frenzied worry. She immediately began examining her sensei, her palm glowing as she healed Tsunade's wounds. Letting out a sigh, Peter raised both of his hands. Okay, he said, his voice firm. This fight is over. Let's call it here before someone gets hurt. Jiraiya and Tsunade hesitated, unsure of what to do. They knew they couldn't defeat Peter, but they felt like they couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Seeing their reluctance, Peter sighed. Look, I didn't come here to fight you too. My target was Orochimaru, and now that he's dead, there's no reason for us to keep fighting. Tsunade glared at him, her eyes filled with suspicion. And we're just supposed to believe you? Peter nodded. Yes. I have no quarrel with either of you. So let's end this here. Just as Peter was about to walk away, he paused, raising an eyebrow as he glanced at the small snake he had killed moments earlier. Is he still not dead? He asked himself, confused as he sensed Orochimaru's soul lingering there. Instead of disappearing as it was supposed to, the soul flew down into the rubble, back inside the mostly destroyed base. Confused, Peter followed the soul without a word, leaving Shizune, Jiraiya, and Tsunade baffled. Where are you going? Jiraiya called after him, but Peter didn't respond, his focus solely on tracking the soul. Navigating through the underground base, Peter followed Orochimaru's soul, which swiftly found its target, the teenage Anko Mitarashi, who bore a seal on her neck. Anko had packed her bag and was running for the exit on the other side of the base. Betrayed by her sensei, Orochimaru, she saw the ongoing battle as the perfect opportunity to escape and report everything to the Leaf Village. I can't hear them fighting anymore. She glanced back before quickening her pace. I need to hurry. But before she could step out of the exit, Orochimaru's soul shot into the seal on her neck, entering her body. Peter arrived just as the soul invaded her, watching curiously as Anko suddenly collapsed to the floor. Seconds later, Anko's body began to move, awkwardly picking itself up as a mad cackle escaped her lips. Haha, I'm alive. He really is a body snatcher, huh? Peter immediately realized what happened. Orochimaru, now in control of Anko's body, smirked and straightened his clothes, ready to escape. But suddenly, he froze, eyes widening as he glanced back to see Peter standing directly behind him, waving. Yo. Just then, Jiraiya, Shizune, and Tsunade arrived, their eyes widening in surprise and alarm. Knowing he couldn't escape, Orochimaru smirked, his voice a sinister hiss. If you kill me again, I'll take this girl with me. I'll even eradicate her soul if I have to, he warned, causing both Tsunade and Jiraiya to tense with worry. Peter, however, didn't look too concerned. He simply sighed and turned to the Sannin beside him. See. This is the guy you two were crying over just a minute ago. Still think I should spare him now? Tsunade and Jiraiya frowned and looked away, no longer having the will to defend their former teammate. That's what I thought. Peter scoffed as he turned his gaze back to Orochimaru, who had somehow pulled out a knife and held it to Anko's throat, making his intentions clear. Peter sighed again. All right, I think this has gone on long enough. With a snap of his fingers, shadowy hands sprang up from the floor, binding Anko's body and preventing Orochimaru from slitting her throat. Peter walked over slowly as Orochimaru frantically shouted, "Stay away. I'll do it. I'll burn her soul into smoke." But Peter didn't listen. He stopped directly in front of Orochimaru, staring him in the eye before pointing a finger at him and uttering, "Avada Kedavra." Anko's eyes widened in horror as a sickly green lightning shot from Peter's finger and struck her, eradicating Orochimaru's soul and causing her body to collapse like a puppet with its strings cut. Jiraiya and Tsunade stood there, stunned and silent, processing the finality of what had just happened. Orochimaru was truly gone this time. Peter turned to them, his expression calm but firm. There, it's done. Now, one of you pick her up, and let's get back to Konoha. We have more pressing matters to attend to. A/N, 2467 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 697, C-696 Allied Shinobi Army arrives. Konoha. The morning sun barely peeked over the horizon, casting long shadows over the Leaf Village. Despite the early hour, the village was alive with activity, a stark contrast to the usual serene mornings. The air buzzed with tension as everyone prepared for the impending attack from the allied forces of Iwagakure, Kimogakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure. Ninja mobilized in every corner, gathering their gear and taking their assigned positions. Teams of shinobi darted across rooftops, relaying messages and coordinating strategies. The village's elite ANBU squads were on high alert, their masked faces revealing nothing of the anxiety they felt. In the heart of the village, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, stood on a high platform overlooking the main square. His presence was a beacon of calm and determination. Clad in his signature white cloak adorned with flames, he exuded an aura of unwavering confidence. His piercing blue eyes scanned the bustling activity below, taking in every detail. Kushina, have you secured the evacuation routes? Minato asked, his voice steady despite the chaos around him. Kushina Uzumaki, his wife, and the village's powerful kunoichi, nodded firmly. Yes, Minato. The civilians are being moved to the underground shelters. Our seals are in place to reinforce the barriers. They'll be safe there. Minato placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Good. And Naruto, he asked. Kushina smiled sadly. Don't worry, he's with Mikoto. She took him and her children to evacuate. Though her heart ached to be with her child, Kushina knew she was one of the strongest ninja in the village. She needed to be here to give them a fighting chance against the incoming army. The battlefield was no place for a newborn, after all. As Minato turned back to the crowd, he saw Kakashi Hatake, his student and one of the village's most skilled jonin, directing a squad of ninja. Kakashi's face was hidden behind his mask as usual, but his visible eye conveyed a seriousness that was rare even for him. Kakashi, Minato called out, beckoning him over. Kakashi jogged up to the platform, his posture straight and ready. Yes, Lord Hokage. Go to the evacuation zone and find Mikoto Uchiha. She has my son with her. Protect him, Minato instructed, noticing the reluctant look on his student's face. Please, Kakashi. I know you want to help, but you and Naruto are all we have left. Please, just look after him for us. Please, Kakashi. Kushina added, guilting him even more. Kakashi hesitantly nodded. Understood. Though Kakashi wanted to stay and fight alongside his sensei, he understood how worried and anxious Minato and Kushina must be without Naruto nearby. As Kakashi left to carry out his orders, Minato turned his attention to the village's gates. He could see Shikaku Nara, the head of the Nara clan and the village's chief strategist, deep in conversation with several other clan leaders. They were discussing battle strategies, their expressions grim but determined. Minato made his way over to them. Shikaku, what's the status of our defenses? Shikaku looked up, his sharp mind already anticipating the Hokage's questions. We've fortified the outer walls and placed seals in strategic locations. We've also set up multiple layers of defense within the village. If the enemy breaches the outer perimeter, they'll be met with heavy resistance. Minato nodded, satisfied with the preparations. Excellent work, Shikaku. We need to be ready for anything. The enemy is strong and well coordinated, but we can't let them overpower us. As Minato continued his rounds, he saw the Yamanaka, Akimichi, Uchiha, Hyuga, and many other clans all preparing for battle. Their members were sharpening weapons, setting up medical stations, and reinforcing barriers. The entire village was united, ready to defend their home at any cost. A sudden hush fell over the crowd as the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, approached. Much of his body was covered in bandages, a testament to the brutal beatdown Kushina had given him. But, despite his injuries, a determined look etched across his face conveyed his unwavering resolve. As Hiruzen walked towards the main platform, Kushina's eyes met his for a brief moment. The tension between them was palpable, a silent conflict that everyone could feel. Kushina's frown deepened before she turned away, refusing to even glance in his direction again. She felt no guilt for his current condition either, nor should she. Hiruzen sighed, his expression filled with a mixture of sadness and resignation. He tore his gaze from Kushina and directed his attention to Minato. With a bow of his head, he addressed the fourth Hokage. Lord Hokage, I report for duty. Gasps of surprise rippled through the crowd. None of them had ever seen the third Hokage bow his head before. The gesture carried weight, signaling the severity of the situation. Minato frowned, concern evident in his eyes. Hiruzen, you should return to the hospital. You won't be any help in your current condition. You need to rest and heal first. But Hiruzen remained steadfast, keeping his head bowed. I am here to assist in the defense of our village. This is my home, and I will not stand idly by while it is threatened. Please, Lord Hokage, accept my help. Minato's frown deepened as he looked at the elder Hokage, feeling his determination. He knew that Hiruzen wouldn't take no for an answer. Fine, he conceded, but you will take a position in the rear lines. Your guidance and experience will be invaluable there. Hiruzen lifted his head, a blend of gratitude and determination in his eyes. Thank you, Minato, he said with a smile, glancing over at Kushina, who still wouldn't meet his gaze. The third Hokage's presence, despite his injuries, seemed to bolster the morale of those around him. The villagers and ninja alike felt a renewed sense of unity and strength. The sight of their former leader, battered but unbroken, was a powerful reminder of the will of fire that burned within each of them. Minato turned back to the gathered ninja, his voice ringing out with authority. Our village stands united. We will defend our home, our families, and our future. Prepare yourselves. This battle will not be easy, but we will stand strong together. A collective cheer rose from the crowd, their voices filled with determination and resolve. The Leaf Village was ready. Soon enough, the army of Konoha took their positions at the village's outer wall, a formidable barrier that stood as the first line of defense against the approaching allied forces. Shinobi of all ranks, from genin to jonin, lined the wall, their eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of the enemy. The tension was palpable, a mix of fear and determination settling over the defenders. Minato stood at the forefront, his gaze steady and unyielding. Beside him were Kushina, Fugaku, the many clan leaders, and other high-level ninja, their faces reflecting a blend of readiness and anticipation. Hiruzen had taken his position as well, directing the rear lines with Shikaku. As they waited, a common thought ran through everyone's mind: where was Peter? The mysterious and powerful ally had proven his strength and was said to be on his way. His presence would undoubtedly turn the tide of the battle in their favor, that is, if he actually shows up. Fugaku glanced at Minato, his expression one of concern. Do you think he'll make it back in time? Minato nodded, though there was a hint of worry in his eyes. I believe he will. We have to trust that he knows the urgency of the situation. Kushina, her gaze trailing off into the distance, added, he'll be here. We just need to hold our ground until then. The defenders of Konoha maintained their vigilance, their eyes fixed on the horizon. The first rays of dawn began to break, casting a golden hue over the landscape. The calm before the storm was almost surreal, a fleeting moment of peace before the impending clash of forces. As the minutes ticked by, the tension grew. The sound of marching footsteps began to echo in the distance, a rhythmic thud that signaled the approach of the allied army. The defenders tensed, their grips tightening on their weapons. Minato raised a hand, signaling his troops to ready themselves. Hold your positions. Stay strong. Less than a minute later, the allied forces of Iwagakure, Kumogakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure appeared on the horizon, a vast sea of shinobi marching in unison, their banners fluttering in the wind. Fugaku, his Sharingan eyes activated, scanned the approaching army. For an allied army, each village sure brought a lot of ninja. They must really want to get rid of us. The Konoha shinobi braced themselves, their resolve unwavering. They were prepared to defend their village, no matter the cost. The allied armies arrived in a formidable display of power. The Kazekage, Raza, stood at the forefront of his Sunagakure troops, his red hair and piercing eyes reflecting the harsh desert sun. Insert picture of Raza here. The Mizukage, Gungetsu Hozuki, with a stern expression, led the Kirigakure forces, their blue and gray uniforms blending seamlessly with the mist they often fought within. Insert picture of Gungetsu Hozuki here. The Raikage, a towering figure of strength and resolve, commanded the Kumogakure army, their presence as imposing as a thunderstorm. Standing beside the Raikage was his younger brother, Killer B, often referred to simply as B. Insert picture of A and B here. Lastly, the Tsuchikage, Anoki, floated above his Iwagakure soldiers, his eyes sharp and calculating. Insert picture of Anoki here. The four Kages gathered at the front of their respective armies, staring up at Minato and the injured Hiruzen who stood at the top of the village's wall. The air was thick with tension as the leaders of the allied forces assessed the situation. They had come here with a singular purpose, to finish off the Leaf Village, weakened by the recent Ninetales attack. Raza, the Kazekage, was the first to speak, his voice carrying across the battlefield. Minato Namikaze, 4th Hokage. It seems Konoha has seen better days. Minato's expression remained stoic as he replied, Kazakage, Mizukage, Reikage, Tsuchikage. What brings you here today? I think you know why we're here. The Mizukage stepped forward, his gaze icy. We heard what happened with the Ninetails, so we came to bring aid to our tree-hugging friends of the Leaf Village. He said, his tone razor-sharp. The Reikage, crossed his massive arms over his chest, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Seeing the state of the third Hokage, I'd say we made the right decision. He looked directly at Hiruzen, who stood beside Minato despite being told to stay back. Feeling tired up there, old man? Hiruzen, despite his injuries, straightened his posture and met the Reikage's gaze with unwavering determination. Do not underestimate the strength of our village. We will defend our home with everything we have. Anoki floated a little higher, his expression one of amused contempt. Your bravado is commendable but foolish. You're outnumbered and weakened. This will be over quickly. Minato's eyes flickered with a hint of concern, but his voice remained firm. We are prepared to defend our village, no matter the odds. You may have come here thinking you would find us broken, but you will find us stronger than ever. The allied Kages exchanged glances, their confidence unshaken. They had expected to find a weakened and vulnerable Konoha, and the sight of the injured Hiruzen confirmed their beliefs. They were ready to launch their assault and crush the Leaf Village once and for all. As both sides stared each other down, a sudden slurping noise drew everyone's attention. The unexpected sound echoed across the tense battlefield, causing all eyes to turn in that direction. There, Peter sat on the wall, casually holding a bowl of ramen as he slurped the noodles like a vacuum. Peter gave them a sheepish look, his mouth full of noodles. Oh, sorry. Did I ruin the moment? He asked, swallowing his food. Just pretend I'm not here. Continue with your taunting and insults. Don't mind me. The allied Kages stared in disbelief as Peter went back to eating his ramen, the slurping sounds continuing unabated. Question mark. A/N, 2053 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 698, C697 Stomping Kages. Police car light insert arrogance gifts/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. Don't mind me. The allied Kages stared in disbelief as Peter went back to eating his ramen, the slurping sounds continuing unabated, question mark. Beside him stood Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shizun, who was holding a sleeping Anko. ZZZ. Is that Lord Orochimaru's student? Whispers filled the Konoha side, noticing the student of the traitor who fled their village. Tsunade crossed her arms and glanced around the village, her expression one of irritation. Why did I have to come back here? I never wanted to return, she grumbled, clearly unhappy as she gestured to Peter. Besides, can he deal with all this? Jiraiya sighed, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. We needed your help, Tsunade. Besides, it's not all bad being back, right? Tsunade shot him a withering look. Speak for yourself, perv. I left for a reason. Shizun, holding Anko gently, looked around at the familiar surroundings, a mixture of nostalgia and concern in her eyes. We're here now, Lady Tsunade. We have to do what we can to protect the village. Peter, still munching on his ramen, glanced down at the gathered armies. Well, this should be interesting. The allied Kages, momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of Peter and his companions, quickly refocused. The Kazakage, Raza, narrowed his eyes. Who is this fool? The Reikage, clenched his fists, his temper flaring. Enough of this nonsense. We came here to crush Konoha, not to watch some idiot eat ramen. Peter raised an eyebrow, his eyes glinting with amusement. Idiot, huh? That's not very nice. He paused mid-bite, pointing his chopsticks at A. Everyone watched in surprise as white energy gathered at the tips of the wood and shot toward him. The Reikage's eyes widened as lightning covered his body, enhancing his speed. But, unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Ugh, he grunted as the energy struck his forehead, sending him flying back into the army behind him, knocking down many of his own soldiers. A. B exclaimed as he rushed over to his brother. The allied army and their leaders turned, beginning to take Peter's presence much more seriously. Slurp, Peter finished off his ramen, drinking the last of the broth before setting the bowl down beside him. Glancing down, he noticed that despite his earlier instructions to ignore him, all eyes remained warily fixed on him. The tension in the air was palpable. Sighing, Peter decided to just get involved. He stood up, brushing off his clothes. All right, seems like I'm the center of attention now. With a casual hop, he jumped down from the wall, landing gracefully in front of the allied armies. His sudden movement caused the assembled forces to tense, their hands gripping weapons and their eyes watching for a possible attack. But Peter simply stood there, calm and unthreatening. The silence stretched for a moment, heavy with anticipation. Then, breaking the tension, B and a slightly injured A leapt out from the crowd, their combined assault aimed directly at Peter. Peter's eyes narrowed as he watched them approach. B's fists were wrapped in a shroud of lightning, his speed blinding as he aimed a punch at Peter's head. At the same time, A charged with his body encased in a cloak of lightning, his fist drawn back for a powerful strike. Just as B's fist was about to connect, Peter sidestepped, his movement a blur. He grabbed B's wrist, twisting it behind his back with a quick, painful motion that forced the Rake's brother to his knees. Arg. B grunted in pain, trying to wriggle free, but Peter's grip was ironclad. A's fist came crashing down next, but Peter released B and spun around, catching A's punch with his open palm. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground, but Peter remained unshaken. Nice try, Peter said, his voice calm. He tightened his grip on A's fist before launching him into the air with a powerful kick to the gut. A's body soared into the sky, crashing into the forest with a thunderous impact. Bro. B shouted, his voice filled with concern for his brother. He tried to stand, but Peter grabbed him by the collar and effortlessly tossed him after A. B's body collided with the trees, the sound of breaking wood echoing through the forest. Peter dusted off his hands, turning his attention back to the assembled armies. Now, where were we? The Allied forces stared in disbelief, their confidence shaken by how easily Peter had dealt with two of their strongest warriors. Minato and the other Konoha ninja watched from the wall, a mixture of awe and relief washing over them. Peter had just demonstrated the level of power that had given them hope. Oh, I remember now. Peter took a step forward, his gaze scanning the ranks of the enemy forces. You all came here thinking Konoha was weakened, that this was the perfect time to strike. But did you ever wonder who fed you that information? Who manipulated you into this? A murmur ran through the Allied armies, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. Peter raised his hand, creating a portal in midair. Allow me to enlighten you. With a wave, he opened several more portals, and from each one, a Zetsu clone dropped to the ground, bound and gagged by glowing eldritch restraints. The clones wriggled and squirmed, their black and white bodies struggling against the bindings. The Kages stared in shock, recognizing the beings that had assisted in organizing this whole operation. Peter waved his hand again, and a final portal opened, this one dragging the original Zetsu out and depositing him at Peter's feet. Alarmed, Zetsu immediately tried to flee, but Peter cast a spell circle with a flick of his wrist, locking Zetsu in place with glowing runes of containment. This, Peter said, pointing at Zetsu, is your true enemy. He and his clones are the ones who fed you lies, manipulated you into attacking Konoha while knowing full well the village wasn't weakened whatsoever. All for his and his master's agenda. The Kages exchanged concerned glances, wondering whether they had actually been played or not. A, limping slightly, stepped forward alongside B, his expression twisted with anger. Even if he misled us, it doesn't matter. We have the combined strength of all the major villages here. Konoha still doesn't stand a chance against us. Gungetsu Hozuki, the Mizukage, nodded in agreement, his gaze icy. Whether we were misled or not, the fact remains that Konoha is vulnerable. Anoki floated a little higher, his expression one of contempt. Our armies are here, ready and willing. We will not turn back now. Seeing the resolve in their eyes, Zetsu laughed, his voice dripping with malice. Fools. Do you really think you can stand against every major village? Peter sighed, casting a spell circle to gag Zetsu, silencing his mocking laughter. Enough of that. If you won't see reason, then I suppose you'll have to learn the hard way. With a wave of his hand, Peter cast a spell circle that swiftly created a barrier, locking the entire Allied army inside and leaving only their Kages outside. Alarmed, the soldiers and their Kages tried to break through the barrier from both sides, but nothing worked. Peter turned to the Kages, his expression serious. Here's what's going to happen. Since I don't feel like creating countless widows and orphans today, we'll settle this between ourselves. You Kages are free to come at me all at once, and when you've learned your lesson, you can turn around and go home in peace. Seeing their wary gazes turn to Minato and the other ninja, Peter added, Don't worry, they won't interfere. Realizing they had no choice, the Kages exchanged glances, their expressions grim. They silently made a battle plan before disappearing in a burst of speed, appearing in a circle around Peter. Peter smirked, his hands casually in his pockets. Alright then, let's see what you've got. As if on cue, Raza, the Kazekage, was the first to strike. He raised his arms, manipulating his gold dust to form massive waves that surged toward Peter. The shimmering particles moved with deadly precision, intending to engulf and crush their target. Peter moved with blinding speed, weaving through the waves of gold dust. His movements were a blur, too fast for the eye to follow. As he dodged and deflected the attacks, his expression remained calm, almost bored. Is that it? Peter taunted, his voice carrying over the battlefield. Next, Gungetsu Hozuki, the Mizukage, stepped forward, summoning a giant water bubble. The sphere grew rapidly, aiming to trap and drown Peter. The water swirled menacingly, reflecting the cold determination in Genjetsu's eyes. Peter watched the water bubble approach, his expression unchanging. Just as it was about to engulf him, he struck it with a wave of energy, causing it to burst and send the Mizukage sprawling. Pathetic. Peter muttered, shaking his head in disappointment. A and B charged together, their bodies crackling with lightning. Their combined speed was incredible, and they aimed powerful punches at Peter from either side. The air around them sizzled with electricity, the sheer force of their attacks creating shock waves. Peter caught their fists midair, stopping their attacks dead in their tracks. "Did you two get weaker?" he asked tauntingly, lifting both A and B off the ground and slamming them into each other with a resounding crash. Ugh! They were sent flying backward, tumbling across the battlefield. Anoki, the Tsuchikage, floated above, his eyes sharp and calculating. He summoned a massive rock golem, directing it to crush Peter. The golem's heavy footsteps shook the ground, and its immense size cast a shadow over the battlefield. Peter jumped onto the golem, running up its massive arm with incredible agility. He reached the golem's head and delivered a powerful punch, shattering it into pieces. Anoki barely had time to react before Peter appeared behind him, sending him crashing into the ground with a swift kick. The Kages regrouped, panting and battered. Their combined efforts had been futile, and Peter stood in the center of the circle, completely unharmed. His expression was one of boredom and mild amusement. "You're going to have to do better than that," Peter taunted, his eyes glinting with confidence. Raza tried again, manipulating his gold dust to form spikes that shot toward Peter. But Peter moved with such speed that he seemed to vanish, reappearing behind Raza and delivering a crushing blow to his back. The Kazekage fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Gungetsu attempted to summon another water attack, but Peter intercepted him, grabbing his arm and twisting it behind his back. With a swift motion, Peter sent him flying into the ground, the impact creating a small crater. A and B, determined to protect their allies, launched themselves at Peter once more. But Peter sidestepped their attacks effortlessly, delivering precise, powerful strikes that left both brothers sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Anoki, refusing to give up, directed his rock golem to attack again. But Peter shattered the golem with a single punch, then grabbed Anoki by the collar and threw him to the ground with bone-jarring force. The battlefield fell silent as the Kages lay beaten and battered, their bodies aching from the relentless assault. Peter stood in the center, completely unscathed, dusting his hands off. "Okay, you can go now." He shooed them off. "I still have to train my new students today, so leave quietly. Don't disturb people." Watching from the wall, Minato, Kushina, and everyone else felt a mixture of relief and awe. Peter had single-handedly dismantled the combined might of the four Kages. But, just as everyone thought it was over, a sudden hush fell over the battlefield. A man in a black cape, appearing to walk with a cane, stood atop the barrier Peter had created to contain the armies. His red eyes glowed ominously under his hood, drawing everyone's attention. "It seems this old man has to step in," the mysterious figure said, his voice carrying an eerie calm. A/N, 2024 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 699, C698 Madara Uchiha. "It seems this old man has to step in," the mysterious figure said, his voice carrying an eerie calm. Peter looked up at the new arrival, his eyes immediately recognizing the red Sharingan. Madara Uchiha, he thought, one of the coolest villains in anime history and his favorite character in Naruto. From the walls, Minato's voice called out, "Who are you?" Madara refused to answer, his piercing gaze locked onto Peter. He could feel his very soul vibrating, an instinctual recognition of Peter's strength. Stronger than Hashirama, he thought, the thought both thrilling and daunting. Minato asked again, his voice louder and more insistent, "Who are you?" Ignoring Minato completely, Madara spoke directly to Peter. "You're strong." Peter responded with a respectful nod. "Coming from someone like you, that's a true compliment." The man tilted his head ever so slightly. "You know who I am." Peter nodded again. "How could I not recognize the great Madara Uchiha? It's truly an honor to meet you." The name sent shockwaves through the crowd. From Konoha's defenders to the allied army and the beaten Kages, everyone was in disbelief. "Madara Uchiha," they echoed, incredulous. "But he died at the hands of the first Hokage." Fugaku Uchiha, standing by Minato, suddenly froze. His eyes went wide with shock as realization struck him. If someone like Danzo could use his Anaji to cheat death, then why wouldn't Madara Uchiha be able to do it? He looked across at Madara and uttered, You used his Anaji, didn't you?" Confusion spread among the ranks. Izanagi was a forbidden technique not widely known, even among the seasoned shinobi. Most of them, including Minato until recently, had no idea what it entailed. Hearing his former clansman's correct guess, Madara chuckled, letting down his hood to reveal his wrinkled face and pure white hair. Yes, he said, his voice dripping with a mixture of amusement and menace. After all, how could I let that idiot Hashirama kill me? Insert picture of Madara Uchiha here. Everyone old enough to recall Madara's appearance, like Inoki and Hiruzen, felt a shiver of fear up their spine. There was no doubt now, it truly was Madara Uchiha. The air grew heavy with tension, the realization sinking in for everyone present. The legend had returned, and the stakes had just been raised to an unimaginable level. Madara's red Sharingan eyes scanned the crowd, seeing the fear in the eyes of everyone around him, before finally settling on Peter. Return Zetsu, he demanded, his voice carrying a cold authority. And bring me Obito Uchiha, who is currently in your custody. Do this, and I will leave you in peace. The weight of his words settled over the gathered forces like a shroud. Although Madara desired to test his strength against Peter, he was in the last years of his life. He much preferred to wait until his plans came to fruition and he was resurrected at peak physical condition. Based on what he felt from Peter, he wasn't sure if he could win if they fought now. Hearing this ultimatum, many people in the allied forces and Konoha seemed interested in agreeing, ready to hand over the prisoners to avoid further conflict. However, Minato and Kushina immediately disagreed. We will not hand over Obito. Minato declared, his voice firm and resolute. Kushina's eyes burned with a fiery intensity. So you're the one who manipulated Obito and turned him into a monster. You're the reason he attacked our village with the 9 tails. You corrupted him. Minato and Kushina's realization hit them like a sledgehammer. It explained everything, why Obito had targeted them, why he had attacked the village, why the once happy and goofy boy they knew had turned so dark. It was all because of Madara. Their anger and hatred were palpable, and in unison, the husband and wife jumped off the wall, launching themselves at Madara with fierce determination. Madara smirked, his eyes narrowing. Brave, but foolish. Unraveling a scroll that unleashed a hail of seal-covered kunai, Minato moved with incredible speed. Using his Flying Thunder God technique, he flickered around Madara, using the multitude of kunai as teleportation points to try and land a blow. Meanwhile, Kushina, her hair flaring out like crimson flames, attacked with her powerful chakra chains, attempting to bind Madara. But Madara was no ordinary opponent. With a flick of his wrist, he countered each of Minato's attacks with ease. His Sharingan eyes tracked Minato's movements effortlessly, predicting and avoiding his strikes even through teleportation. Simultaneously, Madara dodged Kushina's chains with fluid, almost disdainful grace. She screamed in anger, her chains twisting and shooting towards her elderly opponent, but he sidestepped her attack and struck her with a powerful kick that sent her flying back. Ugh! In a swift, decisive movement, Madara caught one of Minato's arms as he tried to come to the rescue of his wife, twisting it painfully, and sending him crashing into the ground. Minato tried to teleport away, but Madara was faster. Madara drew his blade, his eyes glinting with cold malice. You're brave, but you're no match for me, he said, raising his sword to deliver the final blow. Kushina's eyes widened in horror. Minato, no. Just as Madara's blade descended, a hand appeared, catching the blade between 2 fingers. It was Peter. Madara's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't sensed Peter's approach at all. Peter's expression was calm, almost bored. But I am, aren't I? Madara leapt back, putting distance between himself and Peter, his mind racing. I didn't even sense him. Minato and Kushina looked up at Peter, their faces a mixture of relief and awe. Peter had saved Minato's life in the blink of an eye, demonstrating once again his incredible power. Madara's eyes narrowed, re-evaluating his opponent. Peter waved his hand, creating a portal beneath Minato and Kushina, dropping them back onto the village wall. Leave this one to me, he told them, his tone leaving no room for argument. Turning back to Madara, Peter stated, I'm afraid that I won't be giving you Obito or Zetsu. So, what are you going to do about it, old man? The sheer audacity of Peter's words sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. No one dared speak to Madara Uchiha like that. Doing so was a death sentence. Inoki laughed, his voice filled with contempt. You're a dead man walking. I've felt Madara's wrath before. Let's see how long you last. Madara's eyes narrowed, his expression a mix of amusement and irritation. Bold words. But are you prepared for the consequences? Peter smirked excitedly. Oh, I've been waiting for them. He was about to fight the Madara Uchiha. Maybe I can recruit him. Or at the very least turn him into a shadow. Madara's body tensed, his eyes flashing with the power of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Then let's dance. The 2 combatants stood still for a moment, the air around them charged with anticipation. Then, without warning, Madara moved, his speed almost incomprehensible. He closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye, aiming a powerful punch at Peter's face. Peter sidestepped effortlessly, his movements fluid and precise. He countered with a punch of his own, which Madara blocked with his forearm, the impact sending a shockwave through the ground. Madara's eyes glinted with recognition. Fast. Madara jumped back, summoning his chakra. The ground beneath him cracked and splintered as he exhaled a wave of blazing fire, which covered the entire battlefield. Peter waved his hand, creating a shield that protected him and everyone else. "Is that all you've got?" he taunted, his voice calm. Madara's expression darkened. "You haven't seen anything yet." With a burst of chakra, Madara activated his Mangekyo Sharingan abilities. His right eye began to memorize and record Peter's movements and attacks, while his left eye prepared to rewind time if necessary. A/N, his Mangekyo powers were never given a name, so it. Shrug. He dashed forward again, his movements now more calculated. He aimed a series of precise strikes at Peter, each one aimed at a vital point. But Peter dodged them all with ease, his body moving like water. Peter's eyes glinted with amusement. "Nice try, but you'll have to do better than that." Madara's expression twisted with frustration and determination. He focused more chakra into his eyes, trying to find an opening, but there was none. Suddenly, he activated his Susanoo, the massive, ethereal warrior forming around him. The giant ethereal warrior swung its sword at Peter, the blade cutting through the air with deadly force. But Peter raised his hand, catching the blade with his bare hand. The impact sent a shockwave through the ground, but Peter remained unmoved. Madara's eyes widened in shock. "Impossible." Peter smirked. "Nice toy, but it's not going to help you." He swatted the sword away, shattering the Susanoo's arm in the process. Madara stumbled back, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had never encountered someone who could break his Susanoo so effortlessly. "I shouldn't have come here," Madara realized, particularly without his Rinnegan, which he had given to Nagato, a pawn in one of his many schemes. The eyes Madara used now were among the many he and Zetsu had collected over the years for their grand schemes. Sadly, even with Hashirama's DNA coursing through his veins, these eyes couldn't unlock the Rinnegan. He would need to retrieve his eyes from Nagato, which was easier said than done in this situation. Peter moved forward, his speed blinding. He struck Madara with a series of powerful punches and kicks, each one landing with devastating force. "Is this it?" Peter asked, disappointment evident in his voice. "I thought you'd be stronger." It made sense, though. Peter was used to seeing the Bada*S version of Madara from the Fourth Ninja War, not this old and dying version. Madara tried to use his Mangekyo Sharingan to rewind time and negate the attacks, but Peter's relentless assault was too overwhelming. He would negate one attack only for two more to take its place, leaving him helpless and unable to counter. In the end, Madara's body was battered and bruised, his movements growing sluggish. He activated his time rewinding ability, but Peter was so much stronger that it didn't matter. Peter adjusted with ease, effortlessly sensing the shifts in time. "That's a good ability you have, but unfortunately, it won't work on me." After all, Peter has used and studied the Time Stone, a crystallization of time itself. Madara's ability may be impressive, but compared to what Peter could do, it's insignificant. With a final, powerful punch, Peter sent Madara crashing into the ground. The impact created a massive crater, dust and debris filling the air. Peter stood over Madara, his expression calm and composed. "Looks like our dance is over." Madara struggled to get up, his body aching with pain. He looked up at Peter, his eyes filled with a mix of rage and respect. You're stronger than I anticipated." "Yeah, well, you kinda never had a chance to begin with." Peter shrugged as he looked down at Madara, a smirk playing on his lips. "Hey, do you want to get some ramen after this?" The question hung in the air, shocking and confusing everyone. No one could believe Peter's casual demeanor in the face of such a dangerous opponent. Madara's eyes narrowed slightly, his confusion evident. But before he could answer, a small, furious figure burst from the nearby trees. Kurama, still stuck in his small puppy size thanks to Peter's magic, appeared, his eyes filled with hatred for Madara. Exclamation point. He had watched the fight from a nearby tree, relishing every second of the beatdown Peter had given his greatest enemy, Madara Uchiha. But when he saw that Peter wasn't finishing Madara off and instead invited him out to eat, Kurama couldn't take it anymore. "Die!" Kurama barked, charging up a small Bijudama in his tiny form. With a fierce growl, he fired it directly at Madara, the concentrated ball of chakra hurtling through the air with deadly precision. Madara's eyes widened, unable to move in time. A/N, 2030 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 700, C699 Ichiraku Ramen. Police car light insert dance gif /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. As the tiny Kurama fired his Bijudama, Madara's eyes widened as he felt his death approaching. But he knew he couldn't die. At least not yet. After all, he had so many plans that needed preparation, not to mention his biggest pawn, Obito, was currently captured and being held somewhere in the Leaf Village. But sadly, he couldn't move. His old body had been beaten and battered thoroughly by Peter, leaving him helpless as the ominous chakra attack closed in. Just as Madara was about to accept his fate as a failure and meet his old friend Hashirama in the afterlife, a figure appeared before him. It bent down, reaching out with 2 fingers, and casually plucked the Bijudama out of the air. Question mark. Madara looked up to see Peter holding the powerful and potent Bijudama between his fingers as if it were a child's toy ball. The surrounding ninja reacted in shock and surprise. They knew Peter was strong, but they never expected him to be able to do that. Impossible. Anoki muttered, his eyes wide with disbelief. He caught a Bijudama with his bare hands. Hiruzen, despite his injuries, managed to stand, his gaze fixed on Peter. Just how strong is he? Peter, who had just caught the most deadly attack that all tailed beasts could muster, an attack that all humans have feared for hundreds and hundreds of years, casually tossed the ball of chakra aside. The Bijudama flew into the nearby forest, and seconds later, it exploded in a huge bright flash followed by a shockwave that rustled the nearby trees as well as everyone's clothing and hair. The explosion's light illuminated the stunned faces of the ninja from Konoha and the allied forces. The sheer power of the explosion was a stark reminder of the danger that had just been neutralized with such ease. Peter turned to Madara, who lay on the ground, battered and beaten. "You should be more careful," he said, his tone light but carrying a hint of warning. "You almost got killed." Madara, still in shock from his near-death experience, managed to find his voice. Why did you save me?" Peter smirked. "Because I invited you to lunch. You can't die. At least not until we've eaten." Kurama, still in his small puppy form, growled in frustration. "Why didn't you let me finish him?" Peter glanced down at Kurama, his expression softening slightly. "Because I wasn't done with him yet," he said, his eyes narrowing to convey his displeasure with the little fox's actions. Gritting his teeth, Kurama's fur bristled, though he refrained from attacking, knowing Peter would just stop him. "When will you be done with him?" he asked in frustration. Peter scratched his chin and shrugged. "I'm not sure. I have to talk to him first. And after that talk?" Kurama pressed. "I'll decide whether he lives or dies," Peter stated plainly. Madara's eyes narrowed as he realized the situation. He was at Peter's mercy, and for the first time in a long while, he felt a glimmer of uncertainty. This man was unlike anyone he had ever faced before. Kurama fell silent for a moment before asking, "If you do decide to kill him, can I do it?" This mangy fox. Madara couldn't help but silently curse Kurama. "Sure," Peter answered quickly, as he didn't care either way. The surrounding ninja, both from Konoha and the allied forces, watched in a mix of awe and apprehension. They had come expecting a battle to the death, but what they witnessed was something far beyond their understanding. Minato stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Peter. "What do you plan to do with him?" he asked, his voice carrying the weight of the village's concern. Peter looked back at Minato, a thoughtful expression on his face. "I haven't decided yet." Minato appeared apprehensive, remaining silent. Noticing Minato's unease, Peter patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry so much. He won't be causing any trouble with me around." "All right." Minato seemed to calm down, though still a bit nervous. "Anyway, while I'm dealing with him, why don't you finish things up here?" Peter gestured to the surrounding ninja. "Send them home immediately if you want. But if you want some advice from me, hold a meeting with the other village leaders and try to use this as an opportunity for lasting peace. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to turn this crisis into a chance for growth and change." Minato turned quiet, his mind racing with Peter's advice. "Oh," Peter muttered, realizing he had forgotten something. "And have villagers return now that it's safe. I need Ichiraku to make our lunch." With a wave of his hand, Peter summoned a series of magical chains that wrapped around Madara, binding him tightly. The chains glowed with a mystical energy, ensuring that even Madara's formidable strength and abilities wouldn't be enough to break free. "Now," Peter said, turning back to Madara. "We have a lot to discuss." With that, he effortlessly lifted Madara, carrying the bound Uchiha as if he weighed nothing. "Hey! Where are you taking me?" Madara demanded. "I already told you," Peter replied, rolling his eyes. "We're getting some ramen." As they entered the village, Minato flared his chakra, summoning a team of masked Dumbu who kneeled before him. "Follow them at a safe distance and report back to me," he ordered, his worry getting the best of him. The masked ninja vanished in swirls of leaves, departing to fulfill their Hokage's orders. Turning around, Minato eyed the allied army and the Kages who had led them there, Peter's words replaying in his mind. The battle he had expected had turned into something entirely different. "What are you looking at?" Anoki exclaimed gruffly. Sighing, Minato gestured toward the village. "Would you and the other Kages like to talk inside the village?" All 4 enemy Kages' eyes widened, wondering if this was some sort of trap. Peter walked the empty streets of Konoha, carrying the bound Uchiha as if he were a duffel bag. The Umbu ninja followed at a distance, their minds racing with questions and possibilities. As they moved, the few villagers, who had been unwilling to evacuate and leave their homes behind, began to peek out from their shelters, curiosity and apprehension evident on their faces. Soon enough, Peter arrived at Ichiraku Ramen, the famous ramen stall that had always been a haven for Naruto in the show. He unceremoniously dropped Madara onto the street and waved his hand, the magical chains disappearing. Ugh. The old Uchiha grunted, glaring up at Peter. But before Madara could react, Peter placed a hand on his shoulder, healing him with a soft glow of magic. Madara's eyes widened in awe, dumbfounded by how good his body felt. Years of old injuries, experimentation, and the wear and tear of age had plagued him, but now he felt rejuvenated. Though still very old, the aches and pains that had been his constant companions were significantly reduced. Breaking from his blissful shock, Madara watched as Peter took a seat at the Ichiraku stall and patted the seat beside him. "Have a seat," Peter said, his tone friendly. A silent war raged inside Madara's head as he stared at Peter's unguarded back. The urge to attack, to regain his honor and power, was incredibly strong. But after a moment's thought, he realized the futility of it. Peter had healed him with a wave of his hand and caught a Bijudama as if it were a toy ball. Madara didn't stand a chance, as much as he hated to admit it. Reluctantly, Madara took a seat beside Peter. "What do you want from me?" he asked, his voice wary. Peter smiled. "Nothing at the moment. But I may have an offer for you later, depending on how everything goes, of course. For now, why don't we just have a meal together? I'd like to get to know you." Madara watched Peter suspiciously for a moment, then looked around at the empty stall. "I don't think we'll be getting any food here." Peter's smile widened. "Just give it a minute. They'll be here soon." As if on cue, the citizens of Konoha began to return to the village, their initial fear giving way to cautious curiosity. Among them was Tucci, the owner of Ichiraku Ramen, accompanied by his daughter Ayam. They approached the stall, their expressions a mix of surprise and confusion at seeing Peter and Madara sitting there. "Peter?" Tucci asked, his voice tentative. "Is everything all right?" Peter nodded, his smile reassuring. "Everything's fine, Tucci. We're just waiting for some ramen." As a visiting tourist in this universe, Peter has eaten at Ichiraku twice already and is even on a first-name basis with the owner. Tucci glanced at Madara, not recognizing him. "All right then," he said, more than willing to cook for some hungry customers. "What will it be?" Peter turned to Madara. "What do you want?" Madara, still trying to process the surreal situation, managed to reply. "I haven't had ramen in decades." "You choose." Peter nodded. "2 bowls of your best, Tucci." As Tucci and Ayam began to prepare the ramen, some of the ninja from earlier slowly gathered around, their curiosity overcoming their fear. They watched in awe as Peter and Madara sat together, the atmosphere surprisingly calm despite the tension. Madara remained silent, his mind racing with thoughts and questions. He glanced at Peter, still trying to understand this enigmatic figure who had so effortlessly defeated him and now wanted to share a meal. As the aroma of freshly cooked ramen filled the air, the tension in the village began to dissipate. The sight of Peter and Madara, 2 powerful figures, sitting together at Ichiraku Ramen, brought a strange sense of normalcy back to the surrounding ninja, who had thought they'd be fighting a bloody and vicious war today. As 2 steaming bowls of ramen were placed in front of them, Peter and Madara began to eat. Madara took his first taste, and his eyes widened slightly. The flavors danced on his tongue, a small, almost unnoticeable smile forming on his lips. Peter noticed the reaction and grinned. "Good, isn't it?" Madara nodded, savoring another bite. "It's been a long time since I've had something this good." Peter was about to ask Madara something when suddenly, the sound of running footsteps caught his attention. 2 young boys, who had just returned from the evacuation, came rushing over, calling out to Peter. "Teacher!" Itachi called out, his face expressionless despite his quick pace. "Sensei!" Shursue echoed, his enthusiasm on full display, unlike Itachi. The surrounding ninjas' eyes widened, fearing what might happen should the 2 kids interrupt a meeting between these 2 powerful beings. But to their surprise, Peter simply smiled at the kids, turning in his chair to greet them. "Hey, you 2. What's up? Are we still training today?" Shursue asked, his eyes shining with eagerness. Peter nodded, his smile widening. "Yeah, but we'll have to do it later. I'm a bit busy right now." Madara watched the interaction with intrigue, realizing that the two boys before him who called Peter their teacher were from his clan. Watching them interact, he felt a surprising pang of jealousy. These boys had the chance to learn from a monster like Peter. No doubt, they would grow up to be very powerful, perhaps even surpassing him. But his thoughts were interrupted when Itachi, his curiosity piqued, pointed at Madara and asked innocently, "Who's this?" Peter smirked, glancing at Madara. "Oh, you mean this old man?" Madara's brow twitched in irritation. "This is my new friend, Madara Uchiha." The word sent a shockwave through the immediate area. Itachi and Shirsue's eyes widened in awe and disbelief. Tucci and Ayam, who were working in the stall, froze as they heard that name. The same reaction rippled through some of the nearby citizens who were simply walking by, unaware of the situation. A/N, 2007 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 701, C700 Talk with Madara. This is my new friend, Madara Uchiha. The word sent a shockwave through the immediate area. Itachi and Shirsue's eyes widened in awe and disbelief. Tucci and Ayam, who were working in the stall, froze as they heard that name. The same reaction rippled through some of the nearby citizens who were simply walking by, unaware of the situation. Both Itachi and Shirsue scrutinized Madara for a moment before turning back to Peter. "That isn't Madara Uchiha," Shirsue declared confidently. "Yeah, it can't be," Itachi added, his tone calm but firm. "Madara Uchiha is dead. We're from the Uchiha clan. We should know about our own ancestor." They both looked at Peter with concern. "Are you getting scammed by some old conman, teacher?" Shirsue asked, tilting his head. Hearing his descendants call him a conman, Madara felt a strong urge to beat the two kids in front of him. His hands twitched slightly, but he knew better than to act with Peter there. The nearby civilians, overhearing the exchange, began to murmur amongst themselves. "That's supposed to be Madara Uchiha. He looks like an old beggar," one whispered. "He must be joking," another chuckled. "Or maybe he's gone crazy." A few even laughed openly, pointing at Peter. What a ridiculous claim. Madara Uchiha has been dead for ages. Peter didn't blame these people for doubting him. After all, to the world, Madara Uchiha had been dead for a very long time. Many of them didn't even know what Madara looked like. Of course, the surrounding ninja, who had come to watch, saw the scene unfolding and immediately got to work dispersing the crowd. They were fearful that these idiotic civilians would get themselves killed by unknowingly angering two very powerful beings. "Move along, everyone," a jonin ordered, waving his hands. "There's nothing to see here. This isn't a spectacle," another added sternly. "Go back to your homes." The crowd began to disperse reluctantly, their curiosity unsatisfied. The whispers gradually faded as the civilians returned to their daily routines, leaving Peter, Madara, and the two young Uchiha alone at the ramen stall. Madara glanced at the departing civilians, a hint of sadness in his eyes. "It seems the village has truly forgotten me." Itachi and Shirsue exchanged confused glances, still struggling to process the situation. Peter turned back to them with a reassuring smile. "Don't worry about it, you two. Let's focus on your training later." The two young Uchiha nodded, still puzzled but trusting their teacher. They moved to sit at a nearby table, keeping a close eye on Peter and Madara. Glancing at Madara, Itachi mutters, "He does kinda look like him though." "Itachi," Shirsue whispered, leaning closer to his friend. "You don't really think that's Madara Uchiha, do you?" Itachi, his expression thoughtful, glanced over at Madara. "I don't know. At first, I thought he was just a scammer, like you said. But the more I look at him..." He paused for a moment, in thought. "You know, he kinda resembles the images I've seen of Madara in my family's library. He just looks older and his hair is white." Shirsue scoffed, crossing his arms. "Yeah, right. He's just some old scammer trying to pull one over on our new teacher. There's no way he could be the legendary Madara Uchiha." As Shirsue spoke, he glanced disdainfully at Madara, who seemed to hear their conversation despite the distance. Madara turned his head ever so slightly, his eyes flashing red with the Sharingan. Both Itachi and Shirsue froze, their eyes widening in shock and fear. The unmistakable red glow of the Sharingan sent a chill down their spines, dispelling any remaining doubts they had about the old man's identity. It really is him," Itachi murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Seeing Madara scare his students, Peter rolled his eyes and said, "Stop scaring the kids. Aren't you supposed to be the great and mighty Madara Uchiha? Why get mad at some innocent children?" Madara scoffed, turning away from the cowering boys and back to Peter. "What now?" he asked, his tone impatient. Peter raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" You said you wanted to get to know me so that you can decide what to do with me. We've eaten together as you wanted, so what now? Madara's voice was edged with frustration. Peter thought for a moment, then shrugged. I don't know. Madara's eyes widened in surprise. Well, this was your idea, so figure it out. Unlike you, I don't have much time left on this earth, and I would rather not waste it in this godforsaken village. Peter tilted his head, curiosity piqued. Why do you hate the Leaf Village so much? He asked, receiving a reluctant and annoyed look in return. Look, the faster you explain, the faster I can make my decision. Madara sighed, knowing he wouldn't be able to leave unless he gave an answer. Fine. When the Leaf Village was just a concept, I was willing to join forces with the Senju and Hashirama. Despite the many wars fought between our clans, we became friends, sharing a common dream of a shinobi village. We built this village together and brought our clans together through our strength alone. He paused, his eyes reflecting a mixture of nostalgia and bitterness. But things began to fall apart with Hashirama's plan to install me as the first Hokage. Despite how we ended things, that idiot Hashirama was a true friend, believing in me even though he was more loved by the people. He wanted me to lead the village. But his brother, Tobirama, had other plans. Madara's voice grew increasingly aggrieved as he continued. Tobirama incited the villagers and the other clans that joined us to support Hashirama instead, manipulating them into rejecting me. Despite Hashirama's unwillingness to lead and support for me, somehow, I never stood a chance. The people refused to follow me, swayed by Tobirama's words and Hashirama's popularity. He clenched his fists, the memories clearly still painful. But I let it go, thinking that the creation of the village was more important and that Hashirama's leadership would be beneficial. Madara's gaze turned distant as he recalled the past. As the years went by, the village prospered, but I began to see the discrimination against the Uchiha. Unlike the Senju, we weren't known for making friends. We relied on our strength, the power of the Sharingan. This made us proud, but it also made others view us as arrogant. And I admit, some of us were arrogant, but I was doing my best to fix that. I hoped that joining hands under one banner and living together would change things, but it didn't. He looked at Peter, his eyes burning with a mixture of anger and sorrow. Our past reputation haunted us. The Uchiha were excluded from high-level positions, treated as adversaries rather than partners. The other clans and even the civilians looked at us with suspicion and envy. They saw us as an internal threat rather than allies. Madara's voice grew colder. I sensed danger in this and warned my clan, but they didn't believe me. They thought I was just bitter about losing the Hokage position. He paused, his hands tightening into fists. From that day, I was treated as an outcast, even by my own clan. Soon enough, I began to grow resentful, even towards Hashirama. I asked myself things like, why did they choose to follow him over me? Or, why isn't he doing anything about this? His expression darkened. These feelings and thoughts festered until I couldn't take it anymore. I declared war against Hashirama and became a rogue ninja. I no longer cared about the Uchiha clan. I took the Nine Tails to challenge Hashirama, and we fought in the Valley of the End. Madara's voice was filled with bitterness and a sense of betrayal. This village turned against me, treating me like an enemy. They forgot everything we built together and everything I did for them. That's why I hate this place, and that's why I can never forgive them. Peter listened quietly, absorbing Madara's words. He could see the pain and betrayal etched into every line of Madara's face. For the first time, he understood the depth of Madara's hatred and the reasons behind his actions. It's not easy to let go of betrayal, Peter said softly, his eyes meeting Madara's. But it doesn't have to define you. Madara scoffed, turning his gaze away. Spare me your platitudes. The village will never change. They will always fear and distrust those they cannot control. Even today, they still ostracize the Uchiha. Peter leaned back in his chair, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Maybe you're right, he said, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. But what if, just maybe, there's a chance for something new? What if you could leave your past grudges behind and start over again? Madara raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. What do you mean by that? I want to recruit you, Peter said bluntly. Madara scoffed, a dry laugh escaping his lips. Recruit me, a dying man. I won't live past the next few months, you know. Why waste your time? Besides, I'm not much of a follower. Peter smirked. What if I help you with your plans? Madara's interest was immediately piqued, though confusion clouded his features. How do you know about my plans? Or that I have any to begin with? Peter shrugged nonchalantly. Of course, you have plans. You kidnapped Obito for whatever reason and you have that plant thing skulking around everywhere. He looked Madara in the eyes, his expression serious. Simply tell me your end goal, and I'll get it done. Once it's finished, you can let go of your past, start over, and work for me. How does that sound? Madara's eyes narrowed, suspicion mingling with temptation. Even if I wanted to, this doesn't change the fact that I won't live past the next few months. Peter waved his hand dismissively. That's easy. I'll just make you young again. Madara's eyes widened in shock. Why, you can do that? Peter nodded. Yeah, it's easy. Just tell me your end goal, and I'll get it done. Then you can join me, and I'll make you young again. After all, I can't have my newest recruit dying of old age right after he joins me. Madara fell silent, the weight of Peter's offer settling over him. He had spent so long chasing his dream, fighting against the world, that the idea of starting over seemed almost impossible. Yet the allure of a second chance, of seeing his plans come to fruition, was too tempting to ignore. After a moment, Madara made up his mind. My goal is to create a lasting peace for this world. I want to free the world from pain and suffering. Peter smirked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I don't believe a truly peaceful world is possible, but I think I can create something pretty damn close, as long as you're willing to follow my lead. Can you do that? Madara hesitated. I already have a plan in motion. He revealed. Peter shrugged. Plans change. If you want my help, which is invaluable, you'll need to follow my lead and adapt to my methods. Besides, I'm pretty sure your plans have already failed. I have a Beto, that plant thing, and you. How can you expect to complete your plans like this? Aren't you dying soon? Madara turned silent and studied Peter for a long moment, his eyes narrowing as he weighed the options. Finally, he let out a slow breath and nodded. You make a compelling argument, Madara admitted, his voice tinged with reluctant respect. Perhaps my plans do need to adapt if we are to succeed. Very well, I'll follow your lead. Good, Peter smirked victoriously. Now, tell me all about your plans so far. A/N, 2000 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 702, C701 Madara's idiocy. Police car light insert more on gifs/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. After listening intently to Madara's detailed explanation of the Eye of the Moon plan, Peter leaned back in his chair, a look of mild amusement on his face. Wow, Peter says, his tone carrying a hint of sarcasm. What a wonderfully idiotic and convoluted plan. Madara's eyes narrow dangerously. Excuse me. Peter continues, unperturbed by the edge in Madara's voice. I mean, just think about it. You're basing the entire future of the world on a plan filled with holes and reliant on sheer dumb luck. Let's go over this, shall we? Madara, feeling a rare sting of offense, listens as Peter recounts his plan, listing the glaring flaws with each step. First off, Peter begins, ticking off his fingers, you fake your death and somehow manage to get your hands on a piece of Hashirama's flesh, which, by some miracle, you integrate into your body. Then you wait, what, decades? All while banking on the hope that you might awaken the Rinnegan just before you croak. And, surprise, surprise, it works. But barely. Madara's expression darkens, but Peter presses on. Then you implant your Rinnegan into some kid, Nagato, because, what? You thought it was a good idea to entrust your world-changing plan to a child. A kid who, by the way, you've never even met before. Peter shakes his head, disbelief clear in his voice. You did this because you needed Nagato to eventually revive you, but why not give the Rinnegan to Obito? He's an Uchiha, isn't he? Wouldn't that mean he'd have an easier time using your eyes? He paused, an incredulous expression on his face. You had him in the palm of your hand, completely broken and obedient, and yet you chose some random orphan instead. Makes no sense. Madara's jaw tightens, but Peter doesn't give him a chance to respond. And let's talk about Obito. You're banking on him staying on course, following your every word, once you're dead. Do you really think a kid who watched his childhood love die in front of him is the most stable person to trust with your grand plan? And what if he decided to do something else? Or what if he, like most traumatized kids, just shut down completely? Peter's voice grows more incredulous as he continues. And then there's this whole infinite Tsukimi thing. Trapping the entire world in a dream. Really? You think that's peace? That's not peace, Madara. That's a delusion. You're essentially forcing everyone into a coma, robbing them of their free will until the day they die of old age, and calling it salvation. How does that fix anything? Madara's eyes flicker with frustration, but Peter keeps going, not giving him an inch. And what's your end goal here? To sit around as some sort of god while everyone else is trapped in their dream worlds. And then what? You eventually die, and the world falls apart again, maybe even worse than before. Congratulations, you've successfully delayed the inevitable for what, a few decades. Peter finally pauses, leaning forward, his eyes locked onto Madara's. And let's not forget the biggest problem with your plan, the stone tablet. How do you know that thing wasn't feeding you lies? You've built your entire strategy on something you found carved into a rock. Did it ever occur to you that the information might be false? Or that someone, somewhere, manipulated that tablet for their own gain? Madara, who had been silent up until now, grits his teeth, anger bubbling beneath the surface. You think you're so clever, don't you? Mocking a plan that you barely understand. Peter shrugs, unimpressed by Madara's indignation. Oh, I understand it just fine. It's you who didn't see the flaws because you were so blinded by your own pride and desperation. You were so consumed with the idea of being the world's savior that you didn't stop to think if any of it made sense. Madara's hand clenches into a fist, but he remains silent, knowing that Peter is right. The flaws in his plan, laid out so plainly, leave him floored. For the first time, he sees the carelessness in his actions, the risks he took that could have easily led to failure. Peter, sensing Madara's turmoil, leans back in his chair again, his tone softening slightly. Look, I'm not saying your intentions were bad. You wanted peace. You wanted to end the cycle of pain and suffering. But the way you went about it. It was flawed from the start. Madara looks away, the weight of Peter's words pressing down on him. His entire life's work, his grand plan, was being dismantled before his eyes. He had never considered the possibility that he could be wrong, that his strategy had been fundamentally flawed from the beginning. Peter watches him carefully, giving him a moment to process. So, Peter finally says, breaking the silence, what are you going to do now? Madara remains quiet, the anger in his eyes slowly giving way to a resigned acceptance. He had no answer, no defense for the points Peter made. His plan, the one he had spent the latter half of his life building, was crumbling, and for the first time, he didn't know what to do. Peter, seeing the conflict in Madara's eyes, offers a small smile. You can still achieve peace, Madara. But maybe it's time to reconsider how you go about it. Madara glances back at Peter, the intensity in his gaze tempered by a newfound respect. Perhaps you're right, he admits, his voice low but firm. But I can't just abandon everything I've worked for. I'm not asking you to, Peter replies calmly. I'm asking you to adapt, to think bigger, to work with me instead of against the world. Together, we can come up with something that actually works. Madara nods slowly, the gears in his mind turning as he considers Peter's words. It's a bitter pill to swallow, realizing that everything he's done might have been for nothing, but he knows deep down that Peter is offering him a way forward. For the first time in a long while, Madara feels the stirrings of hope, tempered by the knowledge that he has much to atone for. Very well, Madara finally says, his voice almost pleading. What should we do? Well, Peter said, stretching his arms casually, if you're serious about changing things, there's no time like the present. Let's start the beginnings of world peace today. Madara raised an eyebrow, curious yet skeptical. And how exactly do you plan to do that? Peter grinned, motioning for Madara to follow him. We've got a meeting to crash. Without further explanation, Peter began walking toward the Hokage Tower, his stride confident. Madara hesitated for only a moment before getting up and following Peter, his curiosity piqued. He couldn't help but wonder what Peter had in mind and how this man intended to begin creating peace so soon. As the two walked off, Tucci and Ayam, still behind the counter of their ramen stall, exchanged glances. Little Ayam's wide eyes followed the pair as they disappeared down the street. Dad, Ayam whispered, her voice tinged with both awe and fear, was that really Madara Uchiha? Tucci, who had lived long enough to know the significance of that name, nodded slowly, still somewhat in disbelief. I think so, but if it is, it's a miracle we're still standing here, Ayam. The weight of the situation began to settle over the two, realizing just how significant the events unfolding before them truly were. Meanwhile, Peter and Madara continued their walk toward the Hokage Tower. The streets of Konoha were still relatively quiet as the village recovered from the earlier chaos, though a few villagers glanced at the pair with curious eyes, none daring to approach them. Peter, sensing movement behind them, glanced back and noticed both Itachi and Shisui following at a distance, their eyes filled with a mixture of curiosity and determination. They had tried to remain unnoticed, but their intentions were clear. Peter stopped in his tracks, turning fully to face them. Itachi, Shisui, he called out, his tone firm but not unkind. Go wait for me back at the Uchiha district. I'll be there to train you soon. The two boys froze, realizing they had been caught. Itachi glanced at Shisui, who shrugged, and the two reluctantly nodded in agreement. They cast wary glances at Madara, still uncertain about the man's true identity, before turning and heading back in the direction of the Uchiha district. Madara watched the exchange, a small smirk playing on his lips. They're persistent, he remarked. Peter chuckled. They're good kids, just a bit too curious for their own good. Madara said nothing in response but continued walking beside Peter, his mind still racing with thoughts of what lay ahead. He could sense the shift in his fate, the new path opening up before him, and for the first time in many years, Madara felt a glimmer of hope that things could be different. As Peter and Madara approached the Hokage Tower, the two guards stationed at the entrance stood stiffly, their hands instinctively tightening on their weapons. But when the guards saw who was approaching, their resolve quickly melted away. They exchanged nervous glances, knowing full well who Peter was, the hero who had beaten the Nine Tails. As for the older man walking beside him, they knew exactly who he was, having witnessed his arrival just outside the village. Madara Uchiha. They thought, a mixture of awe and fear gripping them as they felt the overwhelming aura of power radiating from him. So, despite their training and orders, the guards stepped aside without a word, allowing Peter and Madara to pass unhindered. Madara noticed this, a smirk forming on his lips as he enjoyed the feeling of fear and respect that still followed him, even after all these years. The same pattern repeated itself as they entered the Hokage Tower. People who might have normally stopped or questioned them chose to look the other way, pretending they didn't see the two men walking through the corridors. Some hurriedly ducked into side rooms, and others simply froze in place, eyes wide with uncertainty. Finally, they reached the Hokage's office. A young, nervous secretary sat at a desk outside the door, her hands trembling as she worked. She looked up as the door to the office opened, and her eyes widened in fear when she saw Peter and Madara approaching. "Wait. You can't go in there," she stammered, standing up quickly, trying to fulfill her duty despite her fear. Peter barely glanced at her as he continued forward. "It's all right," he said, his voice calm and reassuring but with a finality that left no room for argument. "They won't mind." The secretary's mouth opened and closed as if she wanted to protest, but she found herself unable to form the words. Instead, she watched helplessly as Peter and Madara ignored her and pushed open the doors to the Hokage's office. Inside, the room was filled with tension. The Kage summit that Minato had hastily arranged in the wake of the earlier events was already in progress. At the head of the room sat Minato, the fourth Hokage, with his predecessor, the still injured Hiruzen, standing beside him. Across from them were the other Kages, Raza, the Kazekage, Gungetsu Hozuki, the Mizukage, A, the Raikage, along with his brother B, and Inoki, the Tsuchikage. All of them looked up sharply as the doors swung open. "I thought we told them not to allow anyone inside," Hiruzen began, his voice stern but trailing off as he recognized who it was. His eyes widened in shock as he saw Peter and Madara walk into the room. Peter smiled warmly as he looked around at the assembled leaders. "Sorry to interrupt," he said, his tone polite yet carrying a confidence that made it clear he wasn't really apologizing. "But we'd like to join the peace talks." A/N, 2013 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 703, C702 Peace. As Peter announced that they would like to join the peace talks, the realization dawned on everyone present, Peter wasn't asking for permission. He was declaring it. The assembled Kage understood immediately that they had no choice in the matter. With Peter and Madara seated at the table, the balance of power in the room had shifted dramatically. Both of them were the strongest individuals there, likely the strongest in the entire ninja world. After all, might makes right, and right now, Peter and Madara held all the cards. Minato nodded in acknowledgement of Peter's declaration and tapped his fingers on the desk, a subtle signal. Tap tap. In response, the Umbu, who had been silently observing, materialized out of nowhere with 2 additional chairs, placing them at the table before disappearing again. Peter casually took his seat at the head of the table, across from Minato, a slight, confident smile playing on his lips. Madara followed suit, sitting beside him, his expression unreadable but his presence undeniably imposing. After settling in, Peter spoke. "The reason we're here is simple. We want to bring the ninja world to lasting peace." The room fell into a stunned silence at Peter's statement. The Kage exchanged glances, each processing the weight of his words. Inoki, the Tsuchikage, broke the silence with a dry, cynical laugh. "Peace." Inoki scoffed, his voice dripping with skepticism. "Lasting peace. Impossible." Madara's eyes narrowed at Inoki's dismissal, his gaze icy and intense, causing the small, elderly Kage to feel an uncomfortable chill run down his spine. The room tensed, the unspoken threat in Madara's glare palpable. But Peter remained calm, seemingly unperturbed by Inoki's reaction. He met Inoki's gaze evenly. "Why don't you think it's possible, Inoki? Can't you all act like grown men and put the past behind you? Why hold on to grudges when countless lives could be spared?" Inoki snorted, crossing his arms over his chest. "Grudges? You think this is about grudges?" He shook his head, a bitter smile forming on his lips. "You have no idea what you're talking about. The wars aren't just about old rivalries or petty grudges, though those certainly play a part. The real reason is much more pragmatic: resources. The other Kage nodded slightly in agreement, their expressions grim as Inoki continued. Look around this room, Inoki said, gesturing first to Raza, the Kazekage. Sand, he stated flatly, his voice heavy with the weight of long-standing difficulties. The land of wind is nothing but endless deserts. No fertile land, scarce water. The people there struggle just to survive. Raza, who had been quietly listening, gave a solemn nod, his eyes reflecting the harsh reality Inoki described. Inoki then pointed at the Raikage. Mountains. The land of lightning is rugged, inhospitable terrain. Their people are isolated, the land difficult to cultivate. They have some resources, but nowhere near enough to support a healthy population without difficulty. A's expression remained stern, but there was a faint flicker of agreement in his eyes. Next, Inoki gestured toward Gungetsu Hozuki, the Mizukage. Muddy and rain. The land of water is plagued by constant storms and dense fog. Agriculture is a challenge, and the terrain is treacherous. The people of the hidden mist face not only external threats but also the very land they live on. Gungetsu nodded slightly, his expression as impassive as ever, but his silence spoke volumes. Finally, Inoki pointed to himself. And stone. The land of earth is barren, rocky, and infertile. Farming is nearly impossible, and resources are scarce. My people work hard, but it's never enough. We are forced to fight for what little we can get because, without it, our people starve. Inoki's voice grew more intense as he continued. All of us have our own predicaments. But Konoha. You occupy the best land in the world. Lush forests, fertile soil, abundant water, everything you could possibly need. But of course, you would never give any of it away. So, we have to fight for it. We have no choice. If we don't, our people suffer, starve, and die. Our wars are about survival, not just old grudges. The other Kage nodded in agreement, their faces grim. Even the Raikage, who was known for his fiery temper, seemed subdued by the harsh reality Inoki laid out. Peter listened intently, his expression thoughtful. He could see the truth in Inoki's words. The other villages were fighting not just for power or revenge, but for the survival of their people. It wasn't just about pride or grudges, it was about necessity. Inoki leaned back in his chair, his gaze hard as he looked at Peter. It's easy for Konoha to say, let's bury the hatchet and forget the past, but it's not all about grudges for us. It's about survival. And until you understand that, there can be no lasting peace. Peter nodded slowly, taking in everything Inoki had said. The room fell into a heavy silence as everyone awaited his response. Madara's expression was unreadable, though it was clear he was weighing Inoki's words carefully. Peter glanced at Madara, then back at the Kage. You're right, Inoki. But that doesn't mean peace is impossible. It just means we need to find a solution that addresses those needs, a solution that ensures everyone has what they need to survive without resorting to war. The Kage looked at him with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Peter had their attention. If I can fix the resources issue, he said, his voice calm but resolute, would you be willing to actually consider and work toward peace? The Kage turned to Peter, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and curiosity. The Raikage, was the first to voice the collective doubt. How can you possibly fix it? Unless you can persuade Konoha to surrender a portion of their land to each of us, I don't see any way to resolve this. Inoki remarked, his gaze shifting between Minato and Hiruzen, who remained silent, deep in thought. Neither Hokage offered a response. They had their own people to consider. If they surrendered such a significant portion of land to 4 different villages, would there be enough left for their own citizens? And then there was the matter of the daimyo, the true rulers of the land, whose reaction could not be overlooked. Peter leaned forward slightly, his eyes scanning the faces of each Kage before he spoke. I can give you 2 options. The first option is that I can assist in bringing every ninja village into the land of fire, where you can all share the land and make a united ninja village. This village would be governed by a council of Kage from each village who would rule together. The Kage exchanged incredulous looks, clearly stunned by the proposal. Raza, the Kazekage, was the first to speak up, his voice filled with skepticism. How would you possibly do that? And how do you know that Konoha would agree? The other Kage turned their gazes to Minato and Hiruzen, searching their faces for any sign of agreement. Minato's expression was thoughtful but open to hearing more, while Hiruzen's was cautious. Peter shrugged casually. They'd have to agree, or I'd do it forcefully. The bluntness of Peter's statement left the room in stunned silence once more. The idea that someone could force all the ninja villages into one united entity was almost unimaginable, but the sheer confidence in Peter's voice left them questioning what was truly possible. Seeing the disbelief in their eyes, Peter continued, the second option, which is harder but still entirely doable, is that I can terraform the lands you currently live on. I can make them similar to the land of fire, giving you the same resources, fertile land, water, everything you need to prosper. But if you accept this offer, you must still form a council of Kage that meets regularly to solve any issues that may arise and to maintain the peace. The Kage sat in stunned silence, their minds reeling at the possibilities laid out before them. The idea of terraforming their lands, of turning barren deserts, rugged mountains, muddy rain-soaked lands, and harsh stone into something as prosperous as the Land of Fire, it was almost too incredible to believe. Anoki, the oldest and most experienced among them, narrowed his eyes at Peter. You expect us to believe that you can just change the very nature of our lands? Make deserts bloom and mountains fertile? It sounds like a fairy tale. Peter met Anoki's gaze steadily, his expression unwavering. It may sound unbelievable, but I'm not offering you a fairy tale. I'm offering you a future where your people don't have to starve or fight for survival. A future where peace is not just a dream, but a reality. But it's up to you to decide if you're willing to take that chance. The room remained silent as the Kage processed Peter's words. The enormity of the offer, the sheer audacity of what he was proposing, left them grappling with their doubts and fears. Peter let the silence stretch on, allowing them time to think. He knew that what he was offering was unprecedented, something that would change the very fabric of their world. But he also knew that if they truly wanted peace, they would have to take a leap of faith. Madara, who had been silent up until now, glanced at Peter with a new sense of respect. He had never considered such a bold approach to solving the world's problems, and though he still had his doubts, he could see the potential in Peter's plan. Finally, Minato, who had been deep in thought, spoke up. If what you're offering is possible, then I believe it's worth considering. But this isn't a decision we can make lightly. It will take time to discuss and come to a decision. Peter nodded in agreement. Of course. I'm not asking for an immediate decision. Take your time, discuss it amongst yourselves, and think about what's best for your people. Anoki, still skeptical but intrigued, leaned back in his chair. If you can truly do what you say, then it would be foolish not to consider it. But I'll believe it when I see it. The other Kage nodded, their expressions showing a mixture of hope and hesitation. The possibility of a future without war, without the constant struggle for resources, was something they had never dared to dream of. Peter smiled, sensing that they were starting to come around. I'll give you time to think it over. But remember, the choice is yours. Peace is within your reach, but you have to be willing to take the first step. With that, Peter and Madara rose to their feet and exited the room, leaving the Kage to continue their discussions in private. A/N, 1820 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 704, C703 Training. Police car light insert hoax gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. As Peter and Madara walked into the Uchiha district, a wave of tension swept through the area. The clan guards, usually stoic and disciplined, found themselves stiffening with a mix of awe and fear. Their eyes widened as they recognized the 2 figures approaching. Peter, the hero who had aided them during the Ninetales attack, was a powerful ally whose strength they had witnessed firsthand. But the man walking beside him was a different story altogether. Madara Uchiha. A name that resonated deeply within the clan, a name both revered and reviled. Madara was a legend, but also a traitor who had turned his back on the village and clan. The sight of him now, alive and walking beside Peter as if he were some sort of subordinate, sent a shockwave through the guards. They knew their duty. Madara was labeled a traitor, and technically, they were supposed to bar him from entering the clan area. But who in their right mind would dare to stop Madara Uchiha? That would be suicide. The very thought of trying to halt his steps brought a cold sweat to their brows. But thankfully, Peter's presence offered them some comfort. The guards had seen Peter's power, had felt the might of his abilities during the Ninetales attack, and if anyone could keep Madara in check, it was him. So, they did nothing as the 2 men walked past them, the tension in the air palpable. As they made their way deeper into the Uchiha district, passing by stores and houses along the way, the reactions of the clan members were varied but intense. Some watched from a distance, their eyes wide with a mixture of awe and fear. They whispered amongst themselves, the name Madara passing through their lips like a ghostly chant. Others, less bold or perhaps more fearful, immediately retreated into their homes or shops, slamming doors, locking shutters, and pulling blinds closed. Madara, who had expected such a reaction, still felt a slight pang in his chest as he witnessed it firsthand. He frowned ever so slightly, surprised by the unexpected sting of seeing his clan react to him like this. He had long thought he had severed all ties with his clan, had convinced himself that they no longer mattered to him. And yet, seeing them cower and hide, a small part of him still saw them as family that now feared him. Peter, noticing the subtle change in Madara's expression, said nothing. Instead, he quietly patted Madara on the shoulder, offering silent support. It was a simple gesture, but one that Madara found strangely comforting, though he didn't show it. As they continued walking, the tension remained thick in the air, but Peter's presence kept the situation from escalating. Madara's frown slowly faded, replaced by the impassive mask he usually wore, though the weight of the moment lingered in his mind. Eventually, they arrived at the clan head's house. Outside, Itachi and Shisui stood waiting, both dressed in their gear for training. Itachi's mother, Mikoto, was fussing over them, holding baby Sasuke in her arms as she ensured the two boys were prepared for their first day of training with Peter. "Are you sure you have everything?" "Kunai." "Shuriken." "Water?" Mikoto asked, her voice full of motherly concern as she checked their gear one last time. "Yes, Mom," Itachi replied, his tone polite but slightly exasperated. "We've got everything." "Really, Aunt Mikoto," Shisui added, trying to gently reassure her. "We're ready." But Mikoto, ever the caring mother, wasn't quite convinced. "I just want to make sure you're both prepared. This is a huge opportunity, and you need to do your best. You don't want to disappoint Peter." The boys exchanged glances, both of them feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. Despite their growing impatience, they understood Mikoto's concerns. After all, Peter was an extraordinary teacher to have, and they wanted to make a good impression. However, their attention soon shifted as they noticed Peter and Madara approaching. The moment they saw the two figures, their conversations halted, and Mikoto's smile vanished as her eyes locked onto the imposing figure walking beside Peter. Madara Uchiha. Mikoto's breath caught in her throat, her body tensing as she instinctively pulled Sasuke closer to her chest. The warmth and joy she had shown just moments ago drained away, replaced by a deep unease as she stared at the man who was both an ancestor and a feared traitor to the clan. "Madara." She whispered under her breath, her voice barely audible, but the two boys heard her loud and clear. Itachi and Shisui, though trying to maintain their composure, couldn't help but glance at one another, thinking, so he really is Madara Uchiha. Peter, noticing the sudden tension in the air, gave Mikoto a reassuring smile. "Good morning, Mikoto. It looks like Itachi and Shisui are ready for today." Mikoto's eyes flickered to Peter, the lightness in his tone helping to steady her nerves, though the presence of Madara still loomed large in her mind. "Why yes," she replied, forcing herself to focus on Peter. "They're ready." But her gaze drifted back to Madara, unable to fully tear herself away from the sight of him, and the question swirling in her mind remained unspoken. Mikoto, her voice tense with worry, asked, "Will Madara be joining in their training?" Peter, noticing her apprehension, gave her a reassuring nod. "He might," Peter replied casually. "After all, he's probably the most powerful Uchiha alive, so his input would be helpful. But I promise you, your children will be all right." To emphasize his point, Peter reached over and placed a hand on Madara's shoulder, pulling the older man slightly closer. "This old man is softer than he looks," Peter added with a playful smile. Mikoto, still uneasy, turned her gaze to Madara, trying to gauge his reaction. She saw a small scowl form on his face, but to her surprise, he didn't react violently or protest. It was a bit shocking, considering Madara's reputation. This moment of restraint proved to her that, at the very least, Madara wouldn't go against Peter's words, though it didn't entirely alleviate her concerns. Still cautious, Mikoto asked, "Would you mind if Sasuke and I watched their training session?" Peter smiled warmly and nodded. "Sure, the more the merrier," he said, understanding that her request came from a place of concern. He didn't want to add to her anxiety, especially with Madara's presence being so intimidating. With Mikoto holding Sasuke close, the group made their way to the training ground at the back of the house. The area was spacious, with plenty of room for the intense training that Peter had planned. Once they were all assembled, Peter began the introduction to the day's training. "All right, today we're going to focus on the most important part of training, your bodies." Itachi and Shisui, who had been hoping to learn some of Peter's magic or advanced techniques, couldn't hide their disappointment. They had expected something a bit more exciting. Peter noticed their let-down expressions but continued undeterred. "Without a strong body, you're just a glass cannon. Fire it once, or take any damage, and you're useless." Shisui raises his hand and asks, "What's a cannon?" Realizing his mistake, Peter quickly corrects himself. "Think of it like a glass kunai. It may be sharp and usable, but it's also fragile. Throw it once, and there's a high chance it'll shatter." "Oh," both boys mutter in understanding. Peter continued, "So, first, we're going to start with some light stretching to make sure you don't pull any muscles." Both Shisui and Itachi exchanged confused glances. Stretching. They had been learning the importance of flexibility since they were toddlers. Was Peter seriously going to start their training with something so basic? Seeing the skeptical looks on their faces, Peter smirked. "Let's get started," he said with a mischievous gleam in his eye. Before either of the boys could react, Peter snapped his fingers, and both Shisui and Itachi were suddenly lifted off the ground by an invisible force. Their eyes widened in shock as they found themselves suspended in the air, completely at Peter's mercy. Without warning, the same invisible force began to stretch and twist their bodies in odd angles. At first, the sensation was strange but bearable. However, it didn't take long before they began to feel a sharp pain as muscles they didn't even know they had were stretched to their limits. Madara, standing off to the side, watched with an amused expression, his lips curling into a faint smirk. It was clear he found the sight of the two brats being contorted in midair to be quite entertaining. The best reaction, however, came from Sasuke, who was still cradled in Mikoto's arms. The infant giggled and laughed at the sight of his brother and cousin being twisted and turned above him, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Mikoto, on the other hand, initially looked worried as she watched her son and nephew being put through such a rigorous and unusual stretching routine. But as she observed more closely, she began to realize how beneficial this would be for them. Her concern gradually eased, though she had to fight to keep a smile from forming on her face. Sasuke's infectious laughter made it even harder to keep her composure, but she didn't want to laugh at Itachi's pain, so she maintained her serious expression. Nearly an hour passed before Peter finally muttered, "All right, that's enough." With another snap of his fingers, the invisible force released the boys, and they were gently lowered back to the ground. Itachi and Shisui stumbled slightly as they landed, their bodies feeling like jelly from the intense stretching they had just endured. "Now we can work on your physical strength," Peter announced, just as the two boys were trying to regain their footing. Itachi and Shisui exchanged weary glances, but before they could even brace themselves, Peter snapped his fingers again, a sound they were quickly beginning to associate with something unpleasant. Sure enough, as soon as Peter's fingers clicked, a spell circle formed in the air above them and then shot down toward the ground. The moment it connected, the boys were suddenly pressed flat onto the earth, the weight of intense gravity pinning them down and sinking them into the dirt. Peter, watching with a satisfied smile, calmly instructed, "I want you to run around the training ground 5 times. Once you're done, we'll start the real training." The two boys' eyes widened in disbelief as they struggled to push themselves up against the crushing force. "This isn't the real training." A/N, 1,800 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 705, C704 Family. As the sun began to set, casting a warm orange glow across the training ground, Peter stood over Itachi and Shisui, who were sprawled out on the ground, completely exhausted. Their bodies were drenched in sweat, their chests heaving as they gasped for air. The rigorous training Peter had put them through had pushed them to their absolute limits. Mikoto, who had been watching earlier with Sasuke in her arms, had left a couple of hours ago. Sasuke needed to eat his dinner before bed, and she also had to prepare dinner for Itachi, Shisui, and her husband, who would be home later. Although she was still wary of Madara's presence, she trusted Peter enough to leave the two boys in his care. Madara stood off to the side, observing the scene with an impressed expression. He had watched as Peter subjected the children to a hellish training regimen that far surpassed anything he had ever put Obito through. What surprised him the most was how the two boys rose to the challenge. Despite their bodies being pushed to the brink, they had persevered, never once complaining or giving up. It was a testament to their strength and determination, qualities that truly marked them as Uchiha. As Itachi and Shisui began to catch their breath, they looked up at Peter with pleading eyes. Are we done, sensei?" Itachi asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Peter nodded. "Yeah, for today." He raised his hand, bringing his thumb and middle finger together, making both boys flinch instinctively. They had learned to associate that gesture with the beginning of more pain, but when Peter snapped his fingers this time, instead of pain, they were suddenly surrounded by a soft, glowing light. The light began to heal the minor bumps and scrapes on their bodies, but it didn't stop there. The fatigue and muscle soreness from Peter's brutal training also started to fade, leaving them feeling refreshed and rejuvenated. The boys slowly stood up, their previous exhaustion all but forgotten. They exchanged surprised glances before turning to their sensei, awe and curiosity evident in their eyes. "How did you do that?" Shisui asked, his voice filled with wonder. "Can you teach us?" Itachi added eagerly. Peter smiled at their enthusiasm. "Sure, but not today. We'll get to that in time." The boys' faces lit up with excitement. The thought of learning such abilities, and possibly even more of Peter's powers, filled them with anticipation. They could hardly wait for the next day's training. Peter glanced back toward the house and began to say, "If I'm not mistaken, your mother should be." Before he could finish his sentence, the back door of the house swung open, and Mikoto stepped outside, calling out to her son and nephew. "Itachi." "Shisui." "Dinner's ready," she called, her voice carrying a note of motherly warmth. Peter had asked her earlier to prepare something filling, knowing that the boys' bodies would need the nourishment after the intense training. Peter pointed over his shoulder toward the house. "Go on, you two. We'll train again tomorrow." Itachi and Shisui, ever respectful, bowed deeply to Peter. "Yes, sensei." Thank you, Sensei, they said in unison before turning and running off toward the house, their spirits lifted by the promise of delicious food. As the boys rushed past Mikoto and into the house, Mikoto hesitated for a moment before turning back to Peter. Would you and? She paused, glancing nervously at Madara. Madara like to join us for dinner. Her invitation was polite but clearly hesitant. It was evident that she was still uncomfortable with the idea of Madara being in her home, but she felt it was only proper to extend the offer. Peter smiled warmly and waved off the invitation. Maybe next time, Mikoto. I need to discuss something with Madara first. Mikoto nodded, visibly relieved that she wouldn't have to host Madara in her home. All right. Thank you again, Peter, she said before heading back inside, where she quickly turned her attention to wrangling Itachi and Shisui to the dinner table. Inside the house, the boys joined Mikoto at the table, where the warmth of family surrounded them. They ate together, their conversation lively, with Mikoto fussing over them as usual, ensuring they ate enough after such a tough day of training. As Mikoto and the kids ate inside, Peter and Madara remained outside in the backyard, the evening air cool and still. From where they stood, they could see through the window, watching as Mikoto fussed over Itachi and Shisui at the dinner table. The boys were animated, recounting their training session to her, while she gently urged them to eat more. Peter noticed a subtle change in Madara's expression as he observed the scene inside. There was a flicker of something, longing, perhaps, mixed with a hint of envy. It was fleeting, but unmistakable. It's beautiful, isn't it? Peter said, breaking the silence. Madara, caught off guard by the comment, snapped out of his thoughts. He raised an eyebrow, turning to Peter. What is? Family, Peter replied with a warm smile. Watching them together like that, it's a beautiful thing. Madara's expression darkened slightly, and he frowned. It can be, he conceded, though his tone was bitter. But it can also be quite ugly. As he spoke, memories flooded his mind, memories of betrayal, of the time when his own family, the Uchiha, turned their backs on him. The bitterness of that betrayal still lingered, even after all these years. Peter nodded, acknowledging the truth in Madara's words. Yeah, it can be. But I'm sure you had at least one family member who would have stood by you no matter what, right? Madara's frown softened as he thought back to his little brother, Izuna Uchiha. If there was anyone in the world he could truly trust and call family, it was Izuna. The memories of his younger brother were some of the few that Madara cherished deeply, a time when they shared dreams and aspirations, before everything went wrong. A small, sad smile appeared on Madara's lips as he nodded. Yes, I did, he said quietly. But sadly, he was killed by that B****starred Tobirama. When Madara spoke Tobirama's name, there was a growl of anger in his voice. The pain of losing Izuna was still raw, the wound never fully healed. Izuna never trusted the Senju, but he shared the same dream as me, to create a village where our clan could live in peace. Sadly, he wasn't able to see the creation of Konoha. Madara paused, lost in thought, before adding. You know, not many people are aware of this, but those who are often think I was the one who named Konoha. But they're wrong. His voice softened as he spoke, the anger subsiding into a kind of melancholy. When we were still kids, Izuna and I would draw in the dirt with our toy kunai, and one day, we drew our village. But when we were done, he told me to name it, since I would be the leader of the village and he would be my second in command. But I couldn't think of anything. So he called it Konohagakure. The village hidden in the leaves. Peter listened quietly, sensing that this was a rare moment of vulnerability from Madara. He didn't interrupt, allowing him to speak. Madara chuckled softly, but there was a mournful edge to it. And do you know why he named it that? He asked, glancing at Peter. Peter looked around, gesturing to the trees surrounding them. Because he wanted to make the village in a forest. Madara shook his head, a bittersweet smile tugging at his lips. No, it was because it was fall, and leaves were everywhere. They kept falling from the trees, covering our drawing and getting in the way. So, since the village we drew kept getting hidden under the leaves, that's what he decided to call it. Madara laughed, but the sound was tinged with sorrow, a single tear escaped his eye and traced a path down his cheek. Peter reached out and rested a hand on Madara's shoulder, offering silent comfort to the old man. But as he did so, Peter was secretly shocked by the new revelation. This was not something he had known about the world of Naruto. He wondered if he had just uncovered some secret lore that had never been published. They stood there in silence for a moment, the weight of Madara's memories hanging in the air between them. But then, as if on cue, both Peter and Madara simultaneously glanced in the same direction, their senses picking up on the presence of 6 individuals rapidly approaching. Madara quickly wiped the tear from his face, regaining his composure as Peter pulled his hand away. A second later, the Kage they had met with earlier in the day appeared before them. Minato was the first to speak, his tone respectful but firm. Peter, we've made a decision. Peter raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised by their quick turnaround. He hadn't expected them to come to a conclusion so soon, but speed wasn't a bad thing in this situation. He nodded, curious. And what did you guys decide? Anoki floated forward, his voice carrying the weight of their collective decision. We would like you to terraform our lands, if you can actually do it. He added, doubtfully. Although moving our villages to the land of fire would work as well, there are too many factors in place that could cause issues, mainly the daimyo. Madara scoffed at the mention of the daimyo, though he didn't comment on it. To him, it was ridiculous that the ninja villages remained subservient to the daimyo, especially when they had the power to deal with them easily. In his mind, the daimyo should answer to them, not the other way around. Peter, though he didn't scoff like Madara, felt the same. The daimyo were a relic of the past, a factor that often contributed to the instability and conflicts in the ninja world. Maybe I should figure out how to deal with the daimyo. He thought. They're a factor for war as well. But that can be handled later. Returning to the matter at hand, Peter nodded in agreement. Sure, I'll start working on it tomorrow. In the meantime, you all must work on setting up the council. He said, not bothered by Anoki's doubt. The Kage exchanged glances, nodding in unison. They understood the importance of establishing a governing body that would ensure the peace they sought to achieve. Minato, taking the lead, spoke for the group. We'll begin discussions immediately and work out the details of the council. This is a crucial step, and we'll make sure it's done right. Peter smiled, pleased with their resolve. Good. I'll check in on your progress soon, but for now, focus on setting up a strong foundation. The Kage bowed slightly in respect before turning to leave, each of them already thinking about the monumental task ahead. As they walked away, the tension that had hung over the village began to ease, replaced by a cautious sense of hope. A/N, 1900 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 706, C705 Anoki's shock. Police car light insert bomb gif /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. The next day. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, Peter was already up and preparing for the day ahead. He had a promise to keep, and he intended to fulfill it. He decided to start with the Wagakure, the hidden stone village, for one reason, Anoki's doubt in his abilities. The old Tsuchikage had been skeptical of Peter's offer to terraform their lands, and Peter was eager to prove him wrong. But today wouldn't just be about terraforming. It was also a teaching moment for his new students, Itachi and Shursue. They had been training diligently under his guidance, and he thought this would be a good opportunity to show them more of the world outside the hidden leaf village. With the 2 boys in tow, Peter set off toward Iwagakure. The journey was swift, thanks to Peter's abilities, and soon enough, they stepped out of a portal, finding themselves outside the massive stone gates that guarded the entrance to the village. As they neared the gates, Peter could sense the tension in the air. The guards stationed there were on high alert, their eyes narrowing suspiciously at the approaching trio. Itachi and Shursue walked closely behind Peter, their expressions a mix of curiosity and apprehension. This was their first time visiting another village, and the imposing stone walls of Iwagakure only added to their nervousness. When Peter and the boys were within earshot, one of the guards stepped forward, raising a hand to halt them. Stop right there, the guard barked. State your business in Iwagakure. Peter smiled politely, trying to keep the interaction civil. We're here to see the Tsuchikage. He should be expecting us. The guards exchanged wary glances, clearly not convinced. Ha. Yeah right, one guard replied, his tone gruff. Turn back, or we'll be forced to take action. Peter's patience was wearing thin, but he kept his composure. I suggest you double-check with your superiors. The Tsuchikage and I have an arrangement. The guards, however, were not so easily swayed. They remained on high alert, their hands hovering over their weapons. One of them, a bit more hot-headed than the others, sneered. You expect us to believe that a stranger and 2 kids have an audience with the Tsuchikage? Do you think we're fools? Before Peter could respond, the guard who had spoken lunged forward, drawing his weapon with a swift motion. I don't think so, outsider, he shouted, charging straight at Peter. Peter's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint flashing in them. He could have killed the guard in an instant, but he tried to keep a level head. Look, why don't we all just calm down, he said calmly, even as the guard closed in. But the guard was too far gone, too consumed by his sense of duty, or perhaps his pride. He swung his weapon with deadly intent, aiming straight for Peter's head. Itachi and Shursue tensed, their instincts screaming at them to move, to protect their sensei. But before they could react, a sudden blur of movement caught their attention. Anoki, the Tsuchikage, appeared out of nowhere, his small frame moving with surprising speed and agility. He struck the guard with a powerful blow, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. Fools. Anoki barked, glaring down at the guards who had dared to attack Peter. Do you have any idea what you're doing? His voice was filled with fury, but also a tinge of fear. The remaining guards froze, their eyes wide with shock. They had never seen their leader so angry, or so afraid. Anoki turned to Peter and immediately bowed deeply, a gesture of both apology and respect. I apologize for their actions, Peter. They didn't know who they were dealing with. Peter shrugged, his expression indifferent. It's fine, he said, though there was a hint of amusement in his voice. No harm done. Anoki straightened up, relief washing over his face at Peter's nonchalant response. He quickly barked orders to the nearby Umbu, who appeared in a flash, taking the unconscious guard and his shaken comrades away. Take them to the holding cells, Anoki commanded, his tone stern. They need to be reminded of their duties. The Umbu nodded and swiftly carried out their orders, disappearing as quickly as they had come. With the situation under control, Anoki turned back to Peter. Please, come in. We have much to discuss. He then glanced at Itachi and Shursue, offering them a respectful nod. Your students are welcome as well. Peter nodded, motioning for Itachi and Shursue to follow as they stepped through the gates. Anoki led Peter, Itachi, and Shursue deeper into the heart of Iwagakure. The presence of the Tsuchikage himself walking through the village was enough to draw attention, but when paired with a group that included Peter and two young Uchiha, it was impossible not to notice. Villagers paused in their daily activities to stare, whispers spreading quickly through the crowd as they wondered what could possibly bring such a strange group together. As they walked, Anoki began explaining the difficulties Iwagakure faced. Our land is harsh and unforgiving, he said, gesturing to the rocky terrain around them. The soil here is too tough for most crops to grow, and water sources are scarce. We have to work twice as hard as other villages just to maintain our food supply. He glanced at Peter out of the corner of his eye, a hint of skepticism in his voice despite his earlier apology. And while I appreciate your offer, I find it hard to believe you can turn this land into anything resembling the fertile grounds around Konoha. I'm not sure anyone could. Peter simply smiled at Anoki's doubt, taking it as a challenge rather than an insult. Seeing is believing, Anoki. Why don't we start now? Anoki raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced, but also intrigued by Peter's confidence. He had seen many things in his long life, but someone claiming they could terraform the land was new. Very well, Anoki replied, a slight shrug in his shoulders as he motioned for them to follow him to a side entrance of the village. They exited Iwagakure through a small gate, stepping out onto a wide expanse of barren, rocky terrain. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but jagged stones and dust, a stark contrast to the lush greenery of Konoha. Anoki swept his arm out toward the desolate landscape. Here you go, Peter. Let's see if your claims hold any weight. Peter nodded, a confident grin on his face. He stepped forward, raising his hand in front of him. With a fluid motion, he conjured a golden spell circle in the air. The intricate lines and symbols of the circle began to draw themselves into completion, glowing brightly with an ethereal light. Itachi and Shursue watched in awe, their eyes wide with anticipation. They had seen Peter do incredible things before, but this was something entirely new. Even Anoki, despite his skepticism, found himself holding his breath. The spell circle shot out from Peter's hand, its golden glow spreading across the rocky terrain before them. As it struck the ground, a network of golden lines began to stretch out, weaving their way across the landscape like a web. The transformation was immediate and awe-inspiring. The hard, unforgiving rock began to soften, melting away to reveal rich, dark soil. The barren ground, once so inhospitable, now seemed to breathe with new life. Trees shot up from the earth, their roots digging deep into the freshly formed soil. Lush green leaves unfurled, stretching toward the sky as if reaching for the sun. Lakes and rivers carved themselves through the ground, their waters flowing clear and fresh. The sound of rushing water filled the air, a stark contrast to the silence that had dominated the area just moments before. Grass spread like a green carpet across the terrain, flowers blooming in a riot of colors as the golden lines continued to pulse with energy, transforming everything they touched. Anoki watched in stunned silence, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had doubted Peter, had been certain that no one could change the harsh landscape of Iwagakure so dramatically. But here it was, happening right before his eyes. The barren wasteland was becoming a paradise, its once harsh surface now teeming with life. This is impossible. Anoki muttered, his voice barely more than a whisper. Peter turned to him, a knowing smile on his face. Nothing is impossible, Anoki. Not if you have the right tools and the will to make it happen. Anoki could only nod, still too shocked to form a proper response. He had spent decades ruling Iwagakure, had fought countless battles and seen things that most people could only dream of, but this was beyond anything he had ever imagined. The transformation continued for several more minutes until finally, the golden glow began to fade, and the spell circle dissolved into the air. The land before them, once so barren and desolate, now stretched out in a vast expanse of fertile fields, forests, and flowing water. Peter lowered his hand, turning to face Anoki. Believe me now. Anoki, still in a state of shock, slowly nodded. I don't know what to say. You've done the impossible. Peter chuckled softly. Just consider it a new beginning for Iwagakure. And remember, this is just the start. There's still much work to be done, but with this, you'll have what you need to begin a new era of peace and prosperity for all villages. Anoki glanced around, his expression a mixture of awe and gratitude. Thank you, Peter. I never thought I would see this in my lifetime. No problem, Peter nodded, then turned to Itachi and Shisui, who were still staring wide-eyed at the transformed landscape. Should we make a stop in the village to try some Iwagakure snacks before heading to the next one? The two boys nodded, still too stunned to speak. They had just witnessed a miracle, and it was clear that their training under Peter was going to be more extraordinary than they had ever imagined. A/N, 1705 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down.